Song Yujing, a lethargic slacker, unexpectedly finds himself transformed into a ferocious beast, one that everyone is eager to hunt down. The system informs him that his target will seek him out, allowing him to relax and contend. Good news, the target has arrived. Bad news, armed with a sword, they seem intent on taking his life. They even struck the mountain beneath him. Later, he is coerced into becoming a disciple of his target. Well, at least he can lounge about in a different place, which seems stable enough. However, his aspirations of idleness are continually thwarted, and he finds himself compelled to complete tasks for the system due to an outstanding debt of points. Chapter 1. The villainous master forces me to become his disciple. Song Yujing lazily reclines on the sun-drenched boulder at the summit of his mountain, engaging in a casual dialogue with the system. Hey system, since you've brought me to this world, don't I get some sort of special ability? The system's voice remains monotonous. Apologies, host. Your level is too low to access such privileges at the moment. TSK, you're a useless machine. The system's role seems minimal, merely assigning him tasks. Shaking off the leaves that have fallen onto his head, Song Yujing inquires, will my target, Nangong Sheng, truly come seeking me? Yes, host, how delightful. This target is quite forthcoming. He need not endure the ordeal of searching. Basking in the morning light on the boulder, Song Yujing is suddenly startled by a flash of icy swordlight, followed by a thunderous crash that shakes the ground, causing the mountain he lies upon to collapse, leaving only the stone beneath him intact. Dazed, he gazes upward to find numerous lethal flying swords aimed directly at his forehead. Song Yujing. Internally, he screams, System, what is happening? At that moment, a figure descends on a sword, exuding a formidable aura that nearly robs Song Yujing of his breath. Clad in a deep blue robe, the visitor's furrowed brow and eyes filled with murderous intent fixate on him, the blade pointed ominously at his brow. Valbeast, surrender at once. The system leisurely responds, do not panic. This is your target. Song Yujing. Surely this is not a death sentence for him. He hasn't even resisted. Examining his own feeble state, he meets the glare of those murderous eyes and timidly asks, may I inquire as to your purpose, esteemed immortal? Nangong Sheng approaches, the sharp blade resting against Song Yujing's neck, his tone icy and menacing. I demand that you become my disciple. Song Yujing. Is this person unwell? Why such a grand display for simply taking on a disciple? He has demolished my home, and yet I have not fought back. Defeated, Nangong Sheng, observing the ferocious creature before him, remains silent, his eyes brewing with malice. Do you dare to resist? I shall make you bleed on the spot. Song Yujing. Sliding to his knees, he clutches the man's leg. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Nangong Sheng sheaths his sword, recalling the surrounding flying blades, and firmly grasps the nape of the bewildered, indistinct creature, stepping forward and vanishing from sight, only to reappear aboard a flying vessel. Since you willingly pledge yourself to me, I shall not treat you poorly. As he is lifted into the air, Song Yujing silently sheds tears of sorrow. How tragic. He truly was too willing. He, Song Yujing, a slacker who barely scraped through college, had always dreamed of a life of idle existence. Yet, after being caught in the rain without an umbrella, falling ill, and neglecting to procure medicine, he ingested expired cold medicine and awoke in this unfamiliar world. Now he is a beast, unjustly condemned and hunted, while the original owner of this body, in a fit of rebellion against such unfair treatment, was struck down by divine retribution. This is a world of tragic narratives, specifically one characterized by the suffering of its female lead. The heroine, Mu Cece, harbors a long-standing affection for her childhood friend, who, in turn, loves her younger sister, Muruo, leading to a dramatic tale of heartache. Whenever Muruo sheds a tear, the male lead, Ling Aoyan, showers her with affection while directing his wrath toward Mu Cece. Despite Muruo's lack of talent, the male lead goes so far as to extract Mu Cece's spiritual roots to enhance her abilities, forcing Mu Cece to sacrifice her own vitality to sustain her sister. After enduring a series of tragic trials, Mu Cece eventually dissipates, prompting the male lead to awaken to his folly, slaying Muruo in despair and desperately seeking to reunite with Mu Cece's spirit. He even goes so far as to offer the lives of the entire world as a sacrifice. As for the villain, Nangong Sheng, unable to tolerate the male lead's foolishness, cleaves him into oblivion, only to be struck down by divine wrath himself. Thus, the legendary sword master exits the stage, meeting an absurdly abrupt and nonsensical end. TSK, what a ridiculous plot. Song Yujing silently critiques, only to be jolted from his thoughts as a sharp pain strikes his head from slap. Looking up, he meets Nangong Sheng's icy gaze, instinctively retracting his neck, and weakly queries, "Master, what is the matter? Am I to believe you cannot hear me speaking to you?" "Master, what did you just say? I was so captivated by your majestic presence that I failed to hear your words. It is truly my fault." Nangong Sheng coldly interrupts his insipid flattery. "I command you to revert to your human form." Song Yujing falters. Revert to human form? He is not the original owner and lacks the ability. Yet, to admit this would be embarrassing. However, if he remains silent, would this master not cleave him in two? Thus, lowering his head, he stammers, "Master, I cannot." Nangong Sheng gazes at him for a moment, then speaks with disdain, "Incompetent." Internally, Song Yujing vehemently retorts, "You are the incompetent one. Your entire family is incompetent. You alone are the fool." Ignoring the disgruntled black mask before him, Nangong Sheng gently places a fingertip on his forehead, channeling a modicum of spiritual energy. In the next instant, the dark form morphs into a young man with ebony hair. The boy's eyes reflect an innocent naivety, his round gaze sparkling with clarity, a flame-shaped mark adorning his forehead. His face betrays a hint of vexation, while his skin gleams with a delicate luminescence, limbs long and slender, and his abdomen appears taut and powerful. Nangong Sheng discreetly withdraws his scrutinizing gaze, tossing a garment onto the boy's head, obscuring those excessively innocent eyes. Under the bright sun, how can one be without clothing? What a disgrace. Song Yujing, I am not unclothed. This is a disaster. I have been exposed. The system's voice is laced with schadenfreude, adding fuel to the fire. Stay calm, stay calm. I have seen it too. I cannot go on. Song Yujing hastily began to don his robes. After a prolonged struggle, he wore a bewildered expression. Was it truly so challenging to dress in this realm of cultivation? After wrestling with the garment for an extended period, he felt as though he might suffocate himself. With a pitiable look, he sought help from his somewhat lackadaisical master beside him, exclaiming, "Master, save me." Nangong Sheng's face betrayed a hint of exasperation. He had never anticipated that anyone could be so inept. The attire was not particularly intricate, merely a simple disciple's robe, albeit with an abundance of sashes. How could one manage to entangle oneself in such a manner? After a moment of restraint, he could no longer contain himself and softly uttered, "Fool." Chapter 2. The villainous master pressed his head to acknowledge him as a disciple. Though Nangong Sheng wore a disdainful expression, he nonetheless took it upon himself to tidy the clothes of the youth before him. Song Yujing, scolded once again as a useless fool, silently simmered with resentment. His tone subdued as he muttered, "Thank you, master. Very well, now kneel and pay your respects." Before Song Yujing could utter a word, he was forcibly brought to his knees before Nangong Sheng by an irresistible force. A cup of clear tea materialized in Song Yujing's hand. Song Yujing exclaimed in shock, "Isn't it a bit hasty, my brother?" Nangong Sheng swiftly took a sip and, with a fingertip pressed against Song Yujing's bewildered forehead, spoke in a low voice imbued with gravity by the witness of heaven, the mountains and rivers, and the guidance of the divine soul. "Today I, the esteemed Ling Sheng Xianjun, take Song Yujing as my personal disciple. I shall impart all my lifelong knowledge, protect him wholeheartedly, and rectify his nature. Should I violate this oath, may my soul be obliterated." A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, affirming the pact. Nangong Sheng's gaze narrowed as he turned to the kneeling Song Yujing, continuing, "Listen well, henceforth, I, Song Yujing, voluntarily acknowledge Ling Sheng Xianjun as my master. In this lifetime, I shall hold my master in the highest regard. Should my master call, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Repeat after me." Overwhelmed by trepidation, Song Yujing dared not defy him, obediently reciting, "Henceforth, I, Song Yujing, voluntarily acknowledge Ling Sheng Xianjun as my master. In this lifetime, I shall hold my master in the highest regard. Should my master call, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation." Satisfied, Nan Gongsheng tossed him a jade token inscribed with Song Yujing's name. Internally, Song Yujing lamented, "Is this the contract of servitude in the world of cultivation? Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head." "Thank you, master." Nan Gongsheng, having put away his teacup, recalled something and lightly tapped Song Yujing's forehead with his fingertip, causing the fiery mark upon it to vanish. With a serious tone, he admonished, "Remember, do not allow anyone to see your forehead mark." "Understood." Nan Gongsheng casually tossed him a storage bag, declaring it a gift for their meeting. With a flourish of his sleeve, he vanished from sight. "Humph, you are the useless one." Only after Nan Gongsheng's departure did Song Yujing dare to murmur softly, his eyes gleaming as he gazed upon the small storage bag. Uncertain of what gifts the world of cultivation held, he opened it for a glimpse. Is it really this poor? Inside the storage bag, he found it utterly empty save for a rudimentary sword of indeterminate grade, 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a disciple's robe, nothing more. Song Yujing plopped down onto the ground, his heart raging as he shouted at the system, "Is he really that stingy? I saw him summon so many flying swords at once. He doesn't seem like a pauper." The system replied with a knowing tone, "He is a sword cultivator. Those swords are the most valuable possessions he has." "Wonderful. My perception of sword cultivators in fantasy novels has now been further entrenched." Song Yujing lay back on the ground, watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky, a sense of foreboding about his future life creeping into his voice. "Surely I won't starve, will I? That mountain I was on had at least some grass to eat." The system began to subtly entice him. "Therefore, you must diligently complete tasks in the future. Pursue every side quest. This system guarantees your well-being. Having consumed the previous meal of grass, I am now reduced to another." Song Yujing closed his eyes in exasperation, expressing disdain towards the system's words. "How utterly useless you are. Am I destined to only graze like a mere beast by following you? After all, he was once a formidable creature, and this treatment was far too dismal." A small silver orb sprang from Song Yujing's head, bouncing lightly as it leaped twice atop his crown. With a look of disbelief, Song Yujing pinched it. The orb, filled with indignation, retorted, "What? Do you look down upon grass? If it weren't for the grass I nurtured over these past 2 months, would you have survived? In the desolate mountains, a place devoid of life, the system's unique ability was to accelerate the growth of flora. However, due to Song Yujing's low rank, the powers it could unlock were limited. Thus only ordinary grass was produced. 2 months prior, when Song Yujing had just arrived, the system was still processing data. Upon noticing the nearly starved host, it hurriedly activated remedial measures. It was a mystery how the original host had managed to survive. The entire mountain was barren, with only Song Yujing as the living entity. The system promptly utilized its abilities to cultivate a small patch of grass, and in his dire hunger, Song Yujing, no longer human but merely a small black beast, did not mind the embarrassment of being seen in such a desolate place. Reflecting on this, Song Yujing squeezed the small orb twice, muttering, "Fine, if I must endure poverty, at least I know I shan't starve on grass." As he lay in a daze, suddenly he felt a sharp kick to his rear. Looking up, he was met with the emotionless face of Nan Gongsheng. "Why lie here when there are rooms available? Get up." Pouting, Song Yujing rubbed his backside and stood. "What is wrong with sleeping here? What can you do about it?" His master, Nan Gongsheng, grasped the back of Song Yujing's collar, lightly tapping his toes to soar toward the grand hall below. Song Yujing felt a sudden constriction around his neck and a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. Instinctively clutching the waist of the person before him, shrieking, "Master!" Silence. The cold voice came from above, startling Song Yujing into immediate quietude, though his hands remained tightly clutched. Eyes shut in fear of the height. He had a fear of heights. This was truly terrifying. "Let go." As he felt solid ground beneath his feet, he cautiously opened his eyes, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. The grand hall was resplendent and imposing, crafted entirely from jade. Each architectural piece bore intricate patterns of mystical cranes, shimmering softly with a golden hue. On either side of the hall, 12 golden pillars adorned with relief carvings of auspicious beasts emanated an ancient, sacred aura. Most notably, every pillar depicted a different mythical creature, Baizé, Qilin, Fuju, and a nine-tailed fox, each seeming so lifelike that they could leap forth at any moment. At the head of the hall sat a solemn elder, exuding an aura of deep reserve and authority. His presence was formidable, not requiring anger to instill fear. As he raised his hand, the patterns of the mystical crane on his sleeve appeared vivid and alive, and the long sword at his waist, though sheathed, radiated a palpable sense of danger. Before each golden pillar stood a seat occupied by elders of varying demeanor, yet all exuding a powerful aura and bearing distinguished identities. Song Yujing quietly observed them, only to be discreetly pressed back by Nangong Sheng, who cautioned him against his wandering gaze. "Do not stare." Obediently, Song Yujing lowered his head, refraining from further exploration of his surroundings. For reasons unknown, the imposing 12 golden pillars instilled in him a sense of unease. He could faintly perceive his dwindling spiritual energy being firmly restrained within him, rendering him incapable of exerting even the slightest force. Nangong Sheng led him step by step toward the front, halting before an elder. He paused briefly to bow slightly, saying, "Senior brother, this is my newly accepted disciple. He shall henceforth be my sole direct apprentice." Xie Qingyuan nodded gently, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. It seems you have a reliable companion by your side now, which allows me to rest a little easier." Nangong Sheng patted Song Yujing, reminding him, "Kneel and pay your respects to your martial uncle." With a thud, Song Yujing knelt, inwardly reluctant yet outwardly sincere, proclaiming, "Disciple Song Yujing pays respects to his martial uncle." What sort of people are these, demanding one to kneel upon first meeting? Xie Qingyuan burst into hearty laughter, the sternness of his face softening into a benevolent expression. With a flick of his wrist, a beautiful fan-like artifact appeared in his hand, radiating an unmistakable aura of superiority. He placed the fan into Song Yujing's embrace, saying, "Junior brother, you have truly acquired a fine disciple. He appears quite obedient. Little junior nephew, this is a token of our first meeting. It can deflect all attacks from those below the transformation stage." Song Yujing's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a generous gift. "Thank you, martial uncle, for bestowing such a lavish present. As I embark on my journey in the immortal realm, I shall always remember your kindness. If you instruct me to head east, I shall never stray west." The system silently rolled its eyes, teasingly remarking, "Oh, the master of changing faces. Your thoughts were not so noble just moments ago." Silence. Such a well-behaved disciple. Xie Qingyuan expressed his satisfaction. Nangong Sheng assisted the still kneeling and endearingly charming Song Yujing to his feet. After bidding farewell to his senior brother, they proceeded toward the 12 elders. Arriving before the first pillar on the right, adorned with a bas-relief of the auspicious beast Baizé, he halted and introduced, "This is your second martial uncle, the immortal Lord Baizé." Song Yujing promptly knelt, displaying obedience as he declared, "Disciple Song Yujing pays respects to his second martial uncle." The immortal Lord Baizé possessed a demeanor as gentle as jade, gracefully waving a folding fan. Observing Song Yujing's sincerity in kneeling, he immediately extended his fan in a supportive manner, smiling as he said, "Ah, my dear child, your earnestness in kneeling is commendable." Upon finishing, a gleaming sword appeared in his hand, clearly of extraordinary quality. He handed the sword to Song Yujing, stating, "This is a gift for you from your second martial uncle. A top-tier earthly sword of remarkable power. It is evident that your impoverished master has little to offer you. Accept this." Song Yujing, visibly taken aback, felt an instant fondness for the sword. He beamed a radiant smile at his second martial uncle, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, second martial uncle. I shall not forget your kindness in the future." "Ah, such sweet words. Little junior brother, you certainly have a knack for selecting disciples." Nangong Sheng remarked with a tinge of envy, "That sword I have sought for so long remains elusive." Baizé Xianjun rolled his eyes. "Do you lack for fine swords? How many have I bestowed upon you?" Perhaps you should reflect on that. Nangongsheng replied solemnly. Not many, just a little over 20, I believe. Bai Zhe Xianjun waved his hand dismissively, her expression reflecting her exasperation. Thus, Nangongsheng led Song Yujing from one elder to the next, accumulating a considerable bounty. Elixirs, magical artifacts, spiritual instruments, and even a mystical beast egg. Each elder was far more generous than their master. However, his knees bore the brunt of the exertion. Arriving at the final golden pillar, they settled down. This column was adorned with a relief depicting a nine-tailed fox. Song Yujing observed intently, but his thoughts escaped his lips. Master, are you a vixen? Slap. A swift and merciless smack landed on the back of his head, gentle in force, yet stunning enough to leave him bewildered. In an instant, Song Yujing realized the folly of his words and wished to erase the blunder from his existence. He tugged at Nangongsheng's sleeve, shaking it gently as he promptly confessed. Master, I was wrong. You know I lack foresight. Nangongsheng gave a cold smirk, withdrawing his sleeve and turning away, choosing to sip his tea in silence. Song Yujing, with wide, curious eyes, scanned the surroundings. Is there some grand event today? Why are the 12 elders and the sect leader gathered? Before long, 3 resounding chimes echoed through the hall, accompanied by a warm, yet penetrating voice that resonated throughout. The selection of new disciples has concluded. The grand ceremony of the Yujing sect commences now. Shortly after, a group of youths, appearing around 13 or 14, were ushered in by a disciple whose demeanor was both graceful and composed. Approaching the sect leader, he bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Master. I have brought all of this year's new disciples for your discernment." With a flourish of his sleeve, the sect leader conjured a massive crystal orb that materialized in the center of the hall, its transparent surface devoid of any impurities, within which floated wisps of ethereal mist. This is the spirit testing orb. All disciples should line up and place their hands upon it, closing their eyes to attune to its essence. The disciples instinctively formed a line, awaiting their turn for the test. The spirit testing orb? Song Yujing leaned closer to Nangongsheng, his curiosity piqued. He had only encountered such an artifact within the pages of novels, and now it was manifest before him. Master, why wasn't this part of the initiation when I became your disciple? Nangongsheng cast a disdainful glance at him. Are you unaware of your spiritual root attribute? Of course I know, Song Yujing retorted, disregarding Nangongsheng's scorn, his gaze transfixed on the magnificent crystal orb, excitement bubbling within him. It appears so intriguing. I wish to play with it. Nangongsheng raised his teacup, taking a leisurely sip, his voice laced with a calm indifference as he warned, "Continue with your antics, and I shall discipline you." Song Yujing replied, "What? Who is being petulant?" Defeated, he sighed. "I nearly forgot that this individual is the antagonist. Oof, what a pretentious fellow. You may as well drink this tea." Song Yujing cast a furtive glare at his counterpart, yet he found himself powerless, no matter how curious he felt. He could not approach and touch, for the villainous master stood watch nearby. He couldn't possibly ascend to the heavens, but the moment he settled into silence, sleep beckoned him, especially in this serene environment, devoid of the fierce winds that once roamed the mountaintop, making it all too conducive for slumber. Seated quietly, Song Yujing fixed his gaze upon the table before him, his eyes becoming hazy as his head slowly descended until it rested upon the surface, and once it did, he succumbed to sleep. After finishing a cup of tea, Nangongsheng turned only to find his disciple's head resting on the table, sound asleep. Nangongsheng furrowed his brow slightly, grasping the back of his disciple's collar to hoist him up. "If you feel drowsy while sitting, then stand." Alas! Song Yujing was overwhelmed by fatigue, and his eyelids soon drooped heavily. Sensing something amiss, Nangongsheng glanced back only to discover that Song Yujing was leaning against the pillar, completely still with his eyes shut. At that moment, a clamor erupted within the grand hall. A young girl's voice, filled with tears, pierced through the noise, laden with an overwhelming sense of grievance. "Sister Cece, what are you saying? I know your talent may not match mine, which might be a little disheartening, but I did not mean it. How could you push me?" In the depths of his dreams, Song Yujing jolted awake, only to meet the stern gaze of his master. With a voice soft yet resonant like a heavy hammer, Nan Gongsheng remarked. "How can you sleep so soundly? You shall kneel before the master for 2 hours." "Master, please." Song Yujing's voice was laden with a pitiful tone. However, Nan Gongsheng dismissed him entirely, turning to observe the source of the commotion in the hall, ignoring his disciple. With a pout, Song Yujing shifted his gaze toward the center of the grand hall. There, a young boy, looking anxious, shielded a tearful girl behind him, glaring fiercely at another girl before them. "Musisi, you always bully Ruoro. Apologize." Musisi, with a face full of grievance and tears brimming in her eyes, yet exhibiting a hint of defiance, looked at Ling Outyen, who stood behind Muruo. "I did not push her. I will say it one last time. She fell on her own. Oh dear. Is the realm of cultivation so open that at merely 13 or 14, they are already entangled in dramatic romances? System, is this the fated child of this world and his heroine? Indeed, host, you have encountered the pivotal figures of this world, the fated child, the heroine, and an important supporting character, thus activating the side quest. Rescue the heroine, steer clear of the male lead. Shall the host accept this task?" Chapter 4. The antagonistic master punishes me to kneel. Such inhumanity. Without hesitation, Song Yujing replied, "I refuse." It was evidently a troublesome task, and he felt utterly exhausted. He simply wished to lie down. The system paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by the host's swift rejection. He persisted unwaveringly. "Host, the reward for the side quest are substantial. And this female lead possesses a kind heart and exceptional talent." Song Yujing, with an expression of serene composure, interjected, "Respect the destinies of others. Do not entangle yourself in their karma." Good. The system responded with silence. "All right, the host is almost becoming a Buddha to avoid this task. Never mind. It is merely a side quest and does not affect the main storyline. I shall simply administer more eye drops in the future." The farce in the center of the grand hall concluded, with the elderly onlookers finally dispersing after enjoying the spectacle. After all, in the timeless pursuit of immortality, moments of amusement are indeed rare. Soon, this batch of new disciples was assigned their respective places. As expected of the protagonist, the halo of the main character was undeniable. The male lead, endowed with a thunderous spiritual root, entered the sect of the third master, the Chilan Immortal, while the female lead, Musisi, with a water-type spiritual root, became a disciple of the second master, the Base Immortal. As for Muruo, she surprisingly possessed a mutated wind-type spiritual root, directly becoming a disciple under the sect leader. The system served as a narrator. "Host, this female antagonist harbors malicious intentions. She secretly employed a life-swapping technique to exchange her spiritual root with her sisters, including their original fates. The male lead was originally destined to fall in love at first sight with Musisi, typical of a venomous female antagonist. Surely, she won't undergo a transformation later on? In the original storyline, there was none of that. If the host intervenes to a certain extent, the outcome may differ." Song Yujing felt exasperated. He merely wished to be a bystander, to remain uninvolved in the entangled emotions and conflicts surrounding him. As Nan Gongsheng stood to depart, Song Yujing quickly followed suit. With his tall stature and long legs, Nan Gongsheng moved swiftly, almost leaving Song Yujing behind. He hurriedly quickened his pace to keep up. "Master, slow down. I can't keep up." Nan Gongsheng paused momentarily to allow Song Yujing to catch up. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped the collar of his robe and vanished from the spot in an instant. Song Yujing felt a flash before his eyes as the scenery transformed around him. On the peak of Xiun, Nan Gongsheng carelessly dropped Song Yujing onto the ground and pointed to a path made of cobblestones at the entrance. "Kneel there for 2 hours." Upon seeing the uneven surface, Song Yujing's heart raced, and he clutched Nan Gongsheng's sleeve desperately. "No, master. I was wrong. I truly am." Nan Gongsheng flicked his sleeve, his tone icy. "If you recognize your mistake, then kneel properly." As Song Yujing looked up to plead for mercy, Nan Gongsheng had already vanished, leaving only a chilling breeze that brushed against his face. Song Yujing stood bewildered for a moment. Then, with resignation, he shuffled toward the cobblestone path. crouching down and pressing his hand against the ground, feeling as though the sky were about to collapse. He, a good youth nurtured under the red flag of the 21st century, had never committed evil, never engaged in vice, never gambled, nor indulged in drugs. How had he found himself in this predicament? Is sleeping a crime? He is a fierce beast, not a human. Is it not natural for a fierce beast to love sleep? What is so difficult to comprehend about this? He was at his wit's end. The system attempted to console him. Do not fear. It is merely 2 hours. Just endure, and it shall pass. You say it so lightly. 2 hours. 4 hours. You kneel for me. As he pondered, Song Yujing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. With a glint in his eye, he spoke with a tone of flattery. What an impressive system. Do you possess the ability to numb pain? Not at all. Song Yujing deflated, hesitating as he gingerly tested the hardness with his hands, unwilling to press his knees down. Surely, it would hurt terribly, wouldn't it? Just then, a gust of wind swept by, and a leaf, perfectly aligned, landed squarely on Song Yujing's head. Do you require assistance in kneeling down? Startled, Song Yujing dropped to his knees with a thud. It hurts. The momentary pang was overwhelming. It felt as though his knees were no longer his own. A wave of physiological tears surged to his eyes, and as he blinked, they cascaded down his cheeks. He attempted to wipe away the tears, feeling somewhat embarrassed as a grown man wept, yet his body betrayed him, seemingly afflicted with a legendary condition of uncontrollable weeping. Once the tears started, there was no stopping them. From a distance, one could see a slender youth kneeling alone on a bed of pebbles, his shoulders trembling as he stubbornly wiped his tears with his sleeve. Woe is me. How annoying. It's all your fault for embarrassing me so. A chill brushed past him, causing Song Yujing to shudder as someone grasped his chin, tilting his head up. Nangong looked down upon him, his brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his piercing blue eyes, his expression as tranquil as an ancient, frigid pool, cold, profound, and calm. What are you crying about? It hurts. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yujing clung to the man's thigh, bursting into loud sobs. Master, my leg hurts. I truly understand my mistake. Please, have mercy on me this once. He wept in a manner most pitiable, yet remarkably composed. He appeared sorrowful enough to evoke sympathy without his face being smeared with tears and snot. His complexion remained clean, though the tip of his nose was slightly flushed, and the corners of his eyes were tinged with a rosy hue. A solitary tear perched precariously on his long lashes. Nangong's gaze deepened, his tone ambiguous. You feign helplessness and whine while I punish you? Song Yujing blinked, tears cascading down like pearls dislodged from a string, plopping onto Nangong's hand. Master, I did not. Nangong scoffed, his disbelief unclear as he abruptly yanked Song Yujing to his feet. Since you were so delicate, rise. Thank you, master. Having knelt so firmly, rising suddenly caused his knees to feel as if they had been pricked by needles, causing him to buckle slightly, nearly collapsing back down, but fortunately, Nangong caught him just in time. Nangong led the wincing Song Yujing step by step into the inner chamber, halting beside a table before a screen. He released his hold on Song Yujing and leisurely took a seat. A cushion was tossed in front of Song Yujing, as Nangong casually opened a book. Speaking in a detached tone, kneel before me and endure for 4 hours. Song Yujing, is this what one would call humane? The change of location and the addition of a cushion have doubled the punishment. Nangong's gaze was indifferent, tinged with a hint of coldness. What, are you still dissatisfied? Song Yujing suddenly knelt down, his head bowed low, overwhelmed by a sense of humility. The cushion beneath him was soft, akin to kneeling upon a cloud. Yet his knees had already endured considerable torment today, and a dull ache persisted, though it was bearable. To distract himself, Song Yujing began counting the vertical lines on his nails, as the emptiness of his thoughts threatened to lull him into slumber. In the vast stillness of the room, the only sounds that pierced the silence were the rustle of turning pages and a gentle scratching of a pen against paper. Chapter 5. I shall not pursue. I will flee. Come here. Song Yujing quivered as he rose, his mind racing with the fear of having erred once more. Nan Gongsheng tossed the book in his hand towards him, and Song Yujing fumbled to catch it. With a flick of his wrist, Nan Gongsheng turned and strode toward the inner chamber, indifferent as he commanded. In the remaining hours, kneel here and memorize this book. I shall conduct a surprise check later. With the book in hand, Song Yujing knelt once more, a sigh escaping his lips. What a calamity! I had thought the villain had experienced a change of heart. As he opened the book, it appeared to be an introductory manual for a martial art, with difficult points meticulously highlighted and accompanied by detailed annotations. Although he recognized the characters, comprehension eluded him. He attempted to force the material into his mind, yet the complexity rendered his efforts futile. It felt as though the knowledge was blown away by the wind. Repeated readings yielded no retention. Fearful of further punishment, he diligently read and reread, closing his eyes only to find his mind a blank slate. This cannot be right. What is wrong with the system? I have memorized plenty of classical Chinese texts. Why can I not retain this? The system floated beside him, glancing at the contents of the book, and clicked its tongue. Your esteemed master seems quite invested in your education. Just look at these notes. How am I to memorize this? I feel as though I am perishing. Do you understand? Stop sidestepping the issue. With a more serious tone, the system replied, this is an introductory technique particularly suited for your fierce beast constitution. However, rote memorization will not suffice. You must understand it to internalize it. Without comprehension, retention is impossible. Song Yujing rubbed his temples in frustration. But I do not understand classical Chinese either. Yet I can remember it. Persevere, host. The system went offline, leaving Song Yujing to grapple with his thoughts alone. Nan Gongsheng's annotations were thorough, and he endeavored to decipher them. After some time, he had managed to grasp only the first line of the first page of the thick book. As he immersed himself in memorization, a gentle footfall approached, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Nan Gongsheng had changed into a lighter garment and approached Song Yujing with measured steps. How is the memorization coming along? Song Yujing lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. I have managed to memorize a little. Nan Gongsheng cast a quick glance at him, seized the book from his hands, and succinctly commanded, recite. Song Yujing, his forehead slick with sweat, stammered, Hong Hong Meng Ling Ling Chi, gather. What was it again? Oh. In the heart of the matter, the next line follows. Nan Gongsheng could no longer bear to listen, and with a forceful thump, he slammed the book onto the table, the sound echoing with evident anger. Song Yujing hung his head low, his cheeks flushed crimson as if they might bleed. I apologize, master. You instructed me to memorize the entrance technique, and this is the result of several hours of effort. Song Yujing had indeed exerted himself diligently. He had not been lazy. Being scolded in such a manner left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. I just don't understand it. Don't you dare ask? Nan Gongsheng retorted coldly. I am right here. What harm would it cause to inquire? With his head bowed in silence, Song Yujing dared not speak. His master was truly fearsome. A flicker of coldness passed through Nan Gongsheng's eyes as a white jade ruler materialized in his hand. He regarded the young man before him with a chilling tone. Extend your hand. Catching a glimpse of the ruler, Song Yujing's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance, and he clasped his hands tightly behind his back. No, master. Yet. In the next moment, his hands inexplicably shot forward. Crack! Crack! The ruler struck down twice with a fierce authority, and Song Yujing's palms rapidly reddened and swelled visibly. It hurts! The relentless ruler continued its descent, and with his hands immobilized, he could only watch helplessly as each strike brought fresh tears to his eyes. Ignoring the boy's sorrow, Nan Gongsheng delivered 8 more harsh blows before finally ceasing. He placed the ruler down with a resounding thud upon the table, taking a deep breath before saying, return and rest for today. Tomorrow, I shall teach you in detail. The side hall is reserved for you. With that, he turned and departed. Kneeling on the mat, Song Yujing clutched his swollen hands, tears cascading down like an unending sea. Useless. This punishment is for you. Do you not understand your own identity? You are a discarded wretch. Memories flashed chaotically in his mind, his vision blurred and disoriented. The system murmured softly beside him, Hush. Hush, it doesn't hurt. Wiping his tears, Song Yujing rose silently and made his way to the adjacent side hall. He remained mute as he tossed aside the token of greeting bestowed by Nangong Sheng into the wardrobe, then opened the door and walked down the mountain without uttering a word. The system, taken aback, stammered, "Host? What are you planning to do?" "I intend to descend the mountain. I wish to leave the Yujing sect. I want to return to the desolate mountains." The system gasped in shock, its voice nearly faltering. "Ancestor, please let us go back. I beg you. The antagonist will retaliate. Let be. I care not." "Ah, Ancestor. The crucial matter is that the antagonist has sworn a celestial oath with you. You cannot escape. Please return. What will happen if he discovers your departure and punishes you?" With unwavering determination, Song Yujing continued his descent. "I refuse. Consider my plea." "Please?" Focused on his descent, he internally mused, "System, you do not comprehend. Some matters come in twos. If he can strike me once, he can do so countless times. I refuse to remain by his side any longer. I abandon the quest. Whoever wishes to pursue this villain may do so. I shall not serve. I renounce all tasks. If death awaits, so be it. I care not." The system emitted a piercing alarm. "I care. I care. You are the one I nurtured for 2 months with great effort." Song Yujing muttered to himself as he descended the mountain. In the distance, Nangong Sheng stood silently, his brow furrowed in contemplation, struggling to fathom the unfolding situation. As he observed Song Yujing step into a lethal formation, he vanished from sight in the very instant before the trap was fully activated. The system had yet to issue a warning when Song Yujing had already entered the deadly array. The wind blades, sharp as knives, surged toward him, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. In that moment, Song Yujing was enveloped in a cool embrace, the long sleeves of a savior shielding him from harm. The once menacing wind blades transformed into a gentle breeze, merely ruffling a strand of Song Yujing's hair. A soft reprimand, laced with chill, drifted down from above, urging him to return and rest, questioning his reckless wandering. Song Yujing lowered his head, pouting in silence. Nangong Sheng gently bent down, lifting him with ease and proceeding steadily toward the inner hall. He placed Song Yujing on the couch in the side hall, leaning slightly to meet the gaze of his tear-streaked eyes, attempting to soften his tone. "Are you so distressed because your master struck you? Did it hurt?" Song Yujing bit his lip, refraining from speech, yet his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Chapter 6. The villain can also be tender. Nangong Sheng instantly understood his plight. The child was fearful of pain, and it seemed that such extreme methods of education would not suffice moving forward. A flash of blue light appeared in Nangong Sheng's hand as the white jade ruler materialized. Upon seeing the ruler, Song Yujing instinctively recoiled, fearing that Nangong Sheng's ire had returned and he would be struck again before his tears could fall. However, with a flick of his fingers, Nangong Sheng gathered his spiritual energy, causing the white jade ruler to disintegrate into dust, whisked away by a gentle breeze. Song Yujing's tears were abruptly halted, and he timidly raised his gaze to his master, bewildered by the unexpected act. Nangong Sheng grasped his hands and gently applied ointment to the wounded area, his tone calm. "Since you are so afraid of pain, I promise never to lay a hand on you again." "Really?" Nangong Sheng nodded, his eyes conveying a hint of warning. "But you must not run off recklessly again. This mountain is fraught with dangers. If I fail to notice you next time, the consequences would be dire." Feeling a sense of relief, Song Yujing obediently nodded. After applying the ointment, Nangong Sheng placed the entire bottle on the bedside table. "Be here before me at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow." With that, he rose and strode away. As Song Yujing sat on the edge of the bed, watching Nangong Sheng's departing figure, confusion swirled within him. He truly did not punish me. He had thought himself doomed, descending the mountain with a resolve to face certain death. The system sighed in relief, sprawled on the bed like a pancake. "Host, the villain is not devoid of reason. You must communicate with him more. Do not run off at the slightest provocation. It frightens me." "Oomph. What can you do if I scare you?" "Host, I'm ignoring you." The next morning, while Song Yujing was still lost in slumber, the system rapped on his head to rouse him. "Host, wake up. It's already the hour of the rabbit." Song Yujing, in a state of grogginess, carelessly tossed away the small orb of light resting on his head. "What are you shouting about? When have I ever risen before the sun is high?" Suddenly, he sat up in alarm, as if awakening from a near-fatal slumber. He hastily rolled out of bed, grabbed his clothes from the side, and exclaimed in a panic, "What time is it? What time is it? I hope I'm not late." In a flurry, he began to put on his garments, while the small orb of light, having returned from the floor, spoke with a tone full of grievance. "How could it be late? I just called you." Offering a brief consolation by ruffling the orb, Song Yujing dashed out. "I must have misplaced my alarm clock in the chaos." Upon opening the door, he found Nangong Sheng already standing in the courtyard, his back turned, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Song Yujing greeted, "Good morning, master." Nangong Sheng turned to face him, surveying him from head to toe with a cool demeanor. "At your age, how can you not even dress yourself properly? You appear utterly disheveled." Glancing down at his attire, Song Yujing conceded it was indeed a bit chaotic. However, it was a significant improvement from the previous day. As he busied himself with the complex ties of his clothing, a slender, elegant hand reached out to deftly take the straps from him. A voice, crisp and serene, resonated from above, accompanied by a faint, enticing fragrance. "Here, I will show you one last time." Holding his breath, Song Yujing focused intently, his mind swirling with thoughts of how fair his master's hands were, delicate, long, and exquisitely beautiful. In truth, Song Yujing had a penchant for beautiful hands, and he found himself utterly defenseless against them, especially those that possessed both grace and strength, resembling the legendary hands of a comic book character. Determined to avoid further ridicule, he earnestly observed Nangong Sheng's technique. It was not particularly difficult. He simply had never worn such attire before, and yesterday's chaotic thoughts had left him unable to remember. This morning's rush had not afforded him the luxury of careful study. "Have you learned?" Yes. Song Yujing nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking a grain. "I have learned, master." Nangong Sheng produced a small wooden sword and presented it to Song Yujing, inquiring, "Can you wield a sword?" "No." Without a word, Nangong Sheng seemed to have anticipated this, nodding slightly. "Then today, I shall teach you a few fundamental sword techniques." The basic techniques included slashing, chopping, thrusting, flicking, hanging, dotting, and bursting. Nangong Sheng demonstrated the moves, and Song Yujing, observing closely, felt confident as he lifted the sword and swung it. Whoosh! The sword, as if possessing a will of its own, soared away and struck a nearby tree, falling to the ground. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Yujing glanced at Nangong Sheng, who appeared unperturbed. He hurriedly trotted over to retrieve the wooden sword, attempting to act as if nothing had happened. With a sigh, Nangong Sheng approached and grasped his hand, instructing, "Do not use brute force. You must control it, not the other way around." Surrounded by a gentle fragrance, Song Yujing felt a bit uneasy. He stiffened his resolve and swung the sword according to Nangong Sheng's guidance. Fortunately, this time it did not slip from his grasp, allowing him to regain a modicum of dignity. After demonstrating the technique 3 times, Nangong Sheng stepped back and calmly stated, "Today, you shall practice this first move, the slash, and aim to repeat it 500 times. Song Yujing rubbed his ears, striving to discern a different response. "What did you say, master?" Nangong Sheng reiterated, "Let's practice 500 times for now. If you perform well, I will take you down the mountain for some delicious food. If not, you shall practice another 500 times. Song Yujing thought, "Oh my goodness. Does this mean if I perform poorly, I want to be fed?" 500 times. While it may not sound like much, after merely 3 or 4 swings, he was already drenched in sweat. He was but a fragile being, weak and feeble. 500 repetitions would surely exhaust him. But did he dare voice his complaints? Certainly not. Thus, in order to indulge in the promised delicacies, Song Yujing recalled the technique Nangong Sheng had just taught him, swinging his sword repeatedly without allowing himself a moment's respite. Nangong Sheng observed closely, and Song Yujing dared not let a single drop of water escape, fearing Nangong Sheng might utter another casually devastating remark. The entire morning passed in this monotonous practice of swordplay. Song Yujing was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, and his arms felt so heavy that he could barely lift them, weak and wobbly, stumbling as he walked. Nan Gongsheng was quite pleased with Song Yujing's earnest attitude. He gathered a wisp of spiritual energy at his fingertips and swept it towards Song Yujing, instantly refreshing him. His damp clothes became dry again, though his limbs remained weak. With a snap of his fingers, moments later, a plump celestial crane awkwardly fluttered over from the distance, its large frame stirring up a cloud of dust. Nan Gongsheng shielded his face with his sleeve, then flicked it, dispelling the dust in an instant. He approached the crane, gently patting its head while reprimanding it with a hint of displeasure. Have you grown fatter? Have you been stealing the fifth senior brother's spirit fruits again? The crane nuzzled against Nan Gongsheng's hand, emitting a loud call. Nan Gongsheng gazed at it with an impassive expression, delivering his words without mercy. You say you haven't? You shall fast for 3 days upon your return. The crane immediately appeared somewhat dejected, looking quite pitiful. Song Yujing couldn't help but chuckle. The crane was so anthropomorphized that he could see its grievance etched upon its face. Nan Gongsheng cast a sidelong glance at him, warning that the crane held grudges, and if he dared to laugh, he would soon find himself at its mercy. Chapter 7. What breed of crane is this? So petty. As Song Yujing looked up, he indeed caught the crane giving him a glaring look. His curiosity piqued about how this celestial crane would exact its revenge. It wasn't until Nan Gongsheng pulled him onto the crane's back that, in the instant it took off, it shot skyward like a sprouting seedling. Wow. Oh my goodness. Song Yujing was taken by surprise, clutching Nan Gongsheng tightly, his hands gripping with all his might, unwilling to loosen his hold even a bit. A gentle pat on his head made him look up against the howling wind, where he met Nan Gongsheng's steady gaze, his brows slightly furrowed, admonishing, no foul language. Master, save me. The celestial crane, in a fit of playful vengeance, soared upward with a rapid flutter of its wings, then plummeted down with a swift dive, creating a sensation akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride. Song Yujing clung tightly to Nan Gongsheng, too frightened to lift his gaze, his feeble heart racing with trepidation. What kind of crane is this? How petty it is. Someone please warn me, so I can avoid such a creature in the future. Song Yujing nearly sank into Nan Gongsheng's embrace, while Nan Gongsheng, with a hint of exasperation, gently patted the crane beneath them, saying, Ji, do not be upset. He is merely a child. Do not take offense. The celestial crane responded with a resounding call, ceasing its antics and flying at a more moderate pace. Still nestled in Nan Gongsheng's arms, Song Yujing was hesitant to rise, fearing that the crane was merely feigning calm and would jolt him off the moment he settled. Such a petty crane. I shall remember you. Nan Gongsheng observed the still cowering Song Yujing and could not suppress a smile. He softly encouraged, You may rise now. Ji is quite well behaved and will not jostle you again. With a face full of caution and skepticism, Song Yujing gradually sat up, gripping Nan Gongsheng's arm tightly. Nan Gongsheng, however, did not mind these little gestures. Exhausted from an arduous day of practice, Song Yujing felt weak and sore, and the fright from the crane had left him feeling drained. But the thought of soon indulging in delicious food rekindled his spirit. Once the crane ceased its mischief, the experience became delightful, soaring steadily and swiftly while allowing them to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Song Yujing, like a curious child, turned his head excitedly from side to side, exclaiming at every sight, Wow, a mountain shaped like flames, how beautiful! Goodness, is that a tree the size of playground? It must be enchanted. Oh, a bird shaped like a mushroom. What a wondrous sight! Nan Gongsheng watched his inquisitive disciple with a faint sigh, realizing he was still just a child. He led Song Yujing to a grand commercial hall, adorned with opulence, where a resplendent plaque displayed the name Moonstream Pavilion. While the name was undeniably poetic, the character of those who uttered it was far from gentle, their strokes revealing a wild and untamed spirit. With wide eyes filled with curiosity, Song Yujing observed as Nan Gongsheng presented a token to the guard at the entrance of the auction house. Upon seeing the token, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of deep respect, bowing and stepping aside to welcome the illustrious Ling Shengxianjun. Nan Gongsheng retrieved the token and softly instructed Song Yujing to follow him. He then strode confidently ahead, Song Yujing closely shadowed Nan Gongsheng, noting that this commercial hall was evidently quite renowned, bustling with a continuous flow of people dressed in a variety of styles. Most offered nods of respect upon seeing Nan Gongsheng, as it was clear that a strong individual garners reverence wherever they go. Nan Gongsheng appeared well acquainted with the establishment. As they entered, a well-dressed attendant, seemingly waiting for their arrival, approached Nan Gongsheng with a warm and enthusiastic greeting. The Celestial Lord has not graced us with his presence for quite some time. This visit, I assure you, will not disappoint. Please, allow me to escort you to your exclusive private box. Nan Gongsheng nodded silently, following without uttering a word. Song Yujing observed his surroundings. Every inch of this commercial hall exuded opulence. The walls were adorned with gemstones of various sizes and hues, exuding luxury without any hint of vulgarity, instead conveying an air of nobility. With every few steps, a massive luminous pearl embedded in the wall emitted a soft glow. How extravagant to use such precious night pearls as mere lighting. Each of these sizable gems must be worth a fortune. Selling one could sustain him for quite some time. Perhaps. How enviable it would be. What difference would one more wealthy individual make in this world? The entire venue was colossal, and as he followed the attendant through a lengthy corridor, they passed through door after door until they arrived at a formation radiating a faint golden light. The attendant calmly tossed several high-grade spirit stones into the center of the formation, which activated instantly, causing them to vanish from their location. The next moment, they found themselves in the private box. An elevator? How luxurious! The antagonist seemed to possess a distinguished identity, having been taken directly to the top-tier heavenly level box. Inside the box, the floor was covered with a thick plush mat, yielding softly underfoot. The entire space felt as if it had been set up with a mini spirit-gathering array, enveloping them in a warm embrace, especially noticeable for Song Yujing, whose body ached all over. The table was adorned with spirit fruits, and a bell sat nearby, ready to be rung at any moment, allowing for a clear view of the items being auctioned below. A faint halo of light surrounded the outer layer of the box, effectively shielding it from prying eyes, ensuring absolute confidentiality. Nan Gongsheng settled comfortably in his seat, and at his gesture, Song Yujing took a seat opposite him. Nan Gongsheng waved at the attendant, who promptly approached with a respectful demeanor. Nan Gongsheng pointed to Song Yujing, instructing, "Prepare something for him to eat." Song Yujing's eyes brightened. He had thought Nan Gongsheng had forgotten about him. The attendant nodded respectfully. "Please wait a moment, Celestial Lord." He then produced a spirit tablet and etched something upon it. Retreating to the side, awaiting further summons, Song Yujing leaned against the window, gazing below as the auction was about to commence. He could clearly see the densely packed audience on the first floor, some with eager expressions, others with excited glances, clearly anticipating the upcoming auction. Unavoidably, a sense of anticipation welled up within Song Yujing. Perhaps he would encounter many intriguing items. Chapter 8. Accompanying the antagonist master for a meal master. What brings you to the auction? What are you seeking to purchase? He recalled that in the original tale, the male protagonist, Ling Outyin, had begun his journey by acquiring an inconspicuous stone at a low price during an auction, only to discover later that it was a premium fire spirit crystal, enabling his spirit beast to level up twice in one go. A premium fire spirit crystal. He too desired one. The scale of this event seemed quite reminiscent of the descriptions in the original narrative. Moreover, the male protagonist is truly eccentric, standing out as the most unconventional character throughout the narrative, culminating in his desire to bring about the world's destruction, seizing every opportunity that presents itself. Nan Gongsheng remarked nonchalantly, "I brought you along for a meal." Song Yujing responded, "His silence is deafening, isn't it? With such a distinguished identity, attending such a grand auction house merely to indulge in a meal? Who would believe that? Master, please do not jest with me. I am not a child." Nan Gongsheng reclined slightly in his chair, one hand propped under his chin, adopting a tone that suggested he was teasing a child. "What else could it be? I am rather impoverished and can only cobble together a meal here and there. Then Song Yujing hesitated, should eat less in the future? Ah, It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. The esteemed Ling Sheng is busy entertaining a child, he thought. Just then, the heavy curtain of the private room was drawn aside, and a strikingly beautiful man clad in crimson entered, fan in hand, adorned in lavish attire. With exquisite accessories jingling as he walked, keen to ensure everyone was aware of his wealth. Without any regard for the formality of the setting, he strode in and plopped down beside Song Yujing, curiosity evident as he embraced him and thoroughly examined him from head to toe. Song Yujing felt as though he were facing a formidable foe, rendered immobile by the man's grip. Help me, system. There's a pervert. He is touching me. The system seemed equally taken aback by the brazen behavior. I have no means to counter this. Zhao Yueshi, this is my sole direct disciple. Do mind your manners. Zhao Yueshi mischievously pinched Song Yujing's rear before lazily leaning back in his seat, fanning himself as he remarked, "Oh, quite a pert derriere. Delightful to the touch." Nangong Sheng shot him a disapproving glare, clearly displeased. You would toy with a child? Truly despicable. Zhao Yueshi poured himself a glass of wine, casually toasted Nangong Sheng, and downed it in one gulp, half closing his eyes in enjoyment. I shall take that as a compliment. Song Yujing's face flushed crimson upon being released. He hurriedly positioned himself behind his master, watching the audacious man with vigilance. Nangong Sheng gently patted his arm in a comforting gesture, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Yueshi. Unable to comprehend how such a grown man could lack decorum in the presence of a child, Zhao Yueshi lazily regarded him, feigning surprise as he said, "Goodness, you managed to articulate so many words at once." Having endured such unwelcome attention, Song Yujing, feeling wronged, clung to Nangong Sheng's arm and whispered in his ear, "Master, who is this person?" Nangong Sheng fed him a piece of spiritual fruit, grumbling, "This man is the lord of Yueshi workshop. He is notoriously shameless. So do not let him trouble you." The sweetness of the fruit provided some comfort to Song Yujing, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. No matter how handsome the man, he simply could not tolerate such liberties taken with him. "Hey, Ling Sheng, I'm still here lying down. Do not treat me as if I were dead." Nangong Sheng gazed down at the upcoming auction with a calm demeanor. "Have you yet to find what you seek?" Zhao Yueshi sighed, a shadow of gravity crossing her face. "Still no news, but I suppose such items are not easily discovered. Never mind. Let's not dwell on these disheartening matters. Your initiative is quite commendable. You have even managed to recruit the ferocious beasts of the desolate mountain as your apprentices." In response to Zhao Yueshi's teasing, Nangong Sheng maintained his composure as he offered another piece of spirit fruit to Song Yujing. "It is not abduction. They willingly acknowledge me as their master," he corrected in a serene tone. A sense of vigilance surged within Song Yujing, prompting him to frantically call upon the system. "Who is this person? Has he discerned my true identity? Is he a threat?" The system scrutinized the individual before them and replied, "Fear not. He is a lifelong friend of your master, having grown up together since childhood. He means you no harm. He has already discerned your identity when he briefly touched you." Goodness, this individual is somewhat intimidating, although his true self has been effectively concealed by his master. This person was able to ascertain his background with just a couple of touches. Truly remarkable. Is there any mention of his fate in the original text? He, like your master, is a villain, yet he did not perish from heavenly lightning. Instead, he inexplicably succumbed to madness and took his own life. How tragic. Indeed, after his demise, his vast estate fell into the hands of the male protagonist. How infuriating. Why should it be him? Such is the way of fate. The male protagonist is fortunate enough to have acquired the identity token left behind by Zhao Yueshi before her death, allowing him to shamelessly assume the title of the Lord of Yueshi Workshop. In that moment, Song Yujing felt a twinge of envy towards this male protagonist he had only glimpsed from afar, driven purely by disdain for those who benefit from others' misfortunes. Again, he pondered, what difference does one more wealthy individual make in this world? His gaze shifted between the two, realizing he could not afford to offend either. If Zhao Yueshi proved to be a person of good character, he might consider offering him discreet assistance, not for any ulterior motive, but simply to prevent that opportunistic character from profiting. At that moment, a commotion arose from below, followed by the appearance of a graceful woman on the circular stage. Her voice was melodious and resonant as she welcomed everyone to the auction. I hereby declare the auction officially commenced. As Song Yujing savored the spirit beast's leg provided by the attendant, Nan Gongsheng spoke coolly beside him. Bid without hesitation on what you desire. Master, do you possess spirit stones? I do not. Nan Gongsheng pointed at the rather unrefined Zhao Yueshi with an air of righteousness. He does. Zhao Yueshi smiled at Song Yujing. If you can transform into your original form and allow me a touch, I would even gift you the last 2 grand items. Nan Gongsheng tossed the spirit fruit from his plate toward Zhao Yueshi. Enjoy your fruit. Catching the spirit fruit, Zhao Yueshi took a bite and, with a hint of seriousness, waved his hand. I was merely jesting. Feel free to choose whatever you fancy. This lord has an abundance of spirit stones. Song Yujing's eyes brightened as he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, esteemed lord. Chapter 9. Seizing the hero's fortune, Song Yujing was exhilarated as he witnessed such a scene for the first time, perched by the window, gnawing on a spirit beast's leg while observing intently. Below, a woman of exquisite beauty, clad in a vibrant deep red robe, spoke in a gentle yet resonant voice that permeated every corner, welcoming all esteemed guests to this auction. I am Yaya, here to preside over today's event. The rules remain unchanged. The highest bidder prevails. Those lacking spirit stones may offer equivalent spirit materials, elixirs, or artifacts as collateral, subject to evaluation by the Moonstream Merchant Association's appraisers. Those who engage in malicious bidding shall have their cultivation abolished and shall never again set foot in the Moonstream Merchant Association. As her words fell, an invisible pressure was subtly released, indicative of a powerful nascent soul cultivator, causing a shiver of trepidation among those harboring ill intentions. Without further ado, let's unveil the first item for bidding. In the center of the formation beside Ya, a luminous sphere materialized, revealing an oddly shaped crimson flower within. This mid-grade spiritual flower, known as the Crimson Velvet Blossom, contained pure fire attribute spiritual energy, boasting numerous beneficial properties. The starting bid was set at 500 low-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 50. 505, 600, 750. The auction hall erupted with fervent bids. Song Yujing's nose twitched as he seemingly caught a whiff of something delectable. The flower emitted a delightful fragrance that made him yearn to consume it. Master, that flower smells so fragrant. Before Nan Gongsheng could respond, Zhao Yueshi grasped the bell on the table and tugged vigorously several times. Little Jiang, if you like it, just bid. It's merely a flower, hardly worth much. If you enjoy it, I'll have someone fill a sack for you. In the heavenly tier auction box, each chime of the little bell doubled the original price. And Zhao Yueshi, the wealthy patron, pulled the bell several times, causing the price to escalate dramatically. Song Yujing was astonished by his extravagant display, his lips flapping in gratitude. Thank you so much. Soon, the Crimson Velvet Blossom was presented before him. He held the flower in his palm, scrutinizing it before devouring it in one swift motion. Only after swallowing did he recall to inquire, Master, is it safe to eat this directly? If you were human, you would have been overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. Nan Gongsheng teased him deliberately, observing the panic that flickered across his face before adding, but you are merely a little fierce beast. One flower is merely sufficient for a taste. Song Yujing exhaled in relief and picked up a spirit fruit from the plate on the table. After carefully peeling it, he offered it to his master. Master, try this, it's sweet. Nan Gongsheng accepted it, savoring his food at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Zhao Yueshi watched with a furrowed brow, and before he could speak, Song Yujing handed him another already peeled fruit. Master Zhao, you should have a taste too. Zhao Yueshi was pleased and reclined back comfortably. The proceedings below unfolded rapidly, with several treasures auctioned off in succession, including the much-coveted youth-preserving elixir favored by the female cultivators of the Huan sect, a piece of refined gold to amplify artifact potency, and a breaking infant pill, which significantly enhanced the chances of advancing to the nascent soul stage. As these items were of no immediate use to Song Yujing, he merely enjoyed the spectacle. Song Yujing had been silently observing, and he discovered that the male protagonist indeed appeared at this auction venue. The individual, originally from a prominent cultivation family, naturally commanded a distinguished identity. It was not surprising to see him at such a grand auction shortly after his initiation. In the original narrative, it was described how the male protagonist obtained a piece of top-grade refined gold, laying a solid foundation for the transformation of his future life-bound artifact into a divine instrument. Coincidentally, this piece of refined gold surfaced at the auction and was acquired by the head of the Ling family from Nancheng, which was indeed the family of the male protagonist, Ling Outyin. A sly grin crept on his Song Yijing's face as he thought, "Just wait, male protagonist. I am coming to seize your fortune." Song Yijing continued to observe intently until a rather unremarkable stone appeared within the crystal ball, instantly piquing his interest. The auctioneer's introduction confirmed his inner speculations. This item had an unknown origin, yet it was indestructible, resistant even to the true fire of the nascent soul, starting at a bidding price of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, the sound of bidding echoed from the box of the Nancheng Ling family. As Song Yijing gazed at the object, an overwhelming desire surged within him. He longed to consume it. Zhao Yueshi noticed Song Yijing secretly drooling and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Really? You fierce beast eat anything, huh? This is just an ordinary stone." She regarded it as ugly and hard, merely a filler for the auction. Song Yijing turned to her earnestly and replied, "I find that object incredibly fragrant, even more so than the previous red velvet flower. It looks delicious." Zhao Yueshi waved her hand decisively, bid. Song Yijing quickly rang the bell, and to his surprise, the male protagonist did not pursue him relentlessly. However, Song Yijing had no time to ponder these matters as he looked at the stone being delivered, nearly unable to contain his saliva. Nan Gongsheng pinched Song Yijing's face and took the stone from his hands, saying, "Not everything is for eating. Let me see what this is." Song Yijing's gaze followed Nan Gongsheng's movements as he examined the stone in his hands. With a flick of his fingertips' spiritual energy, the hard exterior of the stone shattered, revealing the fiery essence of a fire spirit crystal within. "Ah, so it is a fire spirit crystal. This item holds some value. I thought it was just an ugly rock and dismissed it." Zhao Yueshi casually returned her attention, fanning herself. Nan Gongsheng observed Song Yijing, who, despite his evident desire, was pitifully crouched beside him, gazing longingly at the object in his hand, his large eyes blinking innocently. Nan Gongsheng brought the fire spirit crystal to Song Yijing's lips, and without hesitation, Song Yijing opened his mouth and swallowed a whole. Saliva dripped onto Nan Gongsheng's hand, leaving him speechless as he wiped it off Song Yijing's face. Song Yijing blinked and began to chew, the sound echoing in the air. Nan Gongsheng winced at the sight, exclaiming, "Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" Song Yijing proudly bared his teeth, declaring, "I am a fierce beast. My teeth are razor sharp. This fire spirit crystal is as soft as tofu in my mouth." "You seem rather pleased with yourself," Nan Gongsheng remarked. Indeed, Song Yijing, having just savored something delectable, felt elated, radiating a joyful aura, though a slight dizziness began to cloud his mind. With a sudden thud, Song Yijing transformed back into his original form and promptly fell asleep. Nan Gongsheng pressed his palm against Song Yijing's forehead, channeling his spiritual energy to investigate further. He soon discovered that it was merely the overwhelming energy emanating from the fire spirit crystal that necessitated a period of dormancy for absorption. A slight sigh of relief escaped his lips. Zhao gazed at the fluffy little black creature, an irresistible itch in his palms as he rubbed them together. "Let me give it a gentle rub. You know how much I adore all things soft and fuzzy." Nan Gongsheng tucked the small black ball into his embrace, swatting away Zhou Yuexi's reaching hand with a swift motion, shielding the creature with the fabric of his sleeve. "No, it's mine," he declared. "It's not like it's a wife." Zhou Yuexi retorted, reclining back once more. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with mischief as he turned his head. "Alas, you've been single for millennia. Do you not harbor any thoughts?" "Zhou Yuexi, I feel my sword has grown somewhat dull of late. Perhaps we could find an opportunity to practice? Chapter 10. The master of the forge is a fox spirit. Zhao Yuexi fell silent. Oh no, I am your dearest little CC. Nan Gongsheng maintained his impassive demeanor. Zhao Yuexi sighed, his tone growing serious. All right, enough of the games. On a more serious note, are you truly planning to raise this fierce beast? What other option do I have? Nan Gongsheng replied, gently caressing the soft fur beneath his hand and unconsciously stroking the delicate little ears. His expression softened as he continued. When I ascended the desolate mountain, I sensed no aura of sin from him. Thus he is not as malicious as the rumors suggest. Over the past few days, I have found him to be innocent at heart, lively and playful. It seems the gossip is unfounded. Zhao Yuexi scrutinized the little black cub, his brow furrowed, still feeling something amiss. When that world-destroying beast was imprisoned in the desolate mountain a millennium ago, it had already reached the tribulation phase. How could it regress to the state of a mere cub? Did you have a hand in this? Nan Gongsheng paused momentarily, a serious expression crossing his face as he reflected on his experiences at the desolate mountain. He chose his words with care. I did not. I observed that much of the desolate mountain was barren, as if it had recently undergone a heavenly tribulation. The severity was extraordinary. It seems this beast was unwilling to remain eternally confined and sought an alternate route to undergo its tribulation, only to be struck by lightning and revert to a juvenile state. Yet you still choose to keep it by your side? Nan Gongsheng furrowed his brow, interrupting Zhao Yuexi's unfinished thoughts. There may have been misunderstandings in the past, but I have seen no evidence of sin within him, indicating he has not taken a life. He is yet to err. I will watch over him closely and guide him towards a righteous path. Zhao Yuexi regarded him intently for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh, reclining back once more. Very well, very well. You are as stubborn as ever. Once you make a decision, no one can sway you. Observing Zhao Yuexi's despondent demeanor, Nan Gongsheng condensed a strand of sword energy and a fragment of his consciousness into a jade pendant, offering it to him. I have sensed signs of inner demons brewing within you of late. This pendant contains a trace of my sword energy and consciousness. It may aid you in critical moments. Zhao Yuexi took the item, casting an envious glance at Nan Gongsheng, and expressed her heartfelt longing, wishing she could be as indifferent as him, unperturbed by the mundane affections that ensnared her. Unlike him, she lamented, once she stepped into the mire of worldly desires. She found it impossible to extricate herself. The ocean of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Alas, such words are easy to utter. Yet the reality is far more daunting. If only you were to experience it yourself, you would understand. Zhao Yuexi reclined lazily. Behind her, 9 fluffy tails emerged, swaying gently in the air, yet she seemed oblivious to their presence. Nan Gongsheng frowned, concern etched across his face, nearly overflowing. Have you lost control of your demonic form? Zhao Yuexi embraced one of her tails, giving it a casual flick before sighing. That's why I've been increasingly hesitant to venture outside these years. I can only rely on your visits every few days. After that incident years ago, I was gravely weakened, and the situation has only worsened over the years. Nan Gongsheng clenched his fists tightly, his voice hoarse and dry. If it comes to it, Zhao Yuexi gazed earnestly at him, her crimson eyes filled with determination. No, but there are no buts. Nan Gongsheng, you must recognize your own significance. Moreover, my situation is not yet beyond redemption, is it? Very well. 3 days later, Song Yijing awoke, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement. He marveled at his now even fairer hands, a wave of indescribable exhilaration enveloping him, and he felt invigorated. Ecstatically, he circled around Nan Gongsheng. Master, look at me. Have I grown a tad taller? Indeed, a slight increase in height. In reality, there was none. Then, Master, am I not more handsome than before? Well, you were handsome before as well. Nan Gongsheng regarded the exuberant Song Yijing with a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. Seeing you so lively, I'll add 500 more today. Song Yijing. The once lively figure instantly wilted. Master, what about the supplements? He pleaded, resembling Kong. Nan Gongsheng smiled gently. Let us head back. Oh, with his head drooping. Song Yijiang followed closely behind Nan Gongsheng. As they passed Zhao Yueshi, he managed to muster a smile. Goodbye, Miss Zhao. I'm going to play again next time. Next time, let me touch a bit more. I'll give you the key to the treasure trove. Song Yijiang swiftly darted to Nan Gongsheng's side, clinging to his arm before turning back with a polite smile. Farewell. Nan Gongsheng felt the weight of his arm, looking down into a pair of sparkling eyes. The other party blushing shyly. Master, I'm hungry again. I'll take you to eat. What shall we eat? Food. Oh. Nan Gongsheng led Song Yijiang to a tavern, waving his hand to order a table full of dishes. Before diving into the feast, Song Yijiang could not resist asking the crucial question. Master, do we have spirit stones? Do not worry, this tavern is owned by Zhao Yueshi. Eat with peace of mind. Instantly reassured, Song Yijiang devoted himself wholeheartedly to the meal. Nan Gongsheng had not consumed anything for many years and currently lacked an appetite. He merely sat to the side, observing Song Yujing eat with a gentle gaze. Noticing the other's cheeks puffing up adorably with every bite, his heart softened, and he occasionally picked up a few vegetables to share. Is this the joy of nurturing a child? He suddenly felt an inkling of understanding. Do not only eat meat, include some vegetables as well. Thank you, master. Song Yujing was immensely satisfied with the meal, and before leaving, he took the liberty of packing up a whole table's worth of food, placing it into his storage bag for future consumption whenever hunger struck. Chapter 11. The villainous master holds me. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Yujing was nearly exhausted, his hands trembling to the point where he could hardly lift his sword. His legs felt as weak as strands of noodles, and he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog drained of energy. Master, I can't go on. I truly cannot. Nan Gongsheng frowned at him. It has only been 1,000 times. It appears I've been too lenient with you. Song Yujing gasped in shock, his weary eyes finally closing. Alas, true disappointment does not arise from loud protests. Master, I am but a cub now. He attempted to appeal to his conscience. Nan Gongsheng responded with righteous fervor. Precisely because you are merely a cub, you must lay a solid foundation. You are at a critical stage of growth. Your training must be approached with utmost diligence every day. Here it comes, Song Yujing thought, feeling a wave of despair wash over him as he envisioned the stern principal from his high school days. Internally lamenting, he cried out, "Oh fate, why do you torment me so? Because you are so easy to tease." The system's suppressed laughter echoed in Song Yujing's already fragile heart, bursting forth like a submerged bomb exploding in boiling water. Damn it, I'm done with this task. Find another host. Quitting. The system quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. Oh dear, how could you say such a thing? I would never take pleasure in your misfortune. You know how much I care for you. Oof, I shall ignore you. Nan Gongsheng observed the young boy, drenched in sweat and silent on the ground, his small frame appearing both stubborn and pitiable, akin to a sorrowful little mushroom. With a slight sigh, Nan Gongsheng thought, he is still just a child. There is no need to rush. He approached and lifted the boy into his arms, walking steadily towards the back mountain, his tone imbued with a comforting essence. We shall pause here for today. We can practice again tomorrow. In the midst of his quarrel with the system, Song Yujing was suddenly lifted off the ground, instinctively wrapping his arms around Nan Gongsheng's neck. The unexpected closeness caused his heart to skip a beat, and inhaling the cool fragrance of his master, he felt his cheeks warm slightly, attributing this peculiar sensation to exhaustion from the prolonged training. Master, why are you holding me again? Song Yujing's voice was soft and slightly hoarse from exertion, lacking any trace of aggression. Nan Gongsheng tightened his grip around him, a hint of unease flickering across his face. You have exhausted yourself today. There's a warm spring at the back mountain that can help you recover quickly, and Nan Gongsheng lowered his gaze, fixating on the pair of glistening, innocent eyes before him, his brow furrowing slightly as his tone grew more pronounced. Stop being so spoiled. Song Yujing, taken aback, protested. I'm not. This is so unfair. The system, reveling in the unfolding drama, chimed in. Your voice is too soft. I must inquire, why do you, a grown man, speak in such a high-pitched manner?" Song Yujing exclaimed. An elderly man on the subway was engrossed in his phone. "That's not true. I'm not speaking in a high voice. I'm just exhausted and lack strength. I'm a pure heterosexual. Don't slander me." "All right, right. I truly am. I'm a straight man." The system smirked, as if it had seen through everything. "An explanation is merely a disguise. Enough was enough." Song Yujing was weary of explaining himself to this unhuman entity that clearly lacked an understanding of human emotions. Nangong Sheng carried Song Yujing to a secluded hot spring hidden by an array of enchantments on the back mountain. The spring, modest in size, exuded a milky aura. Surrounded by rocks, enveloped in tranquility save for the gentle sound of water. He did not submerge Song Yujing directly. Instead, he sat by the pool, testing the water temperature with his hand. Once satisfied, he allowed Song Yujing to rest against him, gently submerging his swollen calves into the warm waters. After intense heat and fatigue, one should avoid plunging directly into hot springs. Song Yujing felt a soothing warmth gradually enveloping his feet, akin to spring rain nourishing parched earth, alleviating the excruciating soreness and fatigue he had endured. "Ah, this feels wonderful." Nangong Sheng affectionately ruffled Song Yujing's hair, imparting careful instructions. "The water in this spiritual spring is imbued with healing properties. It is remarkably effective for both injuries and fatigue. This small spring shall be yours in the future. But remember to test the water temperature first. Do not rush in. Ease your feet into the water slowly, then gradually immerse yourself. Immersing a fatigued body too quickly can be quite uncomfortable." With a delightful smile, Song Yujing nodded obediently. "Understood, Master. I noted everything. And do not stay in for more than half an hour." "Yes, yes. You can rest assured, Master. You know I am the most obedient." Nangongsheng nodded and turned to depart. As soon as Song Yujing saw him leave, he let loose, shedding his clothing and diving into the water like a fish, joyfully swimming about. "Ah, it feels so good. I haven't played in the water for ages. I've missed it so much." Being a child of the South, he had grown up by the water, always relishing in aquatic play. System. This water is truly miraculous. After swimming a lap, all my fatigue has vanished. Moreover, I feel my spiritual energy circulating more swiftly. The system elucidated. Beneath this spiritual spring lies an immense spirit-gathering array. Every drop of water contains spiritual energy. If your master were ever to strike you again, you could come here to soak for a single incense stick's duration, and all your injuries would vanish. Song Yujing instinctively retorted, "My master promised he wouldn't lay a hand on me again. I was merely using an example. Even examples are unacceptable. That example is too frightening." The system, with a tone of resignation, shifted its words. All right, should you ever be mischievous and accidentally injure yourself, a soak in this pool will quickly remedy it." Song Yujing lay back upon the surface of the hot spring water, a blissful expression gracing his face. "Then I shall come here every day." After frolicking in the water for quite some time, he finally donned his clothes and stepped ashore, only to be met by Nangong Sheng, who was approaching with a slight frown, having thought that he had fallen asleep after such a lengthy period. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Yujing chuckled. "The hot spring is simply too comfortable." Seizing the moment, he lunged into Nangong Sheng's embrace, wrapping his arms around his waist and playfully whining, "Master, since you're here, why not carry me back?" "Ugh, such a dense man. No charm whatsoever. Get lost." Nangong Sheng's forehead twitched slightly, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. "Do I not have legs to walk? You're spoiled." He then bent down, scooping Song Yujing into his arms and turning to head towards the inner hall. Song Yujing beamed innocently. "Admit it, Master. You are simply too soft-hearted." "Oomph. I have you all figured out." Chapter 12. Who understands? I have been pestered by this fluffy creature. Nangong Sheng placed Song Yujing back on the couch, stating, "Tomorrow, I have some matters to attend to and will need to step out. Coincidentally, there will be a lively discussion conference held at the foot of the mountain. Once a month. If you wish to go, ask AG to take you along for some fun." A hint of concern flickered across Song Yujing's face as he grasped Nangong Sheng's sleeve. "Master, will you be in danger?" He recalled from the original narrative that, as the villain, Nan Gongsheng was never favored by the heavens and often met with misfortune, always returning from outings either injured or on the brink of injury. Nan Gongsheng gently patted Song Yujian's hand. "Do not worry. There will be no danger, merely a small inconvenience that needs addressing." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, and with a flick of his fingers, a vivid azure energy coalesced into a lively water blue butterfly. He presented this butterfly to Song Yujian, explaining, "This is a message spirit butterfly. Should you encounter any situation you cannot resolve, send a message to me at any time." Observing the ethereal butterfly dancing at his fingertips, Song Yujian inquired softly, "If I call for you, will it disturb you while you're dealing with matters?" "Yes." Nan Gongsheng fixed his gaze on the splendid butterfly, pausing for a moment before affirming, "But you are of utmost importance. Remember, if you cannot handle something, inform me immediately." "Understood." Song Yujian tucked the butterfly away, a compliant smile gracing his features. "I will heed your words." The following day, upon opening his door, Song Yujian was greeted by Yujing, who was casting him a sidelong glance from the courtyard. "Oh, this plump crane holds a grudge," recalling that Master had mentioned Yujing's fondness for sweet fruits. Song Yujian produced 2 sweet fruits from his storage bag, tossing them playfully in his hands. "Oh dear, whose little fairy crane is this? I wonder if it will like such delectable spirit fruits?" The moment Yujing spotted the fruits, its eyes widened in excitement. It flapped its wings eagerly, approaching with an air of urgency, drool dripping from its beak. Song Yujian found the sight amusing and decided not to tease it further. He lifted his hand and offered the 2 spirit fruits to Yujing's beak. "Here you go, Yujing. I brought these just for you." Yujing swallowed the 2 spirit fruits in one gulp, and when she turned her gaze back to Song Yujian, the unfriendly glint in her eyes had diminished considerably. Song Yujian then produced 3 or 4 more spirit fruits, all of which he offered to Yujing, with the adage that one who receives favors ought to be grateful. Yujing displayed a charming expression, nuzzling affectionately against Song Yujian's hand. Amused, he reached out to stroke her large head. "Good Yujing, you are the most exquisite little crane in the world." With a jubilant cry, Yujing lifted her head high, clearly relishing the praise and wholeheartedly agreeing. "From now on, I shall share half of my spirit fruits with you." The look in Yujing's eyes was as if she had encountered long-lost parents, her delight so palpable that every feather seemed to shimmer with joy. Thus, a truce was established between man and crane. With Yujing's cooperation, Song Yujian effortlessly climbed onto her back, gesturing towards the mountains below. "Let's embark on our journey, Yujing." With a powerful flap of her wings, she shot down like an arrow. This time, however, she refrained from any mischief. Though swift, her flight was steady, and she thoughtfully enveloped Song Yujian in a protective barrier against the wind. Song Yujian, filled with emotion, touched the transparent shield before him, unable to suppress his musings. Indeed, the significance of human relationships was once again manifest. Even a crane could appreciate such kindness. Just look at the difference in treatment. He felt like an emperor in that moment. Not long after ascending, they reached the bustling base of the mountain, where a lively throng of people mingled. The identity token hanging from his waist proclaimed his status. Whispers of curiosity floated through the crowd. "Have you heard that the esteemed Ling Shangxianjun has taken on a personal disciple? I never expected to see the real person today. I thought Ling Shangxianjun would never take on disciples again after that incident years ago." A female cultivator nudged her companion, speaking in a hushed tone. "Shh, keep your voice down. Isn't this supposed to be kept under wraps? Shh, don't say another word." Song Yujian was intrigued by the lively scene below. Although he found the discussions of the crowd somewhat captivating, the sights further afield beckoned him more strongly. He patted Yujing, encouraging her to play, while he wandered closer to the source of the commotion. He had never anticipated that the base of the mountain would be as bustling as a marketplace in a mortal realm, with disciples from various sects converging, engaged in myriad activities. Not far off, a sword cultivator lounged beneath the shade of a tree, squinting with his sword in hand, a blade of grass held between his teeth. Notably, a piece of cloth lay before him, upon which a heap of fluffy spirit beast cubs were displayed. surrounded by a throng of female cultivators who gazed at the adorable creatures with starry eyes but did not approach. Song Yujing, quickening his pace, crouched before the sword cultivator. "Excuse me, esteemed brother, are these spirit beasts merely for display?" Yujing opened his squinted eyes slightly, sizing up Song Yujing before snorting with laughter upon catching sight of his identity token. "They're for sale." With a yearning to touch the fluffy creatures, Song Yujing asked. "Might bit them?" Yujing replied without emotion. "Spirit beasts are delicate. If you touch them, you must buy one." Song Yujing felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the price of such a trivial item, pondering why those around dared only to gaze but not to touch. "Just name a price, so I can resign myself to my fate." Yujing's lips curled, uttering a statement that could drive one to despair. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Song Yujing was taken aback. He stealthily glanced at the 10 low-grade spirit stones remaining in his storage pouch, tears of poverty welling in his eyes. As he gazed at the array of colorful, fluffy creatures before him, his heart ached profoundly. Having ventured into the world of cultivation, he found himself unable to even touch a single furry creature. How infuriating! Tentatively, he placed his hand above the most exquisite little cat, as if to caress it from afar. Meeting Yujing's teasing gaze, he awkwardly chuckled. "What are you staring at? I didn't even touch it." However, the moment those words left his lips, he felt a gentle pressure beneath his hand. Lowering his gaze, he discovered the beautiful little cat affectionately rubbing its head against his palm. "No way. Such a charming little cat is playing tricks on me?" He raised his eyes to meet Yujing's mischievous gaze, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. "Ah, system. I've been ensnared by capital." The system, reveling in the chaos, chimed in. "Stay calm. I know you're flustered, but don't panic just yet." Swiftly retracting his hand, he stammered that, it approached me on its own. I didn't actually touch it. Just then, the little cat leaped into his embrace, mewing and nuzzling against him with an alarming familiarity. Song Yujing froze in place, realizing why the female cultivators dared only to observe from afar. These spirit beasts were quite the manipulators. "It's not my fault. Brother, you saw it. I didn't touch it. It jumped over on its own. I can't be blamed for this." Yujing wore a benevolent smile, as if he had finally found a worthy target. "No worries. The price is 4,999 mid-grade spirit stones. Heavens, selling me wouldn't even cover that amount." Yujing appeared to see right through his impoverished soul and added, "Bartering is also an option." The little cat in his hands was irresistibly soft and adorable, relentlessly assaulting the fragile walls of his heart. Ultimately, with a pained expression, he rummaged through his storage bag and unearthed a 5th-grade antidote pill, aptly named the detox pill, capable of neutralizing most toxins. However, this pill, if sold at an auction, could fetch no less than 80,000 mid-grade spirit stones, one of the gifts bestowed upon him by several elders when he first entered the sect. Alas, Yujing, observing the pained look on Song Yujing's face as he clutched the pill bottle, couldn't he help but chuckle. "What kind of pill is so precious? Do tell." With a smile more sorrowful than tears, Song Yujing replied, "A 5th-grade superior detox pill." Yujing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a rare treasure indeed, for such a high-grade antidote was priceless. He had been preparing to enter a treacherous realm shrouded in toxins, and this pill had arrived just in time. Yujing glanced around decisively, lifting a small, dark spirit beast before Song Yujing. "As your senior brother, I would never allow you to suffer. How about I gift you another one?" "Deal." Song Yujing immediately accepted the little spirit beast, tossing a vial of elixir in return. Yujing deftly caught it, opened the bottle, and took a whiff, satisfaction evident on his face. "Little junior brother, remember to seek me out for such splendid business next time." Chapter 13. I shall no longer honor this fate. Cradling 2 fluffy creatures, Song Yujing felt a deep sense of contentment. Since childhood, he had been estranged from familial bonds and often met with disdain. Only small animals seemed drawn to him, which fostered his affection for these charming furballs. Following Nangong Sheng's mention of the Dao discussion conference, Song Yujing merged into the crowd and found a small step at the back to sit upon. Above, clouds swirled gracefully, and a celestial crane passed by with a sprig of auspicious herb, leaving behind a fleeting sound. Elder 8, the Qingtong celestial monarch, donned a flowing gown of azure, seated elegantly before a white jade sheen. She emanated no oppressive aura, her presence serene and gentle, akin to a clear spring in the mountains, imbued with 3 parts compassion and 7 parts transcendence. Today marked her public teaching day at the Tao discussion platform. At this moment, the platform was already filled with disciples from various peaks, ranging from a newly initiated intersect novices to the steady core disciples, all holding their breath, their gazes fixated upon the figure at the center of the cloud platform. Yujing, with his 2 fluffy companions, watched the stage intently. Since his master had summoned him, there must be a reason. He could observe for a while and slip away when he found it uninteresting. The Qingtong celestial monarch bestowed a gentle smile upon the disciples. Her delicate fingers, as slender as jade, lightly touched the ancient sheen before her. With a clear and ethereal sound, a note resonated, akin to a drop of dew falling into a lake of the heart, sending ripples cascading outward. In an instant, the entire Tao discussion platform seemed enveloped by an invisible realm of sound, the clamor dissipating, leaving only the celestial music. Initially, the Qin's melody flowed like a thawing spring, vibrant and lively, entering the ears and hearts of every disciple. They felt their spiritual realms clear, and the obstructions they had faced in their training began to loosen with the rhythm, their spiritual energy moving effortlessly in harmony with the melody, more fluid than during their solitary practices. Yujing observed the rapture on his fellow disciples' faces with curiosity, puzzled as to why he found it merely pleasing, devoid of any deeper sensation. As the piece concluded, the lingering echoes filled the air, and for a long while, silence reigned as everyone immersed themselves in the profound state of the Tao, savoring the experience. The Qingtong celestial monarch gently pressed the strings to cease the residual sound, her gaze warm as it swept across the entranced disciples. What is the Tao? The paths of the world are countless. Music is but one avenue of the Tao. Today, as we discuss it, should you have any inquiries, feel free to express them. A disciple clad in green, surrounded by flickering flames, stood up first, his demeanor impatient. After bowing respectfully, he inquired, "Disciple practices fire-based techniques, primarily wielding the sheng, which can summon the phantoms of ancient phoenixes in battle. However, I often feel an overwhelming surge of spiritual power that is difficult to control. May I ask, Celestial Monarch, what is the explanation?" The Celestial Lord Qingwan smiled gently, her fingertips lightly plucking the strings of the zither. A warm melody flowed forth, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the icy surface, inviting one to quiet the mind and embrace the sound. The disciple, following her counsel, closed his eyes, and moments later, a look of realization dawned upon his face. Was the Lord suggesting that his pursuit of power was misguided, and that he ought to embody the vitality inherent in the music, rather than merely striving for intensity? Excellent. Qingwan nodded in approval, remarking that rigidity cannot endure, nor can softness be upheld. It is the harmonious interplay of yin and yang that paves the path to longevity. Another female disciple rose, her demeanor serene, yet tinged with concern. Of late, I have found my mind restless, beset by distracting thoughts, as if signs of inner demons were stirring within me. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. The Celestial Lord did not respond directly, but her hands graced the zither once more, emanating a melody as cool as moonlight and as clear as autumn waters, seemingly capable of cleansing the soul. Within this music, the furrowed brow of the female disciple gradually softened, her inner turmoil evidently alleviated. Qingwan spoke softly, "If your heart is as pure as ice, the heavens may fall without causing alarm. Demons arise from the heart, and they too can be extinguished by it. This piece is titled Cleansing Dust, a gift for you. Whenever your emotions grow tumultuous, silently recite its melody in your heart." Thank you, Celestial Lord, for your guidance. The female disciple bowed deeply, her worries dissipating, replaced by profound gratitude. Yujing, initially on the verge of slumber, glanced down to find his two little companions already asleep in his embrace. Realizing it was inappropriate to doze off beneath the discourse of the sages, he quietly rose and sought a more suitable place to rest, as any proper beast should. Fortunately, amidst the throng of disciples, he blended seamlessly into the background. Navigating through the dense bamboo grove, Yujing discovered a vast stone platform, generously concealed by towering grass. A serendipitous find indeed. His eyes gleamed as he reclined upon it. What a perfect spot for a nap. The coolness of the stone was to his liking, and he relished the sensation of drifting off to sleep. As he absent-mindedly stroked the fur of his two little spirit beasts, he murmured, "You two know how precious you are, right? I spent a great deal of money to acquire you, so you must behave." The two little creatures, comforted by his touch, nuzzled his hand affectionately, and in that moment his heart melted. Embracing them, he succumbed to a blissful slumber. However, it was not long before he was roused by a cacophony of voices. Irritated, he rubbed his hair and heard a haughty, female voice nearby. "Mukshikshi, how long do you intend to cling to Brother Outyin? He does not like you, so cease your futile hopes." The crowd echoed in agreement. "Exactly. You have no shame. Do you think being the disciple of the Grand Elder grants you the right to act with impunity? Our Muruo is the personal disciple of the sect master." Yujing turned over, wishing to ignore them, while covering the ears of his young companions. They were still innocent, unfit to hear such vulgarity. Mu Sisi found herself cornered, clutching a few books recently bestowed by her master. With a puzzled expression, she addressed the girl who had spoken little. "Guiyuer, I believe I have not wronged you. Moreover, my feelings for Ling Outyin have nothing to do with you." Guiyuer snorted dismissively. "Muruo is my dear friend. From a young age, you harbored malicious intentions, tormenting and humiliating her for over a decade. Naturally, I must seek justice on her behalf." Mu Sisi recalled the biased parents who had subjected her to countless beatings and had robbed her of innumerable possessions throughout her life. She could not help but laugh in anger, exclaiming, "How can you believe everything you hear? How foolish you are!" Guiyuer approached and delivered a sharp slap, knocking Mu Sisi to the ground. "You vile creature, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of the 6th elder, Lord Lu Shu." As Mu Sisi lay on the ground, covering her face, she looked defiantly at the person before her. "And what of being the daughter of a celestial lord? To raise someone like you is indeed a misfortune for your family." Guiyuer, incensed, breathed heavily, while a nearby lackey quickly tried to console her. "Sister, do not be upset. Leave this to us. We shall teach her a lesson." He grinned lewdly, prompting Guiyuer to have a sinister thought. With a cold scoff directed at the fallen Mu Sisi, she turned and strode away. As Guiyuer departed, the lackeys, like hungry wolves, turned their predatory gazes upon Mu Sisi. "You have crossed the wrong person, ha ha ha." Realizing the situation, Mu Sisi instinctively recoiled in fear. "Stay back. My master will not let you off. Do not approach." On the other side, Yujing covered his ears, fervently advising himself. "Yujing, do not meddle. Do not interfere. This is her fate as the protagonist of a tragic tale. Do not involve yourself. Hasn't the price of saving someone last time been sufficient? Do you wish to meddle again? Rest assured, little vixen, though you may be foolish, you are undeniably beautiful. I shall cherish you well. Do not come near. Respect the destinies of others. Do not entangle yourself in their karma. I beg you, respect the destinies of others." With many disciples of Lord Bai present, the death of one today would be of no consequence. Respect? To hell with that. Chapter 14. What is the ruckus? I too have been shackled, under the bright sun. In broad daylight, this group of scoundrels brazenly bullies a girl. A gentleman can endure much, but this is intolerable. Yujing stuffed 2 furry creatures into a spirit beast bag and had previously released a spirit butterfly to relay a message. He then nimbly leaped down from the stone platform. "You lot, can't you keep it down? You are disturbing my sleep." The group, caught in the act, froze momentarily, staring up at the unfamiliar face. The tall disciple at the forefront narrowed his eyes, his lips curling in disdain as he waved a hand dismissively. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle." The others behind him displayed fierce expressions, ready for a brawl. "What if I do meddle? Song Yujing's rebellious spirit ignited. The more they urged him not to intervene, the more determined he became. He bent down, rummaged through the stones, and picked up a suitable one, weighing it in his palm before suddenly hurling it. The stone arced through the air, striking the leader squarely on the nose with a resounding crack. Ugh! The man cried out in pain, instinctively covering his nose as blood immediately seeped through his fingers. He spread his palm and was struck by a glaring red hue, his eyes widening in shock while his chest heaved violently. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, fixing a fierce stare on Song Yujing, his face contorted in rage. The muscles twitching as he trembled, his voice squeezed through clenched teeth. Damn it! You little brat are asking for it. He nearly roared at his companions behind him. Brothers, charge! Beat this kid to a pulp, pin him to the ground so he can't even scrape himself up. As a modern individual, Song Yujing was not adept at fighting. Yet he had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. Let us do this. A pack of shameless bullies, preying on the weak. Damn it! Still putting up a front. His words ignited the fury of the mob, who surrounded him with menacing expressions and fierce glares. Some even picking up branches from the ground as makeshift weapons. Faced with a throng of menacing figures closing in, Song Yujing felt a surge of trepidation, but fortunately, he possessed a plethora of magical artifacts. He swiftly retrieved the treasured fan bestowed upon him by his master, the sect leader, and clumsily began to fend off the oncoming attackers. The fan, seemingly light and delicate, concealed a profound spiritual power. The first few assailants who struck its surface were jolted back, grimacing in pain as they clutched their wrists. Though Song Yujing stumbled and appeared rather disheveled. After the chaotic exchange, he found that only the hem of his garment had gathered a bit of dust, while his assailants were left nursing injuries, each one either cradling a hand or a foot, groaning in distress. One astute disciple pointed at the fan in Song Yujing's hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "A ground-tier magical artifact." The tall leader among the disciples cursed under his breath. Damn. How could a mere cheer-finding brat possess a ground-tier artifact? Song Yujing, clutching his wildly racing heart, exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this artifact was formidable. Otherwise, he would have been lying here today. He concealed his slightly trembling hands within his sleeves, attempting to project an air of calmness. Let me inform you, my master is the esteemed Ling Sheng Xianjun. If you dare to offend me, you will surely face dire consequences. The group of disciples exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts in the current predicament. Sparing this young man might invoke the wrath of both Bai Xianjun and Ling Sheng Xianjun. If they eliminated him instead and disguised the scene as a chaotic beast attack, even the two revered Xianjuns would have no grounds for reproach. With newfound determination in their eyes, the disciples surged forward once more, their assault evidently more ferocious and lethal this time, clearly intent on taking his life. Song Yujing felt a wave of panic wash over him, desperately summoning the system. System, save my life, as he frantically called out in his mind. He hastily pulled out a multitude of magical artifacts, throwing them haphazardly at the advancing attackers, his fan fanning so vigorously that sparks seemed to fly. The system's voice grew urgent. Hold on, host. I just saw some disciples approaching. Hang in there. Perseverance is victory. You can do it. Fortunately, Song Yujing's magical artifacts were all of high grade. Regardless of their specific functions, they possessed a certain degree of defensive capability. At that moment, when hurled as weapons, one inadvertently triggered a powerful artifact, sending a group of attackers flying, each one spewing blood and wearing expressions of terror. The situation was dire. How could this young man possess so many magical artifacts? Fortunately, Song Yujing himself was not adept at utilizing these treasures. Earlier, in a moment of panic, he had merely hurled them about haphazardly. Thus their potency was not fully unleashed. As a result, the group was merely injured rather than fatally harmed. Breathless from fear, Song Yujing stood his ground, panting heavily, yet he could not resist issuing a threat. I warned you not to provoke me, but you did not heed my words. Observing that his assailants were temporarily incapacitated, he turned his gaze towards the corner, where a frightened girl had curled up. The protagonist. Mu Cece, a victim of relentless torment in the original narrative. Catching sight of her disheveled attire, Song Yujing quickly averted his eyes and retrieved a robe from his storage bag, tossing it to her. This garment is new. I haven't worn it yet. You should put it on. I want to approach. Mu Cece glanced at him, discreetly wiping away her tears, biting her lip as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. As Song Yujing stood there, still trying to catch his breath, a series of sword unsheathing sounds pierced the air. Swish, swish, swish. The sudden flash of light momentarily blinded him. He shielded his eyes with his fan and looked up to see a group of disciples in distinctive uniforms, soaring through the air on their swords, their icy gazes fixed below. The fallen disciples, still nursing their wounds, turned ashen as if struck by a great misfortune. What the hell? They've summoned the enforcement team. Panic surged within Song Yujing. The enforcement team, the ruthless enforcers from the original tale, known only for their merciless arrests. Would he too be swept into this chaos? His fears were confirmed as the leader of the enforcement team scanned the scene with a cold, piercing gaze before signaling, "Arrest everyone below." The team members descended like arrows, swiftly apprehending the pallid disciples sprawled on the ground. Two of them were now approaching him. This is truly disastrous, Song Yujing thought, desperately attempting to salvage his situation. Fellow brothers, I was merely rescuing a damsel in distress. Before he could finish, a golden cord ensnared his wrist, and his captor, expressionless, retorted, "You were merely saving a dog. Now you must face the consequences." "Wait, hold on," he shouted, but his captor appeared impatient, warning him against any tricks. "No, my brother. Just wait while I collect my artifacts. Those treasures recognize their master. You can retrieve them using your spiritual energy. But I lack the skill," he protested, though his captor remained unconvinced, scoffing, still attempting to deceive me. In exasperation, Song Yujing pleaded, "Could you assist me in retrieving them?" With a flicker of spiritual energy, the scattered artifacts flew back into Song Yujing's storage bag like fledglings returning to their nest. He closed his eyes, resigned. "Alas, I cannot contend with greater forces. Master, please come to save my life." Chapter 15. This is bad. That old man intends to harm me. Song Yujing, along with Mu Cece and the group of disciples led by Sun Liang, found themselves restrained and kneeling within the enforcement hall. An elderly man with graying hair and piercing eyes cast a frigid gaze downward, his expression laden with an interrogative intent. "Why did you gather for a brawl? Begin from the leftmost side and speak one by one." The first to speak was Mu Cece, trembling as she struggled to steady her voice, recounting the events she had endured. "My master entrusted me with several books to study, and, as I was returning with them, I was blocked by this group. They sought to humiliate me, and I fought back desperately, awakening my little senior brother who was sleeping nearby. He stepped forward to rescue me." Chen Sui turned his sharp gaze upon Song Yijing, his eyes as keen as a hawk's. "Why were you fortuitously in this vicinity?" Song Yijing, with a blank expression, explained that it was his first descent from the mountain, filled with curiosity as he explored, only to find that he preferred solitude, thus seeking a secluded place to rest. Chen Sui narrowed his eyes. "As a disciple in the Qi refining stage, how is it that you possess several earthly treasures?" Internally, Song Yijing scoffed, questioning why the elder felt entitled to inquire about his possessions. "Even if I possessed a trove of heavenly treasures, what concern is it of yours? They were gifted during the master-disciple ceremony." A glimmer of dark intrigue flashed in Chen Sui's eyes as he scrutinized Song Yijing more intently. "Are you a disciple of Nangong Sheng?" Song Yijing sensed a hint of malice from the law enforcement elder and, suppressing his suspicions, replied calmly, "Yes. My master is indeed the immortal Lord Ling Sheng." Chen Sui let out a cold laugh before turning to address the others. "And you? Speak one at a time." After hearing the entire account, Chen Sui pointed to Mu Cece below and declared, "She is innocent. Send her back." Observing Mu Cece being escorted away, Song Yijing felt an ominous premonition. Pointing at himself in confusion, he asked, "What about me?" "Huh." Chen Sui scoffed, flicking his sleeve and instructing the law enforcement disciples below, Song Yujing has violated the sect's regulations by engaging in combat, resulting in injuries to his fellow disciples. 50 strokes of the cane. What? Song Yujing was taken aback. To save someone, he was being punished so harshly? Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "How can you judge so arbitrarily, old man?" A glimmer of malice flickered in Chun Sui's eyes as he retorted, "I am always just. Do not slander me, you young whippersnapper. System, aren't you going to intervene?" The system responded somewhat helplessly. The system has regulations that prevent interference in the affairs of the small world. Hold on a bit longer, as the antagonist is likely to return soon. Chun Sui's gaze shifted to Sun Liang and the others as he continued coldly. These individuals have violated sect regulations. They have oppressed fellow disciples. Their crimes are unforgivable. Each shall receive 200 strokes. Song Yujing felt a slight sense of balance restored. Yet he still perceived an inherent unfairness. Did this group not initiate the bullying? Why should I be punished? Anger surged within him as he watched the law enforcement disciples retrieve heavy boards taller than themselves, causing his heart to race in fear. The boards, measuring 5 fingers wide and 3 fingers thick, made him doubt their intent to deliver a mere punishment. Heavens, will this truly not result in a fatality? Woo woo woo. Save me, system. I'm going to die. The system hesitated for a while before finally making a decisive choice. I will overdraw my points to grant you the ability to be immune to pain for the duration of an incense stick, but from now on, you must fulfill your duties diligently and repay the points. Tears streamed down Song Yujing's face, and he wished to embrace the system and acknowledge it as his father. I will do it. I will do it to the utmost. Seizing the opportunity, the system set forth a condition. You must repay me double. I will repay. I will repay. Very well, please wait. The system quickly began its operations, while Song Yujing felt a sense of urgency as he noticed a disciple standing behind him, ready with a board. Cold sweat broke out as panic seized him. With a loud smack, oh no, that thick board felt as though it was forged from iron. And with a single strike, it knocked Song Yujing to the ground. He braced himself against the earth, his temples throbbing, and a metallic taste surged in his throat. Could it be that after 50 strikes, he would not perish? Hurry, system. I am on the verge of being beaten to death. The system, flustered, hurriedly typed away, okay. All done, host. Smack. The next blow fell, and in an instant, his body felt lighter, the pain vanished. He vowed never to call the system useless again. It was akin to a rebirth for him. Song Yujing's heart swelled with gratitude. I love you, system. The system, exhausted and sprawled on the ground, remained indifferent. Don't think you can sweet-talk your way out of repaying the points. I'm not falling for that. I will repay. I will definitely repay. Though the sensation of pain was muted, Song Yujing still had to feign a reaction. He glanced at the wailing individuals nearby, despite their cries. They bore no marks of injury, while he, having only endured 3 strikes, felt a sticky warmth on his back, suspecting he might be bleeding. An inexplicable feeling of being singled out washed over him. With his fists pressed against the ground, he trembled as he looked up at Chun Sui on the high platform, who gazed back coldly, a glimmer of smugness and mockery in his eyes. The sight of Song Yujing's disarray elicited a slight smirk from him. How could this be the behavior of a proper elder? This old man truly seemed intent on his ruin. Song Yujing lowered his head, anxiety creeping into his thoughts as he communicated with the system. System, even though my pain is blocked, can I still be killed? The system remained silent for a moment before responding solemnly. Yes. Oh no, Master, come save your disciple. Your disciple is on the brink of being beaten to death by this old man. After 20 strikes, Song Yujing felt a wave of dizziness, his body nearing its limits. Trembling uncontrollably as he suddenly coughed up blood, hastily wiping the corners of his mouth. An overwhelming sense of desolation washed over him as he found himself in a ridiculous predicament. Having once saved a life, he now faced a similar fate. He should never have acted on his benevolence. He was but a clay Buddha himself. How could he think to save others? Look, he ended up sacrificing himself instead. After so many warnings, he refused to listen. Now look at the outcome. After barely surviving, he was on the verge of death again. Are you satisfied now? Suddenly, Song Yujing was enveloped in a fragrant embrace, and through his blurred vision, he beheld the concerned eyes of Nan-Gong-sheng. His vision grew even more indistinct as tears cascaded down his cheeks. Woo-woo, Master, you have come to rescue me at last. Be good, do not fear, Master is here. Everything will be fine. Nan-Gong-sheng first fed a life-saving pill into Song Yujing's hands. Then, with a swift motion, he struck Chen Sui, sending him sprawling to the ground. Clutching his trembling disciple, he fixed Chen Sui with a fierce glare. Chen Sui, why must our affairs involve my disciple? He is innocent. Chen Sui spat blood, a mocking expression crossing his face. We entered the sect together, both disciples of Master Xie Yuan. Why do you receive his affection while all the senior brothers and sisters favor you? And what of me? I have nothing. Instead, I have been punished by Master, losing half my cultivation because of you, leading to my current state. Do you not feel any guilt towards me? Chapter 16. The Master has arrived. A weep Nan-Gong-sheng lifted Song Yujing and stepped forward, kicking Chen Sui against the wall. He looked down at Chen Sui with cold indifference and murderous intent. If I had not come, would you have beaten my disciple to death today? His tone dripped with mockery and malice. Do you understand why all the senior brothers favor me? Do you know why the head brother supports me? Do you comprehend the disparity between us? Chen Sui glared at Nan-Gong-sheng with venomous eyes. Nan-Gong-sheng continued, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Because you are a worthless fool. Because your intentions are vile. Because in every aspect, you fall short of me. Nan-Gong-sheng. Chen Sui attempted to interrupt. Nan-Gong-sheng advanced and delivered another kick to Chen Sui, mercilessly twisting the knife further. Do you know why Master bestowed upon me the final identity of the 12 auspicious beasts elder? It is because he never had faith in you from the very beginning. Why, you ask? Do you know? A chilling derision flickered across Nan-Gong-sheng's face. Because when you pushed me into the beast horde at the age of 17, I was fully aware. Your treacherous poison scheme failed because Master discovered it in time. Chen Sui's eyes were bloodshot, infuriated to the point of spitting blood. He shouted, enough. Nan-Gong-sheng pressed his foot against Chen Sui's face, grinding it down, continuing to stab with his words. Your scheme to ruin my reputation failed because the senior brothers uncovered your plot in advance. Why, Chen Sui? A worthless wretch like you does not deserve anyone's effort. A vile person like you is unworthy of genuine kindness. Do you think you can bear my guilt? The mere fact that you are still alive is reason enough for you to kneel and express gratitude. You ought to remain in your filthy rat hole, forever deprived of sunlight. Chen Sui, nearly driven mad with rage, found himself powerless beneath Nan-Gong-sheng's foot. He roared in fury, Nan-Gong-sheng. Nan-Gong-sheng disdainfully kicked Chen Sui down once more. For so many years, I have tolerated you merely because you are the youngest disciple of Master. Who would have thought you would become increasingly audacious, even daring to lay your hands upon my disciple? Huh! You will forever be nothing but a disgraceful wretch unworthy of the stage. Once, the Master had merely crippled your cultivation, expecting you to reflect upon your misdeeds. Yet, it seems your malice remains unabated. A wretched being, no matter how many chances bestowed upon them, will always revert to their base nature. Trash will invariably make the same choices. Nan-Gong-sheng turned, cradling Song Yujing as he moved towards the exit. Just a few steps later, he encountered the sect leader, Xie Yuan. Upon seeing Song Yujing in his arms, Xie Yuan's brow furrowed, a flicker of anger crossing his face. This Chen Sui has become increasingly outrageous. How could he have harmed this child so grievously? Xie Yuan produced 2 or 3 7th-tier healing pills, placing them into Nan-Gong-sheng's storage bag. A look of concern etched on his face. These are for healing and restoring the body. Once the child awakens, he must receive them. Let us not allow him to suffer lasting ailments at such a tender age. Nan-Gong-sheng nodded slightly, expressing gratitude, but inquired what the one inside. Xie Yuan's gaze turned cold, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. I have already gathered the details from that young disciple outside. A dignified elder of the law enforcement hall, stooping to such underhanded tactics for personal gain, crippling one's cultivation and banishing them to the cold prison. That shall be his ultimate fate. Nan Gongsheng looked down at the unconscious Song Yujing, who still clung desperately to his sleeve. His eyes softened slightly, yet his words were laced with murderous intent. That would be his best outcome. Should he dare to appear before me again, I shall slay him. Xie Qingyu sighed, glancing at Nan Gongsheng, hesitating to speak, ultimately remaining silent as he continued his strides inward. Nan Gongsheng exited the law enforcement hall, where Mu Sisi anxiously awaited, her expression one of deep concern. Upon seeing him emerge, she rushed forward, and upon witnessing Song Yujing's grievous state, tears streamed down her face as she clutched her skirt. Whispering, "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Nan Gongsheng cast her a glance, his eyes devoid of emotion. "It is not your fault. You too are a victim." With that, he vanished from sight, still holding Song Yujing. Mu Sisi felt a pang of sorrow. She had come out first, intending to await Song Yujing's return to express her gratitude. After waiting an eternity and sensing something amiss, honed by years of being bullied and framed, she hastened to inform the nearest sect leader. Alas, it seemed she was a moment too late. The surrounding space twisted, a faint blue light flickering as Nan Gongsheng arrived at the hot springs on the back mountain, still cradling Song Yujing, observing the blood-soaked back of his disciple. His heart ached profoundly. In merely the time it took to descend the mountain, his disciple had been so brutally mistreated. If he were to perish one day outside, what would become of his disciple? With this thought, Nan Gongsheng felt an urge to return and deliver another kick to Chen Sui. He exhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury raging within him. Holding Song Yujing firmly, he deftly began to loosen the boy's clothing. The garments must be removed swiftly. Should the wounds heal with the fabric still attached, it would complicate matters. Nan Gongsheng carefully assisted Song Yujing in shedding his clothes. Just then, the system's immunity to pain wore off, and Song Yujing awakened with a pained gasp. "It hurts." Nan Gongsheng paused, his hands suspended in the air, hesitant to proceed. In a hushed, raspy voice, he asked, "Did I hurt you?" Song Yujing regained consciousness, recalling the injustices he had just endured and the overwhelming pain coursing through his body. He collapsed into Nan Gongsheng's embrace, trembling as he wept. "Ooh, master, you are not here, and they bully me. They even want to kill me." "Woo-woo." Nan Gongsheng stiffened, unsure where to place his hands. His gaze fell to the furry head resting against his chest, and his heart ached with a profound sorrow. He gently stroked Yujing's head in a gesture of comfort. There, master is here. No one will bully you again." As Yujing recalled the unfair treatment he had suffered, a wave of frustration washed over him, mingling with fear. He began to sob and complain, "Master, you don't know. That elder did it on purpose. He really wanted to kill me." A flicker of coldness crossed Nan Gongsheng's eyes. Channeling a surge of spiritual energy, he alleviated Yujing's pain while reassuring him, "Do not cry. That unjust elder has already been dealt with by your master. As for those disciples, your sect leader has gone to address the matter seriously." Yujing continued to weep. "Woo, it hurts." Nan Gongsheng sighed and spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Be good. First take off your clothes. Otherwise, the wounds will be difficult to tend to." Yujing pouted, tears streaming down his face. "Master, help me." Moments later, Nan Gongsheng chuckled at the sight of Yujing's head bobbing above the hot spring water, unable to resist teasing him. "Wasn't it you who requested this? Why are you shy now?" Yujing retorted defiantly, "I did not." Memories of Nan Gongsheng peeling away his layers of clothing like unwrapping a zongzi made his face burn. Had he been bewitched? How could he have uttered such reckless words? Chapter 17. Sesame Dumplings. Nan Gongsheng gazed at the wounds on Yujing's back and side. He took out a chain and seated himself across from him, watching the pained yet pitiful figure of Yujing in the water. His fingers delicately brushed the slender strings of the instrument. A clear, melodious note resonated, shattering the night's silence and silently soothing Yujing's restless heart. The music began gently, flowing steadily, warm and tranquil, enveloping Yujing in soothing waves of steam. The melody seemed to possess an extraordinary penetrating power, disregarding the pain of flesh and directly comforting his injured body and taut nerves. Gradually, Yujing's heart settled. He looked at Nan Gongsheng, who was shrouded in mist, feeling deeply moved, lowering his head to conceal the tears welling in his eyes. He felt the warm drops slide down his cheeks, his nose tinged with a slight ache, yet warmth enveloped his heart, as if he were surrounded by a gentle embrace. The pain in his body dulled, and for the first time, someone cared for him so deeply. To be treated with such sincerity felt like this. If this love could endure, he would endure a few more injuries without complaint. The water of the spiritual spring inherently possessed pain-relieving, healing, and calming properties, and now, cradled by the tender music, Yujing's eyelids grew heavy. A wounded beast, after all, needed to slumber for recovery. It was the nature of a fierce creature. "Master, will you always be by my side?" Yujing murmured as he drifted into a deep sleep. Nangong Sheng gazed at Song Yujing, letting out a soft sigh as his fingers deftly danced across the strings of the zither. As the melody concluded, its lingering echoes floated gently in the air, refusing to dissipate. With a delicate touch, Nangong Sheng pressed his fingertips against the strings, silencing the final note. He set aside the instrument, approaching Song Yujing with measured steps. Gently, he ruffled the boy's soft hair, casting a calming spell on his fair forehead. Wrapping him snugly in a thick cloak, he lifted him from the water. His voice was barely a whisper, as if responding to the boy's murmurs before slumber. As he looked down at the youth in his arms, the usual indifference faded from his eyes, replaced by a profound tenderness. "My beloved disciple, I shall never abandon you. The little beast I have nurtured shall forever belong to me." Nangong Sheng carefully carried Song Yujing back to the dormitory, laying him gently on the soft bed. The warm, golden candlelight illuminated his disciple's pale face, which bore a slight frown even in sleep, hinting at discomfort. A pang of sorrow struck Nangong Sheng's heart. He immediately gathered a gentle surge of spiritual energy, focusing intently as he examined the boy's meridians. He confirmed that while there were no significant external injuries, the internal flow of spiritual energy was chaotic, and his organs had been shaken. Not daring to delay, he quickly retrieved the exquisite elixir his senior brother had given him. With tender care, he pried open Song Yujing's lips, administering the potion. The elixir dissolved instantly, releasing a pure and gentle potency. A faint green aura enveloped Song Yujing's form, gradually shrinking until he transformed into a small, black cub no larger than a palm, cuddled within the folds of the ample robe. He resembled a small black sesame seed that had inadvertently rolled into luxurious brocade, his minuscule body rising and falling with each breath, a testament that he was merely asleep. Nangong Sheng's hand hovered in midair, his gaze softening involuntarily. He extended his finger gently, caressing the particularly soft tuft of fur atop the cub's ear. The little creature seemed to sense the familiar and reassuring aura, instinctively nudging its head against his fingertip, emitting a barely audible whimper. This endearing gesture brushed against Nangong Sheng's heart like a feather, stirring a swell of warmth and tenderness within him. He cautiously adjusted the blanket, ensuring it was snug yet breathable for the tiny being, leaving a luminous butterfly by the pillow to watch over it before turning to exit quietly. Beyond the tranquil room, the bamboo shadows swayed, bathed in moonlight. Lord Bays sat alone before a white jade chessboard. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not lift his gaze, but smiled as he placed a lustrous white piece on the Tianyuan position with a soft click, his voice as warm as ever. "Junior brother, you have finally arrived. This time, I must sincerely thank your little disciple. Otherwise, my Shishi would surely suffer greatly." A gentle sigh escaped him, laced with just the right amount of regret and gratitude. Nangong Sheng sat down opposite him, lifting his robe without glancing at the chessboard. He picked up a black piece and, with an impatient snap, placed it on the star position, his tone brusque. "Senior brother, with so many disciples under your wing, can you truly attend to each one? Your little disciple, judging by his adeptness, clearly isn't new to such grievances. What kind of master are you?" The disdain in his unfinished words seemed almost palpable. Upon hearing this, the esteemed Bai Zhe, far from being angered, merely chuckled softly, taking his time to place another piece on the board with his usual composed demeanor. "Do not be upset. I have quietly inscribed a protective charm upon Xiao Shi. making it rather difficult for anyone to harm her henceforth. He lifted a cup of spiritual tea, savoring a sip, his gaze slightly raised, a faint glimmer of coldness flickering within his eyes. As for the instigator, I shall personally seek her father for a thorough discussion. Seventh senior brother? Nan Gongsheng furrowed his brow, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the edge of the chest jar. You know his nature well. He detests complications. Can he really intervene? With a warm, radiant smile reminiscent of spring's first thaw, Bai Zhe responded, Fear not. I shall ensure he remembers this encounter. He laughed heartily, carelessly tipping the remaining pieces into the box with a flourish, declaring, In this game, I concede, junior brother. Nan Gongsheng rolled his eyes elegantly, his tone laced with a resigned numbness. Before you, the all-seeing Bai Zhe, when have I ever triumphed? I have long since grown accustomed to it. Bai Zhe rose, adjusting his sleeves, and placed two exquisite jade vials beside the chessboard, his tone noticeably gentler. These are tokens of gratitude for my little junior apprentice, excellent for nurturing the spirit and enhancing vitality. With a flick of his sleeve, Nan Gongsheng unceremoniously accepted the pills, nodding slightly. I shall convey my thanks on behalf of my disciple. Safe travels, senior brother. Bai Zhe smiled, his form transforming into a scattering of luminescent particles, vanishing into the moonlit bamboo grove, leaving behind a lingering echo. You, as a mentor, must first attend to your own well-being. Outside the quiet chamber, Nan Gongsheng stood alone, silent for a moment, yet unable to shake off his concerns. He turned and gently pushed the door open, returning to the slumbering black cub. Chapter 18. Master, he's touching my ears. As Nan Gongsheng stepped through the door and beheld the three cubs arranged neatly on the bed, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, prompting him to approach hastily. In the center of the bed lay a small coal-black ball with its head buried in slumber, flanked by two spirit beasts diligently grooming it, each striving to outdo the other. Amused, Nan Gongsheng leaned closer, lifting the two spirit beast cubs by the scruff of their necks for a closer examination. "Awoo!" protested the cubs in high-pitched squeaks, their short legs flailing helplessly in the air. In an instant, Nan Gongsheng discerned the breeds and potential of these two younglings. The white creature is a three-eyed Xuanhu cub capable of reaching the 7th tier, equivalent to a cultivator in the combined phase. The black one is a Yujing Xiaoya wolf cub, which can grow up to the 6th tier, akin to a cultivator in the spirit division phase. Nan Gongsheng furrowed his brows in contemplation. These two spirit beasts must not come cheap, right? To his surprise, Song Yujing actually had the means to purchase spirit beast cubs. Nan Gongsheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the absurdity. How could a ferocious beast cub have a fondness for spirit beast cubs? Surely, it would be infuriated upon waking to find itself being groomed by them. The two spirit beasts found themselves helplessly grasped by the nape of their necks, flailing their limbs in the air and emitting faint whimpering roars. The subtle sounds roused Song Yujing from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Nan Gongsheng playfully swinging the two tiny creatures. "Master," Song Yujing's heart nearly leapt from his chest. "They are my fluffy purchases. Please do not torment them." Initially entertained by the cacophony of the two spirit beast cubs, Nan Gongsheng had inadvertently indulged in the act of swinging them a bit too much, only to be caught in the act by his own disciple. Clearing his throat, Nan Gongsheng maintained an unperturbed demeanor, placing the two cubs gently beside Song Yujing. "I did not bully them. I merely conducted a health check." Song Yujing was skeptical, yet it seemed rather out of character for the typically aloof and brooding antagonist to engage in such frivolity with spirit beast cubs. Sighing, he conceded, "Oh, master, you are right." Slightly taken aback by the innocence reflected in Song Yujing's clear eyes, Nan Gongsheng shifted the topic. "I casually examined their health, and they appear quite healthy." Returning to Song Yujing's side, the two cubs seemed to feel deeply wronged, nuzzling against him in search of comfort. Song Yujing, not particularly large himself, nearly toppled off the bed as the two cubs leaned against him. "Whoa!" Nan Gongsheng, quick-witted and agile, caught him just in time, averting a disastrous fall. "Please be gentle with the injured. Thank you," Song Yujing exclaimed. Nan Gongsheng gave the two spirit beasts a light tap on their heads, his tone carrying a hint of admonishment. Be good and stay still. Otherwise, I shall stew you. Instantly, the two spirit beasts settled down, nestled beside Song Yujing, who playfully pressed them beneath his paws. Did you hear that? If you don't behave, you might end up in a stew. I can't save you. The two little bundles whimpered and cooed in a display of affection. Song Yujing's heart melted at their adorableness. How could he possibly scold them? They were so small and innocent. They didn't know any better. Why be so harsh? I want to stew you. I'll take care of you while I complete my tasks. The two cubs continued to nuzzle against him, licking his fur in a tender show of affection. Resigned, Song Yujing decided to embrace the moment, understanding that in the animal kingdom, grooming is a sign of respect and submission. All right, I am the leader. This is only natural. Nan Gongsheng observed Song Yujing, who was surrounded by two young spirit beasts affectionately grooming him. A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he approached and gently pinched Song Yujing's ear. The latter's ear twitched as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Song Yujing's cheeks flushed slightly, though his demeanor remained composed. He raised his head, his large eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture, stammering, "Master, please refrain from touching my ears. They are quite sensitive." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongsheng withdrew his hand, his fingers subtly twisting within his sleeve. A tinge of innocent disappointment lacing his tone. Is that so? I was unaware. I shall refrain from doing so in the future. Song Yujing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What kind of man was he, acting so bashful? It was merely a matter of touching an ear. Wasn't it normal for brothers to share such gestures? Besides, it was just an ear. With a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, he murmured, almost inaudibly, that it wasn't entirely off limits, primarily because, well, Nan Gongsheng was quite understanding, and the master surely comprehended. Nan Gongsheng, with a faint smile gracing his lips, ruffled Song Yujing's hair and remarked, "Let us keep the touching to a minimum." Song Yujing fell into silence, sensing an inexplicable unease. Why did everything feel slightly amiss? His head was rather itchy. Perhaps he was on the verge of enlightenment. Pushing the thoughts aside, he reassured himself that his master would not play tricks on him. Seeing that his disciple was unharmed, Nan Gongsheng channeled some spiritual energy into Song Yujing to aid in his swift recovery from injuries, and then turned to leave. However, the spirit butterfly remained unreturned. He felt it was his duty as a master to keep a closer watch over his disciple, especially given the severity of his injuries, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise unnoticed. Upon returning to his quarters, he could not suppress a sudden cough, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the crimson stain from his lips, he retrieved a top-quality healing elixir and swallowed it. Settling onto a cushion, he closed his eyes to regulate the chaotic spiritual energy within him. Having been purging a demonic spirit outside, he had sustained a grievous internal injury from a powerful strike by a late-stage demonic entity. Although he had swiftly vanquished the foe, the toll on his body was significant. He had nearly instantaneously returned, utterly exhausted from the effort, remaining vigilant for Song Yujing's condition, which led him to endure until now. A flash of crimson light cut through the air, and a figure materialized before Nan Gongsheng. Xie upon assessing his state, frowned slightly. He hastily approached, forming hand seals to infuse gentle spiritual energy into Nan Gongsheng's body. "I sense you were injured earlier, but I was preoccupied. Why did you not inform me of your own wounds?" Nan Gongsheng's complexion improved slightly at the infusion. Breathing heavily, he looked at Xie and managed a soft smile, replying, "Even if I didn't mention it, you would have certainly noticed, wouldn't you?" Xie expression darkened, a desire to slap the unfortunate figure before him rising within. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "You and the seventh are the most troublesome. Can't you two spare me some worry? I had just rescued the seventh from your second brother. Barely had a sip of tea before I sensed something was off with you, and rushed over to assist." A bittersweet smile graced Nan Gongsheng's face as he mused. "It is only because I have my senior brother that I dare to act in such a manner. Without him, I would have perished countless times over." In another corner, Song Yujing lay numbly on his bed, watching as two young spirit beasts wreaked havoc. Indeed, they were demolishing the place. Once Ningongsheng departed, these previously docile spirit beast cubs revealed their true nature upon realizing that Song Yujing could not restrain them. With eyes wide open in wonder, they cavorted about, making a cacophony of noise, and soon the room was left in utter disarray. Song Yujing could only watch in despair as chaos unfolded before him. "Little White, please refrain from gnawing on the table leg," he lamented. The fluffy white cub, with an innocent demeanor, let out a couple of cries as if to coax him. Then, with a playful swipe, shattered the table leg into splinters, causing the entire table to topple over. Ultimately, Song Yijing's eyes closed in resignation. He gazed up at the beams of the room, feeling desolate, only to see Little Black bouncing atop the rafters, each leap causing a creaking sound that filled him with dread. "Please descend at once, my ancestral spirit. The beam is on the verge of breaking," he cried out. "Ah, system, save me. My master will surely punish me." The small orb of light hovering above Song Yijing's head appeared utterly stunned. "Perhaps we should flee. What if the villain truly strikes me down in a fit of rage?" With a stoic expression, Song Yijing turned to face the wall, attempting to escape the reality he faced. "Did you not say I cannot escape?" The system closed its eyes, letting out a deep sigh, its tone heavy with resignation. "Is the end for you?" Unfazed, Song Yijing replied, "Share something I do not already know." Calm on the surface, he was, in truth, at a loss for solutions. With a thunderous crash, the entire house collapsed. Song Yijing lay serenely on his bed, gazing at the starry night sky of the cultivation realm, where twinkling stars adorned the vast expanse of dark silk. Under such a breathtaking vista, he sighed, "System, let us take in this sight while we can. Who knows if we shall see it again in the future? Alas, such sorrow." Song Yijing voiced the confusion that lingered in his heart. "So those two are indeed the ferocious beasts, are they?" The system, with a blank expression, explained, "Only you are the true menace. Mischievous children know no bounds." A flash of blue light appeared, and Ningongsheng and Yuan materialized before Song Yijing. Surveying the surrounding ruins, the two exchanged silent glances. Ningongsheng, with a puzzled tone, inquired what has transpired. Song Yijing produced a pre-prepared recording stone, pulling out the two cubs that had been hiding behind him and presenting them before Ningongsheng with a righteous demeanor. "Master, uncle, please witness the VCR." Receiving the recording stone, Ningongsheng infused it with a thread of spiritual energy, and instantly, a mirror image of the earlier events unfolded before them, vividly portraying the chaos that had ensued. Song Yujing let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had made some preparations. Upon noticing the two little cubs becoming increasingly unruly and feeling powerless to intervene, he discreetly retrieved the recording stone from his storage pouch and placed it in a corner, silently documenting the entire scene. Regardless of what transpired, Song Yujing was certainly innocent. The two cubs had brought this upon themselves. Let them face the consequences. After witnessing the spectacle, Ningongsheng and Yuan exchanged glances filled with complexity as they observed the two adorable fur balls, wide-eyed and earnestly attempting to charm. Indeed, one should not judge a beast by its appearance. "You dare to dismantle my side hall? Huh?" Ningongsheng scoffed, conjuring a blue rope that swiftly ensnared the two cubs. Pointing towards a distant bamboo grove, the two cubs were hoisted, wailing, and hung from a moderately tall bamboo tree. "If you don't receive a lesson, you might truly revolt." Wailing, Yuan, with a concerned expression, gazed at the diminutive cubs, slightly furrowing his brow. "Junior brother, isn't the height a bit low?" Upon speaking, he exerted a surge of spiritual energy, elevating the cubs to the tallest bamboo. Meanwhile, the rope swung incessantly in the air. Satisfied, Yuan withdrew his hand, remarking, "Now that is more like it." Song Yujing, trembling, thought to himself, "I dare not move. Please don't let me be hung up there as well. That swinging looks quite terrifying." Turning back, Yuan regarded Song Yujing with a gentle expression, affectionately ruffling his fluffy head. "You are such a good little nephew, understanding and not causing trouble." "Thank you, master uncle. As long as you don't hang me up too, you are a wonderful master uncle." observing the surrounding ruins. Yujing Yuan concentrated, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips. Instantly, ripples emanated from him, restoring the collapsed side hall to its former glory. Everything returned to its rightful place. The table legs intact, and the beams uncollapsed. Song Yujing stared in astonishment, fully aware of the extraordinary capabilities of cultivation, able to achieve feats beyond mortal comprehension. Yet he had never witnessed such a miraculous spectacle. Yujing, observing the master-disciple duo, waved his hand. That will suffice. It's getting late. I shall take my leave. And remember to message me if you need anything. Sheng nodded slightly. I bid farewell to my senior brother. A flash of crimson light surged, distorting the space before them, and Yujing Yuan vanished without a trace. Sheng, sitting at the bedside, effortlessly lifted the sprawled Song Yujing onto his lap, gently tousling his fur. Does it still hurt? Song Yujing nodded obediently, just a little. Sheng sighed. You are still young and cannot heal yourself. If you were to cultivate on your own, recovery would be swifter. Once you feel better, I will teach you how to cultivate tomorrow. I don't want to learn, he replied, though he realized that learning was inevitable. With a slightly dejected tone, he said, All right, master. Noticing his drooping, furry ears, Sheng pretended not to notice. Are you tired? Desiring to avoid the topic of study, Song Yujing responded, just a little. Sheng ceased to speak further, cradling the small coal ball and making his way toward his chamber. Song Yujing was taken aback, master. Sheng's tone was calm. The side hall has collapsed once. Although it has been repaired, it remains somewhat perilous for the time being. You shall stay with me tonight. Song Yujing was puzzled, though. Sheng pressed his lips together, adding, There's surely still hidden dangers in the side hall, given that you have not fully recovered from your injuries. It would be more reassuring to remain by my side tonight. Song Yujing gazed at the seemingly intact side hall, filled with doubt. What does this mean? Does he not trust the abilities of his master? The system quietly interjected, You are injured, and your master merely expresses concern for you. As Song Yujing watched the side hall recede into the distance, he sensed something amiss. Is that so? The system affirmed, Your master, of course, acts for your well-being. He stays close to take care of you while you are injured. Realization dawned upon Song Yujing. So that is it. Sheng carried Song Yujing back to his bed, lifting the covers and embracing him as they lay down. Gently stroking the soft fur on Song Yujing's body, he murmured softly, Sleep now. You're injured and need ample rest to recover. Enveloped by the comforting scent of his master on the bed, Song Yujing fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to everything. Chapter 20. The Spirit's Anomaly Cultivators do not necessarily require sleep. However, Sheng was genuinely concerned for Song Yujing's condition, as he was his first disciple. Still so young, and a fierce beast at that, unique in the entire realm of cultivation. Throughout the night, Sheng kept his eyes closed, organizing his spiritual energy while allowing a trickle of it to nourish Song Yujing's body. A faint, nearly imperceptible malevolent energy drifted from Sheng, as if drawn forth, and entered the sleeping Song Yujing's body. In an instant, Sheng's eyes sprang open, his brow furrowed, and his gaze sharp. He swiftly suppressed the residual malevolent energy within, yet a tumultuous wave surged within his heart. How could this be? That malevolent energy had been firmly contained within him. With the assistance of his senior brother, it had been nearly expelled. The remnants should not have been sufficient to breach his bodily defenses. With a grave expression, Sheng extended a finger to probe Song Yujing's forehead. After his examination, the gravity on his face transformed into astonishment. What was happening? Had he misperceived? That strand of malevolent energy was actually repairing his damaged meridians. This, the essence of malevolent spirit, is inherently perilous. Its instinct is to devour and destroy, among its kind. It only knows brutality and consumption. It was unheard of for such a force to actively mend a person's meridians. Sheng gazed intently at Song Yujing, a bold yet absurd thought emerging in his mind. Could it be that this child, Sheng swiftly buried this notion deep within his heart. Raising his hand to pierce his finger, one after another, Radiant crimson seals glimmering with golden light descended upon Song Yujing's forehead. The slumbering cub stirred, letting out a soft whimper as it nuzzled against Nangong Sheng's still outstretched finger. As Nangong Sheng felt the softness at his fingertips, his emotions became exceedingly complex. His voice was low, yet imbued with gravity, as if he were confiding in someone or perhaps merely conversing with himself. No matter what transpires, I shall protect you. Without fail. After a sleepless night, the following day, Song Yujing awoke to find that Nangong Sheng had already departed. Tentatively, he called out, "Master." Oh no! It seemed no one had summoned him, and the sun was already high in the sky. Have you finally decided to wake up? Nangong Sheng entered from the outer room, carrying the two little spirit beasts. They appeared far from the lively creatures they had been the previous night. Their fur was slightly disheveled, and they bore the signs of having endured considerable hardship. Song Yujing smiled apologetically. Why didn't you wake me, master? Nangong Sheng replied nonchalantly, You were injured. It is best to sleep a little longer. It is of no consequence. With a flick of his hand, he cast a cleansing spell, depositing the two young creatures beside Song Yujing. They whimpered and nestled close to him, seeking solace. Lit wai, wah, wah, wah. Lit blek, ah, wah, 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 ah. Their tears were nearly enough to submerge Song Yujing. Overwhelmed by their cries, he pressed them down with his paws. Enough. Have you forgotten what mischief you caused? How dare you lament here? He pointedly addressed Little Black. You were the loudest. And then to Little White, you were the noisiest of all. Nangong Sheng chuckled softly. Taking a seat by the bed, he retrieved a book and playfully tapped each of their heads in turn. Come here. Time for your studies. Covering his head, Song Yujing exclaimed. The two bewildered little beasts responded. What? Ah, do we have to participate too? Nangong Sheng cast a glance at the two young creatures. What else did you expect? You are spirit beasts, born with intelligence. In a few days, you'll likely speak. So why pretend otherwise? The two little ones gasped. He can understand us. How terrifying. Under the weight of Nangong Sheng's authority, the trio reluctantly arranged themselves in a row, and he produced an introductory manual, beginning to explain the text from the very first line. To Song Yujing, the impact was akin to that of the most skilled hypnotist. His mind, barely awakened, grew foggy once more, his eyelids drooping heavily. TSK. Nangong Sheng shot a displeased glance at the three drowsy creatures. With a firm tap of his book on each of their heads, he declared, If you do not listen attentively, you shall return to your slumber. He then glared at Song Yujing. You too? Song Yujing shivered at the reprimand, instantly alert. He turned to see the other two striving to keep their eyes wide open, determined to show Nangong Sheng that they were not drowsy. Satisfied, Nangong Sheng placed a book before Song Yujing. Repeat what I just explained. Transported back to his student days, Song Yujing felt a rush of panic as he recalled being called upon by a teacher while daydreaming. He racked his brain to remember Nangong Sheng's words. Think. After a lengthy moment of fruitless contemplation, he hung his head in defeat. I'm sorry. Smack! A bullet struck Song Yujing's head with a dull thud. Master, I was wrong, he sobbed, clutching his head and hastily admitting his fault. Nangong Sheng's tone was frosty, laced with a hint of menace. If you dare not listen attentively again, I shall discipline you. I won tea. Master, Song Yujing, unwilling to challenge Nangong Sheng's authority, summoned his focus, straining to keep his eyes open despite his overwhelming fatigue. Amused yet slightly pained, Nangong Sheng lifted him onto his lap, gently ruffling his hair. Are you truly this tired? Song Yujing, head lowered and despondent, replied, I don't know why, but a voice in my head keeps telling me to sleep. Nangong Sheng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Song Yujing closely. After a moment of contemplation, he leaned in, gazing directly into his large eyes, and whispered, I shall delve into your soul for a moment. Be obedient and do not resist, all right? Song Yujing obediently nodded, all right. Nangong Sheng closed his eyes, pressing his forehead against Song Yujing's, and was suddenly engulfed in a surreal vision, finding himself within Song Yujing's soul, contrary to his expectations of a tranquil sea of consciousness. He was confronted with a harrowing sight that left him momentarily frozen. Mountains of corpses loomed ominously, dark red blood coalescing into viscous lakes. the air thick with a nauseating metallic stench. The sky was a suffocating shade of crimson, devoid of sun or moon, only twisted shadows flickering. With pursed lips, Nangong Sheng ventured deeper into this infernal realm. At its core, a frail soul floated in silence, ensnared by countless thick chains that emerged from the void, binding him completely. Arms, neck, waist all rendered immobile. The chains were inscribed with arcane runes, silently suppressing his power, confining him utterly. Yet, this figure bore an unmistakable resemblance to Song Yujing, albeit more mature, lacking any trace of boyishness, embodying a grown version of him. The figure, sensing the disturbance, opened his eyes to behold the astonished Nangong Sheng. With a derisive laugh, he remarked, "So the immortal lord has found this place? Quite the skill you possess. Are you here to kill me once more?" Chapter 21. Master in seclusion. Nangong Sheng's heart shook with a violent tremor as he gazed at this soul, whose aura starkly contrasted that of his obedient disciple. A mixture of pressure and confusion laced his voice. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." Fixating his gaze on the enigmatic figure before him, Song Yujing chuckled lightly. His words cryptic yet profound. "You need only understand that between him and me, if I perish, he perishes. If he dies, I am extinguished. The celestial sovereign. I eagerly await the moment when you regain your memories and make the same choice as before." In a fleeting moment, Nangong Sheng was expelled from the scene. Standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, gazing pensively at the central area, his brow furrowed, for he could perceive the pervasive stench of blood and sin encroaching upon Song Yujing's soul, rendering him perpetually in a state of grievous injury and longing for slumber. Nangong Sheng exhaled deeply, suppressing all his inquiries. He clasped his hands together and swiftly formed a seal, a golden spiritual energy emanating from him, expanding outward. Wherever the golden light reached, the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood began to dissolve. Yet, Nangong Sheng stumbled slightly, his form gradually becoming ethereal. This was the power of virtue, for only the strength of virtue could completely eradicate sin. Opening his eyes, Nangong Sheng concealed the weariness within them and fixed his gaze upon Song Yujing's clear, bright eyes. His tone was somewhat strained as he inquired, "Do you know what your soul's realm is like?" Song Yujing nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "I do. My soul's realm is so beautiful. There are flowers, grass, and trees, and many fluffy creatures to play with." A complex expression flickered in Nangong Sheng's eyes as he absent-mindedly stroked his back, murmuring, "Yes, I see it. It is indeed beautiful." Tentatively, Song Yujing asked, "Master, is my soul all right?" Though he felt a twinge of anxiety, as he was not the original host, but merely an outsider soul. The system had reassured him not to panic, allowing him to maintain a calm facade. Nangong Sheng gently ruffled Song Yujing's hair, averting his gaze to mask his emotions. "It is nothing to worry about. Your constitution is naturally suited for sleep. Indulging in it more often will do you no harm." Instantly, Song Yujing was overjoyed. "Really?" "Indeed," Nangong Sheng replied in a placid tone. "From tomorrow onward, I shall enter seclusion for a period of time. During this interval, you must behave and consider visiting Yujing." Startled, Song Yujing looked up at him. "Master, why must you enter seclusion when you are in good health?" "I have encountered a minor bottleneck in my cultivation that requires me to retreat for a while. If you find yourself with idle time, feel free to explore the lower mountain. There's an elder teaching at the academy daily, and you may attend his lectures if you wish." Song Yujing felt an inexplicable sense of reluctance, yet he could not dictate his master's decisions and thus nodded obediently. The following day, in the early morning, Song Yujing awoke from his slumber, having been called by no one, and found the sun already high in the sky. He gazed glumly out the door. "System, I feel a bit unwell." The system responded with alarm. "What is wrong? Is the host's body unwell?" "No." Song Yujing pointed to his heart, his voice laden with melancholy. "I don't know why I feel this way. I seem to be a bit petulant." The system instantly transformed into a spiritual guide. "No, this is perfectly normal. The antagonist has treated you too kindly, and it is only natural to develop a dependency. Now that he has suddenly entered seclusion, It is normal for you to feel a sense of emptiness. Why don't we go down the mountain to complete a task? It will be a perfect opportunity to lighten your mood. Recalling the double points he owed the system, Song Yujing sighed. How many points do I owe you? 1,000. In an instant, Song Yujing forgot his discomfort, sitting up abruptly. 1,000. Having spent so much time by my master's side, I have only earned 3 points. The system rolled its eyes in exasperation, its tone laden with disappointment. Have you engaged in any tasks since you aligned yourself with the antagonist? None. I have remained in a state of complacency. The system grew increasingly distressed. Do you even know what tasks are listed in my system? Song Yujing found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he inquired, then how did I acquire these 3 points? The system's frustration peaked because your esteemed self was about to flee, so the headquarters reluctantly allocated 3 points to you. The silence from Song Yujing was deafening. What are the strategy tasks? The system presented a massive panel before Song Yujing. Upon seeing it, his face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish beneath the covers. What is this? Such indecency. Task 1. Initiate a kiss with the antagonist. Reward of 100 points. Task 2. Initiate a hug with the antagonist. Reward of 100 points. Task 3. Shield the antagonist from harm once. Reward of 500 points. Task 4. Engage in intimate relations with the antagonist. Reward of 1,000 points. The system transformed into a small light orb, bouncing atop Song Yujing's head while nonchalantly emphasizing, all strategy tasks are like this. Song Yujing shut his eyes, beseeching, may the Buddha be merciful, Amitabha. So be it. I am but a child. Why must I endure such trials? With a flushed face, he nestled within his blankets for 2 days. Once his injuries had nearly healed, he finally discarded his original form and returned to his human guise, gazing at his hands with a deep sense of nostalgia. Ah, the sensation of being human is truly delightful. With excitement, Song Yujing scooped up the 2 furry creatures sleeping on his desk and flung open the door, exclaiming, Aji, take me down a mountain to play. Chirp. He casually tossed the 2 sweet fruits toward Ozzy, who caught them deftly and lifted Song Yujing on her back, kindly securing a wind shield before soaring down the mountain. On the descent, Song Yujing addressed the system in his mind. System, I accept the task of rescuing the heroine. Soon, a cheerful voice resonated in his ears. Okay, I've registered you. Completing it rewards 10,000 points, but failing will deduct 100,000 points. Song Yujing expressed his disdain for this reward and punishment system. What a schemer. The system, in high spirits, retorted, thank you for the compliment. As long as you're willing to undertake tasks, feel free to berate me daily. Song Yujing scratched his head in confusion. System, you make it sound so pitiful. As if I owe you something. The system huffed. Other hosts have already taken flight with their systems. And here I am, still in the novice village. All right. I will strive to complete tasks from now on. Just as long as you understand. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, it was as lively as before. Song Yujing quickly spotted Yi Wang beneath a nearby tree and cheerfully approached. Oh, senior brother, are you selling spirit beasts again? Having gained some experience? Song Yujing maintained a respectful distance. Yi Wang raised an eyebrow. Oh, out again, are you? Song Yujing gazed at the fluffy creatures before him, recalling previous lessons learned. He dared not touch them, maintaining a respectful distance. Where did you acquire so many spirit beast cubs? He inquired. Yi Wang patted the identity token hanging from his waist, proclaiming, Fuzhu Xianjun is my esteemed master. Fuzhu Xianjun, the 9th elder of the sect, was renowned for his amiable nature and fondness for spirit beasts. Overseeing the spirit beast garden. Ah, I see. Song Yujing observed the sword at Yi Wang's waist. Even sheathed, it emanated a formidable aura. It was intriguing that a sword cultivator would choose such a gentle master. Noticing Song Yujing's curiosity, Yi Wang smiled and extended an invitation. Since you have such an affinity for spirit beasts, would you care to visit the spirit beast garden? With his eyes sparkling, Song Yujing eagerly replied, absolutely. Chapter 22. A flurry of fluff awaiting my touch. Upon hearing this, Yi Wang's elongated phoenix eyes arched with a knowing glint and with a swift motion. The fluffy spirit beasts transformed into streaks of light, obediently retreating into the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He took the lead, his steps light and buoyant. The moon-white disciple's robe billowing gently in the breeze, carrying a hint of fragrant spirit grass. Junior brother, Yujing suddenly turned, a mischievous smile revealing a row of pristine white teeth. He lowered his voice to create an air of intrigue. The fluffies in the spirit beast garden all have particularly gentle temperaments. He emphasized the word gentle, his eyes gleaming with mischief. However, you must absolutely, under no circumstances, touch them. His playful warning ignited a rebellious spark within Song Yujing. Why not? He immediately pressed, his eyes wide with wonder, pondering. Could it be that touching them incurs a fee? Would I need to spend spirit stones? Yujing observed his reaction with delight, shaking his head smugly as his enigmatic smile deepened. He deliberately prolonged his response. Hee, you'll find out shortly. He even winked at Song Yujing. Now, Song Yujing's curiosity surged to the forefront, akin to a kitten's gentle pawing. He followed closely behind Yujing, his steps instinctively light and buoyant, transforming the once tedious stone path into an amusing journey. The various spirit plants lining the path emitted a soft, ethereal glow, and occasionally a luminescent insect flitted by, adding to the enchanting atmosphere. With time to spare, Song Yujing sought to engage in conversation, attempting to glean information from the seemingly formidable senior brother. Senior brother, is your swordsmanship remarkable? He asked, tilting his face upward, his tone imbued with just the right amount of curiosity and admiration. At this, Yujing slightly raised his chin, a natural pride befitting a genius radiating from his demeanor, much like a peacock displaying its feathers. Although he feigned humility, his words boasted, "Oh, it's nothing," merely having secured first place in the sect's grand competition for 6 consecutive sessions. He nonchalantly flicked non-existent dust from his sleeve, his movements elegant. Song Yujing took a deep breath, his eyes widening in astonishment, sparkling with genuine curiosity and a touch of gossip, exclaiming, "Wow, 6 consecutive terms. Senior brother, you are simply remarkable." This look of admiration clearly pleased Yujing immensely. Yujing emitted a delighted hum from his nasal cavity, evidently savoring the moment. He casually draped an arm around Song Yujing's shoulder, giving it a hearty pat, then raised a thumb to himself, speaking with a boldness characteristic of youth. "If you encounter any dim-witted rascals in the sect, feel free to call upon my name. I've got you back." Song Yujing, swept up by this enthusiasm, immediately embraced the theatrics, mimicking a scene from a television drama. He puffed out his chest and placed a hand over his heart, adopting a tone as solemn as an oath. Such gallantry from senior brother. "From now on, I shall follow you. Senior brother, I vow to stand by you." "Ha ha, good brother." Yujing was amused by his exaggerated performance, tightening his grip on his arm. The two of them, shoulders entwined, appeared as if they had been friends for ages, their laughter echoing along the mountain path outside the spirit beast garden. While Song Yujing beamed with joy, inwardly he was taken aback. This person is quite impressive, arguably the strongest genius of the spirit beast sect in a millennium. Alas, in the original tale, his fate was rather tragic. During the sect competition, after defeating the male lead, Ling Outyin, he was subsequently betrayed and met his demise in a secret realm. System? Is there a task regarding saving Yujing? Yes, host. Would you like to accept it? Absolutely. That male lead is truly despicable. Understood. The operation is complete. Successful completion rewards you with 1,000 points. Failure results in a deduction of 10,000. Song Yujing's smile momentarily faltered. Oh well, I suppose I'll get used to it. With their jovial banter, they arrived at the spirit beast garden, where the first sight that greeted them was a wooden gate. With a creak, Yujing skillfully pushed it open, the door emitting the characteristic sound of wood turning. As they stepped inside, they were met with countless furry creatures, and perched atop a massive tree, thick enough for 10 people to embrace, was a colossal red-eyed golden python. Upon their entrance, it lowered its enormous head and hissed softly. The python's vertically slit pupils were larger than Song Yujing himself, which was somewhat intimidating. Feeling a twinge of fear, he instinctively hid behind Yujing. As he had been bitten by a snake in his childhood, leaving him with a lingering shadow of fear. Yujing, grinning at the golden python, said, "Uncle Gene, my junior brother is a bit timid. Please do not frighten him." At this, the python slightly withdrew its head, intrigued by the sudden arrival of visitors. Despite its fearsome appearance, its voice was as smooth as jade, a quintessentially gentle tone. Song Yujing felt a wave of relief and curiously peered out, exclaiming, "You can actually speak. How marvelous! Although I have heard from my master that spirit beasts can talk once they mature, witnessing a speaking snake for the first time feels quite magical." The golden python chuckled at Song Yujing's astonishment, wanting to approach but wary of scaring the child. It circled the tree once more, remarking, "What an amusing thing to say. Which spirit beast cannot speak?" Moreover, as an ancient relic who has lived for millennia, Song Yujing was taken aback internally. He respectfully offered a salute, acknowledging his venerable predecessor. The golden python nonchalantly flicked its tail tip, its golden vertical pupils brimming with a gentle affection and concern for its junior. "There is no need for such formalities. I have a fondness for children. If you truly wish to, feel free to visit me often." With this benevolent elder before him, Song Yujing felt no fear. He raised his hand, forming an OK gesture, promising to visit frequently in the future. However, upon turning, he was startled by numerous pairs of vertically slit pupils of various hues, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Once he regained his composure, his eyes sparkled with excitement. So many furry creatures. Remembering Yujing's specific instructions, Song Yujing carefully articulated, "I noticed that the fur of many esteemed elders appears somewhat tangled. May I have the honor of petting them?" Instantly, the multitude of furry beings brightened with excitement, surrounding Song Yujing in a jubilant circle. Bewildered, he found himself enveloped by these fluffy creatures, as if they were drawing energy from him. Outside the throng, Yujing made a casual gesture towards Song Yujing before retreating to the shade of a tree, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. Leaning leisurely against the trunk, Yujing called out to the bewildered Song Yujing, "Fear not, Junior. The spirit beasts in the spirit beast garden are quite affectionate. Their favorite pastime is drawing energy from humans. Worry not. Once they absorb enough, they will release you. I too have been through this, ha." Amidst the enchantment, the bewilderment lingered for both Song Yujing and the spirit beasts. Chapter 23. Lord of the Immortals. Although Song Yujing held a profound affection for all things furry, finding himself surrounded by these creatures, each several times larger than himself, as they lined up to draw energy, was indeed a surreal experience. A three-eyed red fox swished its tail, sending a nearby red flame wolf flying, exclaiming, "How shameless! You've already taken 8 energy draws from such a small human. It's outrageous. I shall take 9. Hee hee. Little cutie, I'm coming." Seated on the ground, Song Yujing blissfully petted the half-meter-sized red fox, reveling in its fluffiness. These spirit beasts, though considerably large in their true forms, had shrunk themselves down for the optimal experience, allowing this little human to hold and touch them. Before long, a protest arose from behind. "Enough already, three-eyed one. How long must we wait? There's still so many beasts in line." The three-eyed red fox, reluctantly departing with a look of unfulfilled desire, turned back to gaze at Song Yujing. "Oh, my little darling." In response, Song Yujing smiled and formed a heart gesture. "I love you." I'm done for." The three-eyed red fox dramatically clutched its heart, lying on the ground in exaggerated despair, appearing as though it would not rise for quite some time. Following the three-eyed fox was a colorful illusion weasel, which leaped into Song Yujing's embrace, exclaiming, "Human, you are so beautiful. I wish to take you as my little brother." Upon hearing this, Song Yujing chuckled softly. The voice of a child around 7 or 8 years old was simply adorable. He playfully responded in a tone meant to charm the young one, Sure. I shall rely on you for protection from now on." The little weasel, upon hearing this, nuzzled against Song Yujing with delight. "You are so kind." As Song Yujing's hand brushed against its soft fur, he reveled in the delicate, tender texture. Such a delightful sensation. Song Yujing meticulously examined the creature's fur, noticing that each individual strand shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The creature's round, bean-like eyes were so adorable that they softened his heart, prompting him to exclaim, "You are stunning." The little marten, upon hearing this, wore an expression of pride and replied, "Indeed, I am the most beautiful illusion marten of our clan." While this delightful exchange unfolded, Yujing, who had sought refuge beneath a tree, savored a rare moment of tranquility. Usually the center of attention, he found himself enjoying the company of the furry beings, albeit their exuberant enthusiasm could be overwhelming. After a lengthy interaction, he felt more fatigued than after an entire day of sword practice. It was indeed a laborious task, albeit one filled with joy. Beside him sat Lord Fu, who chuckled at the scene, remarking, "The child you brought along is quite amusing. It's the first time I've seen these spiritual beasts behave so decorously." Yujing giggled as he nestled closer to his master, busily braiding his hair. "Ah, they are merely cautious. They fear scaring people on their first encounter, lest they be deprived of future interactions. Our spiritual beasts are simply too affectionate. They frighten off many disciples." Lu Hongguang sighed. How could such lovable creatures instill fear? Alas, I have grown old and can no longer fathom the thoughts of the younger generation. Yujing, weaving a small flower into his braid, spoke with a hint of mischief. "What nonsense are you spouting, master? You are barely over 2,000 years old. You are hardly old at all." Lu Hongguang's words carried a subtle implication. "You are merely 19. In comparison, I have indeed aged." Yujing's tone took on a slight edge of discontent. "Why do you always compare yourself to your disciples? Besides, being young has its advantages. Even if my talent is lacking, I can still accompany you for a longer time." With a calm yet proud demeanor, Lu Hongguang replied, "That cannot be. Your talent surpasses mine. You will undoubtedly exceed your master and ascend to the heavens." Yujing paused, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. "I have no desire to go anywhere without you." Lu Hongguang, known for his amiable nature, maintained a gentle tone even when admonishing, "Do not be obstinate. When the time comes, do not hesitate." Yujing pursed his lips in silence, intently focusing on the braid as if he had not heard. With a resigned sigh, Lu Hongguang lamented, "Alas, your stubbornness has always been unwavering. You never heed my advice. Not at all. I listen to you the most. Then focus on your cultivation and aim for ascension." "I refuse." Lu Hongguang sighed in exasperation, well aware of his disciple's stubborn nature, which was as unyielding as a bull. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside the unhappy topics for today and embrace the joy of the moment. Meanwhile, Song Yujing was engrossed in his task, urging, "Do not rush. After finishing this, we shall move on to the next. I have it all under control. I intend to ensure that I pet every single one of you fluffy beings properly. If I fail to do so, I shall never forgive myself." In that moment, Song Yujing felt as though he had ascended to the throne. Such regal delight was an experience he had never known before. He suddenly understood the joy of ancient emperors. After a round of affectionate interactions, even the most fervent lover of fluff, Song Yujing, found himself nearly exhausted, lying on the ground, lost in thought. "Little disciple, you must be utterly worn out. Come here and have some tea to rest." The soothing voice brought back Song Yujing's drifting thoughts. He rose to meet a pair of eyes as tranquil as water. Immediately bowing, disciple pays respects to Uncle Master. Lu Hongguang steadied him and handed over a teacup, saying, "No need for formalities, little junior nephew." "Thank you, Uncle Master." Song Yujing took the teacup and drank deeply, feeling a gentle surge of spiritual energy envelop him, instantly alleviating all fatigue. Lu Hongguang smiled as he accepted the empty cup from Song Yujing's hands and gestured toward a wooden table nearby. "Why not sit down, junior nephew?" In his mind, the system began narrating the plot. Host, the original storyline reveals that Lu Hongguang meets a grim fate. Would you like to undertake the mission to save him? In the original tale, Lu Hongguang's ending bore similarities to that of Zhao Yueshi, both succumbing to madness. Before his demise, Lu Hongguang relentlessly pursued the male protagonist, Ling Outyin. However, the protagonist bore a halo of invincibility, transforming into the holy son of the sacred mountain. while Lu Hongguang was accused of colluding with the demonic forces to nurture evil spirits. The elders led by Xie Qingyuan endeavored to protect him. Yet he severed his own meridians in a bid to clarify his resolve, ultimately dying alone in the desolate realm where Yi Wang encountered misfortune. TSK. This male protagonist truly wreaks havoc. Externally, Song Yujiang remained composed, but internally he berated the scoundrel protagonist vehemently. System, I accept. In truth, Lu Hongguang's mission was interconnected with Yi Wang's. As long as Yi Wang was safeguarded, Lu Hongguang would not lose his will to survive due to despair. With this thought, Song Yujiang began to subtly extract information. Uncle Master, I have heard that our Yuling sect's annual competition is quite lively. Am I eligible to participate with my current cultivation? Lu Hongguang chuckled. Little junior nephew, you have just entered the sect this year. There's no need to rush. The sect competition can be perilous. Oh, so my cultivation isn't sufficient. Song Yujiang unconsciously fiddled with his fingers. Recalling something, he looked up and asked, then Uncle Master, once I break through to foundation establishment, can I join? Lu Hongguang smiled gently. The highest cultivation level permitted in the sect competition is Yuanying. If you break through to foundation establishment, you will merely meet the threshold for participation. However, your cultivation is still quite shallow, so joining hastily may pose some risks. Chapter 24. Astonishing. The light bulb is actually me. Song Yujiang furrowed his brows, his fingers tapping absently on the table as he pondered. After a moment, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Eureka! The female protagonist, Mu Sisi. Teaming up with her will undoubtedly lead to an encounter with the male protagonist. Moreover, her extraordinary talent means that in a one-on-one confrontation, the male protagonist may not even be her match. But this female protagonist is a hopeless romantic. What to do? System? Is there any hope for the female protagonist's romantic fixation? Song Yujiang urgently called in his mind. The system, fearing he might abandon the task, responded at lightning speed. Its electronic voice tinged with eagerness. Yes, absolutely. According to the plot's progression, the female protagonist currently harbors only a budding affection for the male protagonist. Her love is not yet profound. The primary reason for her fixation is that she was bullied by her clan when she was young, and the male protagonist protected her, leaving a lasting impression. But in reality, she has mistaken the identity of her savior. The system dropped a bombshell. The one who saved her back then was not Ling Aoyin at all, but his twin brother, Ling Aoshuang, who possesses a remarkably low profile. Because the two brothers bore an almost identical resemblance, both in appearance and stature, the female protagonist mistook one for the other. Song Yujing stroked his chin. Deep in thought, Ling Aoshuang? Why do I have no recollection of him in the original text? The system sighed, its tone tinged with regret. This individual possesses an excessively upright character, unable to tolerate even a speck of dust in his eyes, which starkly contrasts with the conduct of the entire Ling family. Furthermore, his talents are somewhat inferior to the male lead, leading the family to cultivate him merely as a shadow and a spare part for the main protagonist. In the original narrative, his absence is due to his untimely death, which occurred quietly and unremarkably. He has passed away. Aside from a few core members of the Ling family, no one knows he ever existed. Song Yujing couldn't help but click his tongue. Alas, that is truly tragic. Is there any hope for salvation? He inquired, a glimmer of hope in his voice. The system sighed once more. There is no possibility of rescue. The system cannot locate any trace of his existence. He may have long been secretly imprisoned by the Ling family, or perhaps he has already departed from this world. Song Yujing sighed inwardly as well. What a pity! If only he could save this person. With his disposition and potential, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. A soft laugh broke the silence. Lu Hongguang observed the shifting expressions on Song Yujing's face, at times furrowed in thought, at times exhaling a sigh, and finally could not suppress his laughter. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his tone warm and curious. Little disciple, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? Startled back to reality, Song Yujing immediately adopted a theatrical demeanor, feigning sorrow as he let out a long sigh, resting his chin on one hand. his brow furrowed enough to crush a fly. Master Uncle, I have heard that only those who place in the top 10 of the sex grand competition are qualified to enter that ancient secret realm. There are countless opportunities within, and I simply wish to broaden my horizons. Yet with my meager skills, securing a top 10 position is utterly impossible. Alas, the thought alone brings me distress. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Lu Hongguang's reaction from the corner of his eye. Initially, Lu Hongguang assumed he was troubled by a grave matter, but upon hearing the cause, he relaxed and waved his hand dismissively, his sleeves fluttering. Oh, is that all? You needn't worry, little disciple. Each of the 12 elders has a fixed quota, and you are the sole pupil of your master. During the sex grand competition, simply go through the motions. If things take a turn for the worse, just jump off the stage. You're guaranteed to be fine. Wow, is that true? How wonderful. Song Yujing's worries evaporated instantly, his eyes widening with delight, sparkling with excitement as he leapt from his seat and embraced Lu Hongguang's arm, shaking it enthusiastically. Hey, what are you doing? Yujing, who had just approached with a platter of freshly cut spiritual fruits, caught sight of the scene and immediately furrowed his brow. He strode forward, unceremoniously tearing Song Yujing away from his master, as if unwrapping taffy. He casually picked the juiciest scarlet fruit from the platter and fed it to Song Yujing, effectively silencing him. With his arms crossed and a look of discontent on his face, Yujing glared at Song Yujing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Go on, go. If you want to hug someone, go hug your own master. What kind of behavior is this? Embracing someone else's master. With a crisp crunch, Song Yujing bit into the fruit in his mouth, releasing a burst of sweet juice that tantalized his taste buds. As he chewed, he deliberately twisted his body toward Yujing, elongated his tone, and made a playful face, tauntingly saying, "You want to hit me?" In an instant, however, he transformed his demeanor, turning to Lu Hongguang with a look of contrite innocence, slightly bowing, "My apologies, Master Uncle. I got a bit too carried away just now. How rude of me." While speaking, he nimbly retrieved a plate of exquisite, translucent pastries brimming with spiritual energy from his storage bag and placed it on the table. "Master Uncle, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please have a taste." Lu Hongguang, amused by his disciple's display of jealousy, gently tugged Yujing's sleeve and then picked up the most delicately crafted lotus pastry, naturally offering it to Yujing's mouth, his tone laced with evident indulgence. "Oh, why so fierce? Little junior nephew is just overly joyful. It's not intentional. Come, have a taste and lighten up." Yujing's displeasure dissipated significantly at his master's coaxing, and with the hand of Lu Hongguang guiding him, he took a small bite of the pastry, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting in a faint smile. "Oh!" Song Yujing keenly detected the fleeting glimmer in Yujing's eyes. It turned out that this seemingly aloof senior brother enjoyed sweet treats, a delightful contrast to his stern exterior. Lu Hongguang then smiled at Song Yujing, explaining, "I apologize for the spectacle. Your senior brother has a rather temperamental disposition, spoiled by me. Please don't take it to heart, little nephew." Song Yujing quickly waved his hands, his smile radiant. "No worries, no worries. Senior brother is simply being genuine." He turned to Yujing, beaming with a hint of flattery. "Senior brother, if you like these pastries the next time I descend the mountain, I'll be sure to bring back several boxes for you." Yujing shot him a skeptical glance, yet leaned in closer, confirming, "Really?" Song Yujing thumped his chest confidently, exuding a generous air. "Of course it's real. We are good brothers. Why would I deceive you?" At that moment, the system in his mind was in a frenzy, twisting itself in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh my! Look at this. There is definitely something brewing between these two. The jealousy is palpable. The atmosphere has turned sour." Song Yujing, bewildered, was left with a myriad of questions. "What are you babbling about? We're all men. What could possibly be going on?" The system replied in a tone that suggested youthful naivety. "You wouldn't understand yet. Emotions transcend gender and species. Once you reach the level of this system, having witnessed many storms, you'll comprehend." Song Yujing retorted, "Speak plainly." The system firmly stated, "This system concludes that these two have already developed mutual affection." Song Yujing felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Say that again. With a meaningful tone, the system remarked. Don't you find it a bit illuminating to be in their midst? Song Yujing. Chapter 25. The arrival of the troubling trousered fellow Song Yujing was jolted by the system's words about mutual affection, his scalp tingling, and his gaze involuntarily drifted once more towards Yujing and Lu Hongguang, who were naturally sharing snacks. Although Yujing maintained his usual cool demeanor, there was a subtle inclination towards his master, and the fleeting softness in his eyes upon receiving the treats seemed, perhaps, somewhat out of place. He quickly shook his head, casting aside the tangled thoughts that had invaded his mind. Stop. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. Senior uncle, Brother Yi, Song Yujing cleared his throat, steering the conversation back to the pressing issue at hand. Since there are no problems with the quota for the secret realm, should I not seek out a reliable team in advance? I have heard that the second round of our sex grand competition is rather perilous. Lu Hongguang elegantly dabbed at the corner of his mouth and smiled. Indeed, my young nephew, the composition of the team is crucial. Have you any candidates in mind? Well, there is one possibility. Song Yujing feigned hesitation, stroking his chin. It is junior sister Mu Sisi. Her cultivation is solid, and her proficiency in water magic is quite remarkable. She seems like a commendable teammate. As soon as he finished speaking, Yujing let out a scoff, reclining lazily against the back of his chair, and remarked, Junior sister Mu? Her talent is commendable, but alas, her discernment leaves much to be desired. His words carried an implication, clearly indicating he was aware of the entanglement between Mu Sisi and Ling Outyin. Lu Hongguang cast a gentle reprimanding glance at his disciple, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. He then addressed Song Yujing with a warm demeanor. Junior sister Mu possesses a pure heart, and her cultivation indeed stands out among her peers. However, the relationship she shares with junior brother Ling appears quite intricate. Should you choose to team up with her, you may inevitably find yourself embroiled in their affairs. His tone bore a subtle note of caution. Rest assured, Master Uncle. Song Yujing straightened his posture, his face radiating righteousness. I merely believe that junior sister Mu's strength makes her an excellent ally. As for the rest, I trust that the innocent shall remain untainted. Moreover, he pivoted the conversation with a mischievous grin. Isn't there Brother Yi to look out for me? Right, brother? He winked at Yujing. Yujing found himself rather pleased by the address. With a huff, he acknowledged it in silence. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Song Yujing felt he had achieved his purpose and took his leave. He departed from Lu Hongguang's spirit beast garden, his mind swirling with the newly acquired information about the secret realm and the tumult of the master-disciple love affair. On his way back, the system continued its incessant chatter in his mind. Host, did you notice how Yujing seemed to glance at his master again, just now? When Lu Hongguang wiped the corner of his mouth, his ears turned quite red. TSK, TSK. Such a palpable undercurrent of tension. Be quiet. Song Yujing could not help but retort internally. All I want right now is to find Mu Sisi and finalize the team. I don't wish to hear a single word of your prattle. He felt his innocent heart being assailed. As he descended the mountain, preoccupied with thoughts on how to locate the female lead Mu Sisi, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by a figure engulfed in flames. Alas, Song Yujing, wincing in pain as he rubbed his bruised posterior, lifted his gaze only to meet a pair of crimson eyes. The individual before him sported a high, slightly curled ponytail and elegantly shaped peach blossom eyes that bore a look of concern as they reached out a hand. My sincerest apologies, esteemed junior. I was in too much haste and failed to notice the path. Are you all right? Song Yujing felt as though his behind had been fractured into multiple pieces. The pain was excruciating. His tone inadvertently carried a hint of reproach. Who are you? Why the rush? Yu Mingxiu offered an awkward smile. I apologize once more. I am Yu Mingxiu, a disciple under the third elder, Ji Liang Xianjun. Forgive me. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the distant crowd. You, stop right there. Yu Mingxiu's expression shifted, and he hastily discarded his identity badge, exclaiming, Junior, let us defer the matter of apologies for another day. I must flee. With that, he vanished like the wind. Behind him, pursuers armed with swords approached, Their faces darkened as they glared at Song Yujing. "Kid, do you know that rascal?" With an innocent shake of his head, Song Yujing replied, his voice tinged with lingering annoyance. "He knocked me down and didn't he offer any apology before running off." The pursuer shot him a disdainful look before resuming his chase. Song Yujing patted his backside as he rose, muttering, "What bad luck." Nearby, someone whispered, "What has it you done this time? How did the usually taciturn Xiaoling Yu react so fiercely?" Who knows? Yu Mingqiu has always been unpredictable. It's no surprise he would engage in such bizarre antics. The spirit of gossip ignited within Song Yujing, and he approached the two female cultivators, inquiring softly, "Sisters, who exactly is Yu Mingqiu? You all seem unfazed." The two female cultivators, delighted to share, leaned in closer, their expressions cloaked in mystery. "You see, Yu Mingqiu, due to his poor cultivation talent, was initially shunned by all and could only join as an outer disciple. Eventually, the third elder, feeling pity, accepted him as a named disciple. However, he turned out to be quite eccentric." "How so?" A complex expression crossed the female cultivator's face. "One day, a senior brother called him to rise early for sword practice only to find Yu Mingqiu sleeping soundly, clutching his master's undergarments. The shock nearly drove that senior brother to self-blinding. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Song Yujing turned, his expression one of intrigue, and noticed that many had gathered, listening intently, their faces reflecting a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. Goodness! Is this how relationships between masters and disciples unfold in the realm of cultivation? Not only that, the female cultivator continued, her expression still complex as all eyes turned back to her. Yu Mingqiu has an undeniable affinity for male beauty, with a peculiar obsession for collecting the undergarments of male cultivators. He has pilfered from numerous senior brothers. On one occasion, a senior sister witnessed him in a state of infatuation, surrounded by those garments, leading many male cultivators to instinctively cover themselves, contemplating additional protective charms for their own undergarments. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in realization, "So, this fellow actually stole the undergarments from Xiaoling Yu?" A collective gasp echoed through the room. Courageous indeed. To dare to pilfer from such a figure. Truly a reckless act. Song Yujing cautiously interjected, "So, senior sister Yu." The female cultivator, appearing exceedingly weary, sighed deeply. "Indeed, I am that senior sister who witnessed the entire affair." This sigh contained an unfathomable depth of sorrow and hardship. The onlookers regarded her with expressions of sympathy. Meanwhile, Yu Mingqiu, who was fleeing for his life, remained blissfully unaware of the trials that awaited him. Chapter 26. The Unconventional Cultivation Realm System. Are all these cultivators so extravagant in their pursuits? Song Yujing's lips twitched, feeling as though his understanding of the cultivation world had been irrevocably altered. The system sighed languidly, the orb within his consciousness rolling lazily. Alas, this is already considered relatively normal. Goodness! Song Yujing couldn't help but murmur under his breath. This is considered normal? His insatiable curiosity ignited. He pressed on. What about the abnormal? Do enlighten me. The system perked up, adopting a narrative tone. Allow me to recount a classic tale. Once upon a time, in this world, there was a demonic lord, a quintessential romantic, utterly infatuated with his wife, consumed by love. And then? Song Yujing asked, breath held, eyes wide with anticipation. Alas, due to limitations in her innate abilities, his wife could not withstand the heavenly tribulation and perished, leaving the demonic lord utterly deranged. What manner of madness ensued? Song Yujing inquired, captivated. He wielded his fateful demonic sword, howling as he tore a gaping hole in the heavens, nearly struck down by the wrathful divine lightning. The system paused, seemingly gathering its thoughts. Then, in a state of utter despair, he clutched a mirror left behind by his wife, weeping. He recalled her dream of having a daughter, and lo and behold, he summoned unparalleled demonic power to transform himself into a delicate little girl. Song Yujing stared, mouth agape in disbelief. This is utterly outrageous. The system mimicked the demonic lord's frenzied tone. Continuing with fervor, he fell to his wife's cold corpse, holding her, and with a child's voice, He called out, "Ching Ching, look, we have a daughter now. Come back, come see our child." And what happened next? Song Yujing could not restrain his curiosity. What happened next? His wife, of course, did not return. The system's tone shifted, tinged with melancholy. He completely lost his sanity, ran to the righteous sect, demanding they resurrect his wife, and ultimately, he was defeated by the combined might of the righteous cultivators. Goodness. Song Yujing placed a hand on his chest, exhaling deeply. Is love in the cultivation realm truly this tumultuous? A mere romance can lead to catastrophic consequences. The system, weary, sighed once more, the orb dimming slightly, alas. Who could argue otherwise? While I was compiling the data on this world, my worldview was shattered multiple times. The number of eccentric individuals in this realm is alarmingly excessive. What you are witnessing now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Very well, Song Yujin wiped away the non-existent cold sweat, comforting himself within. Compared to that unpredictable and often frenzied demon lord, who even undergoes transformations, this Yumingqiu, merely a thief of undergarments, certainly appears to be far more normal. At that moment, a familiar light blue figure caught his peripheral vision. Song Yujin's eyes brightened, and he immediately took off in pursuit, calling out while he ran. "Junior sister Mu. Mu Cici." Wait a moment, the beautiful junior sister ahead. Upon hearing the call, Mu Cici's body instinctively stiffened, her right hand immediately resting upon the hilt of her sword, thinking it might be another confrontation. She turned back warily, only to see Song Yujin approaching her with remarkably bright eyes and a beaming smile. Instantly, her taut nerves relaxed, and her hand slipped from the sword hilt, her face lighting up with genuine surprise as her tone became more cheerful. "It's you, senior brother." "Indeed, it is I," Song Yujin replied, catching his breath slightly as he curiously inquired. "You seem to be in a hurry. What are you preparing to do?" Mu Cici smiled lightly, exuding the poise of a cultivator. "The annual set competition is about to commence, and I'm heading to the arena to practice and familiarize myself with the surroundings." Upon hearing this, Song Yujin furrowed his brows, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and then gasped. "Goodness, junior sister Mu, your cultivation has already reached the mid-foundation stage, and your aura is so robust, it seems you're on the verge of breaking into the late stage. Is that even reasonable?" Mu Cici found his exaggerated reaction somewhat amusing, feeling slightly embarrassed as she waved her hands in explanation. "Oh, senior brother, please don't tease me. It's nothing like that. It's mainly thanks to you from last time. My master felt indebted upon learning of it, and specially provided me with several treasures to stabilize and enhance my cultivation. I merely took a shortcut. It's not true skill." Her tone was sincere, imbued with gratitude. Realizing this, Song Yujin nodded in understanding, patting her shoulder with a knowing expression. "I see. But that's quite good. With your enhanced strength, no one will dare to bully you casually." He shifted the conversation, his face breaking into an enthusiastic smile as he suggested, "Since you're headed to the arena, how about we go together? I haven't been there yet, and it's rather dull to wander alone." However, upon hearing this, Mu Cici displayed a hint of hesitation, her brow furrowing with concern as she spoke softly. "But Muru and the others have been causing me trouble. I worry it might involve you." "Nonsense. What do I care?" Song Yujin waved his hand dismissively, then raised a finger mysteriously, summoning a lively blue light butterfly that danced gracefully. He proudly lifted his chin. "See this? This is my life-saving charm. Anyone who dares to bully me will face my master immediately. I'm the only disciple she has. She treasures me dearly and would never abandon me. Rest assured." Observing his fearless demeanor, tinged with a hint of childishness, Mu Cici's concerns were finally allayed. A relaxed smile blossomed on her face as she nodded affirmatively. "All right, then let us go, senior brother." As the two had yet to depart, an affected voice floated towards them from behind. "Sister Cici, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." Upon turning around, they beheld the pink-clad Mururu, who was proudly clinging to Ling Aoyin's arm with a beaming smile. Song Yijing was nearly rendered speechless. He had wandered alone for days without catching a glimpse of the pair, and just as he had finally located Mu Cici, they had appeared. Goodness. Were they equipped with radar? Mu Cece responded with an icy demeanor. As a matter of fact, I have noticed you both trailing behind me since I descended the mountain. Ling Outyin, perturbed by her frigid tone, turned to see the handsome Song Yijing beside him, and a surge of anger welled within him. He pointed at Song Yijing, unleashing a torrent of harsh words. Oof, so indifferent towards me, and you've quickly found a new companion? Mu Cece's expression darkened immediately. Her aquamarine eyes now fixed sharply on Ling Outyin. Ling Outyin, mind your words. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Song Yijing regarded the scene with confusion, aware of the male lead's notorious reputation, yet still taken aback by his presence. Just as Ling Outyin was about to retort, Song Yijing, observing the butterfly dancing at his fingertips, remarked coolly, "Junior brother, utter another foul word, and I shall summon my master." Upon seeing the butterfly, Ling Outyin's eyes widened in realization, and the curse that had almost escaped his lips was swallowed back with great effort. Ling Outyin squinted. "You are the sole disciple of the 12th elder?" Song Yijing patted the identity token at his waist. "Isn't it obvious, big brother?" Ling Outyin scoffed derisively at Song Yijing's qi refinement stage cultivation. "Are you merely a waste relying on your master?" Song Yijing blinked innocently, a cheerful smile adorning his face. "Even if I am a waste, what of it? My master chooses to protect me." Ling Outyin snorted in disdain, glaring at Song Yijing before turning to drag away the still-chatting Mururu. "Mu Cece, you promiscuous woman, just you wait." He begrudgingly departed. "Congratulations, host, for completing the initial task of provoking the male lead, earning 100 points. Song Yijing was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The system replied, unfazed. "The male lead Ling Outyin is the destined child of this world. As long as the host provokes him, points can be earned. Current hatred level, 1100. Song Yijing. So it could be done this way." The door to a new world had opened. Chapter 27. A dispute begins. A flicker of disdain crossed Mu Cece's eyes as she watched Ling Outyin depart, her fists clenched tightly. Turning to the dazed Song Yijing, she quickly composed herself and forced a smile. "Brother, don't let such people affect your mood. Let's be on our way." Song Yijing, still elated by the system's reward, failed to notice the emotions lurking in her gaze, chuckling lightly. "I'm fine. I'm a grown man with thick skin. The main concern is you. A young girl. It's easy to be at a disadvantage. Keep your distance from such people in the future." Mu Cece sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. "Senior brother, some matters are rather intricate and cannot be succinctly explained. Let us go. Soon the prime spots will be claimed." Song Yujing did not expect to remedy her infatuation in an instant, so he decided to cast aside the unhappy thoughts and urge her forward. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to the competition arena, which was already teeming with eager spectators. Lacking any combat prowess, Song Yujing found a quiet spot to sit. Mu Cece, well acquainted with the venue, gracefully leaped onto the designated stage for foundation-building cultivators, elegantly dispatching the previous defender with a swift flourish of her sword. "I concede. Senior brother. Wow, how impressive. This heroine is incredibly strong." The system echoed in her mind. Indeed, she possesses remarkable talent and a strong work ethic. Aside from her infatuation, she has no other flaws. Song Yujing couldn't help but marvel. A love-struck mind is truly terrifying. It's like the ultimate debuff on the path of the strong. Azure-hued spiritual energy danced across the arena, and in Mu Cece's hands, the gentle water seemed to possess a life of its own, capable of transforming into any lethal weapon. Moreover, due to water's high malleability, her combat style was unpredictable, with any weapon potentially manifesting in her grasp. After numerous bouts, Mu Cece maintained her dominance on the stage, her fighting style fluid and concise, always resolving conflicts with remarkable swiftness. Song Yujing was entranced, eyes wide in astonishment, as if he were witnessing a breathtaking visual spectacle. "Wow, this girl is formidable." Just as Song Yujing was engrossed in the display, a sudden voice startled him. He turned sharply to find Yu Mingxiu had mysteriously appeared at his side, stroking his chin, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with interest as they fixated on Mu Cece's prowess. Without thinking, Song Yujing exclaimed. When did you arrive? Pervert? Yu Mingqiu's smile faltered, disbelief washing over his features as he turned back, his lips trembling. What did Yu Mingyan tell you? Realizing he had inadvertently revealed a clandestine nickname, Song Yujing awkwardly chuckled and replied, your senior sister mentioned that you like to steal male cultivators' undergarments and sneak kisses. Yu Mingqiu's face first drained of color, then flushed crimson, and finally turned a deep shade of anger. He gritted his teeth. What else did she say? With growing intrigue, Song Yujing continued. Your senior sister claimed you sleep with your master's garments. Yu Mingqiu slowly closed his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper, yet trembling. How many people has she told? Song Yujing struggled to suppress a grin, realizing that everyone at the foot of the mountain probably knew by now. Indeed, the entire sect was likely aware. After a moment of silence, Yu Mingqiu suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar. Yu Mingyan, today, only one of us shall survive. Before his echo faded, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, transforming into a streak of light as he fiercely shot off in a particular direction, vanishing in an instant. Song Yujing covered his ears, watching as the enraged Yu Mingqiu disappeared. Oh dear, it seems a fight is imminent. The system quietly commented within his consciousness. Host, you truly enjoy reveling in chaos. Song Yujing snorted, justifying his actions. How can this be considered malicious? This matter is hardly a secret. The entire sect is abuzz with it. I am merely attempting to enlighten him about the truth, allowing him to confront reality sooner rather than later. He was bound to find out eventually. The system retorted, I am well aware of your motives. You're simply nursing a grudge because he bumped into you. Oomph. With his chin resting on his hands, Song Yujing watched the combat below, leisurely conversing with the system. Let me hold on to that grudge. It's my backside that's hurting, not yours. After several rounds of fighting, Mu Cc, looking bewildered, glanced toward the direction where the angry shouts had vanished and curiously inquired, what happened? Why did that person suddenly become so furious? A fervent smile spread across Song Yujing's face. Come, sit down and allow me to explain in detail. Moments later, the usually aloof and stoic female lead nearly broke into a smile as she silently read the name Yu Mingqiu, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. How could such a thing occur? Song Yujing winked at her. You mustn't tell anyone. If Yu Mingqiu finds out and decides to settle the score with me, I certainly cannot contend with him. Mu Cc's expression turned serious. Rest assured, senior brother, I, Mu Cc, am not one to prattle on. Song Yujing felt reassured regarding her integrity. Mu Cc sat in shock for a while, absorbing the information before gripping her sword and plunging back into battle. Clearly, the gossip had left a significant impact on her. Chapter 28. Addressing the absence of mischievous prodigies in the cultivation realm on the arena, Mu Cc moved gracefully, her aqua-blue spiritual energy weaving through the air as she fought with fervor, showing no signs of fatigue. Alas, junior brother, I have returned. A voice tinged with despondency echoed nearby, and Song Yujing turned to find a battered figure resembling a pig's head. Startled, he took a closer look and realized it was Yu Mingqiu. Yu Mingqiu's once charming visage was now swollen and bruised, with the left eye encircled in shadows and the right corner of his mouth swollen. A distinct red mark marred his forehead, while his meticulously tied long hair had become disheveled, giving him the appearance of a wretched creature akin to a drenched dog that had been mercilessly tormented. The fierce aura he once emanated had dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of frustration and indignation. Song Yujing was at a loss for words. What happened to you? With a dejected expression, Yu Mingqiu lowered his head, covering his face with his hands, his tone laden with sorrow. She has pummeled me since childhood. She knows every move I make, predicting my every technique in advance. She is like a ghost, and I simply cannot defeat her. Woe is me. Upon hearing this, Song Yujing felt a twinge of pity for him. After a moment's contemplation, he rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved a spirit fruit, offering it to Yu Mingqiu. Brother, do not dwell in sorrow. Perhaps a taste of sweetness might alleviate your woes. Yu Mingqiu was ensnared in his own melancholic realm, lamenting, Is it not merely a youthful folly that led me to don her dress? only to unwittingly tumble into a cesspit. It was out of admiration for her exquisite garment. She pursued me relentlessly for 3 streets. I acknowledged my mistake, yet she continued to strike. Truly, it is outrageous. Was it so grave that I inadvertently revealed? In the presence of her beloved, her childhood vowed to marry Ahua from our village. She chased me down once more, lamenting that Ahua now had a litter of pups, and that there was no possibility left for them. She would never be the other woman. I had no inkling that the most beautiful pup in our village had already assumed the role of a mother. Was it so egregious that I embellished my tale of her wandering into the men's bathhouse, which became common knowledge? Later, she hung me from a tree and struck me. I recognized my fault, yet it was unintentional. Oh, how pitiful I am! Song Yujing's hand froze in midair, his mouth twitching. By the heavens! This pair of siblings is utterly peculiar. At that moment, taking sides seemed a folly. Ling was spun in midair, returning to her mouth. Yet the words of comfort eluded her. Goodness, each beating is well-earned. Were I her sister, I would have dealt him a fatal blow. The system remarked. What did I tell you? The realm of cultivation is rife with eccentricities. This brother-sister duo spares not even a dog. How frightful! Song Yujing silently observed as Yumingqiu wept, rendered speechless, devoid of words. Exhausted from crying, Yumingqiu lifted his head, and upon seeing Song Yujing's impassive expression, he enveloped him in a bear hug, spiraling into madness. Brother, why do you not console me? Song Yujing, aware of the surrounding gazes and whispers, felt his face burning with humiliation, scowling as he attempted to extricate himself. Though Yumingqiu appeared slender, he possessed the strength of an ox. I cannot budge you. Truly, I cannot. Song Yujing, resigned to his fate, lamented, Brother, will you not release me? I am innocent. Yumingqiu, caught in the fervor of emotion, disregarded all, declaring, If you assist me in cursing her, I shall let you go. Out of the corner of his eye, Song Yujing spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, leaning against a tree with arms crossed, observing with keen interest. Could Yumingqiu dare to confront her now? It was laughable. He certainly could not. Engaging her without prior coordination would lead to disaster. Song Yujing, regaining his composure, proclaimed with righteous indignation, Dear brother, reflect on your misdeeds. I pride myself on having a sound moral compass. How could I join you in maligning a young lady? Yumingqiu's brow furrowed, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. This one was a rational being. He had initially sought to elicit sympathy to share the burden of his plight. He intended to escape when that woman caught up. Just as he pondered, a sudden sharp pain pierced his ear, accompanied by a devilish voice. Are you still speaking ill of me, Yumingqiu? Yumingqiu turned stiffly, her voice trembling with a hint of choking as she attempted to garner sympathy through a display of misery. I was wrong. Yumingyin chuckled, tossing a storage bag into Song Yujing's embrace. My brother is truly foolish. I have caused trouble for my junior brother. This is a token of apology. With that, the two vanished from sight. Song Yujing tossed the heavy storage bag, exclaiming, Oh, is there also compensation for emotional distress? These eccentric old folks are indeed wealthy. Just look at the bag brimming with spirit stones. Congratulations, you shall no longer have to subsist on grass. He deftly stowed the bag away when a brash voice interrupted. Hey, you kid, I challenge you. The onlookers cast eager glances, relishing the unfolding drama. Before Song Yujing could fully comprehend the situation, the challenger approached him directly, jabbing a finger at his nose. Hey, pretty boy, I'm talking to you. Me? Song Yujing pointed to himself, incredulous. Is it truly me? Feng Qing, mistaking his disbelief for fear, scoffed derisively. What is wrong? Pretty boy, are you afraid? Song Yujing surveyed the challenger's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, stifling his irritation. He could not hold back any longer, gesturing at himself in bewilderment. But I am a waste. You, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, wish to challenge a mere chi-refining waste. Surely, you must feel some pain in your pride. Feng Qing's expression soured, caught off guard by such a retort. My junior brother is of comparable cultivation. I could have him fight you just the same. With that, another disciple stepped forward, casting a provocative gaze at Song Yujing. What? Are you afraid? System? Can I defeat him? The system analyzed the situation, responding, you possess ample magical artifacts. It would not be a challenge to knock him off the dueling stage. Mu Sisi swiftly positioned herself with her sword before Song Yujing. Do not bully him excessively. I will fight you. Song Yujing noticed Feng Qing casting a covert glance at his storage bag, greed glimmering in his eyes. A shared look with Feng Liang revealed intentions akin to eyeing a vast fortune. Understanding their motives, Song Yujing smiled slyly. It's all right, junior sister. Do not worry about me. Engaging them in combat poses no issue. Mu Sisi frowned, her face clouded with concern as she stood her ground. Song Yujing reassured her with a gentle smile and leaped onto the dueling stage, pointing at the chi-refining disciple. Come fort. Feng Liang unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, eager for the confrontation. Stop. Song Yujing interjected. I'm not here by choice. You are the ones insisting on challenging me. If you lose, will you not owe me some form of compensation? System? How many spirit stones do these two possess combined? The system scanned and replied, oh, these two are quite affluent. Together, they boast around 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Song Yujing's eyes gleamed with newfound confidence. Feng Liang, evidently self-assured in his abilities, scoffed. All right, if you lose, you must surrender your storage bag. Should I lose, I will submit to your demands. Song Yujing had awaited this very proposition, shaking his head with a light chuckle. Submit to my demands? Then I shall require 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Feng Liang's expression darkened, and his gaze toward Song Yujing grew decidedly hostile. Song Yujing, intending to provoke him, taunted, what is the matter? Afraid? Immediately, he feigned disinterest, turning as if to leap off the stage. Forget it then, I shan't fight. A pointless skirmish holds no value for me. Chapter 29, The Tiny Spirit Stone. Holding the key, Feng Liang, fearing he might truly jump down, recalled his trump card, and a confident yet sinister smile flashed across his face, as if victory was assured. He proclaimed, all right, it's settled. If you win, I shall hand over 20,000 high-quality spirit stones with both hands. System, with that treacherous grin, is he concealing some underhanded trick? Song Yujing urgently called out within his mind. The system, after scanning thoroughly, nearly burst into laughter. Rest assured, host, the scan is complete. He has merely concealed a mid-grade mystic sword in his storage bag, which poses no threat to the treasure you possess. Stay calm, we can secure victory. Upon hearing this, Song Yujing felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, a light smile gracing his lips as he unfurled the treasured fan in his hand, its surface shimmering with ethereal light. Now this is more like it. Brother Feng, I await your guidance. Prepare yourself. Feng Liang scoffed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he thrust his sword forward with a whoosh, charging at Song Yujing with unrestrained ferocity. Though Song Yujing was not adept at combat, his reflexes were sharp. He skillfully maneuvered the fan, deflecting the attack with precision. A resounding clang echoed as the sword's tip struck the fan, sending sparks flying, yet it could not penetrate. With his initial attack thwarted, Feng Liang swiftly altered his stance, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, each cut and slash creating a tempest of blades that enveloped Song Yujing in a chilling net of light. Song Yujing, akin to a lone boat amidst tumultuous waves, appeared to be in peril, yet he remained remarkably composed. His footwork was erratic, relying entirely on the fan to shield him from the barrage. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sound of metal clashing filled the air. Each time Feng Liang's blade met the seemingly delicate fan, it jolted his arm. After a dozen fierce assaults, Feng Liang was panting heavily, beads of sweat forming at his brow, while his sword bore several noticeable nicks, its brilliance dimming. In stark contrast, Song Yujing, though slightly breathless and with perspiration beading at his temples due to his swift movements and parries, remained unscathed apart from a bit of dust clinging to his garments. His fan continued to radiate a mesmerizing glow. Feng Liang's grip on his battered sword trembled slightly as he stared incredulously at Song Yujing, a mix of disbelief and indignation flooding his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "You have skill, but don't rely on that artifact to show off." Song Yujing rolled his eyes in response, gently fanning himself with an air of impatience. "Brother Feng, if we're going to fight, let us just fight. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Can't you handle defeat? Let us not waste everyone's time, shall we?" Feng Liang's face turned ashen with fury. Taking a deep breath as if steeling himself, he shouted, "You're forcing my hand." With that, he hurled the battered sword to the ground and swiftly tapped his storage bag at his waist. A sharp crimson light suddenly flared forth, revealing a sword entirely engulfed in a fiery red hue, adorned with intricate flame patterns. He grasped this weapon firmly in his hand, its blade emanating an aura far surpassing that of before. It was a mid-tier Xian greatsword, the Sun Fire Sword. A renewed sense of pride and ferocity appeared on Feng Liang's face. "To compel me to wield such a sword, you indeed have reason to feel proud." Below, Feng Qing, who had been observing the battle intently, wore a smile of assured victory, as if he could already envision Song Yujing being struck down by a single blow. Meanwhile, Mu Sisi remained expressionless, merely a spectator. In the face of the searing pressure from the sword and the swiftly approaching crimson light, Song Yujing's expression remained unfazed, even muttering to himself, "Ah, the affection of my masters is indeed heavy yet practical." No longer holding back, he channeled all of his spiritual energy into the treasured fan. The fan, which had merely shimmered with spiritual light, erupted into a dazzling blue radiance, unmistakably revealing its status as an Earth-tier artifact. Just as the Sun Fire Sword was about to reach him, Song Yujing flicked his wrist sharply, sending the infused fan spinning through the air like a concealed weapon. Buzz! The fan whistled fiercely, transforming into a streak of blue light, striking unerringly upon the spine of the Sun Fire Sword. Clang! After an even louder collision, Feng Liang felt an overwhelming force emanate from the sword, causing his grip to shatter, blood pouring forth. The sword, which he had placed so much hope in, flew from his grasp, landing far below the arena. Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, Feng Liang stood frozen, bloodied hand hanging motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yujing caught the returning fan and, with a swift motion toward the dazed Feng Liang, swung the fan. A gentle yet formidable force struck Feng Liang at his waist. Thud! He let out a short gasp of surprise, and his entire being was sent flying off the stage, landing unceremoniously. The arena fell into a profound silence, as none could have anticipated that a disciple in the Qi refinement stage would possess an Earth-tier artifact. Approaching the edge of the stage, Song Yujing looked down at the bewildered Feng Liang, grinning as he extended a hand, beckoning. "This esteemed senior, kindly settle the sum of 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage." At that moment, Mu Sisi's figure flickered, silently positioning herself before the retreating Feng Qing. Her hand rested firmly on the hilt of her sword. Though it remained sheathed, her intent was unmistakable. Feng Liang's face shifted through shades of green and white as he felt the icy gaze emanating from Mu Sisi amidst countless stares. Ultimately, in a state of extreme frustration and loss, he extracted a storage bag from his robe and hurled it towards Song Yujing on the stage, then turned and fled, pushing through the crowd in disarray. Song Yujing caught the storage bag and, scanning its contents with his consciousness, his face instantly lit up with joy. 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. What a windfall! Observing the eager gazes of those around him, he realized the precariousness of the moment and hastily took Mu Sisi's hand. Making their escape, the two did not dare to pause until they reached a secluded area, where Song Yujing patted his chest, relieved, remarking how close he had come to being challenged. The martial arena's fervor stemmed not only from the impending set competition, but also from the allure of earning spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, strength holds paramount importance. Within the sect, while one cannot engage in overt conflict, if one falters on the arena, it is difficult to blame others. Mu Sisi emerged victorious in a series of matches. Not only has her prowess evidently increased, but her storage pouch is also brimming. In contrast, Song Yujing appears to be easily manageable. Aside from possessing magical artifacts, he lacks any notable strengths, and when faced with genuine experts, he is destined to lose his spirit stones. With a sigh, Mu Sisi contemplated for a moment before lifting her gaze to Song Yujing and inquired, "Brother, your sudden visit must be in regard to the impending sect competition, correct?" Surprised, Song Yujing regarded her with admiration, not bothering to conceal his intentions. "You are quite astute. Junior sister." Mu Sisi offered a subtle smile, acknowledging his cultivation at the peak of the chi refinement stage, just a step away from foundation establishment. This was indeed an easy deduction. Then, shall we form a team? Chapter 30. The female protagonist's terrifying fortuity upon hearing Song Yujing's proposition. Mu Sisi felt an innate inclination to agree. Teaming up with this amiable senior brother was undoubtedly advantageous. However, as her thoughts drifted to her myriad of tangled troubles, her brows instinctively knitted together, her tone laced with evident concern. "Brother Song, the second round of the sect competition is a free-for-all, and I fear many may seize the opportunity to target me. If you join my team, you might become embroiled in my troubles and attract unnecessary complications." As she spoke, her frown deepened. Unfazed, Song Yujing waved dismissively, a hint of pride gracing his expression, his tone lighthearted. "Oh, what a trivial matter. Worry not. I have made arrangements. Yujing has promised to back me up. If danger arises, I shall simply hide behind him. He is more than capable of bearing the brunt." "Yujing." Mu Sisi's eyes widened slightly, clearly recognizing the name. "Is he the one who has dominated the sect competition for 6 consecutive years?" Her voice bore a trace of disbelief and a subtle reverence. "Indeed, that is him," Song Yujing affirmed with a vigorous nod, adding for Mu Sisi's reassurance. He pledged this in front of his master. He would never go back on his word. "You can rest easy." Though Mu Sisi was puzzled as to how Song Yujing garnered such a promise from the aloof prodigy, his unwavering conviction alleviated much of her trepidation. Her tense shoulders relaxed as she nodded. With Brother Ye's support, it could not be better. After a brief contemplation, as if resolving her determination, she met Song Yujing's gaze and spoke earnestly. "Brother, I sense your aura is robust, and your spiritual energy flows smoothly. You must be on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment, am I correct?" With a sigh, Song Yujing revealed a hint of distress on his face. "Indeed, I have long felt ready to break through, yet I have hesitated." Understanding dawned upon Mu Sisi. Many cultivators harbor a fear of the thunder tribulation. Lowering her voice, she remarked, "By a stroke of fortune, I have learned of a unique location where one can break through without attracting the thunder tribulation." "What? Such a remarkable place exists?" Song Yujing's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice rising as joy illuminated his features. Song Yijiang's eyes brightened. He had long hesitated to break through due to the fear of being struck down by heavenly tribulations. The Tao of heaven in this realm of cultivation was notoriously capricious, having claimed the lives of countless practitioners. Furthermore, his identity as a fierce beast was particularly sensitive. One had already been struck down by the Tao of heaven, and should it strike again without hesitation, where would he turn to lament his fate? Thus, the existence of a place free from tribulations filled him with joy. Mu Sisi took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for a significant decision. Gently, she placed a hand on Song Yijiang's arm, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an extraordinary location. The system could not contain its astonishment. A spatial pocket. Truly, she is the protagonist, possessing such an incredible artifact. Song Yijiang was somewhat perplexed. Spatial pocket? What makes it so special? The system's voice brimmed with awe. This space is akin to a nascent world. It possesses its own spiritual energy and rules, and most importantly, it is not bound by the laws of the Tao of heaven. Here, one can transcend tribulations without invoking heavenly lightning. Upon hearing this, Song Yijiang was momentarily speechless. Good heavens! Is the protagonist's fortune truly this remarkable? The system continued, still in disbelief. Not only that, this world can evolve alongside the protagonist's cultivation. The higher her cultivation, the more complete the laws of this realm become. One day, this space will transform into a true world. And Mu Sisi is the sole sovereign of this realm. Wow, is this the protagonist's fortune? Song Yijiang's heart was shaken, yet he maintained an expression of innocent curiosity. Junior sister, where are we? Mu Sisi pressed her lips together, her hand concealed within her sleeve tightening into a fist. She feigned a calm tone as she explained, this is the embryonic form of a small world. Senior brother can break through here without attracting heavenly tribulations. Song Yijiang smiled. No heavenly tribulations. What a miraculous place. Junior sister, you must keep this hidden and not speak of it casually. The protagonist is testing me. Huh? What a clever one. The system mused. Indeed, if even a hint of greed were to show on your face, she might spare your life out of gratitude, but would certainly remain vigilant of you henceforth. Song Yijiang surveyed their surroundings before addressing Mu Sisi earnestly. This opportunity you possess is too extraordinary and may incite jealousy. It would be wise to keep it from too many people. He intended to caution her, especially regarding her sister and Ling Outyin. Mu Sisi's clenched fist relaxed slightly, and a genuine smile appeared on her face. It's all right. This world is already bound to my soul. Even if others know, they cannot take it away. She paused, pointing to a center within the space where the spiritual energy was most abundant. Senior brother, you should break through there. I will guard you. It is absolutely safe. Very well. Thank you, junior sister. Song Yijiang replied, not wishing to appear overly sentimental, recognizing this as a sign of Mu Sisi's trust in him. He approached the gathering of spiritual energy, sitting cross-legged to prepare for the breakthrough to foundational establishment. With such a secure environment free from the threat of heavenly tribulations, the weight upon his heart finally lifted. Meanwhile, Mu Sisi quietly stood by, observing as Song Yijiang entered a meditative state. Her heart was a tempest of thoughts. Revealing her greatest secret to the world was undoubtedly a gamble. However, the reaction of Brother Song made her feel that perhaps this wager was worth taking. Not only did he harbor no ill intentions, but he also promptly advised her to be cautious and protect herself. This sincerity was particularly precious in the perilous realm of cultivation. Several hours later, a violent surge of spiritual energy enveloped Song Yujing, before gradually stabilizing. As a wave of foundational spiritual pressure radiated outward, he had successfully broken through, and the process had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any peril. As he opened his eyes, feeling the multiple-fold increase of spiritual power within him, his face lit up with joy. Rising to his feet, he earnestly thanked Mu Sisi, who had been steadfastly by his side. Sister Mu, thank you immensely for your support. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Mu Sisi smiled in response. Brother, you are too courteous. You helped me out of a bind previously, and I have yet to properly express my gratitude. As teammates, it is only natural that we assist one another. They exchanged smiles, solidifying a bond of trust and camaraderie in this small corner of the world. They both understood that with this shared secret, they would be each other's most reliable allies in the impending chaos of the sex grand competition. In high spirits, Song Yujing even jested, now it's settled. When the competition arrives, let us see who dares to underestimate me, the one with connections. If they can't defeat me, they'll just have to call for Yuang, and if all else fails, I'll hide behind you, sister. Mu Sisi chuckled at his antics. Brother, you're joking. Let us make our exit before we attract any suspicion. Right, let us go. Chapter 31. The uncontrolled soaking in the hot spring ecstatic about his successful foundation establishment. Song Yujing followed Aji, bouncing his way back to Ziyun Peak. Just as he stepped through the doorway, an irresistible force seized him by the nape, plunging him into a warm embrace suffused with a cool fragrance. The embrace was solid and warm, enveloping him entirely, as a deep voice, laced with displeasure, whispered near his ear, "You carry many scents that I dislike." Song Yujing's heart raced. Before he could protest, his surroundings blurred abruptly. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself surrounded by a warm current of water. In a hot spring pool several times larger than his own. Caught off guard, he sputtered and struggled to surface, his damp hair clinging to his forehead, obscuring his view. Clumsily, he pushed his hair back, revealing a smooth forehead and wide eyes filled with astonishment, his voice tinged with wet indignation. "Master, what are you doing?" However, Nan Gongsheng offered no reply, instead stepping calmly into the water, advancing toward him. The pool rippled in response to his movements. His gaze was dark, as if swirling shadows lurked within his depths, glimmering with a dangerous light. For reasons unknown, seeing Nan Gongsheng like this set off alarm bells in Song Yujing's mind, and a strong sense of impending danger washed over him. He instinctively recoiled, his back pressed against the cool, slick wall of the pool, his voice trembling slightly. "Master, what exactly are you planning to do?" Yet the hot spring was only so large, he had nowhere left to retreat. Nan Gongsheng suddenly drew near, his fervent palm unmistakably clasping around Song Yujing's slender waist with an irresistible force. He leaned down, the distance between them shrinking to a mere breath apart, his usually frosty fox-like eyes narrowing slightly, fixating intently on Song Yujing's startled gaze. Within the depths of his eyes, there flickered an enchanting allure that was utterly captivating. Song Yujing, his voice emerged low and husky, tinged with an almost obsessive declaration, "You are mine." It was only in such close proximity that Song Yujing began to discern the peculiar state of Nan Gongsheng. The corners of his eyes bore an unusual faint crimson hue. His gaze, though focused, held a hint of disorientation and haze, his breath more fervent and rapid than usual, as if under the influence of some intoxicating substance. Song Yujing stood frozen, having never witnessed his master in such a state, stripped of his usual coldness and aloofness. Those phoenix-like eyes revealed an entrancing charm that was both perilous and captivating. His throat involuntarily moved, his voice softening, laced with tentative concern. "Master, what is wrong with you?" Yet, Nan Gongsheng appeared oblivious, reaching out to gently tuck back the damp strands of hair from Song Yujing's forehead. The motion was delicate, his fingertips brushing against the skin, bringing a fleeting chill. His voice flowed softly, with a hint of ambiguity. "You carry a scent I find displeasing." He leaned in closer, his warm breath grazing the curve of Song Yujing's ear. "It's all right, just wash it away." Song Yujing stiffened, holding his breath in trepidation. A sharp crack echoed in the spacious hot spring, piercing the silence. Song Yujing, in disbelief, covered his left cheek, his eyes instantly reddening, his voice trembling. "Master, you promised you would never lay a hand on me again." As the words left his lips, tears cascaded down his cheeks. It did not truly hurt. Rather, it was the shock that overwhelmed him, compounded by a sense of grievance. Nan Gongsheng gazed at his tear-streaked face, reaching out to gently rub the slightly reddened skin with his fingertip, asking softly, "Does it hurt?" Song Yujing, his mind in disarray, sniffled, his voice choked with sobs. "Yes." Yet, Nan Gongsheng leaned down, his lips brushing against the tender skin, tasting a hint of saltiness. As he tenderly massaged the burning lobe of Song Yujing's ear with his fingertip, he murmured hoarsely, "This pain is necessary. Only through pain will you remember." Song Yujing's mind was nearing collapse. Instinctively he sniffled again, stammering, "Remember what?" Nan Gongsheng lifted his face, locking eyes with the tear-filled orbs. "Keep your distance from everyone henceforth." Each word was enunciated with weight. "You may play, but no physical contact is allowed." He drew closer, their noses nearly touching, emphasizing each word. Not a single point is permitted. Song Yujing's heart raced wildly, his mind in a frantic whirl. Gazing into those close-set eyes, his throat tightened. He lowered his gaze, responding softly, "Yes, master." Seemingly satisfied with his compliance, Nan Gongsheng's slender fingers deftly reached for Song Yujing's sash, skillfully tugging it loose. Song Yujing exclaimed in alarm, "Master, what are you doing?" Nan Gongsheng remained silent, his hands moving with such swiftness that Song Yujing could scarcely comprehend. In a flurry of chaotic attempts to remedy the situation, he found himself left with nothing but a pure white undergarment. His cheeks flushed crimson, and with tear-filled eyes, he stood frozen, helplessly watching as his last piece of clothing was discarded upon the shore. Overcome with urgency, he felt a wave of despair. "Whoa, master, you are bullying me." Yet Nangong Sheng pressed him down upon the stone steps submerged in the spring water, tenderly scooping up the warm water to cleanse him. His movements were imbued with utmost gentleness, meticulously attending to every strand of hair and fingertip. Song Yujing, shy and eager to retreat, found himself firmly held in place by Nangong Sheng's gentle yet resolute grip, unable to move. The soft voice whispered near his ear, "Just wash. It will be all right." After this tender ministrations, Song Yujing was thoroughly cleaned inside and out, his face now so red it seemed it could bleed. He dared not speak or move, aware that in this unusual state of his master, most of his words went unanswered. Yet, any sign of struggle would inevitably lead to him being calmly restrained once more. Overwhelmed with shyness, he lowered his gaze, staring blankly at his reflection in the water. The system's jubilant voice broke through his reverie. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task of bathing with Nangong Sheng. Reward, 500 points. Song Yujing's mind felt like mush, and he had no time to heed such notifications. "Go away. I don't want to hear it." "Understood." The system promptly logged off, understanding the whims of youth. Chapter 32. The little beast I raised Nangong Sheng silently washed Song Yujing to his satisfaction, then glanced at the heap of discarded disciple robes on the shore. Furrowing his brow, a surge of blue flame erupted from his fingertips, reducing the garments to ashes. Song Yujing was taken aback. "If you burn them, what will I wear? Not even a single outfit is spared." Nangong Sheng offered no reply, choosing instead to retrieve a set of disciple robes from his storage space, matching the hue of Song Yujing's previous attire. He unfurled the robe with deft movements, dressing Song Yujing with precision. First, he draped the outer garment, then secured the inner lining, carefully smoothing out every crease. As Song Yujing looked down at the deep blue fabric, nearly black, he noticed the cuffs and hem adorned with intricate silver embroidery of cloud patterns, subtly shimmering in the light. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the material, feeling its coolness. It was evidently of far superior quality than his previous plain robes. The entire ensemble was tailored to fit perfectly, understated yet exuding an air of distinction. Most striking was the emblem of a nine-tailed fox, intricately stitched with dark golden thread on the chest, mirroring the design on Nangong Sheng's own robe, as if proclaiming to the world that he belonged to Nangong Sheng. It seemed Nangong Sheng was finally satisfied, a faint smile flitting across his features. Just as Song Yujing felt relieved, mistakenly thinking his master had returned to normal, he was abruptly swept up in an embrace. Master." He found himself sinking into the softness of the bed, with Nangong Sheng soon covering him, burying his face against his neck. The warm breath brushed against his skin, eliciting a tingling sensation. "Master?" Song Yujing tentatively called out to him. "You are mine?" Nangong Sheng half opened his eyes, his gaze deep yet tinged with a hint of daze. Refusing to let go, Song Yujing found himself somewhat breathless. Just as he was about to struggle, he suddenly caught a faint, ethereal fragrance wafting from the tip of his nose. "Master, you smell delightful," he remarked. Nangong Sheng chuckled softly, ruffling the back of his head, his voice muffled. "No need for mischief. What does he mean by that?" Song Yujing frantically called out to the system in his mind. The system cleared its throat, somewhat embarrassed to respond. "You shall understand this on your own." With that, the system awkwardly logged off. "Hey!" At that moment, a pair of fluffy, snow-white ears unexpectedly sprouted from Nangong Sheng's hair, gently twitching. Song Yujing blinked, closed his eyes, then opened them again. The ears remained, even quivering slightly with each breath. He froze in astonishment. "So, Master truly is a fox spirit?" Tentatively, Song Yujing reached out to lightly touch them. They were soft and warm to the touch. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, only to have it grasped firmly by Nangong Sheng. "What are you hiding from? It's not like I don't permit you to touch." Once more, Song Yujing's fingertips brushed against the fluffy ears. This time his cheeks flushed crimson. The exquisite sensation was irresistible. He couldn't help but indulge in a few more affectionate rubs. Nangong Sheng's gaze deepened, a muffled groan escaping his lips, as if he were resisting something within. "Do you like it?" This novel sensation continuously stimulated Song Yujing's senses, rendering him unable to withstand such temptation. He could not utter disingenuous words. Thus, he nodded fervently several times, his delight evident. "I like it. I truly do. I like immensely." The dark hues in Nan Gongsheng's eyes gradually softened, akin to the melting of early spring snow. He gently enveloped Song Yujing in his embrace, a fluffy fox tail stealthily wrapping around his waist, soon followed by a second, and then a third, as the soft, white fur brushed gently against his skin, radiating a comforting warmth. Surrounded by this plush sensation, a thought suddenly flashed through Song Yujing's mind. Could this be the heat period? The notion sent a tremor through his heart. Yet he swallowed the words before they could escape his lips. Nan Gongsheng had completely cocooned him in his embrace, nine tails tenderly entwining him, crafting a warm nest. With eyes closed, his breathing gradually steadied, as though he were truly on the verge of slumber. Song Yujing remained stiff, hesitant to move, his fingertips unconsciously tugging at a tuft of fur. The series of unexpected events left his mind in disarray, leaving him oblivious to his own predicament. In his consciousness, Song Yujing was pacing anxiously, raising his voice. "What on earth is happening? Stop playing dead. Come out and say something." The system leisurely cleared its throat, the luminous orb flickering awkwardly. "Isn't this just as you see?" Song Yujing found the situation utterly preposterous, incredulity saturating his voice. "I sent my master the main antagonist?" The original text never mentioned him being a nine-tailed fox. How did he suddenly transform into a fox? The system lazily turned in the sea of consciousness and remarked, "Nan Gongsheng is indeed a nine-tailed celestial fox. The original work did not mention it, because he has never revealed his true form in front of others." It paused for a moment, and the glowing orb emitted a faint light. The fox lineage has thinned considerably by his generation. He is a rare, ancestral bloodline, a fact known to very few within the fox clan. Song Yujing sighed helplessly, unconsciously tugging at the tip of Nan Gongsheng's tail. His voice tinged with anxiety. "What does this mean now? Will leaving it be unaddressed not lead to any issues?" The system immediately responded, its tone laced with evident mockery. "Isn't he holding on to you right now?" Furrowing his brows, Song Yujing insisted, "Be clearer. The celestial fox clan reaches maturity at a millennium. Given Nan Gongsheng's age, he is currently experiencing his first estrus period." The system's voice suddenly turned serious. "Thus he instinctively seeks a mate to nest with, as long as there is a companion." Song Yujing interrupted with a dark expression, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "But I am not a mate. I am his disciple. How can a disciple serve as a mate?" The system could no longer contain its excitement, the glowing orb bouncing energetically in his sea of consciousness. "He is embracing you like this. How can you be so oblivious?" Song Yujing maintained a stiff demeanor, his tone rigid. "You know he is an estrus. His mind is not clear. He is simply grabbing anyone to pull into his embrace. What does it matter who it is?" The system, agitated, spun around in his sea of consciousness, the glowing orb flickering. "That matters immensely. Celestial foxes instinctively choose their mates. I am the closest to my master. It is only natural for him to turn to me during this instinctual phase." Song Yujing retorted, his neck stiffening. "Do not spout such nonsense here." The system, frustrated, trembled with indignation. "Ugh, are you satisfied to drive me to my wit's end?" At that moment, Nan Gongsheng's arm tightened around Song Yujing's waist. He buried his face in Song Yujing's neck, drowsily nuzzling, his warm breath brushing against the skin, murmuring indistinctly, "Mine is mine." Song Yujing stiffened, hesitating for a moment before gently cupping Nan Gongsheng's face to lift it, their eyes meeting. He gazed into those shimmering fox eyes and earnestly asked, "Master, do you see clearly who I am?" Nan Gongsheng's hazy gaze slightly focused, a glimmer of shimmering waves appearing in his eyes. His expression conveyed a mixture of confusion, a strong protective instinct, and an undeniable possessiveness. He curled his lips into a smile, his voice hoarse yet tender. "You are my little disciple, Song Yujing." He leaned in closer, their noses almost touching. "You are my little fierce beast." Chapter 33. The cold pool on the back mountain truly is a savior. Observing Nangong Sheng's fragile yet stubborn demeanor softened Song Yujing's heart, and he could not help but respond. It is yours. All of it is yours. System. The attachments in this world are not solely about love. Familial and friendly bonds are equally significant. The system's tone turned cold. Face reality, child. You have been completely undressed by him. You have been thoroughly explored. As Song Yujing's face flushed with embarrassment, his voice faltered slightly. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. Master does not usually act this way. Alas, ignoring the words of the wise leads to immediate consequences. Just wait for the day you stumble. Unfazed, Song Yujing retorted confidently. Just watch. His certainty stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he was unremarkable and straightforward, rendering it implausible for Nangong Sheng to take an interest in him. Secondly, in the original novel, Nangong Sheng harbored a cherished memory of another. The identity of this individual remained a mystery, but it was known that in the climactic finale of the story, Nangong Sheng struck down Ling Outyen with a sword. And before meeting his own demise at the hands of fate, he wistfully retrieved a bloody jade pendant from his bosom, murmuring, "I avenged you. That is enough." Was this not love? The passage vividly depicted Nangong Sheng's sorrow, the tenderness and reluctance reflected in his gaze as he beheld the pendant, as well as the relief that followed his vengeance. It could be surmised that the owner of the pendant was indeed his lost love. How could one who cherished a memory of another ever fall for someone else? Gently caressing Nangong Sheng's feverish forehead, Song Yujing observed him unconsciously nuzzling against his palm and silently shook his head. It was merely a primal instinct during a vulnerable moment. Gradually, Song Yujing succumbed to slumber in such an embrace. Nangong Sheng gazed down at the sleeping figure in his arms, his expression stiffening. As memories flooded back, he wished he could strike down the version of himself from the previous night. How could he, a revered celestial lord, have acted in such a manner towards his disciple? Leaving a manifestation of himself behind to continue holding Song Yujing, he vanished in an instant, arriving at a cold pond in the back mountain, where he plunged in, submerging himself entirely. He sought to clear the chaos from his mind for just a moment. The icy waters were biting, yet they paled in comparison to the tempest raging within him. Submerged at the bottom of the pond, his raven hair spread like seaweed, his handsome visage devoid of expression, save for his tightly pressed lips and slightly trembling eyelashes that betrayed the turmoil within. What had he done? Memories surged like a tide, each detail vividly clear. He recalled how he had pulled his young disciple into the hot spring, how he had unceremoniously burned the boy's clothes, how he had ensnared him with his tail, how he had nestled close to that warm neck, inhaling deeply, whispering declarations of ownership. Each frame of this recollection made Nangong Sheng feel like a lecherous beast. He had thought that the heat of desire could be tamed with mere restraint, yet he had not anticipated its ferocity. What deepened his embarrassment was the clear memory of Song Yujing's wide, tear-brimmed, confused, and aggrieved eyes, along with the plaintive, "Master, you are bullying me." Such outrageous behavior. He struck the water's surface with his hand, sending up a spray of several feet. The esteemed celestial Lord Ling Sheng had dared to behave so recklessly, bordering on harassment, towards his beloved disciple. The chill of the pond temporarily subdued the residual agitation within him, yet could not quell the frustration in his heart. He found himself at a loss, unsure of how to face the still sleeping disciple nestled in his embrace. He appeared directly, his expression cold as he spoke of last night's events, claiming they were mere accidents to be forgotten. Such a blatant attempt to cover up only served to highlight his irresponsibility. Could he really act as if nothing had transpired? He found it impossible. The memories were too vivid, and the lingering warmth and softness in his embrace remained. Nangong Sheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the frigid air. He needed to regain his composure swiftly and devise a suitable approach, at the very least, before his disciple awoke. He had to collect his emotions and uphold the last vestiges of his waning authority as a master. At that moment, in the master bedroom, Song Yujing nestled among the soft bedding, enveloped in warmth, sleeping soundly. Unconsciously, he reached out, instinctively desiring to grasp something, only to encounter a cool fabric imbued with Shing's essence. Groggily, he half opened his eyes and mumbled, "Master, I am yours," before turning over and drifting back into a deep slumber, completely unaware that he was being cradled by a soulless incarnation. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the cold pool, Shung, through the incarnation, sensed this unconscious murmuring. His body stiffened abruptly, and then he sank deeper, leaving behind a trail of frustrated bubbles rising to the surface. Shung, have some dignity. That is your disciple. Song Yujing continued to sleep soundly, while Shung dared to surface only after spending an entire day and night submerged. In truth, Song Yujing had long awakened, but remained oblivious to Shing's peculiar state. Assuming his master was in a deep slumber due to his estrus period, he thought little of it. His fingers absent-mindedly tangled in the inky strands of Shing's hair, inadvertently grazing his cheek, the touch cool and smooth, reminiscent of exquisite jade. It was at that moment that Shing reverted to his true form. He instinctively grasped Song Yujing's wandering hand, gently squeezing it before quickly realizing the impropriety and releasing it. Upon seeing him awake, Song Yujing's dark eyes sparkled. He raised his hand to touch Shing's forehead to check his temperature. "Master, you are finally awake. How do you feel?" A hint of discomfort crossed Shing's face, his tone slightly stiff. "I am fine." He sat up awkwardly, observing his disciple, who was also sitting up and blinking at him. After a moment of contemplation, he began to speak. In these past 2 days, Song Yujing immediately understood, fervently assuring Master, "Rest assured, I will never speak of it." The youth's face broke into a bright smile. "Master, I understand completely. You are a 9-tailed celestial fox. It is entirely normal for you to have special periods. Just like us fierce beasts, we also experience such occurrences." He comforted him gently. "It's all a normal physiological reaction. Please don't take it to heart." Who isn't he had an awkward moment. "I want to dwell on it." Shing's carefully crafted words faltered instantly. He sighed softly and produced a meticulously crafted elixir, placing it into Song Yujing's palm. "This is a soul solidification pill, prepared for you during my seclusion. There are 3 in total. Take 1 each month and inform me when they are finished." As Song Yujing held the pill, his eyes grew warm with emotion. "Master is truly kind to me." Gazing into his disciple's smiling eyes, Shing felt an inexplicable surge of guilt within him. He averted his gaze awkwardly, raising his hand stiffly to ruffle the top of the youth's head. "Be good. Master will take care of the accumulated affairs from these past few days. If you feel tired, rest a little longer." With a somewhat hurried step, Shung departed the chamber. Chapter 34. Experience card for tribulation period. Interested? Song Yujing carefully placed the 2 little fur balls, one black and one white, into their nest lined with soft padding. He gently tucked them in, as the 2 young ones were on the verge of transformation and had been sleeping soundly, mercifully free from their usual antics. Leaning over the nest, his fingers lightly brushed against their soft fur, his eyes shimmering with yearning and anticipation as he murmured softly, "Once you transform, you will be able to converse with me every day." At the edge of the desk, Shung's vermilion brush hovered in midair. The documents in his hand, left unattended for quite some time, their characters already blurred into indistinctness. His consciousness, uncontrollably entwined around his disciple, clearly captured the soft whispers. Frowning unconsciously, he cast a cold glance at the 2 slumbering spirit beasts. The black one resembled a lump of coal, while the white one looked like a glutinous rice ball, both utterly displeasing to his eyes. What was so captivating about these little spirit beasts? Did their fur compare to his whiteness? Did their softness rival his? Was their true form as beautiful as his? Was their majesty on par with his? Did his constant companionship not suffice? No, what was he thinking? Why did his gaze soften at the thought of the sex affairs? Were those 2 insignificant little creatures truly worthy of such regard? TSK. A hint of displeasure washed over him. With a resounding thud, he slammed the document onto the desk, ink splattering chaotically, and abruptly rose, his dark robe sweeping over the teacup at the edge of the table, not even sparing a glance. In a swift motion, he made his way directly to the cold pond at the rear mountain. The frigid water enveloped him completely, and he closed his eyes, allowing the waves to carry his tumultuous emotions. Tiny bubbles rose to the surface, his expression darkening, brows furrowed, lost in thought. A visit back to the clan was imperative. This damned period of estrus was truly tormenting. Once he had calmed his mind, he returned to the chamber, still cloaked in lingering coldness. On the bed, Song Yujing lay curled up beneath the soft covers, sleeping soundly. He approached, pinching his disciple's warm cheek, the coolness of his fingers causing the dreamer to stir slightly. "Do not sleep any longer, awaken." Song Yujing, already a light sleeper, was roused by the sudden chill. He blinked his drowsy eyes, meeting the bottomless gaze of his master, and rubbed his cheek where it had been pinched, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Master, what is it?" "I must embark on a journey," Nangong Sheng replied steadily, contemplating for a moment before adding, "It is more prudent to have you by my side." Song Yujing blinked in curiosity. "Where to?" "Qingqiu." Nangong Sheng did not conceal the destination. "Is that your home?" "Indeed." Song Yujing genuinely wished to go, but recalling the upcoming sect tournament, hesitation clouded his expression. "But the sect competition is in half a month, and I want to return in time." Nangong Sheng had already considered this thoroughly. "There is no need for concern. There will be ample time, and you will certainly be able to participate in the competition on schedule." "Oh." Song Yujing's gaze shifted to the two sleeping spirit beast cubs on the bed, a look of reluctance crossing his face. As they approached their transformation, it was indeed imperative for someone to oversee them. With a casual gesture, Nangong Sheng summoned a figure who materialized into a graceful young woman, Aji. He instructed her, "I intend to take him back to Qingqiu. Please take care of these two little ones." A fleeting look of discontent crossed Aji's face. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a radiant smile upon seeing the abundance of spiritual fruits within the storage pouch. "No worries, haha. You go ahead. I will certainly take good care of these two little ones." Nangong Sheng tossed the storage pouch to her, offering a few casual reminders before he scooped up Song Yujing and vanished from sight. Aji, now entirely focused, gazed gleefully at the overflowing pouch of spiritual fruits, nearly beside herself with joy. "Good heavens! Nangong Sheng is surprisingly generous today. What a rare sight, truly a rare sight." On board the flying vessel, Song Yujing leaned over the railing, looking down in awe at the dizzying height. Suddenly, a hand covered his eyes, and a voice filled with a hint of reproach came from above. "Are you afraid of heights, yet standing here? Do you wish to fall?" Nestled in that familiar embrace, a sense of safety enveloped Song Yujing, and he chuckled. "Master, you're here with me." Nangong Sheng lifted him effortlessly, turning toward the cabin. Upon entering the elegantly arranged cabin, Nangong Sheng gently placed Song Yujing on the soft couch. "Master," Song Yujing inched closer, his eyes sparkling. "How long until we reach Qingqiu?" 3 days, Nangong Sheng replied, casually flipping through a scroll, his tone unremarkable, though his ears betrayed a faint blush. As Song Yujing idly played with the decorative ribbons on his sleeves, an idea struck him. "Master, what is Qingqiu like? Are there many foxes?" "Yes." Nangong Sheng turned a page, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "You will know when we arrive." Just as Song Yujing was about to ask further, he noticed Nangong Sheng placing the scroll down and gently covering his eyes. "Be good." "Oh." Song Yujing felt as though Nangong Sheng was soothing a child. Just as he was about to speak, he saw his master's expression shift abruptly to one of grave seriousness, his gaze turning cold. Nangong Sheng raised his hand, casting a barrier around Song Yujing, and said in a deep voice, "Stay within the barrier and do not come out." With a swift flick of his sleeve, he strode away. "Master." Song Yujing watched anxiously as Nangong Sheng hurried away, a wave of intense unease washing over him. He quickly called out to the system. "System? What is happening?" The system, monitoring the external situation, responded with urgency. "Uncertain. This event is not present in the original narrative. Nangong Sheng was supposed to endure the mating season alone. He would not return to Qingqiu at this juncture, nor would he encounter an ambush." A sense of dread gripped Song Yujing. The unknown danger was far more terrifying. What is the situation outside now? The system struggled to articulate the horrifying scene and opted to transmit the external imagery directly into Song Yujing's mind. Before him unfolded a scene of chaos, with malevolent spirits, brimming with demonic aura, encircling the flying vessel, leaving no escape. At the forefront, 10 of these sinister spirits possessed high-level cultivation, with one even reaching the early stages of fusion. In such a grand display, it was evident that they sought to bring about the demise of Nangongsheng. With a somber expression, he surveyed his surroundings, the glint of his sword reflecting a chilling light. You seek death. Countless flying swords materialized behind him, shooting forth like meteors in all directions, clearing a space wherever their blade passed. Yet, Nangongsheng furrowed his brow, his spiritual energy flowing sluggishly at his fingertips. Alas! He was unaware that even his spiritual power would be suppressed during his estrus period. The leader of the malevolent spirits, upon noticing this, immediately commanded his subordinates to launch an assault. Song Yujing instinctively tightened his fingers, the knuckles cracking from the strain. He feigned calmness and inquired, "My master is so formidable. Surely he'll be fine?" The system replied with an unprecedented gravity. Nangongsheng's estrus period has limited his spiritual power by 90%. In the face of such an onslaught, his prospects appear grim. Unable to remain seated any longer, Song Yujing exclaimed, "What should we do? He is my only master." The system fell silent for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, "There is indeed another way, but it comes at a cost. I am willing to pay any price." Song Yujing gazed at the besieged Nangongsheng, nearly in tears. Observing his distress, the system stated plainly, 10,000 points can be exchanged for the original owner's experience card, valid for the duration of an incense stick. The consequence is that you will fall into a deep slumber afterward. "I'll exchange it," Song Yujing declared without hesitation. The original owner's power is excessively domineering. During its use, you may lose consciousness. A flicker of hesitation crossed Song Yujing's eyes, yet upon witnessing Nangongsheng fighting alone, his resolve solidified once more. This is troublesome. Chapter 35. The great figure emerges, rampaging with fury ding. The original owner's experience card has been credited. Please acknowledge receipt. Slowly, Song Yujing opened his eyes, which, once clear, now harbored depths akin to a turbulent abyss, swirling with the ferocity of bloodshed and malice. He smirked slightly, casually swatting away the small orb of light hovering before him to a corner, his tone laced with mockery. "Ah, only in times of crisis do you remember me?" The system drifted back, its voice low and pleading. "Please help, he is about to cry." Song Yujing scoffed. "Do you think I care?" The system glanced at the time silently. "You have but the duration of an incense stick. Failing to save him is not my responsibility." A chilling smile graced Song Yujing's face as he rose slowly, his aura rising exponentially. Golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, ultimately settling at the terrifying pressure of the tribulation stage. With a casual swipe, he shattered the barrier before him and stepped out, turning back to the small orb with a teasing tone. "You want to save him? Beg me." The system, expressionless, replied, "I beg you." Satisfied, Song Yujing chuckled and walked out. Nangongsheng, locked in a fierce battle, felt the barrier shatter, a sudden tightness gripping his heart. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a lethal black beam surged towards his back. With a swift motion, Song Yujing slapped the beam back, his tone tinged with irritation. "If you're going to fight, then fight properly. How dare you let your guard down?" The words that rose to Nangongsheng's lips were abruptly choked back, his gaze turning icy in an instant. "Who are you?" Song Yujing effortlessly erected a barrier that enveloped the entire flying vessel. He turned to glance at Nangongsheng, his tone laced with mockery. "Me? I am your little apprentice, your cherished little beast." Nangongsheng's countenance darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. With a light chuckle, Song Yujing disregarded him and swiftly stepped outside the flying boat. The once tumultuous battlefield fell into an immediate hush, all malevolent spirits struck dumb by the sudden wave of pressure. With a cold gaze, Song Yujing surveyed his surroundings, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Before this king, you dare not kneel?" Dark crimson flames danced at his fingertips, spreading with a life of their own, reducing the malevolent spirits to ashes in their wake. Then perish. A chilling wail reverberated through the skies. The leading malevolent spirits, sensing danger, turned to flee. A glint of cold light flashed in Song Yujing's eyes. Did I grant you permission to leave? The dark flames surged forth violently, swiftly engulfing those attempting to escape. The flames obediently returned to his fingertips, swirling around him as he squinted in satisfaction. The malevolent spirits are indeed quite nourishing. Having averted the crisis, Song Yujing returned to the flying vessel with an air of ease. Nangong Sheng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his expression wary as he regarded him. You have emerged. What of him? Song Yujing cast a nonchalant glance his way, settling into a position. He merely sleeps for a while. Fear not. I cannot remain out for long. Nangong Sheng's expression remained stern. What is your relationship with him? Song Yujing yawned lazily. I do not wish to disclose. What will you do about it? Nangong Sheng clenched his fists, silently observing him without uttering a word. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Song Yujing's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. Then he suddenly lunged into Nangong Sheng's embrace, anxiously checking on his condition. Master, are you all right? Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted. Nangong Sheng swiftly cradled him, his dark eyes swirling with tumultuous waves, filled with an array of doubts. His gaze growing increasingly grave. Things appeared far more complicated than he had anticipated. For 3 days, Song Yujing remained in a deep slumber. Nangong Sheng meticulously examined his condition and discovered that not only was his breath steady, but his cultivation was also gradually increasing during his sleep. A strange yet powerful force was quietly mending his exhausted body. At this rate, he would awaken in 2 or 3 days. It seemed that, for now, the individual was an ally rather than an adversary. As the flying vessel arrived in Qingqiu, a secret realm surrounded by towering mountains unfolded before their eyes. A colossal translucent barrier enveloped the entire area like a curtain of water. Without the bloodline of Qingqiu, one would not even discern its existence. Nangong Sheng, cradling the small, coal-like figure of Song Yujing, descended from the flying vessel. 2 elderly elders, their hair and beards as white as snow, had long awaited their arrival at the mountain gate. Upon seeing them, the elders immediately bowed in respect, their tone reverent. Fox 1, Fox 2, welcome the Holy Sun back. Nangong Sheng inclined his head slightly, his sleeves sweeping gracefully. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elders. He cast a glance at the curled-up figure in his arms. This return was to discuss the matter of the estrus period, requiring counsel from the clan leader. At the mention of the estrus period, the expressions of the 2 elders immediately stiffened. The Fox clan had not seen a return to ancestral bloodline in millennia. This matter was of great significance and required immediate report to the clan leader. Fox 1 and Fox 2 exchanged a grave glance and spoke in unison. Holy Sun, please follow us. They immediately took the lead, guiding Nangong Sheng through the rippling barrier, venturing deeper into the secret realm of Qingqiu. Within the assembly hall of Qingqiu, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. Nangong Sheng sat at the head of the table, his expression calm. Yet a hint of seriousness lingered in his eyes as his hand unconsciously stroked the soft fur of Song Yujing. Below him, the clan leader and several of the oldest elders sat on either side, all with furrowed brows. The Holy Sun's estrus had arrived unexpectedly, accompanied by symptoms of spiritual power stagnation. The clan leader stroked his long beard, his voice steady. We truly dare not make rash judgments. The celestial fox bloodline is revered and rare, with scant records in ancient texts. We are also unaware of its intricacies. An elder with a ruddy face interjected, his tone laced with reverence and caution. Indeed, Holy Sun, the experiences of ordinary fox tribes may not apply to your ancestral bloodline. Should our guidance lead astray, we would be unable to bear the consequences. A brief silence enveloped the hall, the dim yellow candlelight casting a gentle glow on the serious faces of those present. Eventually, the clan leader exchanged glances with the other elders, reaching a consensus. He rose and respectfully bowed to Nangong Sheng, saying for the time being, We can only request the Holy Sun to accompany me into the ancestral land to inquire of the clan's spirit. Only the spirit's revelation can ensure absolute certainty. Nan Gongsheng was not taken aback by this proposal. He nodded slightly, very well. With the discussion settled, Nan Gongsheng departed the Grand Hall. Making his way to a cave rich in spiritual energy, he gently placed the still sleeping little coal ball on a soft, velvet-covered couch, meticulously tucking in the corners of the blanket. Fox 9, who had been waiting nearby, immediately approached. She appeared to be a girl of around 15 or 16 in human years, clad in a dress of pale yellow fabric, her bright eyes sparkling, and her smile revealing two shallow dimples, radiating youthful exuberance. "Rest assured, Holy Sun brother," Fox 9 declared, her voice crisp as she patted her chest. "Little 9 will guard him closely, ensuring not a single hair goes amiss." As Nan Gongsheng gazed at the lively girl before him, his stern demeanor softened slightly. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Fox 9's hair, his tone unusually gentle. Little 9, please take good care of him. I appreciate it. Not a bother at all." Fox 9 vigorously shook her head, her face blossoming into a bright smile, delighted to assist the Holy Sun brother. Finally, Nan Gongsheng cast one last glance at the peacefully sleeping little coal ball, letting out a barely audible sigh before turning away, his expression regaining its usual coolness. He followed the clan leader and the elders deeper into Qingxiu, toward the ancestral land deemed forbidden. A massive stone door, overgrown with ancient vines, stood silently at the end of the secret realm, exuding a sense of ancient vastness. Except for the clan leader and the Holy Sun, the other elders halted before the stone door. They bowed their heads, their expressions tense yet hopeful, their gazes fixed on the two figures until the heavy stone door slowly creaked open with a deep rumble, then closed completely, separating the interior from the exterior as two distinct worlds. Outside, only the elders remained, their faces filled with worry and anticipation. Chapter 36. A fox of such magnitude. Engaging in a ruse of love at first sight in the ancestral grounds of the Fox clan, a serene and profound stillness envelopes the air, while luminous pearls embedded in the towering stone walls cast a soft, ethereal glow, rendering this sacred space both hazy and dignified. Flanking the path are countless statues of the clan's ancestors, each uniquely posed, some crouching, others standing tall, meticulously carved to the extent that they seem poised to shed stone dust and spring to life at any moment. The passage of time has left its mottled marks upon these figures, adding an air of antiquity, as one traverses the corridor of statues. At the very heart of this sacred site stands an imposing statue of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Its body, pure as jade, is adorned with 9 fluffy tails gracefully encircling its form. A divine light flickers upon its forehead, exuding both beauty and majesty. This statue represents one of the 2 ancestral bloodlines of the celestial fox, a revered figure who has long ascended to the higher realms and is also the progenitor of Nan Gongsheng's lineage. From this alone, one can surmise the esteemed position of Nan Gongsheng within Qingxiu. The clan leader, guiding Nan Gongsheng, approached the statue with utmost reverence, kneeling respectfully beneath it. He adjusted his robes and first bowed deeply, his voice resonating in the vastness of the ancestral grounds, descendants of unworthy progeny. Today we unwittingly disturb the slumber of our ancestors, for this child bears the bloodline of the celestial fox. His symptoms during the season of estrus are unlike any we have encountered. Our knowledge is limited, and we dare not make hasty judgments. We beseech the ancestral spirit to manifest and enlighten us. His words echoed through the hollow space, laced with sincerity and trepidation. After a brief silence, the divine light upon the statue's forehead brightened, and the stone eyes, once immobile, slowly opened, revealing an ancient indifference that seemed to penetrate the very essence of time. Moments later, a tangible apparition of a small white fox detached itself from the statue, gracefully hovering in the air. Its petite form belied a gaze that was calm and unwavering, surveying the scene below. Its voice, ethereal and commanding, resonated deep within their souls, Why do my descendants disturb my slumber? Observing this, the clan leader promptly nudged Nangong Chung forward slightly while maintaining his kneeling posture, his tone growing increasingly deferential, to report to the ancestral spirit. This child is named Nangong Chung, the only awakened bloodline of the celestial fox in our Qingxiu for millennia. Aside from yourself. However, during this period of estrus, his symptoms diverge sharply from our understanding, accompanied by signs of spiritual stagnation and restless thoughts. We, the younger generation, find ourselves perplexed and anxious, fearful of mismanaging the sacred sun's potential, which is why we have taken the liberty to disturb your spirit. We humbly implore your benevolence to illuminate our path. Meeting the gaze of the ancestral spirit, Nangong Chung bowed with dignity, performing a solemn gesture of respect as a junior. I am Nangong Chung, honored to meet my esteemed ancestor. The apparition of the white fox scrutinized Nangong Chung intently, a flicker of subtle satisfaction appearing in its calm eyes as a tale woven from light and shadow gently swayed. Now I understand. It spoke again in an airy tone, imbued with undeniable authority. You may withdraw for now and await outside. I require a private discourse with him. As the final words faded, the ancestral spirit exhibited no immediate response. The figure of the clan leader seemed to blur as if caressed by a gentle breeze. And in the next moment, he had quietly vanished into the ancestral grounds, leaving Nangong Chung alone to confront the most ancient and sacred entity of the Fox clan. Beyond the heavy stone doors, the clan leader who had been sent out exchanged anxious glances with the elders, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. They could only suppress their inner turmoil and hold their breath in anticipation of the ultimate outcome. Within the realm of the ancestral spirit, only two figures remained, one tangible and one ethereal. An invisible barrier separated the inside from the outside, and the ancestral spirit shed its solemn authority. With a gentle flick of its tail, a soft power enveloped Nangong Chung. In the next instant, Nangong Chung's form uncontrollably diminished, revealing the true shape of the nine-tailed celestial fox. His once imposing stature, comparable to a small mountain, was precisely compressed to match the size of the ancestral spirit's ethereal form. Suddenly, there stood two remarkably similar white nine-tailed foxes, one solid and snow-white, the other shimmering with spiritual light, gazing at each other in the tranquil ancestral grounds. The ancestral spirit leisurely circled around Nangong Chung, its tone laced with unabashed admiration. Your foundation is firm, your bloodline pure, and your talents are indeed exceptional. If you can safely navigate the trials ahead, your future holds boundless potential, and ascension is not mere fantasy. Trials? A shiver ran through Nangong Chung's heart as he lifted his fox head, his azure, beastly eyes filled with confusion and gravity. Might I ask, esteemed ancestor, what trials await? However, the ancestral spirit did not respond directly. It raised a paw and lightly touched Nangong Chung's forehead, a wave of cool and vast power surging within him. The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. Do not question what should remain unasked. It closed its eyes, seemingly perceiving the essence of Nangong Chung's bloodline and soul through a unique method. After a moment, it withdrew its paw and sauntered back to its original position, elegantly reclining with its tail lightly tapping the ground. I have gleaned a general understanding of your situation. You may now voice any perplexities that weigh upon your heart. Recalling his recent uncontrollable behavior, especially towards his disciple, Nangong Chung's brow furrowed involuntarily, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Esteemed ancestor, does the mating season lead one to lose reason and revert to one as primal state? The ancestral spirit's ethereal form seemed to pause for a moment, and a flicker of exasperation crossed its all-seeing gaze. It is not. Its tone remained celestial, yet inexplicably laced with a hint of jest. The mating season merely magnifies the deepest desires and instincts within you. It scrutinized Nangong Chung's fox form and leisurely added, if you were to revert to a primal state during the mating season, it would only indicate that you are inherently such. Nangong Chung, though exceedingly reluctant to concede, reflected on his recent actions. It appeared he might indeed possess such primal instincts. He fell into silence for a moment, his foxtail brushing uncomfortably against the ground as he carefully considered his words, attempting to justify himself. However, esteemed ancestor, prior to this, I truly viewed him merely as a disciple in need of diligent guidance. What you perceive him to be is known solely to your own heart, is it not? The ancestral spirit peers through his self-deception with unerring precision, mercilessly exposing the truth. The innate instinct of the celestial fox is to pursue the most profound and fervent desires nestled deep within one's heart. Are you truly oblivious to what you genuinely yearn for? It paused momentarily, emphasizing that the season of mating renders you incapable of masquerading any longer, compelling you to follow your instincts, to draw near, to identify the partner your subconscious has already designated. Do you comprehend the implications of this instinct? Nangong Sheng fell silent, his fox-like head slightly bowed, his voice now tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yet I forcibly brought my disciple back. He is my disciple. His tone was laden with struggle and guilt. The ancestral spirit shook its head, a look of exasperation crossing its ethereal visage. I just probed your fragmented memories and discovered that the moment you first laid eyes on that little one, your gaze was far from innocent. In the parlance of human cultivators, it could be described as love at first sight. Chapter 37. Birth? How intriguing. Nangong Sheng abruptly lifted his head, his azure, beastly eyes brimming with shock and incredulity. Ancestral spirit? Yet the spirit paid no heed to his astonishment, continuing to unveil the truth with a leisurely demeanor, a hint of detached understanding in its tone. The ripples and fluctuations in your heart, unnoticed until now, perhaps constitute the very source of what you deem sordid. Yet, in everyday life, you have suppressed it with your responsibilities as a master in your icy exterior. Nangong Sheng found himself utterly speechless, all attempts at justification lodged in his throat, rendered mute. He even averted his gaze, unable to meet the ancestral spirit's penetrating eyes that seemed to see through everything. As for the suppression of your spiritual energy, the spirit's ethereal form furrowed its brow slightly, raising a forepaw as its fingertips shimmered with spiritual light, seemingly calculating something. After an extended pause, it ceased its movements and regarded Nangong Sheng with an expression replete with complexity, a blend of awe and resignation, its tone laden with unspoken sentiments. The suppression is excessively severe. Nangong Sheng struggled to comprehend, inquiring, "Do you mean?" The spirit clarified more bluntly, infused with incredulity. "It has been stifled too harshly. The fervent desires of your body remain utterly unquenched. The flames of passion ignited during mating season have nowhere to dissipate, resulting in internal strife that has forcibly stifled the circulation of your spiritual energy. Moreover, the mating season inherently leads to a period of weakness. When the two factors converge, it inevitably exacerbates the situation." Nangong Sheng, the entire fox, froze, feeling as though the warmth of his body was surging beneath his pristine fur. His cheeks flushed, and he nearly bit his own tongue, his voice stuttering. "So, will every mating season from now on be like this?" "Not necessarily." The ancestral spirit regarded him, its gaze imbued with a subtle admiration. "During your next mating season, remember to keep your distance from that little disciple of yours." Nangong Sheng's eyes reflected confusion. The desires you harbor have been almost entirely stirred by him, elicited yet unfulfilled. This unspent energy has nowhere to go, ultimately rebounding upon yourself. The ancestral spirit flicked its tail, its tone laced with a hint of jest and a touch of lamentation. "Ah, but I must say, you truly possess remarkable restraint. To think that a fox could embrace its instinctively chosen mate merely to slumber during its mating season is truly perplexing." It shook its head, rendering a final assessment. Such behavior is indeed difficult for a fox to comprehend. At this moment, Nangong Sheng longed to bury his entire fox visage within the plushness of his bushy tail, his body ablaze with heat, his gaze fixated on the ground, as if awaiting a flower to bloom there. The tips of his pristine white ears trembled uncontrollably, betraying the profound embarrassment and utter discomposure within him. In a low voice, Nangong Sheng expressed gratitude to the ancestral spirit for its enlightenment. The ancestral spirit sighed and imparted a cautionary note. Burdened by 3 tribulations, should you remain with him, you will only invite further calamity. If you wish to avoid a dire fate, keep your distance. Nangong Sheng's eyes flickered. He lifted his head, eager to inquire further. Yet the ancestral spirit had vanished, leaving only a lingering echo of its words. Thus concluded the council. You may withdraw now. In a flash, Nangong Sheng's figure materialized before the imposing stone door. His brow furrowed slightly, seemingly still immersed in the dialogue with the ancestral spirit, a hint of unresolved gravity lingering in the depths of his gaze. The elders waiting outside immediately gathered around him, their faces etched with concern. The clan leader stepped forward, inquiring with genuine worry, Holy Son, did the ancestral spirit provide any guidance? Nangong Sheng quickly composed himself, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts for the moment, and offered a perfectly measured, serene smile to reassure them. The ancestral spirit has clarified that this is a normal aspect of the awakening process of the celestial fox bloodline. There is no need for excessive worry, esteemed elders. Upon hearing this, the elders' tense expressions relaxed, exchanging glances filled with relief, as the ominous clouds that had loomed over their hearts finally dissipated. Nangong Sheng chose not to elaborate further, with a slight nod. He turned and made his way toward the spirit residence where Song Yujing was placed. Inside the spirit residence, tranquility reigned, and the rich spiritual energy flowed like a gentle mist. Song Yujing lay asleep on a soft couch, his breathing steady and deep. Nearby, Hu Jiu sat on a small stool, her delicate fingers deftly weaving among vibrant flower branches, wholly absorbed in crafting a floral crown. A completed piece lay beside her, and the second one was nearing its conclusion. Sensing movement, Hu Jiu lifted her head, and upon seeing Nangong Sheng, her face blossomed into a radiant smile as she sprang to her feet. Holy Son brother, you have returned. Indeed, Nangong Sheng replied, his gaze sweeping over his sleeping disciple before returning to Hu Jiu, his expression softening unconsciously. You've worked hard, little Jiu. I shall keep watch here, so you may go and play. Not at all. Hu Jiu hastily waved her hands, proudly presenting the most exquisite floral crown she had crafted. Carefully placing it atop Nangong Sheng's head, her smile as bright as the spring sun. This one is for Holy Son brother. It looks so beautiful. She then pointed to a slightly smaller crown beside her, exclaiming, the other one is for the little brother still sleeping. The pure and joyful smile of the young girl seemed to possess an infectious quality, dissipating much of the weight in Nangong Sheng's heart. He raised his hand and gently ruffled Hu Jiu's soft hair, speaking softly. Thank you, little Jiu. Your thoughtfulness is much appreciated. Fox Jiu squinted with joy, nimbly gathering her small stool and the remaining flower branches, flitting out of the spirit realm like a cheerful little butterfly. Nangong Sheng sat silently on the edge of the bed, gently stroking the fluffy little ears of Song Yujing. What should I do? Am I truly destined to be born? Furthermore, what does the calamity mentioned by our ancestors signify? With 3 calamities looming, it must be something extraordinary, perhaps perilous. As Nangong Sheng gazed at Song Yujing's diminutive form, he couldn't help but sigh softly, murmuring to himself, such a small creature, yet so many secrets. After sitting in silence for a moment, he ultimately followed his instincts, retrieving a small coal from the bedding and placing it on his lap, tenderly caressing it. Suddenly relocated, Song Yujing let out a few soft sounds, nuzzling against Nangong Sheng's fingertips. This gentle sensation sparked a flicker of realization in Nangong Sheng's eyes. To be born? After all, he was never truly human. Chapter 38. Oh no, there's an external aid. Song Yujing slowly awakened, feeling a heavy sensation in his head, as if something were pressing down upon it. Instinctively, he shook his head, attempting to dislodge whatever it was. Awake? A familiar voice resonated from above, imbued with a touch of tenderness. Immediately, The weight atop his head was gently lifted. When Song Yujing looked up, he saw Nangong Sheng smiling down at him, holding a delicately woven flower crown adorned with vibrant blossoms, glistening with dew-like spirit energy. "Master!" Song Yujing exclaimed, suddenly leaping onto Nangong Sheng, his tiny paws gripping tightly to his robes, his voice still hoarse from sleep. "Are you hurt? Those evil spirits." His memories were trapped at the moment their flying vessel was attacked, his round eyes filled with panic. Nangong Sheng was amused by his anxious demeanor, lifting him to eye level. Meeting those glistening, large eyes, his tone softened unconsciously. "I am unharmed." He paused, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his gaze, teasingly adding, "Are you not going to explain what happened?" Song Yujing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively curling his little tail to cover his belly, his ears drooping, trying to feign calm despite his inner turmoil. "Well, I don't really know what to say." Nangong Sheng chuckled softly, gathering a spark of spirit energy on his fingertip and gently tapping it on Song Yujing's forehead. Instantly, the little black sphere radiated a gentle glow, transforming back into a youth with black hair. Unlike the clumsiness of his first transformation, he was now neatly clad in his previous garments. Startled, Song Yujing quickly looked down to inspect himself, relieved to find his clothes intact. "Rest assured," Nangong Sheng said as he placed him back on the couch, casually straightening his slightly disheveled collar. "Your disciple's attire is specially crafted, imbued with a transformation spell, ensuring that you will never be left exposed when reverting to human form." Curiously tugging at the hem of his robe, Song Yujing suddenly noticed that his master was also adorned with a similar flower crown. He blinked, a small smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Suppressing a surge of excitement and curiosity, he looked up at Nangong Sheng, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Master, is this place Qingxiu? Shall we go out for a stroll?" Nangong Sheng lowered his gaze upon him, his tone gentle. "MHM." Song Yujing hurriedly nodded, his face betraying an uncontainable anticipation. A slight smile graced Nangong Sheng's lips as he rose to lead him outside. Just as they reached the door, they were met by the frantic approach of Hujiao, a young girl whose face was etched with panic and sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread, her words tumbling out in a disjointed rush. "Holy Sun, something terrible has happened." Nangong Sheng's expression turned serious as he knelt, gently ruffling her hair and softening his voice. "Little Jiao, do not rush. Speak slowly. What has transpired?" Song Yujing swiftly retrieved a spirit fruit from his storage bag and offered it to her, saying, "Calm down, do not cry." Hu Jiao, sniffling, accepted the fruit, gripping it tightly in her small hands, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "It's fifth grandfather. He has been locked up and has lost a lot of blood. Holy Sun, please, you must save him." Nangong Sheng's brows furrowed, his demeanor turning icy. "Lead the way." Hu Jiao hastily wiped her tears with her sleeve and pivoted, racing in a specified direction. Nangong Sheng's expression hardened as he strode forward, with Song Yujing closely following at his side. They arrived at a spacious meadow, where a massive iron cage stood at the center, surrounded by clan members who gathered at a distance, many discreetly wiping away tears. Inside the cage was Elder Hu Yu, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging from his forehead, and his limbs twisted in unnatural angles. He was gnawing at the bars of the cage, emitting sounds akin to a feral beast. The clan leader and several elders stood solemnly outside the cage. Though some held fire talismans, their hands trembled slightly. The clan leader closed his eyes, suppressing his anguish, and turned his head away, his voice hoarse. The malevolent energy has seeped into his very being. There is no hope left. We must act. A wave of suppressed sobs rippled through the crowd. The fifth elder, known for his kindness, caring for the young and the elderly, held significant esteem within the clan. Witnessing his tragic fate, the onlookers could bear it no longer, and the front row of little foxes burst into tears. "Wait." Nangong Sheng stepped forward, scrutinizing the situation within the cage, his brow furrowed. How could the malevolent spirit infiltrate Qingxiu? The clan leader sighed heavily, as if aged by years in an instant. Recently, malevolent spirits have been rampant in the vicinity, preying upon the kind-hearted young foxes. Elder Hu, unable to witness their suffering, often ventured out to assist them, but this time his words trailed off, ending in a deep, sorrowful sigh. Song Yujing, feeling a tightness in his chest, could not help but silently call out, "System, is there a way to save him?" Though he held little hope. The system responded promptly, "There is a way. Would the host like to know?" Song Yujing's spirits lifted. "Don't be coy, just tell me. You should embrace Nangongsheng proactively." "What kind of solution is that?" The system chuckled mischievously. "A simple hug will fulfill the initial intimacy task, and the reward is the chiming flame, which is particularly effective against malevolent spirits, perfect for dealing with this mid-level malevolent entity." "Is that reliable?" Song Yujing was skeptical. The system patted its chest in reassurance. "Absolutely reliable." With that, Song Yujing stealthily moved closer to Nangongsheng. At this moment, Nangongsheng gazed intently at the scene within the cage, his profile taut with tension, his eyes filled with compassion, ultimately having to turn his gaze away in sorrow. Just then, Song Yujing unexpectedly stepped forward, arms outstretched as he gently embraced Nangongsheng's waist, burying his face against his chest for a brief moment before swiftly withdrawing. "Master, do not be disheartened." He lifted his face, determination radiating from his eyes. "I have a way to save Elder Wu." Nangongsheng remained momentarily stunned by the warmth of the unexpected embrace, only to witness his young disciple's fingertips suddenly ignite with a flicker of crimson spiritual fire. The flames were pure and translucent, akin to the dawn sun, unmarred by any impurities. "Master, look at this!" Song Yujing exclaimed, cradling the orb of spiritual fire, his tone imbued with excitement. Nangongsheng's gaze sharpened. The flames bore a striking resemblance to those wielded by that individual, yet lacked the ferocity and bloodlust, appearing all the more pure and serene. "This is our clan's innate companion spirit fire," Song Yujing explained, adhering to the teachings of the system. Nangongsheng regarded him intently, and with a flick of his fingertip, the crimson flames transformed into a deep azure. "Chief, please wait." Nangongsheng called out to the chief, who was about to issue an order. "A few days ago, I acquired a blue anomalous fire from the South Sea, and I discovered that it can restrain malevolent spirits. It may be worth a try." The elders were momentarily taken aback, their eyes igniting with hope as they turned to Nangongsheng. He then nodded slightly to Song Yujing. "Come over and give it a try." Taking a deep breath, Song Yujing followed instructions, stepping a meter away from the iron cage. He concentrated, using the method imparted by the system to communicate with the flickering flames at his fingertips. "Little flame, save him. He is a good person, not a fox." The flames, seemingly akin to a newborn infant, curiously circled around Song Yujing's fingertips before transforming into a streak of luminescence, gracefully entering Fox Yu's body. The onlookers collectively held their breath, their gazes riveted on the ethereal blue light, each pair of eyes focused on the Elder Wu, who was writhing in torment within the cage. Chapter 39. The cunning master. The cluster of spiritual fire appeared to possess its own sentience, deftly traversing through Elder Fox Yu's meridians, meticulously devouring every shred of malevolence without inflicting any harm. Gradually, the frenzied madness that contorted Fox Yu's face began to fade, and his twisted limbs slowly relaxed. Ultimately, his form shimmered and transformed into a crimson, six-tailed fox, gently lying upon the ground, falling into a deep, tranquil slumber. The azure spiritual fire completed its task and joyfully returned to Song Yujing's fingertips, affectionately brushing against him before vanishing from sight. Yet, Song Yujing could feel a surge of pure spiritual energy flowing into him through the connection with the spiritual fire. He gazed at his palm in silent astonishment. "System, does this spiritual fire actually provide a return?" "Indeed," the system responded, seemingly in high spirits, its tone considerably more cheerful. "The spiritual fire consumes malevolent energy and will reward its master. Thus, do you see the benefits of completing tasks? You must not become complacent and must diligently fulfill your duties from now on." "Oh, however," Song Yujing still preferred a lounge, yet was compelled by the pressure of repaying debts to tread a path of toil. "How many points do I owe you?" The system, no matter what it may forget, could never overlook this. 11,000 points. Keep it up, host. The road ahead is long and arduous. Song Yujing took a deep breath, his gaze settling on the elder Hu Yu, who had now calmed down in the cage. So be it. It was merely a task, not a heinous act. Who could it truly trouble? The onlookers collectively held their breath, disbelief etched on their faces as they witnessed the scene. The clan leader, Hu Yu, was the first to react, trembling as he stepped forward to inspect closely. Upon sensing the pure spiritual energy pulsating within Hu Yu, a look of unbridled joy erupted upon his face. With a flourish of his sleeve, the cage confining Hu Yu vanished in an instant. It was done. Hu Yu was truly restored. The clan leader's voice quivered, yet could not conceal the overwhelming joy within his heart. Hu Jiu, hidden among the crowd, could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward in tears, transforming into a snowy three-tailed spirit fox, snuggling tightly against Hu Yu. Other young foxes also gathered around, their fluffy bodies huddling together, emitting soft whimpers. The clan leader discreetly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes with his sleeve, deliberately adopting a stern expression as he tapped his staff against the ground. Everyone disperse. Allow you to rest properly. You are all weeping and wailing like this. What a sight. With that, he turned and bowed deeply to Nangong Sheng, expressing gratitude for the prince's timely intervention. He then solemnly saluted Song Yujing, thanking the young friend for his benevolent assistance. Only then did the other clan members awaken from their stupor, bowing respectfully to the two. Nangong Sheng waved his hand nonchalantly, clearly accustomed to such situations. However, Song Yujing was taken aback by the commotion, quickly retreating behind his master, repeatedly shaking his head. No need. I did nothing. If there is gratitude to be expressed, it should be directed toward my master. Nangong Sheng gently ruffled his disciple's hair, addressing the crowd in a warm tone. No need for excessive courtesy. This child is shy, and your politeness may frighten him. Only then did everyone straighten up, their gazes toward the two filled with gratitude and reverence. The emergence of a flame capable of restraining evil spirits was an unprecedented miracle in the world of cultivation. And it was none other than their prince and his bashful young disciple who had wrought this marvel. As dusk approached, an elder proposed that since the prince had returned after a long absence, they should hold a bonfire feast to celebrate. The proposal received a unanimous and enthusiastic response from the entire clan. Soon, the open space was bustling with activity, a lively scene to behold. The culinary talents of the Fox clan's women is shown as they presented platters of fragrant spirit fruits, golden, oil-dripping roasted beast meat, and jars of rich, aromatic fruit wine. The spirited young foxes, clad in vibrant attire, beamed with joy, some already eagerly gathering around the bonfire to frolic and chase, their cheerful laughter ringing through the air. The clan leader and several elders sat close to the bonfire, wine jars before them, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles as they engaged in conversation, their gazes occasionally sweeping fondly over the lively younger generation. Just as Song Yujing and Nangong Sheng settled down, a few bold young fox cubs, sporting fluffy animal ears, curiously approached Song Yujing. With wide, glistening eyes, he gazed up at him, even daring to cautiously extend a tiny claw to brush against the hem of his garment before quickly retracting it, eliciting a wave of affectionate laughter from those around. Song Yujing observed the eager, furry hands before him, yearning to touch and caress. Nangong Sheng, perceiving his intentions, subtly draped an arm around Song Yujing's shoulders, drawing him closer and deftly shielding him from overly enthusiastic glances. He then nudged the exquisite, fragrant jar of the intoxicating fruit brew closer to Song Yujing. The crystalline liquid swayed gently within the jade cup, reflecting the warm glow of the campfire, its enticing aroma, a delightful blend of various spiritual fruits wafting through the air. Indeed, Song Yujing's attention was immediately captivated once more. His eyes widened in curiosity as he leaned in closer to sniff, his face a canvas of wonder. Master, what is this? The color is so beautiful, and it smells so sweet and delightful. Nangong Sheng's lips curled slightly, his tone laced with a hint of coaxing as he explained softly. This is the unique intoxication brew from Qingqiu, fermented from a variety of spiritual fruits. It has a refreshing sweetness and is not easily intoxicating. Would you like to try it? Yes, yes, yes. Song Yujing nodded eagerly. Resembling a cat who has spotted a delectable fish, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He took the cup offered by Sheng, initially sipping cautiously. The sweet flavor exploded on his tongue, followed by a mystical sensation that tingled through his scalp. "It's so delicious," he exclaimed in delight, then tilted his head back, gulping down the entire cup in one go. The unparalleled pleasure was slightly addictive. "Master, more," he implored, handing the empty cup back to Sheng with longing eyes fixed on a jar of fruit brew, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Sheng let out a low, indulgent chuckle, a blend of amusement and satisfaction at his planned success. Propping his chin on one hand, he leisurely observed his disciple, while with the other hand, he gracefully filled the empty cup once more. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Song Yujing was completely immersed in the delightful experience that the intoxicating brew provided, welcoming each serving without hesitation. Sheng patiently played the role of the pourer, a hint of a knowing smile ever present on his lips, occasionally reminding him to drink slowly, while keenly observing the gradual transformation in his disciple's demeanor. Before long, most of the entire jar of the intoxicating brew had found its way into Song Yujing's belly. His gaze began to grow hazy, the originally bright eyes now veiled with a soft mist, struggling to focus as he looked at others. His movements became languid and soft, instinctively leaning towards the only familiar and comforting warmth beside him. He melted into Sheng's embrace, resting his head on his master's shoulder and letting out a soft hum. Sheng's objective was finally achieved. Chapter 40. The Supreme Pursuit of Art. He tightened his hold, gazing down at his slightly tipsy, endearingly clingy disciple, warmth and mischief brimming in his eyes. He extended his slender fingers and gently poked Song Yujing's alluringly flushed cheek, the touch warm and soft. Song Yujing seemed to feel a tickle, unconsciously tilting his head to nuzzle against his fingertip, mumbling indistinctly, reminiscent of a young beast's whimper. Sheng found this amusing and leaned down, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Little Jiang?" Song Yujing responded with a drowsy his tone drawn out, heavy with sleepiness and dependence. He even unconsciously reached out, grasping a strand of Sheng's dark hair, twirling it around his fingers as if it were an intriguing plaything. With a satisfied expression, Sheng held his soft disciple close, gazing into his dreamy eyes, unable to resist teasing him. "What do you like?" Song Yujing tilted his head in thought, the haze of intoxication dulling his thoughts, and said whatever came to mind. "Delicious food." Sheng gently massaged Song Yujing's fingertips and continued to inquire. "And then?" "Sleeping, lying down," Song Yujing mumbled, burying his face deeper into his master's embrace. Sheng chuckled softly, his voice laced with coaxing undertones. "Do you like balls?" Song Yujing paused momentarily, blinking in confusion. "What balls?" With a flick of his wrist, a luminous pearl appeared in Sheng's palm, radiating a gentle glow. He placed the pearl into the eager hands of his little disciple, explaining softly, "This verification pearl isn't worth much, but it could be exchanged for an entire warehouse of them." Wow! Song Yujing had completely forgotten about the verification pearl, his heart and eyes now solely captivated by the beautiful orb before him. He cherished the luminous pearl, nuzzling his small face against it, joy evident in every expression. Seizing the moment, Sheng gently asked, "What do you like the most?" Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yujing cheerfully replied, "I like master." Finally hearing the answer he desired, Sheng's face broke into a triumphant smile. See, it wasn't solely his fault. Clearly, his disciple adored him just as fiercely. The campfire crackled merrily, and the surrounding songs and dances faded into a blurred background. Sheng wrapped Song Yujing in his arms, closing his eyes to savor this rare moment of tranquility. Although slightly inebriated, Song Yujing was not completely out of it. He held the luminous pearl close, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the graceful dance of the youthful fox clan in the center of the fire, his eyes following their swaying garments. "Master, I want to dance too." he suddenly exclaimed, sitting up straight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Nangong Sheng released him, his eyes filled with mirth. Go ahead. With a serious expression, Song Yujing solemnly handed his treasured pearl to Nangong Sheng, his speech slightly slurred yet earnest. Master, this is our vital strategic resource. You must take good care of it. Nangong Sheng stifled a laugh, responding gently. All right, off you go. Wobbling, Song Yujing made his way toward the bonfire, watching the energetic youths dance, and disdainfully shouted, Let me show you the prowess of the Dance King. A multitude of young Fox clan members gazed at him in astonishment, their faces alight with anticipation. Song Yijing made his way to the center of the crowd, his steps unsteady as he ascended the highest platform, and with his eyes closed, he began to dance exuberantly. He hummed a melody to himself, like a seaweed swaying with the waves, seaweed. The majority of the Qingqiu clan had gathered here, their collective gaze fixated on Song Yijing. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The system, concealed within his consciousness, covered its face, recording a plethora of videos, but ultimately, unable to bear the sight, it logged off. Nangong Sheng felt the long-forgotten sensation of his cheeks flushing. He averted his gaze, unable to look directly at the spectacle, yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. His tipsy little disciple was simply adorable, dancing amidst the waves, seaweed. Regardless of the tumultuous sea, he reveled in his own joy. As Song Yijing danced with abandon, he noticed the crowd's lack of applause and puffed out his cheeks, leaning toward the young onlookers, slurring. You must applaud the Dance King. Do you understand? Applauding for you. Hu Jiao immediately joined in, giggling as she clapped her hands enthusiastically. It was as though she had found a kindred spirit, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly approached Song Yijing, asking, Great Dance King, teach me too. With a satisfied smile, Song Yijing pointed at her, and thus the second generation of Dance Kings emerged. The performance on the bonfire stage transformed from a solo dance into a duet of kings. The other youths, captivated by the lively scene, found themselves inexplicably drawn to the catchy tune, joyfully joining in, like a seaweed. The cheerful melody resonated through the night sky, enveloping all of Qingqiu in an ocean of happiness. Hu Yu chuckled as he toasted with the elders, taking the scene with satisfaction. Ah, youth is truly wonderful, so full of vitality. The elders echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, Indeed, look at those children dancing so joyously. Ha ha! The Holy Sun's little disciple is quite endearing. As the dance continued, it inevitably grew a tad monotonous. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yijing waved his hand dramatically, declaring, The Dance King has another hidden gem of a dance. Hu Jiao gasped in surprise. Wow, what else can the Dance King do? With a self-satisfied touch to his nose, Song Yijing closed his eyes, recalling a familiar tune. Spicy chicken, 1 yuan per skewer of spicy chicken. Ha ha! The system was nearly laughing itself to tears, recording the scene as it chuckled. Nangong Sheng could not help but let out a laugh as well. Suddenly, Song Yijing shot a serious glance in his direction, declaring, Do not laugh. Do not disturb my noble pursuit of art. Nangong Sheng waved his hand in amusement, indulgently replying, All right. Immersed in the joy of artistic expression, Song Yijing swayed his head, and the young onlookers, perceiving his youth as a cue for playful banter, eagerly joined in. Chapter 41. Revelations of the Past. As the sun reached its zenith, rays of light streamed through the window, yet Song Yijing remained cocooned in his blankets, nestled deep within his bed, refusing to reveal even a strand of hair. The reason was simple. He felt utterly embarrassed to face the world. The system executed a complete 360-degree rotation, replaying Thomas's high-definition black history, accompanied by a mocking cackle reminiscent of a villain. Hehehe. Do you see that fool on stage twisted like kelp? It's you. Yes, you. Song Yujing curled up in a ball on the bed, kicking his legs in frustration beneath the covers, mentally vowing, System, don't let me catch you. The system, unfazed, retorted loudly, Then go ahead and hit me. Go on. Song Yujing's fists cracked ominously, wishing fervently to transform into a luminous orb and battle the system for 800 rounds. As Nan Gongsheng entered, he spotted the round bundle of blankets on the bed, and a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. He approached with a hint of helplessness, saying, "Come out. Don't suffocate yourself." The person beneath the covers froze, then muffled a response, "I don't want to." "All right," Nan Gongsheng replied obligingly, his tone calm. Yet, in the next instant, Song Yujing felt the world spin as an irresistible force lifted him and the blanket, placing him snugly in a familiar embrace. "If you don't wish to get up, then let us proceed this way." Song Yujing's face flushed crimson, stammering, "Master, I'd rather walk on my own." "No need." Nan Gongsheng smiled faintly, watching him with keen interest, tightening his embrace slightly. "If you prefer lying down, then lie down as long as you wish." Observing his disciple's flushed cheeks, Nan Gongsheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the entire Qingxiu, Song Yujing was carried by Nan Gongsheng onto the flying vessel, wrapped in the blanket. Every fox in Qingxiu was aware that their holy son had a little disciple, one who not only drunkenly proclaimed himself the king of dance, but also refused to get out of bed, necessitating his master to carry him. How embarrassing! Young foxes must not emulate him. On the flying vessel, as Song Yujing gazed into Nan Gongsheng's eyes, filled with mirth, he understood. "Master, you did this on purpose." Indeed, Nan Gongsheng did not deny it, responding straightforwardly, leaving Song Yujing with little recourse. Noticing his disciple's puffed-up cheeks, he gently ruffled his hair, adding, "I'll take you to Yueshi Square later, just to relax a bit." Song Yujing, half convinced, turned his head and asked, "Really? Why have I ever deceived you?" He lay languidly on the soft couch in the interior of the vessel, resting his chin on his crossed arms, his gaze vacant. In reality, he was quietly conversing with the system in his mind. "System," he called inwardly, "could you elaborate on the specific storyline of Zhao Yueshi?" The original text describes him too minimally, almost like a mere backdrop. The system's luminous orb flickered gently in his consciousness, responding swiftly. Zhao Yueshi, in the original work, is indeed merely a background character, serving as a tool to provide opportunities for the male protagonist. However, beyond that, his own story has always been quite tragic. Adjusting his position, Song Yujing turned his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he listened intently, refraining from interruption. The system seemed to have organized the information, continuing with a tone tinged with melancholy. He was originally a fox from Qingxiu, a rare talent who managed to cultivate 9 tails. Regrettably, at the age of 300, he encountered a calamity, lost his memory, and fell into the mortal realm. By the time Nan Gongsheng finally located him, he had already fallen irrevocably in love with a mortal scholar. Song Yujing's eyelashes fluttered gently, remaining silent. The system sighed, its luminescence dimming slightly. But he was far from an ordinary mortal. He was a doppelganger created during the cultivation of the young lord of the demon realm, embodying all his benevolence. According to the cruel methods of the demon race, this benevolent doppelganger was destined to be slain by the original. However, Zhao Yuexi was unwilling. The system's voice carried a noticeable sense of regret. He stubbornly believed that the gentle and kind scholar was an independent existence, meant to belong solely to him. He was willing to deplete the 100 years of painstaking cultivation he had achieved, almost sacrificing his life, just to restore the scholar's soul so that he could survive. Yet ultimately, that mortal doppelganger was still personally annihilated by the young lord of the demon realm. The system's tone grew somber. The young lord of the demon realm tore that scholar to pieces right before Zhao Yuexi's eyes. In that moment, Zhao Yuexi went mad, recklessly charging at the young lord of the demon realm in a desperate struggle, but having just suffered great damage to his vitality in his attempt to save the scholar. He was no match for him, barely clinging to life, on the brink of losing his soul. Fortunately, Nan Gongsheng arrived just in time to rescue him. Years have passed. The system continued in a mournful tone. On the surface, he appears unaffected, managing Yueshi workshop, laughing and cursing. Yet he has never given up the search for the legendary soul-severing mirror. Deep within his heart, there still lingers a flicker of hope to retrieve that person's remnants. Upon hearing this, Song Yujing had already begun to grasp the answer, yet he could not help but softly inquire. But even if the mirror is found, can that mortal scholar truly return? Not at all. The system's voice carried a sense of melancholic clarity. That was indeed a doppelganger that the young lord of the demon realm had to sever during his cultivation. Once completely obliterated, it would vanish without a trace, leaving no possibility for revival. The so-called remnants of the soul never truly existed. So he ultimately became mad and despondent. Song Yujing's voice fell to a whisper. Precisely. The system echoed his words, its tone heavy, when he finally confirmed that the person had indeed vanished completely, never to return. And he was secretly schemed against by the young lord of the demon realm. His inner demons had already taken root, and his foundational path was on the brink of collapse. A long sigh expressed the helplessness and regret. Song Yujing fell silent, lost in thought for a long while. He imagined the profound pain and despair hidden behind Yuexi's seemingly nonchalant smile, and a complex sourness stirred within his heart. The system also quieted, the luminous orb hovering silently, as if mourning that bygone chapter. Song Yujing softly asked, "Is there still a chance for salvation?" Chapter 42. The celestial being who abducts children indeed. The system's resolute reply alleviated the anxiety that had gripped Song Yujing's heart. He exhaled subtly and urgently inquired, "How do we save him?" The crisp sound of the system tapping on its keyboard echoed in his mind, and after a brief moment, it seemed to have completed its calculations. There are two reasons for Zhao Yuexi's demise. First, the mortal has perished entirely. Second, he has been a victim of a nefarious plot. To rescue him, we can only address the latter. We are powerless to alter the first. Our sole hope lies in thwarting the machinations against him. The system presented a softly glowing jade slip before him, stating, "This is the spirit transformation technique, capable of silently dispelling all inner demons." Song Yujing accepted the jade slip, feeling its cool, smooth surface. He scrutinized the seemingly ordinary object, harboring doubts. Is this little trinket truly so formidable? Absolutely. The system's voice brimmed with uncontainable pride. It cost you a deduction of 10,000 points. Song Yujing's demeanor shifted instantly. What? Must I forfeit points to undertake a task? The system quickly reassured him, "Do not fret. The reward for completing this task is a remarkable 50,000 points. 50,000. That exceeds even the rewards for the female protagonist tasks. You cannot possibly be deceiving me, can you?" The system sighed in resignation. I, too, find it perplexing, yet the system interface does indeed reflect such figures. With a deep sigh, Song Yujing resolved not to dwell on the matter further. How do I present this item? I am constantly in the company of my master. How shall I explain its sudden appearance? The system fell into contemplation upon hearing this. After a moment, it illuminated with inspiration. Do not all ferocious beasts possess a legacy space? You could claim it as unexpectedly awakened, and you stumbled upon it inside, feigning ignorance about its purpose. Just inquire with him, and all will be well. But do I truly possess a legacy space at this moment? Yes, but can only be activated once you reach the golden core stage. Song Yujing was rendered speechless. How can I fabricate this tale if I produce the item now? Fool! The system cheerfully floated within his consciousness. They're not ferocious beasts. How would they know that such a space only exists from the golden core stage onward? Simply state that it has awakened by chance. Realization dawned upon Song Yujing as he carefully secured the jade slip, preparing to act opportunistically when he encountered Zhao Yuexi. Alas! Song Yujing could not help but sigh. He had traversed into the realm of cultivation, expecting to lead a leisurely existence, only to find himself laboring incessantly, either rescuing others or on the path to do so. Bang! A sound of moderate impact resonated from outside, followed by a gentle sway of the entire flying vessel. Startled, Song Yujing rose and made his way outside. On the deck stood a man, clad in tattered garments akin to a beggar, his face smeared with grime, rendering his true features nearly unrecognizable. Yet, he emanated an undeniable aura of strength, as if he had traversed countless mountains and rivers, his brow etched with the marks of hardship. Behind him trailed a group of children of varying ages, all gaunt and timid, their eyes filled with trepidation. Song Yujing curiously examined the other party, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and cautiously inquired, "May I ask who this esteemed senior is?" Mu Shenghe broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of surprisingly white teeth that contrasted starkly with his appearance. "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me, young disciple?" The voice bore a hint of familiarity. Song Yujing paused for a moment, carefully scrutinizing the face that resembled a calico cat, and after a while, a realization dawned upon him. He exclaimed in astonishment, "You are the 10th elder, Lord Changwang." Upon recognizing the identity of the other, he promptly adjusted his posture and greeted him with utmost respect. "Greetings, 11th uncle." "Ha ha ha." Your earnest expression while trying to recognize me was simply delightful. Mu Shenghe laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Come, come. I brought you some treats from the mortal realm." At the mention of food, Song Yujing's eyes immediately lit up, and he eagerly stepped forward, asking, "What is it?" Ding, ding, ding. Mu Shenghe conjured a vibrant string of sugar-coated hawthorns from seemingly thin air. "Sugar hawthorns? Wow, thank you, uncle." Song Yujing joyfully accepted the offering. Just then, Nangongsheng arrived fashionably late. He glanced at the timid little ones behind Mu Shenghe and couldn't help but tease, "Brother, where did you find these children?" Mu Shenghe shot him a sideways glance, retorting, "What do you mean found? I clearly brought them back by my own ability." Nangongsheng surveyed the raggedly dressed children, each one appearing apprehensive, and sighed, "Is the mortal realm still engulfed in war?" Mu Shenghe sighed, his laughter fading, and turned to Song Yujing with a gentle demeanor. "Young disciple, could you kindly look after these children for a moment? I need to speak with your master." "Of course. Leave it to me," Song Yujing assured, thumping his chest. He shook his storage pouch and produced a plethora of snacks to share with them, saying, "Come, come. Delicious treats for everyone." A few of the younger children appeared a bit frightened, hiding behind the crowd and hesitant to speak. A slightly older girl bravely accepted, saying, "Thank you, brother." Encouraged, the other children began to take their share as well, and Song Yujing distributed the treats one by one. It was unclear what these children had endured. They all seemed quite wary. Sighing, Song Yujing didn't force them but quietly enjoyed the sugar hawthorns in his hand. Meanwhile, Nangongsheng and Mu Shenghe settled down in the cabin. Nangongsheng poured a cup of spirit tea and pushed it forward, his expression serious. "Brother, please elaborate." Mu Shenghe accepted the cup and took a slow sip before solemnly stating, "The world has become increasingly tumultuous in recent years. The realm of cultivation is plagued by malevolent spirits, and the mortal realm is rife with conflict, leaving the populace displaced. The children I brought back have all lost their parents and are now orphans." Nangongsheng paused, his hand holding the teacup, trembling slightly, his brow furrowing in concern. "So many? Could it be that the emperor of the mortal realm has exhausted his fate?" Mu Shenghe's eyes darkened with gravity. "I have investigated discreetly, and the emperor's fortune remains robust. I suspect that someone from the cultivation world is covertly intervening, disturbing the mortal realm. This matter must be reported to the sect at once." Mu Shenghe nodded. "I hurried back precisely to seek the master's intervention. The mortal realm is the very foundation of the cultivation world. We cannot afford to let it fall into disarray." Outside the cabin, Song Yujing had just finished a candied hawthorn and noticed that the children's vigilance had slightly diminished. Intentionally attempting to ease their fears, he waved his hand and said, "Come closer, and I shall tell you a little story." The children, timid yet watchful, hesitated, but Song Yujing began his tale regardless. "Once upon a time, there was a little girl who wore a bright red hat and went to the mountains to gather mushrooms. Unexpectedly, she encountered Cinderella, who was fleeing in her crystal shoes. Thus, the two became fast friends. However, it turned out that the prince had transformed into a wicked wolf." Song Yujing, having long forgotten the original tale and with no prior storytelling experience, spun the narrative as it came to him, weaving an imaginative tale. To his surprise, the children listened intently, their wide eyes secretly glancing at him. Eventually, Little Red Riding Hood triumphed over her malevolent stepmother and happily roamed the world with Snow White. Xiaoya blinked and softly asked, "Why isn't she with the real prince?" "Because the prince turned into the wolf." He would devour Little Red Riding Hood. Oh, Xiaoya suddenly understood, and the children gazed at Song Yujing with admiration. Brother, you are amazing. You can tell stories. Please tell us another one. As they called out to him, Song Yujing gradually lost himself in their adoration. All right, let me tell you the story of Sun Wukong ascending Liangshan and journeying to the west with Li Kuei. In chapter 43, the little system dares to deceive me. Song Yujing squatted amidst the children, narrating vividly and gesturing animatedly. At the most exciting moments, he could not help but lick his slightly dry lips, clearly parched from speaking. The initially cautious little ones now relaxed, encircling him, their round eyes fixed on him, captivated by his storytelling. Not far away, Nan Gongsheng and Mu Xinghe stood side by side, quietly observing the scene. Mu Xinghe nodded in approval, absent-mindedly stroking his non-existent beard, and remarked, "Your little disciple truly excels at charming children. Look how captivated they are." Nan Gongsheng slightly inclined his head, his gaze tenderly fixed on his disciple. Pride unmistakable in his tone. "My disciple naturally excels in everything." He stepped forward, gently ruffling Song Yujing's hair, his voice warm. "Have you finished? We have arrived. It is time to depart." "Yes, master." Song Yujing looked up, his eyes sparkling. Although he yearned for more, he obediently stood up. Nan Gongsheng turned to Mu Xinghe, casually tossing him the control talisman for the flying vessel. "You may use the vessel for now. Just be sure to return it to me in good condition. Until we meet again at the sect. Safe travels." Mu Xinghe caught the talisman, playfully waving goodbye as he watched them leave. Upon re-entering Moonstream Square, Song Yujing no longer wore the wonder of a first-time visitor. He quietly followed Nan Gongsheng, navigating the familiar corridors and stepping into the teleportation array, once again arriving at the opulent private room labeled Tian. As the two settled onto the soft cushions, a hand with defined knuckles suddenly pulled aside the heavy curtain of the room. Zhao Yueshi gracefully entered, gently swaying his signature fan. Upon seeing him, Song Yijiang instinctively shrank behind the broad back of Nan Gongsheng, peeking out just enough to greet him in a hushed tone. "Master, good day." Zhao Yueshi casually waved his fan, surveying Song Yijiang with a fleeting glance before striding over to the opposite side, unceremoniously collapsing into the expansive seat. With a slight pout and an undertone of barely perceptible fatigue, he remarked, "What is so good about it? Why hide so far away? Am I going to devour you?" Song Yijiang offered an awkward smile, touching his nose and refraining from responding. However, Nan Gongsheng chose to disregard Zhao Yueshi's jesting demeanor, his gaze lingering on Zhao Yueshi's somewhat pallid face for a moment. A slight furrow formed on his brow, and his tone took on a more serious note. "Stop with the frivolity. Zhao Yueshi, your energy is even more chaotic than last time. Can't you feel it yourself?" At these words, the feigned lightness faded from Zhao Yueshi's expression, replaced by a sigh that carried a near-numb tranquility. "Haven't things always been this way over the years? It's a repetitive cycle. I've grown accustomed to it." Nan Gongsheng's eyes darkened as he abruptly stood, and before Zhao Yueshi could react, he pressed two fingers precisely onto his forehead. A gentle, pure surge of spiritual energy delved into him, meticulously sensing his internal condition. Moments later, Nan Gongsheng withdrew his hand, his brow furrowing deeper as he returned to his seat with a serious countenance. He gazed at his friend with an unprecedented gravity and counsel. "You know better than I do that that person is long gone and cannot return. Letting go of your obsession and adhering to your essence is the wisest choice for you." Zhao Yueshi's eyes briefly dimmed, as if stung by an unseen blade. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the window, avoiding Nan Gongsheng's penetrating look, his voice soft yet laced with unwavering resolve. "I will not." Nan Gongsheng rubbed his throbbing temples, his tone tinged with a blend of helplessness and concern. "Your condition worsens day by day. Your essence is severely depleted. If that individual, driven by malice, attempts a comeback for vengeance, you know well that the methods of the demonic clan are treacherous and ruthless. We may not always be able to defend against them." Zhao Yueshi exhaled gently, his gaze still fixed on the drifting clouds outside, his tone calm, yet resolute, regardless. It is utterly impossible for me to abandon this. A cluster of azure foxfire ignited at Nangong Sheng's fingertips, flickering ominously, reflecting his tumultuous anger and sense of powerlessness. He barely restrained himself from shaking this stubborn individual into submission. At that moment, a small hand gently tugged at Nangong Sheng's sleeve. He looked down to meet Song Yujing's curious eyes, tinged with a hint of trepidation. The young disciple held forth an ancient jade slip, presenting it as if it were a treasure, and whispered, "Master, look, I suddenly acquired a spatial pouch, and this jade slip seems peculiar. Could you discern its purpose?" Nangong Sheng hesitated before accepting the jade slip, his consciousness sinking into it for a thorough examination. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow, meeting Song Yujing's gaze with profound intensity. Where did this come from? Song Yujing felt a sudden jolt in his heart, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, attempting to fabricate a casual response. "I just happened to flip to it." "Oh." Nangong Sheng's tone was cool, elongated in a teasing manner, before he unceremoniously delivered a playful flick to Song Yujing's smooth forehead, producing a crisp sound. "You little rascal, still not behaving." "Ouch," Song Yujing exclaimed, clutching his forehead. The pain was negligible. It was primarily his guilty conscience that troubled him. His gaze darted around, avoiding Nangong Sheng's eyes, his lips moving without forming a coherent sentence. Nangong Sheng did not press further, instead tossing the jade slip to Zhao Yueshi across the table, his tone flat and unperturbed. "Take it. Consider it a relic of the ancient techniques that have vanished for over 10 millennia, alongside this little fierce beast." Zhao Yueshi instinctively accepted the jade slip, his consciousness probing within. The next moment, disbelief flickered in his eyes as he softly read the title inscribed at the beginning of the slip, Transformation Technique, which turned out to be a soul-nurturing secret art of the heavenly tier. Song Yujing's ears twitched almost imperceptibly, and he immediately roared in his mind. "System, are you jesting with me? This should rightfully belong to me, correct? How dare you cheat me out of my points? Absolutely not. I would never deceive you." The system's electronic voice carried a palpable hint of unease, the light orb flickering twice before vanishing quickly. "Farewell, host. I must go organize the data." Chapter 44. The worth of the richest in the cultivation realm. Zhao Yueshi, still holding the jade slip with a dazed expression, turned to Song Yujing and asked, "Little Jiang, this heavenly tier technique is just given to me?" Song Yujing nodded earnestly, his eyes filled with sincerity. "I am glad to be of help." Zhao Yueshi, no longer feigning modesty, acknowledged the jade slip's value to him. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the slip away and summoned a row of storage bags onto the table. "These are what I have gathered during this time that you might enjoy. Please, take them." Song Yujing gazed in astonishment at the array of storage bags before him. How affluent this person was. He picked up each bag one by one, discovering an assortment of fire element spirit herbs and fire spirit crystals within. Each bag he opened released an enticing aroma, making his mouth water. Seeing how easily he could be pleased, Zhao Yueshi smiled, waving his hand grandly. "In the future, if you desire anything, do not hesitate to ask. This humble master has nothing but these rare treasures." Hugging the storage bags affectionately, Song Yujing grinned widely. "If I ever stumble upon anything good in the future, I will be sure to save a portion for you." Suddenly, Zhao Yueshi remembered something. A new batch of magical artifacts has recently arrived. Would you like to take a look? Though Song Yujing already possessed many magical artifacts, he was intrigued enough to want to see more. He tugged at Nangong Sheng's sleeve, who nodded in understanding. "Let's go and take a look then." Within Yueshi Square, no one was more familiar with the surroundings than Zhao Yueshi himself, so there was no need for a guide. He confidently led the way. Zhao Yueshi casually glanced back and noticed Song Yujing gazing in awe at the luminous pearls embedded in the wall. He leaned closer and asked, "Do you like them? If so, I can pry one off for you." Song Yujing was taken aback. "You can actually pry it off?" "Of course." Zhao Yueshi nonchalantly shrugged, asserting his dominance in his territory. Song Yujing, perceiving the seriousness in his demeanor, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, my master has gifted me something quite exquisite. I'm merely curious about the extent of your wealth." "Ah, Just average, Zhao Yueshi replied, fanning himself with an air of grandeur. I am merely the wealthiest in the realm of cultivation. The wealthiest in the realm of cultivation. How many spirit stones must that entail? Nangong Sheng chuckled, playfully ruffling his disciple's hair, momentarily snapping back to attention. He just stated he is quite affluent. Leaning leisurely against the doorframe, Zhao Yueshi continued to lead the way. After traversing several corridors, he pushed open an opulent door. The magnificent entrance slowly unveiled a spacious storeroom, meticulously lined with countless shelves bearing an array of magical artifacts. Ranging from offensive to defensive, from common styles to peculiar weapons, all shimmering with ethereal light. Guests fortunate enough to access this level to view the treasures were rare, rendering the space remarkably tranquil and undisturbed. Feel free to browse. Take whatever catches your fancy, Zhao Yueshi said languidly, leaning casually against the doorframe. Song Yujing's attention was immediately drawn to a pair of azure bracelets at the center of a display. The bracelets, resembling jade, yet distinctly different, felt cool to the touch, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The white fox design adorning the bands was both graceful and animated, with bewitching eyes embellished with an unknown gem, radiating a faint spiritual glow. Such adornments would undoubtedly complement his master's slender and fair wrists perfectly. As Song Yujing reveled in his thoughts, a voice filled with doubt and surprise emerged from behind. Lingling Sheng Xianjun, it truly is you. At the sound, a fleeting expression of disdain crossed Zhao Yueshi's face. He leaned against the doorframe, crossing his arms while casting a disapproving glance at the newcomer. Nangong Sheng's smile waned, and after a brief glance over his shoulder, he nonchalantly returned his gaze elsewhere. Curious, Song Yujing turned to see who had spoken. Upon meeting a pair of eyes filled with admiration, eyes that were directed at Nangong Sheng, his instincts flared. He subtly pulled his master away from the stranger's gaze, inquiring softly, "Master, who is that?" Nangong Sheng's lips curled slightly. "Not familiar. Not of any significance." No need for concern. No one present offered a friendly demeanor towards him, yet Meng Jin seemed oblivious. Striding directly to Nangong Sheng and respectfully performing a gesture of deference typical of a junior. Having just seen the Xianjun, he had initially thought he was mistaken, never imagining it was indeed him. Nangong Sheng stepped aside slightly, guiding Song Yujing away, his expression turning frosty. "At present, I am assisting my disciple in selecting artifacts. If you have no business, you may take your leave." Meng Jin, upon hearing this, glanced at Song Yujing, a flicker of unwillingness and envy flashing in his eyes. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "But a mere century has passed. Your judgment in selecting disciples has evidently declined. Presumptuous. When did my affairs become open to your commentary?" Nangong Sheng's gaze turned icy, and a wave of pressure emanated from him, his fingers poised with latent energy, unable to withstand the force. Meng Jin coughed up blood and staggered back, exclaiming, "I apologize for my rudeness. Recognize your transgressions and depart." Zhao Yueshi had long been enduring his irritation, suppressing his temper while feeling obstructed by the presence of others. Meng Jin clenched his fists tightly, forcing a strained smile as he announced his departure. As he turned, his gaze swept over Song Yujing, his eyes sharp as if laced with venom. Song Yujing immediately tugged gently at Nangong Sheng's sleeve, his voice muffled, "Master, he's glaring at me. Come back." Nangong Sheng's voice, though not loud, rendered Meng Jin's posture suddenly rigid. When Meng Jin reluctantly turned around, he barely managed to utter a word before being interrupted. Nangong Sheng pointed at him, commanding, "You have wronged my disciple. Apologize." Meng Jin's facial muscles twitched, and under the overwhelming pressure, his throat constricted as he squeezed out the words, "I beg your pardon, esteemed friend." Song Yujing peered out from behind Nangong Sheng, puffing out his cheeks. "You pesky individual, keep your distance from my master. Were you even?" Meng Jin erupted, his neck veins bulging. Yet in an instant, the ground cracked beneath him as an unseen force compelled him to his knees. Nangong Sheng glanced down, brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeve. The disciples of Fengwu sect are quite formidable. Two shadowy figures swiftly position themselves before Meng Jin. The elder on the left bowed, his robe rippling as he lifted Meng Jin to his feet. Lord Ling Sheng, the junior was disrespectful. I hope you do not take offense. The elder on the right subtly curled his fingers, mending the fissures in the ground. Nangong Sheng's icy gaze swept over the two elders, his voice cold as ice shards. Take your people and leave. The elders immediately bowed, each taking hold of Meng Jin's arms. As Meng Jin struggled to speak, one of them discreetly sealed his voice, leaving him to glare with reddened eyes as he was dragged away. Once the three figures disappeared, Nangong Sheng gently patted Song Yujing on the shoulder, his touch tender. All is well now. They have departed. Only then did Song Yujing withdraw his gaze and turn toward the display platform, his fingers pointing at a pair of jade bracelets through the protective barrier. Master, I want this. Zhao Yueshi casually tossed a piece of dark iron token. Choose what you like and retrieve it yourself. Song Yujing deftly dispelled the barrier and took the bracelets, slipping the smaller one onto his left wrist before lifting the other to compare with Nangong Sheng's wrist. Nangong Sheng obligingly extended his right hand, watching as Song Yujing fumbled with the clasp. Master, look! Song Yujing held up his hand to the light. Doesn't it suit you well? Nangong Sheng rotated his wrist, the bracelet shimmering beautifully under the glass lamps. A slight smile graced his lips as he glanced at the matching jade bracelets on their wrists. One for each of you? Indeed. Song Yujing's ears turned red as he looked down, fiddling with the bracelet on his wrist, the jade clinking melodiously against each other. Chapter 45. Intensifying the male protagonist's fury, a servant hurriedly approached, whispering something into Zhao Yueshi's ear. With a sharp snap, the fan in her hand closed, her expression turning serious as she turned to Nangong Sheng. I have matters to attend to. You two may continue. Do what you must, Nangong Sheng nodded. Zhao Yueshi issued a few brief instructions before departing in haste. The new servant stood respectfully beside them, introducing the exhibits. Song Yujing followed Nangong Sheng's lead, casually observing, though his interest waned as his gaze drifted over the magical artifacts. As the two descended to the second floor, it was evident that the number of guests had noticeably increased. Just as they approached the staircase, they heard Mu Ruo's voice, tinged with tears, calling out, Brother Out Yin. Although I truly cherish this magical artifact, my sister also desires it, so I shall relinquish it to her. Song Yujing paused, gripping Nangong Sheng's arm as they stood behind the display rack, watching. They beheld Mu Ruo, frail and delicate, nestled against Ling Out Yin, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Ling Out Yin, with a piercing gaze, directed his attention towards Mu Zixixi. Zixixi, cease your antics. It is merely a hairpin. What harm is there in giving it to your sister? Mu Zixixi clenched her fist tightly, brandishing the jade hairpin in her hand. This was originally mine. I have already paid with my spirit stones. The attendant nearby quickly chimed in. Indeed, this young lady has already given her spirit stones. Ling Out Yin arrogantly glanced at the attendant. There's nothing I, Ling Out Yin, cannot obtain. A mere attendant should understand their own station. He then turned to Mu Zixixi with a patronizing expression. Do not cause a scene. It is only a hairpin. You, as the elder sister, ought to be magnanimous. Is it not enough that I have promised to marry you? Mu Ruo's expression soured instantly, her eyes brimming with tears as she tugged at Ling Out Yin's sleeve. Brother Out Yin. You said that I am the one you love most. Ling Out Yin, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, leaned down to kiss the corner of Mu Ruo's lips. I love you dearly, but I must marry her, my dear. Mu Zixixi stood nearby, her fingers tightly gripping the jade hairpin, her entire being trembling with indignation. Song Yujing was taken aback by Ling Out Yin's shameless words, his eyes wide in disbelief as he tugged at Nangong Sheng's sleeve, whispering, Master, can there truly be such shameless individuals in this world? Nangong Sheng nodded in agreement, then lightly tapped Song Yujing's forehead, warning him not to follow such an example. Song Yujing, cupping his forehead, retorted, I would never. Master, I find Ling Out Yin utterly shameless. I shall go down and teach him a lesson. Nangong Sheng merely replied, Do take care. From afar. Song Yujing began to raise his voice in a mocking tone. Who might this be? Ah, it is none other than my junior brother. After a few days apart, your skin has grown so thick that it is beyond reproach. Ling Aoyan turned his face darkly, catching sight of Song Yujing, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. What business is this of yours? Junior brother is quite impressive, feasting from one bowl while eyeing another, and yet has the audacity to speak of marriage? How utterly shameless, truly a disgrace to our sect. Ling Aoyan's forehead throbbed with anger, his fingers curling into claws as he unexpectedly lunged forward. What makes you think you can teach me a lesson? With Master standing nearby, Song Yujing remained unfazed, calmly observing without attempting to evade. Suddenly, a deep azure spiritual energy ensnared Ling Aoyan's wrist, halting his movement. Nangong Sheng had, unbeknownst to them, positioned himself in the shadows of the staircase, lightly raising his fingers to send Ling Aoyan staggering back 3 steps. My disciple is certainly worthy. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yujing darted to Mu Zixixi's side, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Aoyan's face and scolding. You shameless creature! How can you dare to make demands? With that, he pulled Mu Zixixi aside, turning to the attendant and waving the token in his hand. Am I not entitled to speak? Upon catching sight of the sign, the attendant's expression shifted dramatically, his face suffused with reverence as he repeatedly acknowledged it, hastily forming a hand sign to summon the guards. As Ling Aoyan prepared to make a move, he was unexpectedly restrained by 2 shadowy figures, revealing the presence of the Merchant Guild's covert protectors. Ling, my friend, a steward clad in a brocade robe strode purposefully through the crowd, his piercing gaze fixed upon Ling Aoyan. Within 3 breaths, take your charming companions and vanish, or... The words hung ominously in the air, chilling the listeners to their core. Muruo, frightened, clutched at Ling Aoyan's sleeve, trembling. Ling Aoyan surveyed the surroundings with a face ashen as he locked eyes with Song Yujing, before dragging Muruo away in a hasty retreat. The system's notifications echoed wildly in his mind, frantically accumulating points. In that brief moment, his score surged by 2,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 anger points from the male lead. Gained 100 anger points from the male lead. 100 points. Song Yujing regarded the system panel with a complex expression. TSK, such a vengeful person. The system wore a sly grin. Hey, bullying the male lead earns you points. What are you waiting for, host? Charge forth. Song Yujing nodded to himself, realizing that he would need to make his presence known to the male lead more often. Those points were accumulating faster than if he were aboard a helicopter. As Mu Zixixi watched the 2 depart, she sighed in relief and expressed her gratitude to Song Yujing. Thank you, senior brother. Song Yujing replied with a light chuckle. No need for thanks among friends. Nangong Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, drawing Song Yujing into an embrace. It is only natural for comrades to assist one another. You 2 carry on. I shall take my leave. Song Yujing sensed a hint of displeasure from Nangong Sheng, though he could not discern the reason. Nangong Sheng led him back to the private room, pressing him into a chair and looking down at him. Day by day, do not entangle yourself in romantic affairs. As he spoke, Nangong Sheng extended his index finger and tapped lightly on Song Yujing's forehead. Song Yujing rubbed his nose, recalling that his master had said it was essential for comrades to help one another. Nangong Sheng leaned in closer, his gaze dropping. Do not get too close. Understood. Song Yujing's heart raced uncontrollably, a warmth spreading across his face. His master's heat of desire might not have entirely subsided. He could understand the surge of possessiveness. Chapter 46. Explosive gossip. As Song Yujing leaped down from the flying sword, his legs still quaking, 2 soft, white bundles barreled toward him like cannonballs. Their plump cheeks collided with his knees, their childish voices ringing with excitement. Back. The master has returned. Looking down at the glistening eyes resembling those of Shanghai dolphin, he tentatively poked at their chubby cheeks. Little black, little white. As he dragged herself over, her steps weary as if drained of energy, extending a trembling hand. Raise. Nangong Sheng chuckled lightly, tossing over a storage bag. The girl, who had seemed barely able to breathe moments ago, instantly transformed into a plump crane, grasping the bag in her beak and flapping her wings to soar away. You too. Song Yujing adopted a stern expression, crouching down to tap the young one's foreheads with his fingertips. While we're away, have you been causing mischief? Little Black immediately wrapped his fleshy hand around his index finger, his nose turning red. He had mistakenly provoked the medicinal remedy. Little White, with tears glistening in her eyes, tugged at Song Yujing's sleeve, causing the facade of seriousness that Song Yujing had been maintaining to collapse in an instant. Witnessing this, Gongsheng effortlessly lifted both little bundles and placed them onto the stone table, wrapping his fingers against the surface. This trick won't work on me. The azure sleeves brushed past Little White, who was attempting to act cutely. If you continue to misbehave, I shall hang you back on the tree. The two little ones immediately shrank back like quail, tears clinging to their long eyelashes, poised to fall. Come here. Gongsheng waved to Song Yujing, and as he drew closer, he suddenly pinched his index finger. A flash of silver appeared, and a droplet of blood fell into the swirling formation. Song Yujing's consciousness rippled, distinctly capturing two jubilant thoughts. Master fragrant. I want a hug and a spin around. I want to be the master's master. He blinked in astonishment, realizing that with just a slight mental nudge, he could pull the little creatures pretending to wipe their tears back into his consciousness. A spirit pet contract? Gongsheng nodded, explaining, these two are rather rambunctious. When they cannot be controlled, I simply draw them back into space, as they cannot exit on their own. Before Song Yujing could respond, a juvenile voice resounded in his mind. Master, the teacher is naughty, teaching the master bad things. Song Yujing narrowed his eyes, delivering equal pats on each of their heads. Do not speak ill of others. The two little ones quieted down, huddling together, yet they appeared even more pitiful, tears flowing freely as if they were of no cost. With a stern expression, Song Yujing laid down the rules for these two. This is the teacher. You must not offend. The same applies when you encounter all elders. Little White. Wailing, I mistakenly provoked Buki. Little Black. I also made a mistake, forgive me. Gongsheng snorted coldly, adopting a fierce demeanor to intentionally intimidate them. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Should you be caught again, I shall hang you back in the bamboo forest. The two little bundles obediently sat on the stone table, nodding in unison, appearing both docile and pitiable. A strange sense of guilt for bullying children washed over Song Yujing, who cleared his throat and retrieved some spiritual fruits from his storage bag, placing them before them. Here, eat. From now on, behave. If you misbehave, I shall not feed you. Thank you, Master. Master is the best in the world. At that moment, the space nearby distorted, and Xie emerged with a stern expression. As soon as he appeared, his tone was urgent. Junior brother, you have finally returned. It's urgent. Gongsheng inquired. Senior brother, what is it? Xie approached, his brows furrowed tightly, his tone tinged with irritation. Tsk, that scoundrel Lao Lu's troublesome romantic entanglements have come knocking again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gongsheng turned to Song Yujing. Stay put. I shall descend the mountain for a while. Understood, master. The two vanished from sight. Song Yujing, feeling a twinge of curiosity, wished to join the excitement. With a quick glance, he recalled the two little spirit beasts back into space and called out loudly, Aji. Aji flapped her large wings and flew over, nuzzling her head against his hand. Song Yujing presented a plate of pastries before Aji. Aji, take me down the mountain to have a look. I'll treat you to pastries. Aji swept her wings, taking the pastries, and then lifted Song Yujing on her back as she flew downward. Upon landing, the surrounding crowd erupted with fervor, each individual eagerly pressing forward with palpable excitement. Song Yujing seemed like a rabbit in a melon patch, bouncing about yet unable to find a glimpse of what was unfolding, growing increasingly anxious as he spun in circles. What is happening? What is happening? At that moment, someone approached from the side, their tones somber. Junior brother, you're still unaware, are you? Upon turning, Song Yujing recognized Yu Mingxiu and furrowed his brow. Spare me the riddles. Brother, allow me to explain. Yu Mingxiu glanced around furtively, then lowered his voice. An elder from Fengwu's sect, heavily pregnant, has come to confront us. It's the child of the sixth elder. She has already clashed with the sixth elder's wife. Song Yujing's eyes widened with intrigue. How scandalous. But that's not all. Yu Mingxiu continued with a teasing tone. The elder in question isn't exactly virtuous. Her partner is the esteemed real person Feng Shu. They've been bound in contract for 3 centuries without a child. And now, upon discovering that this child isn't even his, he is incensed. My goodness, is it truly that outrageous? Song Yujing mused inwardly, urging, and then what? Upon hearing of her betrayal, the partner stormed over in a fury, leading to a confrontation with the sixth elder. What a tangled web of relationships, Song Yujing exclaimed. But why did the pregnant elder come here? Yu Mingxiu frowned in contemplation. I'm afraid I cannot say. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, followed by an enraged female voice. Clutching a blood-red blade and showcasing her formidable presence, the woman declared, Pei Zhong, I hereby command you to divorce that wretched woman immediately and welcome me in. Another powerful voice, dripping with fury, resounded. You shameless harlot, this is the Yujing sect, not your Fengwu sect. Do you presume to act like an elder here? The crackling energy from Gu Xinyan's whip intensified, her frustration evident. How brazen. The mistress has the audacity to show her face. Pei Zhong, are you dead? Can't you even manage your own mistress? The onlookers were utterly absorbed in the unfolding drama. As Pei Zhong engaged in battle with real person Feng Shu, he retorted with biting sarcasm, hardly paying heed to the raging voices nearby. Huh, they pezon Feng Shu? You dare to show yourself in such a pitiful state? Feng Shu's face darkened further, his fury igniting. Pei Zhong, you dare to covet my woman. You must be courting death. If you can't manage your affairs, I won't hesitate to deal with you myself. Pei Zhong retaliated with a powerful punch, striking Feng Shu squarely in the face. If you can't take care of your woman, can you blame me? You're nothing but worthless. As the intensity of their clash escalated, Yu Mingxiu swiftly pulled Song Yujing behind a nearby rock for cover. Noticing Song Yujing's puzzled expression, he feigned seriousness. Based on my years of experience in observing such spectacles, this is the safest position to avoid collateral damage. No sooner had he spoken than a disciple was hurled away by the residual force of the conflict, fortunately caught by a surge of crimson spiritual energy, sparing him from serious harm, though he was thoroughly shaken. In an instant, the authoritative voice of Xie Qingyuan, laced with a hint of anger, commanded the attention of all present. Enough. Cease at once. Chapter 47. The inept husband and his aesthetic wife, all those engaged in the fray, suddenly froze in place. Their intentions to withdraw nowhere in sight as they glared fiercely at one another. With a dark expression, Xie Qingyan drew his long sword from his waist and sent Elder Pei Zhong flying with a single strike. After all, so many eyes were upon them. It seemed no one was mindful of the gravity of the situation. A flicker of dark light flashed in the eyes of Master Feng Su, who was poised to seize the moment to act, only to be thwarted by a wave of sword energy from Xie Qingyuan that held him in place. Dare to move again and see what happens. Feng Su, taken aback, subdued his demeanor, standing still with his chest heaving as he struggled to rein in his fury. Xie Qingyuan nonchalantly struck Gu Xinyan, dissipating the crackling thunder that surrounded him. Young man, do not be so impulsive. I will handle Pei Zhong before long. The tumultuous scene was brought under control. Xie Qingyuan cast a cold gaze around, instructing all disciples to resume their duties. What are you all lingering for? The disciples dispersed in a hurry. With an imperceptible sigh, Xie Qingyuan acknowledged the 2 visiting Dao companions from Fengwu sect, inviting them within. With Xie's words, none present dared to refuse. Even if they felt resentment, it would not be openly displayed. In the conference hall, Xie Qingyuan occupied the head seat, while the couples of Feng Su and Pei Zhong sat at opposite ends of the long table. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Xie Qingyuan addressed Pei Zhong. What is the matter? Pei Zhong's expression soured as he began to lament. Brother, you must see clearly. While I may be frivolous, adhering to the principle of enjoying the flowers without touching the roots, I have never laid a hand on a married woman. Feng Su slammed the table, her brows furrowing in anger. What do you mean? You refuse to acknowledge my condition, do you? Pei Zhong's countenance darkened, his eyes flashing coldly. Do you not understand how this child came to be? Brother, you must see clearly. It was this woman who administered that unspeakable drug to me. I am innocent. Feng Su abruptly stood, her face contorted with rage, pointing at Pei Zhong and berating him. Do not come near. My partner is as beautiful as a flower, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. You must covet her beauty and plot against her. Nonsense, Pei Zhong retorted, equally incensed, kicking his chair aside. Me? Force her? I, Pei Zhong, have plenty of willing women in this world. Do you truly believe I would set my sights on a married woman? Gu Qinyan, his expression dark, interjected. You seem rather proud of yourself. With that, he twisted forcefully at his waist, commanding, sit down. Pei Zhong, suppressing his anger, complied and took his seat. Feng Su cast a disapproving glance at Pei Zhong. What does this mean? Are you not prepared to acknowledge it? Gu Qinyan seethed with rage, wishing he could rush over and strike this shameless woman dead. Acknowledge? Who knows whose bastard you carry? Feng Su, with a flick of her sleeve, prepared for a confrontation. You Gu, speak with more respect. Gu Qinyan rolled his eyes, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair. And you seem quite pleased to wear the green hat. Feng Su scoffed coldly. Aren't you the same? Huh. In an instant, Gu Qinyan's fury erupted, and with a crash, he stood, the whip in his hand hissing ominously. What? Do you wish to fight? Feng Su, brandishing her blood-red blade, declared, let us fight then. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Xie Yuan struck the table, an overwhelming pressure engulfing the room. Silence. A few individuals managed to settle down, yet each one cast a watchful eye upon the opposition, ready to strike at any moment. Xie Yin wearily rubbed his brow and turned to Nangong Sheng, sighing, Junior brother, do lend me your thoughts. Rising from his corner, Nangong Sheng produced a mirror, declaring, This is the reversion mirror, capable of revealing past events. The truth shall be evident. Feng Shi's expression faltered for a moment, her demeanor fierce yet cowardly as she retorted. Who can ascertain the authenticity of your artifact? Without sparing her a glance, Nangong Sheng revealed the inscription on the mirror. In the corner, a small name was etched. Yen Xing, the foremost master of artifact refinement in the realm of cultivation. If her creations were flawed, then there would be no worthy spiritual instruments in existence. As the mirror was activated by a surge of spiritual energy, a ripple akin to water spread forth, and a vivid scene materialized. Within the vision, Feng Shi held a potion, casting a dubious glance at a disciple of the Hahuan sect beside her. Is this truly effective? Absolutely. If you administer this to Feng Su, you will assuredly conceive. Excitement lit up Feng Shi's face as she prepared to administer the potion, only to inadvertently pour it into Pei Zhong's bowl. Alas, Pei Zhong, with his striking beauty, lay upon the bed, his breath quickening, his fair skin glowing with a pink hue, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes, rendering him irresistible to any woman. Consequently, Feng Shi found herself overpowering Pei Zhong. Oh dear, I made a mistake, she exclaimed, but your visage is truly alluring. A change of taste now and then is quite delightful. As the truth unraveled, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Feng Su was on the verge of shattering, trembling hands clutching Feng Shi's sleeve. If you intended to drug someone, you should have given me the potion directly. I would have swallowed it whole. What a pity you went through such trouble only to misfire. How fortunate for him. Feng Shi coughed awkwardly. I was momentarily bewitched by beauty. Pei Zhong instantly felt vindicated, exclaiming, Senior brother, the truth is revealed. I have been wronged. Gu Qinyan cast a cold glance at the pair, muttering, Can we expedite their departure? They are quite obstructive. No. Feng Shi rose defiantly, proclaiming, I cannot return. Pointing at Pei Zhong, she asserted, regardless of the circumstances, the child is undoubtedly his. Therefore, he must marry me. Feng Su appeared shattered. Pei Zhong seemed on the brink of collapse. Xie Yuan felt his head throb. Rubbing his temples, he once again cast a pleading look towards Nangong Sheng. Junior brother, what do you think? Nangong Sheng remained silent, twisting his wrist to reveal a jade thread. This jade thread can automatically seek out blood relations. Let us determine the child's true parentage. The onlookers held their breath as they watched the jade thread glide forth. Chapter 48. The Revelation of Bloodline. The jade thread, seemingly endowed with its own consciousness, darted forward. Circling Feng Shi gracefully before soaring directly towards Feng Su. Upon sensing a bloodline connection, the jade thread transformed into a vibrant red hue, its dazzling light illuminating the faces of all present. Feng Su stood frozen, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He clutched Feng Shi's sleeve tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Feng Shi, did you see that? The child is mine. Mine. Our child. Not that wild man's. Feng Shi furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed on Pei Zhong's face, which perfectly matched her aesthetic. Isn't it? But I have my eyes set on Pei Zhong. I want her to welcome me through the door. Gu Chunyan immediately erupted in a furious outburst. How shameless you are. Not even pretending anymore. Pei Zhong, his face contorted from Gu Chunyan's grip, quickly protested. Give up. I will not marry you. Feng Shi, with a fragile expression, tugged at Feng Shi's sleeve. Her voice choked with emotion. What? Do you not want me anymore? Feng Shi continued with startling candor, soothing Feng Shi. Of course I want you. But I also do not wish to let him go. Therefore, I am preparing to marry him. You and I will remain partners on our path, while he and I will be husband and wife. I'm not dead yet. You, who dare to cast your eyes on Pei Zhong. Gu Chunyan could no longer contain himself, swinging his whip in anger. Feng Shi would not sit idly by. Her blood-red blade thundered to block his strike. As Feng Shi wiped her tears, she slowly drew her sword. A fierce battle was imminent. Xie Qingyuan gazed at the chaotic scene, his mind buzzing, the world around him dimming. Nan Gongsheng observed the madness unfold with a cold gaze, retreating to a distance and dusting off non-existent dirt from his sleeves. With a resounding crash, a streak of crimson sword light cleaved through the air. The overwhelming pressure of a peak stage cultivator descended upon the crowd, silencing everyone instantly. Xie Qingyuan sheathed his sword, holding the fading communication talisman, and remarked with a forced smile, 2 friends causing a ruckus in my Yujing sect. Is that not a bit excessive? Seeing Xie Qingyuan's genuine anger, Feng Shi hurriedly stepped forward. Cupping his hands in apology, we sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to your esteemed sect. I shall take Feng Shi and leave at once. Yet, Feng Shi remained frozen. Her eyes locked onto Pei Zhong, filled with unwillingness. Gu Chunyan, observing her shameless demeanor, stood in front of Pei Zhong with a dark expression. You shall not even think about it. Feng Shi, soothing her gently, urged, Feng Shi, let us go. You are with child. Do not let anger consume you. We must avoid the spotlight. Feng Shi stubbornly glared past Gu Chunyan, fire practically igniting in her eyes. What I, Feng Shi, desire, I have never been unable to attain. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the hall. My young lady is out of line, causing trouble for your esteemed sect. I hope Brother Xie will not take offense. The speaker wore a crimson robe, adorned with a golden phoenix insignia that shimmered in the light. His dark hair was neatly tied with a red tassel crown, the tassels swaying gently with his movements. He possessed a strikingly handsome face, an inherent authority in his demeanor, radiating an aura that rivaled Xie Qingyuan's. Xie Qingyuan smiled faintly, gesturing to the gaping hole in the ceiling made by the sword energy. Well said, let us settle on 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Feng Wushu's face contorted for a brief moment, but upon seeing his willful daughter intensely fixated on the elder from another sect, he let out a heavy sigh. They were indeed at fault this time. Caught red-handed by Xie Qingyuan, who was known for his ruthless nature, they were not the sort to easily come out unscathed. Internally cursing, Feng Wushu coldly commanded, Feng Su, take her back. Feng Su promptly stepped forward, gently grasping Feng Shi's wrist, who reluctantly followed. Glancing back at Pei Zhong with every few steps, Feng Wushu mustered a strained smile, presenting a storage ring infused with spiritual energy to Xie Qingyuan. Brother Xie, please accept this. Farewell. With that, he flicked his sleeve and vanished from sight. Xie Qingyuan accepted the storage ring, his consciousness sweeping over the mountains of spirit stones within, finally revealing a smile. However, As his gaze landed on Pei Zhong, the smile vanished instantaneously. When would he learn to compose himself? Being the subject of ridicule for the entire sect at his age was utterly shameful. Pei Zhong, feeling guilty, averted his eyes, unable to meet Xie Qingyuan's gaze. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove, the two lay on a large stone, lost in thought. "Have you heard?" Yu Mingqiu whispered, turning his head to share the gossip he had overheard. His voice hushed, as if he were committing a crime. The rules for this sect competition might change. Song Yujiang immediately furrowed his brows, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Is this news reliable? The original text did not mention any changes to the competition rules. Yu Mingqiu nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Just a few days ago, Master Shi returned and brought some news from the mortal realm. Consequently, the sect leader and several elders convened and decided that this year's competition would be held in the mortal realm. Song Yujiang's heart sank. The plot was veering off from the original narrative. How could this happen? He had not intentionally altered this segment of the storyline. Sitting up, he suppressed his doubts and concerns, asking, "Do you know the specific tasks?" Yu Mingqiu shook his head. "I don't know the tasks, but I do know a bit about the rules. The qualifications for participation remain the same as previous years. Those at the foundation establishment stage and above can compete, while those at the nascent soul stage and above cannot. Teams consist of 5 members, with no restrictions on cultivation levels, allowing for free combinations." Listening to this significantly different portrayal from the original text, Song Yujiang furrowed his brows and inwardly queried the system. "What is going on?" The system responded promptly. "It is likely due to the host's existence inadvertently altering some minor plot points, which in turn affected the overarching storyline. A classic example of the butterfly effect." Sighing, Song Yujiang turned to Yu Mingqiu. "So, who do you plan to team up with?" Yu Mingqiu gazed at the swaying bamboo leaves above, his eyes unfocused. "I'm not sure yet. It depends on Xiaoling. Xiaoling? Song Yujiang recalled the furious face he had glimpsed before and asked, somewhat helplessly, "You intend to team up with him?" "Of course not." Yu Mingqiu abruptly sat up, slamming his fist against the stone. "I want to team up with the enemies of that scoundrel. I'll make him furious." Song Yujiang blinked, sensing the unfolding drama, and subtly prodded, "What did he do?" "Damn it, that scoundrel had the audacity to strike me." Song Yujing exaggeratedly inhaled sharply and immediately inquired, "He actually laid hands on you? That scoundrel is incredibly ruthless." "Damn it, it took me half a month to recover enough to get out of bed." At the mere mention of Xiaoling Yu Mingqiu's eyes blazed with fury. His teeth clenched in resentment. "What heinous act did you commit, brother?" Song Yujing curiously pressed on. Yu Mingqiu hesitated, stammering, It's just that." His voice dwindled, and his gaze became erratic. Chapter 49. The Antagonist's Daily Antics After Much Stuttering. Yu Mingqiu seemed to find it exceedingly difficult to articulate his thoughts. "I swear, I truly did not intend for it to happen." The glimmer of gossip sparkled in Song Yujing's eyes. "Of course I believe you. Now do tell, what exactly transpired?" Yu Mingqiu lowered his head, burying his face in his palms, his ears flushed crimson, the words muffled between his fingers. "Well, I have a habit of sleepwalking. Once I fall asleep, my body is no longer under my control. That night, I went to Shangyun Mountain to meet a friend and inadvertently fell asleep. Then, I found myself in his bath and accidentally touched, well, you know." Song Yujing instinctively asked, "What?" Yu Mingqiu collapsed onto a rock, covering his burning face with his sleeve. At that moment, he seemed unable to move due to his meditation on a certain technique, and I was unconscious, so I touched that. The system kindly provided a reminder. By the time Song Yujing realized what he was saying, it was too late. Vivid images flooded his mind. His face flushed. "Why you? This is hardly distinguishable from being a lecherous scoundrel." Yu Mingqiu wailed while covering his face. "I did not do it intentionally. I'm straight. You know, when I regained consciousness and saw what I was holding, I nearly lost my mind. The topic was far too awkward," prompting Song Yujing to carefully shift the conversation. "Is his cultivation level higher than yours? You might want to avoid him next time." "Damn it." The mere mention of this ignited Yu Mingqiu's anger once more, recalling the humiliating and painful experience. His fists crackled as he clenched them. He only took advantage of his superior cultivation to beat me up. I will have my revenge for this indignity. Song Yujing felt that this seemed somewhat unrealistic. Thus he remained silent. He had gathered some knowledge about Xie Lingyu, the esteemed first disciple of Xie Qingyuan, who had displayed exceptional talent from a young age, not only possessing innate swordsmanship, but also an ardent work ethic. Among his peers, only Yuang could contend with him. At that moment, the bamboo forest rustled as footsteps approached from afar. Catching a whiff of a familiar scent, Song Yujing opened his eyes. "Master, you've come." Yu Mingxiu sprang up, bowed respectfully, and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." Nangong Sheng pulled Song Yujing to his feet, gave Yu Mingxiu a slight nod, and then both vanished from sight. As soon as their feet touched the ground, Nangong Sheng's cool voice echoed, "Didn't Tiwi agree you'd wait patiently for me?" A chill ran down Song Yujing's spine. Oh no! Caught up in the gossip, he had completely forgotten about this matter. Seizing Nangong Sheng's sleeve, he gently shook it, his tone obedient, attempting to evade the issue. "Master." Nangong Sheng looked down. Song Yujing, perplexed, lifted his head. Crack! A resounding slap rang out. Ouch! Song Yujing clutched his forehead, wincing as a buzz resonated in his head. What a hefty blow that was! It collapsed abruptly and without any forewarning. Do you have any idea of the profound impact such a sudden blow has on my fragile heart? Song Yijing, filled with a mix of indignation and restraint, pressed his reddened forehead and cautiously tiptoed backward. Observing his demeanor, Nangong Sheng raised his finger once more, with a sudden glint in his eyes. Song Yijing swiftly leapt 2 meters away, his gaze warily fixed on that elongated hand. "Master, what are you planning to do?" "Huh?" Nangong Sheng chuckled lightly. "Do you think that by distancing yourself, I would be unable to reach you?" With a mere flick of his fingertip, a surge of spiritual energy penetrated Song Yijing's mind, and in the next instant, he felt himself lifted effortlessly into the air by Nangong Sheng. Swinging momentarily, Song Yijing gazed at his own fluffy little black paws, overwhelmed by despair. "Master, you are mistaken. I am the one at fault." Contentedly cradling the soft little coal ball, Nangong Sheng strolled towards the back mountain. His voice languid. "Fault? What fault? Where's your fault?" "Indeed, there is no fault. It is merely that your master wishes to play with you." Unbeknownst to Song Yijing, he sensed that Nangong Sheng was being rather cryptic, and a vivid image of the 2 little ones hanging from a bamboo pole flashed through his mind. His entire body trembled at the thought that perhaps his master intended to do the same to him, filling him with a sense of panic. Words of flattery poured from his lips as if they were free. "Master, you are the best. You are the finest master in the world." The corners of Nangong Sheng's lips curled upward in a slight smile. Song Yijing could not see Nangong Sheng's face and was unaware of his expression. Only hearing that nonchalant murmur, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. It's over. Is he angry? Am I to be hung up? I need a remedy. Song Yijing attempted to play the emotional card. "Master, you know you are the closest person to me in this world. I love you dearly." Nangong Sheng relished the compliment, remaining silent and signaling for him to continue. "Master, I will strive diligently in my cultivation from now on, never to disappoint your earnest intentions." "Don't say that. Speak of what I enjoy hearing." Song Yijing. "What? Will you ignore me from now on?" "Heaven forbid." Is he truly that upset? Feeling flustered, Song Yijing was completely oblivious to his surroundings until his hind paws touched the warm, flowing water. Regaining his composure, he looked around and was astonished to find himself in the grand hot spring at the back mountain. Nangong Sheng splashed some water on his face and playfully asked, "What are you daydreaming about?" Upon meeting Nangong Sheng's eyes, brimming with mirth, Song Yijing realized he had misunderstood. Shaking off the water from his fur, he candidly replied, "I was wondering if you intended to hang me from a bamboo pole." Uffed. Nangong Sheng burst into laughter, brushing his fingertip against Song Yijing's cheek. "You actually believed I was joking?" "Umph." Song Yijing turned his head away, pretending to dismiss him. Nangong Sheng stepped in, half submerging himself in the hot spring. However, given Song Yijing's diminutive size, it posed a slight risk of him sinking, so Nangong Sheng placed him on his lap, allowing just his head to remain above water. The temperature of the spring was delightful, causing Song Yijing to squint in comfort. With a gentle touch, Nan Gongsheng began to groom his fur leisurely. Song Yujing felt a peculiar sensation on his forehead. Whether it was due to an unintentional brush from him or the steam rising from the hot spring, he could not ascertain. An irresistible itch compelled him to nuzzle against Nan Gongsheng's fingers. How vexing! Is my intellect about to burgeon? Nan Gongsheng observed the little coal-like figure beneath him, who was unwittingly rubbing his forehead against his fingers, his eyes flickering with surprise. Leaning closer, Nan Gongsheng scrutinized the boy's large eyes. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Furrowing his brows, Song Yujing exclaimed, "Master, have I been damaged by your flick? My forehead itches terribly." Nan Gongsheng's gaze drifted to Song Yujing's forehead. He gently caressed it with his fingertips and felt an unusual texture beneath. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "It is not damaged, rather. It appears you are about to sprout horns." Nan Gongsheng's fingers traced the contours of Song Yujing's forehead with a serious tone. The ancient text described fierce beasts possessing dual horns resembling obsidian, capable of summoning the essence of the heavens and earth. A sudden chuckle escaped him. "Little Cole, you're destined to grow horns." Instinctively, Song Yujing reached up to touch the corners of his forehead and indeed felt two hard lumps the size of grains of rice. His entire being stiffened, and his voice trembled. "Will they be unsightly?" Within the formidable shell of a beast resided the soul of a human. He could scarcely envision the appearance of horns adorning his head, his mind conjuring only the image of a unicorn he had once glimpsed on television. If 4 such horns were to sprout, 2 on each side of his forehead, oh heavens, the image was too splendid for him to bear. "Not all," Nan Gongsheng replied, flicking away his anxious paws. A warm, ethereal glow emanated from his palm, enveloping the budding horns as he spoke in a soothing tone. "They will be beautiful and majestic. Once fully developed, they will be invincible and extraordinarily powerful." Lowering his voice for effect, he added mysteriously, "It is said that the mature horns of fierce beasts are adorned with dark golden patterns, shimmering like starlight at night, both stunning and dazzling." Captivated by his master's rare, vivid description, Song Yujing momentarily forgot his anxiety. Curiously, he nudged his head against Nan Gongsheng's palm. "How long will it take for them to grow?" "At least a century. Perhaps by the time you reach the nascent soul stage," Nan Gongsheng replied, suddenly seizing the boy's restless paws. "Thus, you must take great care. Do not fidget." Upon seeing his disciple's expression visibly droop, a smile danced in Nan Gongsheng's eyes. "However, if you diligently cultivate each day, you may shorten the duration." The warm spiritual energy flowed along the base of the horns, eliciting a contented purr from Song Yujing. An idea struck him, and he wrapped his tail around Nan Gongsheng's wrist. "Master, when you flicked my forehead earlier, did you not consider how fragile they might be? They're still 3 fingers away from the base." Nan Gongsheng precisely tapped his brow and earnestly admonished, "You must exercise utmost caution. These budding horns are of great significance to you." Curiosity piqued, Song Yujing instinctively inquired, "How significant?" Nan Gongsheng replied with gravity, "Extremely significant. They are one of the sources of your power." Song Yujing's eyes widened in realization. "Then they are indeed important. I shall protect them diligently." Nan Gongsheng recalled a conversation with his sect leader not long ago, and the several rules discussed, concern flooding his gaze. In 2 days, the sect's grand competition will commence. Yet this time the location and rules diverge from the past. "Will you still participate?" Song Yujing lay upon his master's lap, occasionally splashing the water playfully with his paws. Upon hearing the question, he nodded affirmatively. "This matter was just brought up by Brother Yu. We are to go to the mortal realm. I have never been to the mortal realm before, and it might prove to be quite interesting, a perfect opportunity for exploration. Moreover, with the sudden twist in the plot of the sect's grand competition, one could only wonder whether the ominous male lead might strike first and cause misfortune for Yuan. If unforeseen chain reactions ensued, resulting in multiple tasks failing simultaneously, the penalty for each failure would be a 10-fold deduction of points. How long would he have to toil to regain his standing? He still owed the system points, after all. Additionally, he had witnessed the benefits that points could bring. They could be life-saving in critical moments. Thus, failure was not an option, he must keep a vigilant watch over the male lead, ensuring he was not granted any opportunity to wreak havoc. As anticipated, Nan Gongsheng sighed, deliberating his words carefully before speaking slowly, due to the constraints of the laws governing the realms. The cultivation levels of participating disciples will be suppressed to the qi refining stage. Furthermore, the mortal realm is currently in turmoil. Should any unexpected events arise, I may not be able to reach you in time, which could be perilous. If it proves too dangerous, it will be best to wait until next year to participate. As a master, he should not have voiced such concerns. Yet Song Yujing was still young, merely a fledgling, and he could not help but feel uneasy when the boy was not in his sight. Fearing that he might dampen his disciple's ambition, he continued, "If you wish to explore the mortal realm, I shall take you after the grand competition, all right?" The proposition was enticing, and Song Yujing longed to agree, but with the tasks at hand, he had to suppress his desire. "Master, I have already made promises to my junior sisters. One must honor their commitments," he exclaimed. "Besides, I possess numerous magical artifacts, all of which have had their spiritual power restricted. Who knows who might bully whom?" After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Master, will everyone be suppressed to the qi refining stage upon arriving in the mortal realm?" Nan Gongsheng shook his head, his expression grave. "This is precisely why I do not wish for you to go. The laws governing the realms are incomplete. They can only restrict cultivators at the divine transformation stage and below. Those above the divine transformation stage may enter at a certain cost, retaining their cultivation levels." Song Yujing was taken aback. Good heavens! If a malevolent cultivator at the spirit-severing stage were to infiltrate, wouldn't all participating disciples be in grave danger? Indeed, Nan Gongsheng confirmed. Perplexed, Song Yujing asked, "Then why permit a host of disciples below the nascent soul stage to enter? Would it not be simpler to send an elder at the spirit-severing stage to eradicate all the malevolent cultivators?" Nan Gongsheng sighed. "It is not as straightforward as you imagine. The situation in the mortal realm is ambiguous. It may very well be a natural disaster rather than man-made calamity. An elder at the spirit-severing stage would have to sacrifice 300 years of cultivation to enter the mortal realm." Understanding dawned on Song Yujing. After all, the elders above the divine transformation stage were the true pillars of the sect. Sacrificing a century of an elder's cultivation for uncertain information was hardly justifiable. He then recalled a tattered figure and could not resist asking, "But Master, how was Uncle 11 able to bring back so many children from the mortal realm?" Nan Gongsheng gently caressed the soft fur of the cub and remarked, "Brother 11 possesses a unique talent, allowing him to traverse the two realms freely without incurring any cost. However, his cultivation is constrained to the qi refinement stage, and he faces even greater limitations than you all. He cannot utilize ordinary magical artifacts." Song Yujing nodded earnestly. Realizing the peculiarity of the mortal world, where everyone seems to face challenges, which feels rather oppressive. "Rest assured, Master, I will not bring you shame." Nan Gongsheng sighed, knowing he could not dissuade him. "I'm somewhat uneasy about letting you go alone. Here, take the bracelet from your wrist. I shall imbue it with some protective enchantments for you." For 3 consecutive days, Nan Gongsheng remained sequestered in his chamber. As the sect's grand competition approached, the participating disciples gathered in a spacious plaza where a dozen flying vessels hovered in the air, awaiting their turn. Song Yujing occasionally glanced back at Xian Peak, anxious that his master had yet to emerge. He sighed, uncertain whether his master would arrive in time. Suddenly, a figure arrived, wielding a sword with a majestic flourish. Their crescent-shaped attire stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon recognizing the individual, Song Yujing's eyes brightened, and he greeted cheerfully, "Yuang, shall we form a team?" Yuang chuckled lightly, sheathing his sword, and inquired, "What should I be called?" Song Yujing promptly produced an unopened box of pastries and offered, "Brother, I promised to bring these for you last time." Hee. Yuang waved his sleeve to accept the pastries, a smile gracing his face as he responded, "Well said." Song Yujing then pointed to the side, introducing Mu Sisi, "Brother, this is junior sister Mu. Do you have any other teammates?" Yuang politely nodded at Mu Sisi before shaking his head. No. He preferred solitude and found the intricacies of friendship cumbersome. Song Yujin's expression turned troubled. They were still short two members. At that moment, a melodious and ethereal voice chimed in. "Dear junior brother, are you still in need of teammates?" Turning around, Song Yujin beheld a figure clad in a pale green gauzy gown, adorned with intricate vine patterns stitched in silver thread. As she moved, the hem of her dress danced lightly, exuding the essence of spring, her vibrant green hair swaying in the breeze. Her light green eyes sparkled like priceless gems of life. She resembled a lost fairy from the forest, with a delicate appearance that radiated an otherworldly grace. Song Yujin could not recall this person from memory. After reflecting on the original text, he realized she was a minor character, scarcely appearing throughout the narrative. Her name had barely been mentioned, and he had forgotten it, momentarily at a loss for words. "May I ask your name, senior sister?" Luo Weishua smiled gently, her voice as melodious as an angel's whisper. "I am Luo Weishua, a disciple under Elder C, Lord Kong Xianjun. Feel free to address me as you wish." After speaking, Luo Weishua nodded at Yi Wang and added, "Moreover, Brother Yi is on your team. He is quite formidable and will surely lead you to victory." Yi Wang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Welcome aboard." Internally, Song Yujin mused about Yi Wang's esteemed reputation. He was fortunate to have acted swiftly, or else he might have faced stiff competition in securing allies. Yu Guang noticed the surrounding disciples, all eagerly anticipating something. Suddenly, a flurry of commotion erupted as a figure, akin to the wind, dashed over in a panic, exclaiming, "Damn it! I truly can't believe this. Xiaoling Yu, how dare you? With so many witnesses present, you still dare to act." Chapter 51. The eve of the grand competition, junior brother. "Save me." Yu Mingqiu's eyes brightened upon spotting Song Yujin standing alongside Yi Wang. In a frenzy, he rushed over. But in his haste, he stumbled over something and, with a loud thud, performed an exaggerated act of prostration before several onlookers. Unashamed, he slid to Yi Wang's feet, clutching his leg desperately, and cried out, "Senior brother, rescue me. If you save me this time, I, Yu Mingqiu, vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." Song Yujin turned his face away, unable to bear the sight, his lips twitching slightly in embarrassment. How utterly mortifying! Yi Wang, his expression dark and thunderous, forcefully shook his leg, yet the tenacious cling of Yu Mingqiu remained unyielding. Xiaoling Yu, sword in hand and filled with rage, pursued closely, frowning at the pitiful sight before him. "Scoundrel, if you are a man, then rise." Yu Mingqiu, still clinging to Yi Wang's leg, shook his head fervently, making a ruckus. "I refuse. Oh, this is outrageous. Murder is afoot." Yi Wang, driven to the edge of patience by the incessant noise, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, struggling to restrain himself from striking Yu Mingqiu. "Yu Mingqiu, if you wish to live, let go. Otherwise, I shall send you on your way right now." Stealing a glance upward, Yu Mingqiu was met with Yi Wang's fearsome glare, as dark as the bottom of a pot, his eyes chillingly cold. Admitting his cowardice, he gradually released his hold and turned only to be confronted by Xiaoling Yu's icy visage. "Ah!" Yu Mingqiu shrieked as he lunged towards Song Yujin. Swiftly, Song Yujin grabbed him, whispering urgently, "Be serious. Do not act madly. I am mortified." Yuan took several steps back, visibly relieved, his gaze toward Yu Mingqiu resembling that of one observing a plague. Xiaoling Yu tightened his grip on his sword, glaring intently at Yu Mingqiu, his chest rising and falling with barely contained fury. Hiding behind Song Yujin, Yu Mingqiu made a face at Xiaoling Yu, foolishly taunting, "Come at me. Go ahead, hit me." Song Yujin felt as though the chilling aura and murderous intent emanating from Xiaoling Yu would pierce him like a sieve. He swiftly turned, covering Yu Mingqiu's mouth with a firm hand. "I beg you, please. We have no grievances. Do not bring me trouble." Yu Mingqiu blinked innocently, signaling his compliance, and Song Yujin finally released his grip. However, Xiaoling Yu continued to glare, and the pressure became overwhelming for Song Yujin, who subtly edged behind Yu Wang. In his heart, he chanted, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me." Xiaoling Yu spoke coldly, "Junior brother, I do not comprehend why you choose to shield this scoundrel. But heed my warning. He is exceedingly base and shameless. I advise you to keep your distance to avoid his mischief. Thus, I conclude my counsel. With that, Xiaoling Yu sheathed his sword and, in a fury, strode away. As Yu Mingqiu observed the departure of others, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, patting his chest and murmuring to himself, "Thank goodness I'm still alive." However, nearby, a merciless mockery echoed, "Ha! This Yu Mingqiu is still so out of touch." Indeed, we've grown accustomed to witnessing his embarrassment. Ha! What audacity! Why provoke those two? Is he tired of living comfortably? They continued, "Look how infuriated senior brother Xie is. I had heard tales of his perpetual stoicism. I never imagined he could be riled up like this. Truly, Yu Mingqiu is remarkable, capable of inciting such a reaction from him. A true genius among geniuses." Yu Mingqiu shot them a glare, but chose to ignore their taunts. He turned back and nudged Song Yujing with his elbow, saying, "Hey buddy, I see you four are just one short. Why not add me to your ranks?" Yi Wang, holding his sword, gazed blankly into the distance, disregarding him. Mu Cece stood quietly by, her composure serene. As long as no one sought to provoke her, she was indifferent. Luo Weishue smiled gently, finding this senior brother's demeanor quite amusing. Yu Mingqiu laughed heartily. "Ha! I'm a nascent soul. If you team up with me, I'll protect you." It was unexpected that someone so whimsical was indeed a nascent soul. Had he not mentioned it, others would hardly have guessed. Song Yujin replied, "Just act normal. Don't go insane. Everything will be fine." At that moment, a pale blue figure descended, exuding a palpable aura, prompting the surrounding disciples to step back. Nangong Sheng's gaze fell upon Song Yujin, and he gestured lightly for him to approach. In just a few steps, Song Yujin stood before Nangong Sheng, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Master, you come to see me off." Nangong Sheng produced a bracelet intricately carved with a fox and clasped it around Song Yujin's wrist, lowering his voice. "This bracelet is now called Jihua, a name I just coined. It contains a fragment of my essence. Should you find yourself in peril, it will emerge to aid you." Song Yujin stared wide-eyed at the bracelet. "A fragment of your essence?" Suddenly recalling the saying that dividing one's essence could harm the original, he anxiously inquired, "Master, will this division harm you?" Nangong Sheng shook his head, gently ruffling his hair. "No, the time spent was merely to ensure the essence is securely sealed within this bracelet." A wave of warmth surged in Song Yujin's heart. His master had sacrificed so much for him, yet he felt incapable of reciprocating at that moment. Nangong Sheng sighed softly, patting his shoulder. "When you arrive in the mortal realm, prioritize your safety above all. Losing the competition is inconsequential." Song Yujin nodded obediently. "I understand. The world may be vast, but my life is paramount." As everyone gathered, a graceful figure slowly took the stage, her beauty striking and her demeanor austere. With a graceful gesture, her gauzy attire billowed in the wind. "I am the immortal Lord Wen Yao, responsible for the matters concerning this sect's grand competition." Nangong Sheng sighed once more, advising in a hushed tone, "Be sure to prioritize safety. Now, go and listen attentively to the rules. If necessary, withdraw without hesitation." Song Yujin earnestly acknowledged and returned to the crowd. Immortal Lord Wen Yao flicked her sleeve, and a series of tokens appeared, precisely flying into the hands of each disciple. Amidst the turmoil of war in the mortal realm, the elders convened with the sect leader to deliberate, ultimately deciding that the upcoming sect competition would take place in the mortal world. "This is your identity token. You must keep it safe." The rules of the competition stipulate that teams consist of 5 members, with a time limit of 7 days, unrestricted by cultivation levels, and free to form teams as one wishes. Once you have chosen your teammates, you may bind yourselves by exchanging identity tokens. Whispers of discussion arose from the crowd. Song Yujin exchanged glances with his companions and placed their tokens together. At the moment they touched, a character representing the number 9 gradually materialized upon the jade tokens. Lord Wen Yao, surveying the surroundings, continued, stating, "Should the token shatter, you'll be instantly transported to a safe location, though this would also signify your disqualification from the competition." The objectives of the contest are twofold. First, to uncover the source of the upheaval in the mortal realm. Second, to rescue the ordinary populace from peril. The tokens will continually record your actions, awarding points based on your performance. Furthermore, to prevent the misuse of spiritual energy causing panic among mortals. All disciples' cultivation will be suppressed to the chi refinement stage upon entering the mortal realm. The disciples erupted in a cacophony of varied expressions. Yujing maintained his composure, yet a glimmer of confidence flickered in his eyes. Even with his spiritual power restrained, he remained assured of his ability to seize the top position. Chapter 52. No matter. The advantage is mine. This set competition is overseen by 3 elders. The Grand Elder, Lord Bays, presiding at the forefront. The 3rd Elder, Lord Yujing, lurking in the shadows. And the 11th Elder, Lord Wenyao, responsible for guiding the disciples and elucidating the rules. The disciples boarded the flying vessel, embarking towards the boundary of the mortal realm in grand procession. Ling Aoyan, indeed the favored child of destiny, quickly teamed up with Xiaoling Yu. Song Yujian, suppressing the urge to react to the provocative glances cast by the protagonist, began to communicate with the system internally. System, can you believe that Ling Aoyan has already reached the late foundation establishment stage? He gritted his teeth in frustration. Is this what it means to be the protagonist? His cultivation speed is as effortless as eating and drinking. Despite his diligent, or rather idle efforts, he had only just attained the early foundation establishment stage. The system meticulously scanned Ling Aoyan's attributes, its tone grave. Host, he is concealing his true level of cultivation with a treasure. In reality, he is at the late golden core stage. What? Song Yujian nearly gasped in disbelief. How is that even possible? Is he still human? At that moment, a wave of bitterness threatened to engulf him. Is this the privilege of the protagonist? It is utterly unfair. The system explained helplessly. There's no helping it. The male lead is simply extraordinary. Even if he were to stumble over a stone, that stone would undoubtedly be a rare gem that enhances one's potential. Song Yujian couldn't deny the jealousy gnawing at him. While his leisurely existence was indeed comfortable, the rapid advancement of his rival shattered his composure. I've made up my mind. He clenched his fists. From this day forward, I shall no longer be idle. I will closely monitor him and seize every opportunity he possesses. The system immediately perked up, the orb of light gleaming with enthusiasm. With such determination, the system shall offer its utmost assistance. So eager? Could there be an ulterior motive? Song Yujian inquired cautiously. Then grant me 1,000 points. The system swiftly changed the subject. Ahem, host, let us discuss the male lead's opportunities instead. Song Yujian maintained a stern expression. I want 1,000 points. The system pretentiously spun around and exclaimed, Oh dear, why is there a missing piece in my code? Host, did you see it? Song Yu chuckled coldly. You don't care about me at all. The system quickly sought to appease him, declaring, the host system is utterly loyal to you. With a sigh, Song Yu solemnly remarked, System, you are indeed gathering the male protagonist's fortune, aren't you? The system gasped. Song Yu's gaze swept over his companions, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he continued. Whether it's dealing with the antagonist, rescuing the female lead, or assisting Zhao Yueshi, Yujing, and Lu Hongguang, all are intricately linked to the male protagonist, be it by chance, sentiment, or unending enmity. Saving them would be exceedingly detrimental to the male protagonist. Not to mention his already skewed worldview. What you are doing now is no different from those malevolent systems that strip the world's chosen ones of their fortunes. The system's orb flickered slightly, realizing it could no longer conceal the truth, and chose to confess, Indeed, I am seizing the male protagonist's fortune. The antagonist was originally another child of fortune in this world, but due to lesser luck, the world's rules favored the male protagonist. Therefore, Song Yu recalled the original plot, his eyes lighting up. Only my master can kill the male protagonist in this world? Precisely. The system continued to elucidate. You are to save these individuals because they each carry a fragment of fortune. By offering your assistance, you will forge a connection, aligning their fortunes with your master's. When the antagonist's luck surpasses that of the male protagonist, he will be able to slay the latter without facing the world's retribution. Song Yu was astounded. You revealed such pivotal late-game plot points so casually? How was this any different from spoiling the story? The system scoffed. Am I not familiar with you? A lazy fish that flops about when motivated but lies still when lacking energy. Song Yu found himself at a loss for words, struck by the system's formidable retort. The system pressed on. This task is now intertwined with your master's life and death. Do you still dare to be negligent? Song Yu exclaimed. Oh no. He had been cornered. Moreover, the system huffed disdainfully in the direction of the male protagonist. Who says this fortune inherently belongs to him? Song Yu responded with surprise. Is there an underlying story? Please elaborate. The system divulged, many years ago, a transcendent ancestor of the Ling family pilfered 70% of the fortune of the cultivation world before ascending, sealing it within the ancestral home of the Ling family, which is why they have thrived over the years. Later, Ling Outyan's mother, dissatisfied with the family's arrangements, consumed the spirit fruit that sealed 70% of the cultivation world's fortune. To make matters worse, she was already pregnant at the time, and after giving birth, she was secretly executed by the Ling family. This ancestor of the Ling family was indeed shameless, just like Ling Outyan. Thus, seizing Ling Outyan's fortune became all the more guiltless. So, is this how Ling Outyan became the child of fortune? Yes, but it's not entirely so. The system decided to lay everything bare. Ling Outyan and his brother Ling Aoshuang initially each possessed half of the fortune, but due to Ling Aoshuang's inferior talents, the Ling family employed secret techniques to transfer all of his fortune to Ling Outyan. The Ling family was truly heartless. However, upon reflection, what prominent family lacked its share of unsavory secrets? Song Yujing secretly devised several plans in his heart, his eyes growing increasingly bright. From this day forth, the opportunities of the male lead shall belong to me. He chuckled sinisterly. System, is there a way to detect the male lead's opportunity points in advance? The system, delighted that its apathetic host was finally taking action, replied, of course. As long as the host utilizes it properly, seizing most of his opportunities will not be a problem. Determined, he resolved to conquer the sex grand competition. Let us see how the male lead continues to be arrogant. In the small cabin compartment, Song Yujin locked the door marked with the number 9 and leaned towards Yu Mingxiu, inquiring, Brother, do you know the composition of Ling Outyan's team? This question hit a sweet spot for Yu Mingxiu. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room turned their attention to him. Yu Mingxiu pulled out a piece of paper and waved it. Come over, come over. Let me enlighten you. The group formed a circle, as that team indeed possessed formidable competitiveness. Although Yu Mingxiu had a somewhat irreverent demeanor, his network for information was extensive, and it was prudent to gather insights. He wrote down the names of the 5 members and pointed to the top one, gritting his teeth as he said, This person, you all must be aware of, the first disciple of the sect leader, a miserly and vengeful scoundrel. However, despite his shortcomings, his cultivation is truly remarkable. He is merely a half-step away from the transformation stage. The most terrifying aspect of him is not his cultivation, but his unpredictable and elusive swordsmanship. You can never anticipate from where his sword will strike, even if his cultivation were suppressed to the chi refining stage. His sword technique alone could still sweep away numerous prodigies. Of course, with Brother Yi being the exception, the atmosphere grew tense, as it was evident that they faced a formidable rival. Moreover, Yu Mingxiu, with a serious expression, added, Xiaoling Yu is the prince of the mortal realm Su Kingdom. Unfortunately, our mission location is precisely within Yu Kingdom. Song Yujing gasped, realizing the implications. With his royal status, he would wield significant influence upon arriving in the mortal realm. Mu Sisi remarked, He has always had good fortune. Though the identity of he was not explicitly stated, everyone present understood perfectly well. Yi Wang, clutching his sword, simply stated, So what? He has never defeated me. The advantage remains with me. Luo Weishue, seated on a small couch beside, smiled gently to encourage her teammates. I believe in us. We will surely be the best. In Chapter 53, Muro, undoubtedly the most formidable troublemaker in the realm of cultivation. Yu Mingxiu drew a small dog beside, sealing Yu's name on the paper, and proceeded to introduce the next individual, Xiao Jiushan Ha, the third disciple of my master. Let me tell you, he is truly unwell. Most of the rumors about me were spread by him. I was punished by my master to clean the mountain for half a year because of this. Song Yujing cleared his throat to mask the discomfort on his face. So, are those rumors true or false? Yu Mingxiu snorted. Of course they are false. Though I suffer from somnambulism, I control it exceptionally well. I place restrictions in my room every night before sleeping. It is impossible for me to wander out. That fool is just spreading rumors. Yu Mingxiu exhaled deeply and said, let us set aside that topic and discuss his fundamental information. He is at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, seemingly equal to me on the surface. But in truth, he is quite treacherous, often resorting to underhanded tactics that catch people off guard. If one were to confront him, utmost caution is imperative. Furthermore, he is an unabashed sycophant, constantly lavishing attention on Gu Yuer as if afflicted by some madness. Song Yujing recalled, Gu Yuer, isn't she the one who caused me to be summoned to the law enforcement hall back then? What a surprise. She is his devoted admirer. Mu Cece clenched her fists slightly, realizing why Xiao Jiushan frequently troubled her. It all made sense now. Yu Mingxiu proceeded to note the next name on the paper, Gu Yuer, the daughter of the sixth elder, known for her arrogance and haughtiness, at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. She is merely a flashy facade with an abundance of magical artifacts, hardly worth considering. The system in Song Yujing's mind gleefully remarked, haha, you're also a mere facade. Song Yujing smiled, scram. Yu Mingxiu continued with the next introduction and hesitated slightly as he read the name, Ling Outyin. This individual is rather peculiar. I cannot discern his cultivation level. On the surface, he appears to be at the late stage of foundation establishment. Yet I feel there is more to him than meets the eye. One should exercise caution when dealing with him to avoid mishaps. Aside from his cultivation, other aspects of this person are equally strange. In essence, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from him. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Song Yujing's eyes. System. This person possesses something intriguing. No wonder he had such a low presence in the original text, and managed to survive until the end. The protagonist perished, yet he remained. The system responded, this man possesses a unique ability to foresee danger, allowing him to evade risks before they materialize. Song Yujing remarked, what an impressive ability. The system nodded. Indeed, his ability is formidable. However, it comes at a cost. The soul separation syndrome is merely one of its manifestations. Prior to awakening this ability, his aptitude was exceedingly poor, nearly disqualifying him from the path of immortality. Despite being born at the same time as his sister, who has since reached the late stage of divine transformation, he is still at the mid-stage of nascent soul. Song Yujing sighed. That is already quite enviable. In the original conclusion, nearly all notable characters met grim fates, yet he has managed to survive. The system, fearing for his moral integrity, quickly assured, do not worry, host. We will alter the conclusion. Yu Mingxiu finished writing the last name and looked up at Mu Cece, saying, the final individual is Mu Ro, at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. She appears harmless, but this woman is deeply scheming and should not be underestimated. It's better for you to keep your distance. She is the first vicious female antagonist in the original text, and it is wise to stay far away from her. Even a dog approaching her could be manipulated. Her affections are solely directed towards Ling Outyin, and she harbors a strong sense of jealousy and control. Moreover, her disdain extends equally to anyone who draws near Ling Outyin, regardless of gender. In the latter part of the original narrative, she drove the female protagonist to despair, while the male protagonist's allies and admirers fell victim to her ruthless actions. The male protagonist, in a moment of realization, was consumed by fury as he confronted her, demanding to know the reasons behind her actions. Yet, Muro responded with a sinister smile, swiftly imprisoning him. Brother Outyin, you know I love you. I am the one who cherishes you most in this world. But why? Why are there always countless suitors surrounding you? With a dagger in hand and a malevolent grin, she approached him. Ling Outyin, intimidated by her menacing aura, retreated repeatedly, only to find himself ensnared by 4 unyielding chains. The chains clinked sharply, leaving him nearly speechless. As he gazed at Mu Ruo, who advanced towards him like a specter of death. "Ruo, I still love you. Please, don't come any closer." Blood splattered as the young Ling Outyin fell to the ground like a refuse, while Mu Ruo, indifferent, methodically smeared the blood from the dagger onto his face, wearing a sickly sweet smile. "Brother Outyin, since you cannot control it, Ruo has taken care of it for you. From now on, you shall no longer have such troubles." Ling Outyin felt the dagger as chilling blood against his heart, realizing he would never again be a man, the blade still warmed by his own essence. His face drained of color, lips chapped and peeling, he erupted into a frenzied scream, eyes filled with twisted hatred and madness. "Ah, you wretched woman! I will never forgive you, even in death." With the revelation of Mu Ruo's true nature, Ling Outyin finally understood that the one who genuinely loved him was Mu Sisi, whose affection was the purest and most sincere in the world. His mind flooded with memories of Mu Sisi's gentle visage, and he felt deep regret, wishing he could return and eliminate his foolish self. Yet, Mu Sisi was already gone. True to his character, the male protagonist managed to escape from such dire circumstances and ultimately turn the tables on Mu Ruo. Thus, the first wicked female antagonist was vanquished. "How terrifying. None of them are normal," Yu Mingxiu remarked, allowing his teammates a moment to absorb the information before writing another name on the paper. "Cui Xuanning, though not part of our team, warrants our vigilance. She is the youngest disciple of Elder 8, Qingwan Xianjun, currently at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Her mastery of music is unparalleled, possessing immense lethality and an elusive nature, making her a formidable opponent." Cui Xuanning, another marginalized character from the original text, was not extensively described, only noted to have perished amidst chaos. The entire narrative revolved around the male protagonist, Ling Outyin, and his emotional entanglements, with supporting characters serving either as his fortuitous encounters, loyal subordinates, or obstacles in his romantic pursuits. The entire novel spans 1,000,000 words, with a staggering 800,000 dedicated to extolling the protagonist's unmatched prowess and irreplaceability, while a mere 190,000 words delve into his romantic entanglements. The remaining 10,000 words are devoted to minor characters, perfectly illustrating the concept of double standards. The flying vessel arrived at the boundary, where Song Yujing followed instructions and descended alongside his fellow disciples. At the border, a colossal and formidable barrier enveloped the mortal realm, guarded by several elders of various sects whose cultivation levels were unfathomable. This barrier, established by the 10 major sects a millennium ago, was intended to shield the mortal realm from the encroachments of the cultivation world. Thus, the intention of the Yujing sect to send disciples to the mortal realm must have been discussed with other sections. Upon seeing the elder of the Yujing sect accompanied by his disciples, the elders greeted them with warm smiles. Elder He Wu of the Xiling sect stepped forward, his face beaming with enthusiasm. "Elder Bai, it has been so many years. I have missed you dearly." Did they not realize the abnormalities occurring in the mortal realm? Of course, they were aware. They simply chose to remain indifferent. A multitude of mortals, mere ants in their eyes. What did it matter if they perished in droves? Moreover, those who ventured into the mortal realm would find their cultivation suppressed by the boundary laws. Should they encounter malevolent cultivators, the consequences could be dire. Low-level malevolent cultivators already suppressed the righteous cultivators' powers, and in a fair fight, they would split evenly. However, once confined to the same low-level realm, the righteous could not hope to prevail. Thus, there was no need, indeed, no necessity for intervention. Rather than expending energy to save those mortals, it was far easier to feign ignorance. And so, someone else would have to deal with this troublesome situation. In truth, Elder He Wu was not alone in his sentiments. Most of the elders present shared the same thoughts. Lord Baizhe, fully aware of their mindset, chuckled warmly. "Ah, we did meet during the last 9 sects competition, did we not?" He Wu responded, The Xiling sect, the Yujing sect's foremost rival. Whenever matters were discussed, the Yujing sect would make a statement, and the Xiling sect would invariably retort, regardless of right or wrong, relishing the exchange before deliberating further. Although the Xiling sect's strength paled in comparison to that of the Yujing sect, they were still considered an upper-tier sect. Yet, during the last 9-sect competition, the Xiling sect finished in last place, having been eliminated in the very first match. This was not due to their incompetence or the overwhelming strength of others, but rather because their provocative nature drew ire from other sections. In the individual matches, whenever disciples from various sects encountered them, they would conspire against them, leading to their swift downfall in the subsequent rounds of melee and secret trials, where they were decisively defeated by the united front of other sections. For this reason, the Xiling sect had been the subject of ridicule for many years. He struggled to maintain his composure amidst the laughter. Lord Bai Zhe, with his amiable demeanor, reassured, "It matters not. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. I am certain you shall surpass last place next time." He nearly lost his temper, but upon meeting Bai Qingchuan's gaze, he restrained himself. At that moment, Elder Qing Xian of the Qing Xian sect, who had been quietly enjoying the spectacle, stepped forward to diffuse the tension. "Regardless of the outcome, we must extend our gratitude to the Yujing sect for their righteousness." He had no choice but to swallow his indignation, suppressing his anger as he constantly reminded himself, "Do not provoke him. Do not provoke him. You cannot win." The elders, each with their own thoughts, stood together, simultaneously forming seals with their hands. A magnificent surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a blinding beam of light, colliding with the transparent barrier. The barrier rippled like water, slowly parting to create a narrow opening sufficient for a single person to pass through. "Hurry inside," the cool, resonant voice of Lord Wenyao echoed. As Song Yujing advanced with the group, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him the moment he crossed the threshold of the barrier. When he regained his senses, he found himself heavily sprawled on the damp, muddy ground. Coughing, he propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. Towering trees obscured the sky, and the air was suffused with a vibrant essence of life. Vines snaked around the trunks, and the distant sound of unknown birdsong filled the atmosphere. This place was starkly different from the spirit-rich realm of cultivation. The thin aura of spiritual energy here, coupled with an abrupt suppression of his cultivation to the qi refining stage, left everyone momentarily disoriented. "Is everyone all right?" Yi Wang was the first to rise. His moon-white robe, stained with mud, yet retaining an air of composure. He conjured a flicker of light at his fingertips, scanning the unfamiliar jungle with vigilance. Mu Sisi gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, pressing her hand against her bleeding arm. "The spiritual energy here is so sparse." Luo Weishu gently brushed away the dead leaves from her skirt, noticing the flower buds on her green vine bracelet closing slightly. She looked around and softly remarked, "What a familiar essence." Upon turning, Luo Weishu noticed Mu Sisi's injury and gasped, rushing over. "How did you get hurt?" As she spoke, she rummaged through her small cloth bag, eventually producing a tiny jade vial after a lengthy search. She uncorked it, ready to apply the contents. Accustomed to being harmed, Mu Sisi instinctively recoiled, but Luo Weishu grasped her firmly and earnestly assured her, "Be good. This medicine won't hurt. It will heal your wound swiftly." Realizing that this was a teammate, not an adversary, Mu Sisi felt a surge of relief. "Thank you," she expressed, as Luo Weishu diligently tended to her injury. Meanwhile, Yi Wang, Yu Mingqiu, and Song Yujing remained alert, scanning the vicinity. Song Yujing quietly queried the system. "Where is this place? Can you guide us out?" The system responded after a brief scan. "Proceed westward, and you will encounter a small village." Going west to seek scriptures? How fortuitous. 5 of us make a complete group of master and disciples. The system, sensing a peculiar unease in the environment, felt as though unseen eyes were watching, sending chills down its spine. It urged, "Host, this area seems perilous. Please endeavor to exit the forest before darkness falls." Song Yujing, too, felt an inexplicable sensation, perhaps a primal instinct of beasts, and he shared with Yi Wang, "Senior brother, something feels off here. Let us leave before night descends. Yujing, gripping the hilt of his sword with furrowed brows, nodded in agreement. Even the usually light-hearted Yu Mingqiu fell silent, preoccupied with sketching something on a piece of paper. Moments later, Yu Mingqiu's eyes brightened, and with a clap of his hands, he pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "If we head that way, we can exit the forest more swiftly." Upon a glance, Song Yujing realized that Yu Mingqiu was indeed quite formidable, as the direction indicated by him corresponded precisely with the one provided by the system. Luo Weishue briefly tended to Mu Cici's injuries, and the group proceeded westward. Yet, as dusk approached, the exit from the forest seemed an interminable distance away. Passing by a serene lake, its crystal-clear waters offered an illusion of safety. Yet it was well known that lakes deep within dense forests often harbored hidden dangers lurking beneath the surface. Although they were in the mortal realm, their cultivation had been suppressed to the qi refinement stage, and an unexpected encounter with something sinister could spell disaster. Silently, they chose to circumvent the lake and pressed onward. After traversing the same lake thrice, even the notoriously directionally challenged Song Yujing sensed something amiss. Yu Mingqiu was fixated on the compass in his hand, his mind swirling with questions. It was inconceivable. This device should not malfunction. It was a magical artifact bestowed upon him by his senior sister during her transcendent stage. The group halted, gazing silently at the lake. Indeed, the direction was correct. They were undeniably heading westward. Yujing was certain of it. Yet what if the path west was inherently impassable? Chapter 55. A sense of emptiness. Yujing drew his sword in a swift motion, casting a cold glance around. What creature dares to masquerade? Reveal yourself. With a flourish, a powerful wave of sword energy swept forth, severing a multitude of trees with a thunderous crash. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, the only sound being the collapse of timber. As if no living soul inhabited the area, Song Yujing felt a chill creep into his heart. What is this? It feels terrifying. The system's voice bore a hint of gravity. It could be an evil spirit manifesting. Alarmed, Song Yujing exclaimed, "This entity again?" The system replied, "It remains uncertain. This event is not depicted in the original narrative. Hold on. I will investigate in the system's space." With that, the system vanished, leaving Song Yujing in a state of panic. A rustling sound emerged, sending shivers down their spines. Song Yujing swiftly unsheathed his sword, alertly surveying the area, his weapon cloaked in a blue guise of Qi Ming flame, poised for action. Stay calm. Maintain composure. Victory is within reach. Luo Weishue closed her eyes, intently attuning to her surroundings as a gentle green luminescence radiated from her, gradually expanding outward. Yujing surged forth like a keen blade, his sword light illuminating everything in its path. The sword's brilliance cleaved through the surrounding flora and vines, scattering with shavings in all directions. Suddenly, Luo Weishue opened her eyes wide and cried out, "Brother, do not disturb the plants." But it was too late. The trees had already been utterly devastated. Trembling, Luo Weishue slowly closed her eyes again, her voice weak as she murmured, "It's over. We are doomed." In an instant, the severed remnants of the trees began to writhe in a bizarre manner, as if thousands of insects had simultaneously come to life, crawling towards the group. The vines, limp upon the branches, lunged forth like venomous serpents. The silence shattered, and the entire forest sprang to life. Yujing's expression was stern as he surveyed the unfolding chaos. Such occurrences had never transpired before. What was happening in this mortal realm? How could such bizarre entities exist? Yujing wielded his sword, retreating to protect his companions while striking out fiercely. Countless sword energies surged forth, swiftly decimating a swath of the peculiar flora. Yet, while he dispatched them with haste, the strange plants proliferated even more rapidly. They seemed devoid of sensation, fear, or pain, relentlessly advancing without hesitation. Yujing soon realized that his sword was utterly ineffective against these creatures. Without a moment's hesitation, he sheathed his sword and produced a fire talisman. Casting it into the fray, the flames roared to life, driven by the wind, but only managed to slightly hinder their advance, failing to eliminate them. What on earth are these things? Yujing exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Yu Mingxiu, with trembling legs, stole glances at his tattered paper and occasionally at the compass. Unable to contain herself, she chimed in, exactly. I suspect we have been transported to a secret realm. Could this truly be the mortal world? Would such strange entities manifest here? Luo Weishua murmured, this is indeed the mortal realm. These trees do not deceive me. However, the malevolence here is palpable. These trees have been tainted. Yujing inquired, is there a method to counter this? Luo Weishua shook her head, none that I know of. Song Yujing gazed contemplatively at the flames flickering in his hand. It seemed as though the entities were drawn to their surroundings. Yet his companions were oblivious to the means of confronting these malevolent spirits. He pondered why a mere novice at the foundational stage would possess such knowledge. After all, even the great masters of the cultivation world had yet to unravel these mysteries. Should his identity be exposed, those present who were perceptive might deduce his true nature, putting him in grave danger. Despite the apparent goodwill of those around him, it was directed towards him as a disciple of the esteemed Ling Chung Xianjun, not towards a fearsome beast. If his identity were revealed, how could he be certain that they would not turn against him? In the past, he had his master by his side, able to deflect any troubles onto them, but that was no longer an option. Thus, he resolved to keep his true self hidden. Song Yujing quietly abandoned the notion of utilizing the chiming flame. He rummaged through his storage bag and finally summoned a bell-shaped magical artifact, known as the exorcising bell, a name that implied its role as a nemesis to malevolent entities. With a sense of desperation, he activated the bell, infusing it with spiritual energy. The bell emitted a clear, resonant chime, enveloping them within a vast, transparent barrier. The sound resonated above, effectively isolating them from the malevolent beings. Surveying his surroundings, Song Yujing spoke gravely. This is the exorcising bell, a high-tier artifact of the Xian level. It can temporarily shield us from these creatures' assaults. I cannot ascertain how long it will hold, but we must leave this place post-haste. Yujing made a decisive call. Let us go. Song Yujing held the exorcising bell at the forefront of their group, the transparent barrier swaying gently with his steps. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. His voice tinged with urgency. This bell is quite voracious, consuming an immense amount of spiritual energy. I worry it may burst from strain. Be careful. Yujing suddenly shouted, severing a vine that lunged at them from the right. Leave the vines to me. Focus on maintaining the artifact. Before the echoes of his words faded, the calm surface of the lake suddenly erupted, countless venomous serpents breaking through the water in a dense, unending swarm, writhing towards the crowd and violently battering against the barrier. The luminous shield emanating from the bell trembled violently, and Song Yujing's complexion paled as he staggered. This is impossible. I lack sufficient spiritual energy. Retreat. Yujing swiftly took over the bell, channeling his sword energy into it, and the barrier regained its stability. He retreated cautiously while scanning the surroundings. Mu Shimi, be wary of the rear. Luo Shimi, sense the fluctuations of the earth's veins. Mu Shishu deftly severed the withered branches attempting to ensnare her ankles, her shoulder wound causing her movements to be slightly sluggish. Why do these creatures keep coming? Because the entire forest is alive. Everything here is under control, Luo Weishue replied, her fingertips brushing the ground as its color shifted, indicating something was approaching from below. Yu Mingxiu hurriedly threw out a talisman. Let me handle this. Yet, as soon as he grasped the bell, sweat broke out on his brow. Are you insane? This bell consumes too much energy. The pressure on the barrier was overwhelming, with countless malevolent spirits assaulting it, and maintaining it naturally required immense spiritual power. The bell quivered violently in his grasp, the barrier dimming noticeably, but it held on for a moment longer, allowing everyone to swiftly escape under its protection. After sprinting 2 or 3 kilometers, the sinister entities continued their relentless pursuit, the barrier teetering on the brink of collapse, and Yu Mingxiu felt close to vomiting blood. Mu Shishu gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Give it to me. As she took it, she purposely stained the bell with her blood, surprisingly causing the barrier to brighten slightly, allowing it to hold on for a moment longer. Yujing noticed this detail, his brow furrowing, but he remained silent. He swung his sword to clear the path ahead. We will take turns sustaining it, each person holding for 30 breaths. When the bell returned to Song Yujing for the third time, his voice was already faint. I feel as though my very essence is being drained. Hold on. Yujing cleaved through the advancing serpents. They were almost out. Amidst a thunderous crash, dust and splinters filled the air. The evil-repelling bell emitted a piercing sound as a massive azure python, propelled by the stench of blood, burst forth from the earth. Its 20-meter-long body swept through the ancient trees with ease, shattering the barrier that had barely held, and the bell let out a crisp explosion, shattering into pieces. A sickly sweet taste surged in Song Yujing's throat, and as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fingers trembled. Countless venomous snakes surged from all directions, the sound of their scales scraping against each other, sending chills down one's spine. With their prey delivered unto them, could they possibly escape? The giant python's vertical pupils narrowed to slits, its forked tongue revealing its menacing fangs. Yujing's sword was swifter than his words, his pale figure turning into a streak of light, and where his blade passed, dozens of crimson lines erupted. The giant python writhed in pain, its tail sweeping down and shattering an ancient tree that 3 people had been grasping. An endless torrent of water. Mushishu's sword tip traced azure spiritual patterns, the lake parting into numerous water chains that ensnared the serpent's body. In the moment of the python's struggle, Yujing's sword tip lunged towards its vital point. Clang! The scales clashed with the blade, sparks flying, yet this strike only left a faint white mark. Song Yujing hurled an explosive pearl, and as the flames erupted, serpent corpses were sent hurtling through the air. The newly emerged serpentine horde swiftly filled the void, treading upon the corpses of their kin, their crimson tongues nearly brushing against his garments. Song Yujing's expression darkened. Before him lay a colossal python. Behind him swarmed a multitude of serpents, with countless vines poised to strike at any moment. In such dire circumstances, how could one escape? The sect's emergency teleportation talisman was functional, yet it required at least 3 seconds to activate, a span of time ample enough to reduce him to mere bones. The system was eerily silent as Song Yujing continuously hurled explosive orbs, repelling the serpentine assailants time and again. Was he to be eliminated upon his arrival in the mortal realm? Had he spoken grandly of seizing the male protagonist's fortune only to find himself stalled at the starting line? Yu Mingxiu, an array cultivator, found his qi cultivation ineffective, relegating him to join Song Yujing and Luo Weishue in their relentless battle against the encroaching serpents. Occasionally, he manipulated the array disc to ignite a blaze, attempting to scorch the approaching vines. Though Yujing struggled valiantly, he was not without merit. Mu Sisi, a born combat prodigy, repeatedly charged back into the fray, seemingly impervious to pain. Their first collaboration was surprisingly harmonious. With a multitude of foes, the other 3 could evidently offer little assistance in vanquishing the giant python. The serpents and vines attacked from all angles. Song Yujing wielded his fan to deflect blows, but he could no longer afford to be meticulous. As protective talismans shattered one after another, survival took precedence. One could not afford to be frugal with their defenses at such a critical juncture. At that moment, the fiery little fox on his wrist gleamed momentarily, enveloping Song Yujing in a wisp of ethereal blue energy. It was his master. Elation filled him as he gazed at the bracelet, suddenly realizing that nothing around him could inflict harm. The system, having detected something amiss, hurried back and, upon witnessing the scene, immediately exclaimed, "Host, there are time travelers disrupting the plot in this world. Quickly, retrieve the fireball from your storage pouch and throw it." With no time for contemplation, Song Yujing focused his consciousness, and a transparent orb containing a flickering flame appeared in his hand, which he then hurled towards the serpentine mass. The fireball struck among the serpents, yet they charged forward undeterred. With a soft crack, the transparent barrier of spirit stones shattered, igniting the small flame within the horde. In an instant, the flames surged forth, engulfing the serpents, which were rapidly reduced to ashes in the inferno. Song Yujing stared in disbelief at the swiftly consuming fire. System, what manner of flame is this? Equally astonished was Yuming, whose eyes widened as he fixated on the ever-growing flames, disbelief flooding his gaze. Could there truly exist a fire capable of harming malevolent spirits? The system responded, Host, due to the intervention of an unknown time traveler, all narrative elements are currently unknown. This is a compensation from the System Management Bureau. This entity is known as soul-devouring flame, capable of ignoring all and consuming all living beings. Song Yujing was struck with profound awe, stammering, This protective talisman was bestowed upon me by my master. I am unaware of its nature. Is the soul-devouring flame a one-time use or permanent? The system sighed, stating it can only be used 3 times. The spirit-devouring flame is incompatible with your crimson flame. Only one can exist. Why should they be incompatible? Song Yujing protested. The crimson flame is the innate fire of fierce beasts, and I cannot use it in front of outsiders. After finally discovering a flame capable of vanquishing evil spirits, you tell me it is incompatible? The system remained silent. Song Yujing continued. Isn't this akin to announcing to the world with a trumpet that I am a fierce beast, inviting them to come and slay me? The system replied weakly, but the antagonist has already disguised your flame. Ducking to evade a swiftly approaching vine, Song Yujing retorted. One can never be too cautious. In novels, the seemingly invincible antagonist often meets their demise this way. The system, at a loss, asked, What do you wish to do? As he dodged the vines, Song Yujing hurled another small fireball at the massive python, disrupting its rhythm, while also pulling the panicked Yuming to safety. He spoke rapidly. With a time traveler disrupting the plot, this is certainly not my fault. Yeah, I must bear the risk of plot chaos, so you must compensate me. I demand permanent ownership of the spirit-devouring flame. The system emitted a sharp alarm, but the 2 flames are incompatible. I don't care. Song Yujing retorted, abandoning reason. This is your problem. You figure out. I'm not responsible. The system felt exasperated, realizing how difficult Song Yujing was to negotiate with. He had once been so compliant, merely a passive character. Be careful, junior brother, Yuming exclaimed as he yanked Song Yujing aside. In that instant, a massive vine brushed past Song Yujing's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood that quickly vanished upon touching the vine. After the spirit-devouring flame obliterated the snake swarm, it vanished. However, the threat had not dissipated. On the contrary, the demise of the snakes had incited the massive python's fury, although the spirit-devouring flame could harm it. Its immense size prevented an immediate fatal blow. The python, determined to drag these humans down with it, grew increasingly vicious, clutching the last small ball of spirit-devouring flame. Song Yujing evaded while searching for the opportune moment, internally pleading, Hurry. If you don't respond soon, I'll be done for. The system sighed, recognizing that persuasion was futile, and attempted to appeal to emotions. I can give it to you, but I require some compensation. Pity me and grant me some points. How much? Song Yujing asked. 10,000, replied the system. 1,000. Otherwise, I'll give up. The system was speechless. After another sigh, it conceded 5,000. It cannot be less. 3,000. Or I want to do it. Seeing the negotiation turning in his favor, the system agreed. Deal. In an instant, Song Yujing felt his original crimson flame being suppressed in a corner, a barrier isolating it. The spirit-devouring flame appeared in another corner, similarly separated by a barrier. Though both flames were contained, he sensed he could summon them at any moment. All set, the system announced. You can now use both. A flicker of joy flashed through Song Yijing's heart, and his feigned seriousness quickly faded. Thank you, system. The system replied with an expressionless face. You're relying on my indulgence. Song Yijing responded with a cheeky grin. System, you are the one I cherish most in this world. Huh. The system remained unmoved, sneering. Am I not second to your beloved master? Song Yijing promptly corrected himself. System, you know you are my second greatest love in this world. The system retched in disdain before logging off. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yijing hurled the last of the soul-devouring flame orbs into the heart of the relentlessly pursuing vines. The flames slowly ignited at the center, beginning to spread to the surrounding tendrils. Fearing that the fire might not be sufficient, he added more fuel, causing the blaze to surge dramatically. Unlike the ordinary flame, orbs, the soul-devouring flame, infused with his spiritual energy, seemed to come alive, exhibiting a consciousness of its own as it sought out enemies. The vines, trees, and flowers gradually turned to ashes in the raging inferno, and the flames grew ever larger. Song Yijiang's mind was racing with thoughts of setting fire to the mountains and being imprisoned for life. Thankfully, he had traversed to this realm. Luo, why did it seem as though the flames were advancing toward him? Was it merely an illusion? Yumingxiu, quick on the draw, grasped both Song Yijiang and Luo Weishui, retreating just in time to evade the encroaching flames. He staggered back over 10 steps, escaping the burning radius, and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yumingxiu felt his back drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his face a mask of terror. Goodness, can't you even control the fire? You nearly took your teammates with you. Song Yijiang extinguished the small flames on his sleeves, his expression awkward as he muttered. It's a bit embarrassing to be using fire for the first time. Where's a mouse hole when you need one? To almost incinerate my teammates is utterly mortifying. At least the system logged off and didn't witness it. Suddenly, the system reappeared, nearly in stitches. Ha! I've never seen such a clumsy fool before. This is too funny. Startled, Song Yijiang jumped. What else with that ruckus? Weren't you offline? The system continued to laugh for 2 minutes before replying. What is wrong with enjoying your misfortune? Song Yijiang exclaimed. I beg you, please don't suddenly burst into laughter in my head. You nearly gave me a heart attack. The system retorted. Even begging requires a cue. On the other side, aided by the soul-devouring flame and the seamless coordination of Yi Wang and Mu Sisi, they finally subdued the giant python. Breathing heavily, they held their swords, their hearts finally settling, only for a wave of flames to come rushing towards them, causing their hearts to race anew as they took off in a sprint. Yi Wang sheathed his sword, swallowing a healing pill, and weakly remarked, Song Shitty, you truly excelled. You not only aided us, but nearly incinerated us as well. Impressive. Song Yijiang smiled shyly, glad to be of help. However, noticing the increasingly fierce flames, Yi Wang frowned slightly. You need to extinguish that fire quickly. It's coming for us. We must seize the chance to leave. Song Yujing raised his hand, summoning the flames back. Indeed, there was no time to linger. Mu Sisi's arm had torn open, blood gushing forth, leaving her face devoid of color. She retrieved several healing elixirs from her storage bag, and her complexion improved slightly. Mu Sisi glanced at the others, noting that each bore some injury in such an environment. Being wounded and exuding the scent of blood posed a grave danger. From her spatial pouch, she produced a talisman, declaring, I possess a teleportation talisman. The destination is uncertain, but we must depart from here as swiftly as possible. The group hurriedly gathered around her. Everyone hold on to me, and we shall leave immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, they complied. As the talisman illuminated, a radiant glow enveloped their feet, and they vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a small village. Turning back, their expressions were grave. They had not traveled far and could still see the distant corpse of the serpent. They had merely escaped the ominous forest. They had fled, yet it felt as though they had merely run from home to the doorstep. Yumingxiu whispered, Is it because we are too numerous? The possibility that their numbers affected the talisman's efficacy was not unfounded. Mu Sisi pondered for a moment and replied, Unlikely. This is a high-grade talisman, and it should accommodate over 20 individuals without issue. Song Yujing could not help but inquire then why. We escaped. It feels as though we have merely returned home. Mu Sisi responded, I do not know. Perhaps it is due to the constraints of worldly laws in this realm? Luo Weishui sighed. Then we shall have to find lodging in this village for the night. Darkness has fallen, and venturing out at night could prove perilous. What could they do? Who knew how bizarre the mortal realm had become? If they stumbled about in the dark and encountered further calamity, it would spell disaster. Reluctantly, they made their way toward the village. Yu Mingxiu volunteered. I excel at communication. I will speak. Yi Wang coolly interjected. It is too strange. Do not act alone. We should proceed together. The village indeed exuded an air of the uncanny. It was an odd village, at around 7 or 8 in the evening. Every household's lights were aglow, yet the entire settlement was hauntingly silent, devoid of any sound. There was no smoke from cooking fires, no cries of children, no chatter among adults, not even a single bark from a dog. It was abnormal, far too abnormal. Where there is abnormality, there is often malevolence. The 5 of them clustered together and approached the first farmhouse. Yu Mingxiu took a deep breath and knocked on the door, saying, "Hello, is anyone home? We are disciples of the Yujing sect, here to vanquish evil spirits. We are passing through the village and kindly request a place to stay for the night." Silence reigned, with no response. The flickering candlelight within was barely discernible, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent, as if the house were devoid of life. Yu Mingxiu believed his initial approach was lacking and reiterated, "Do not be afraid. We mean no harm. We are disciples of the celestial realm, here to assist you. We hope for your understanding." Still, no sound emerged. Yi Wang frowned and said, "Step aside." Yu Mingxiu quickly sidestepped, and Yi Wang drew his sword, kicking the door with force. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully kicked open, the ancient wooden door creaking in protest. Everyone turned their gaze, momentarily frozen in shock. Within the dilapidated room sat a corpse, long deceased, smiling eerily at the threshold. The body was in a state of grotesque decay, yet strangely. Vibrant flowers blossomed from its putrid flesh. The skin of its face had withered and rotted, entwined by creeping vines, while a smile lingered at the corners of its mouth. A mingling scent of floral sweetness intermingled with the foul stench of decay enveloped the air. Yi Wang reacted swiftly, slamming the door shut once more. Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the onlookers, each holding their breath in trepidation. Luo Weishua spoke gravely. "This entity is known as the bone flower. It is both a living being and a plant, akin to those in the forest, undying. When the corpse is completely consumed, that is when they awaken." With a sigh, Luo Weishua elaborated. "Their seeds germinate in malevolent energies and thrive within decaying bodies, making them one of the most troublesome malevolent spirits among plants." Song Yujing's complexion turned pale as he murmured, "Is that how the forest came to be?" Luo Weishua shook her head. "That place was likely an unmarked grave. During my investigation, I discovered a plethora of bones beneath the entire forest." Chapter 57. The Eerie Village Correction. Today, 2 chapters are normal. The correction is in the previous chapter. Yu Mingxiu quickly distanced himself from the door, his expression wary as he stared at it, bewildered. What on earth? Even in death, it continues to smile? That's terrifying. Luo Weishua explained, "The bone flower brings about a death of extreme joy, leaving the deceased unaware, lost in a beautiful dream until the end." Yu Mingxiu took another step back, shielding the others behind him. "This is too frightening." Yi Wang inquired simply, "Can it be killed?" Luo Weishua shook her head. "It cannot be killed. The bone flower is still in its juvenile stage, impervious to spiritual power, and rebounds all physical damage. Your attacks would merely nourish it." Song Yujing was nearly overwhelmed, exclaiming, "This is a bug, right? Good heavens, we can't even kill it. Can it be burned?" Luo Weishua shook her head again. "In this world, only 2 types of flames can utterly eradicate malevolent spirits. One is the primal spirit fire, the Qiming flame, born of ancient ferocious beasts, and the other is the spirit-devouring flame you used previously. The spirit-devouring flame is a legendary fire." Lost to time, Luo Weishua then looked at Song Yujing, sighing with evident regret. "Unfortunately, junior brother, you possess only the sub-flame of the spirit-devouring flame. Each use diminishes your supply." Song Yujing protested. "Wait, are you pointing at me?" His voice raised, he exclaimed, "System, come forth. Do you see? Here as someone who recognizes value. If I had listened to you, I would be left with nothing." The system checked the information regarding Luo Weishua. Her master is the 4th elder, Lord Kong Xianjun, known for his passion for ancient texts and history. It is no surprise she is knowledgeable. The system sighed, "All right, my fault. The Qi-Ming flame should not be easily revealed, but the spirit-devouring flame can be used freely. It is well known that these two flames are incompatible, and the spirit-devouring flame would never appear in the presence of a ferocious beast, so you may use it without concern. Song Yujing nodded thoughtfully. So, the soul-devouring flame is the sworn enemy of the original owner? The system confirmed, indeed. Song Yujing inquired, is it still alive? Is there a possibility it might come after me? The system reassured him, rest assured, it is utterly dead. Relieved, Song Yujing realized he was not particularly concerned about the identity of the original owner's adversary. Whether the enemy was alive or dead held no significance for him. Primarily, he was merely a minor character, unworthy of incurring the wrath of foes of the original owner's caliber. Should that nemesis indeed be alive and still residing in the realm of cultivation, he would have no choice but to abandon his mission and retreat to Ziyun Peak for a prolonged period of secluded training until he reached the tribulation phase. Fortunately, such a threat was not imminent, and Song Yujing quietly exhaled, igniting a flicker of scarlet gold flames at his fingertips, which danced playfully, evoking a sense of joy within him. Although he was uncertain as to what exactly the rebellious flame was rejoicing about. Devouring flame, it can kill. Luo Weishue widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing intently at the beautiful flames in his hand. Yu Mingxiu exclaimed, "You little rascal, how dare you secretly cheat?" Yuan questioned, "Are you a little mouse?" Referring to a small spiritual beast in the cultivation realm, eager to discover treasures, albeit lacking in combat prowess, but abundant in magical artifacts. The usually composed and taciturn Mu Sisi said, "Junior brother, please take me along." Song Yujing responded with a calm smile to their astonishment. "There's no choice. My master is quite protective of me as his sole disciple." Knowing that I would participate in the sect competition, he was extremely concerned and specifically assisted me in acquiring this. Creak! The door, which had been kicked shut by Yuang, unexpectedly swung open again with a resounding bang. The group quickly retreated as the corpse by the bed continued to grin, its smile seemingly deepening, as if a crack had appeared on its flower-adorned and vine-twined face. Simultaneously, delicate vines began to spread menacingly around, rustling ominously as they advanced towards the group. Instinctively, Song Yujing hurled the flickering scarlet gold flames outward. The tiny vines, sensing the threat, recoiled swiftly. However, could they retreat faster than the soul-devouring flame? Certainly not. In an instant, the scarlet gold flames surged forth, engulfing the corpse adorned with bone and flowers. A thick wave of malevolent energy attempted to retaliate, but the soul-devouring flame forcefully suppressed it, representing the dying struggles of the malevolent spirit. The scarlet gold flames danced wildly in the night, fervent and radiant. Yu Mingxiu was the first to regain composure. My goodness, what a powerful flame! Song Yujing, equally astonished, silently mused, this flame seems to have a mind of its own. How impressive! I cannot even control it, yet it battles on its own. The system interjected, you still need to find an opportunity to practice more. Currently, your reliance on these two types of flames is solely on their inherent power. Should you encounter something formidable, you would be at a disadvantage. Song Yujing remarked, so, I am akin to a child wearing an adult's clothes? The system succinctly replied, equivalent to an ant possessing 200 million. Song Yujing gasped, is it truly that exaggerated? The system nodded, therefore, it's imperative to flee when necessary. Never become complacent. Song Yujing was aware that the system was not deceiving him. He listened earnestly and assured, rest assured, I will escape. While he exchanged a few words with the system, Shilinian had already returned on its own. Observing the envious and curious gazes of his teammates, he shyly smiled and inquired, what shall we do next? Should we burn down each house? However, Yuang frowned, looking into the distance. Someone is approaching. Let us hold off on the burning for now. Turning back, Song Yujing saw a group of torch-bearing individuals advancing towards them. The procession was lengthy yet remarkably disciplined, their footsteps synchronized and hushed conversations barely audible. Mu Sisi felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Would normal people come to such a remote place in the dead of night? Her instinct always made her vigilant, and she questioned, Are these people truly ordinary? Yujing also sensed something amiss, relying solely on his intuition. However, retreating now left them with nowhere to go. They had undoubtedly attracted attention with the commotion earlier, having just escaped the treacherous forest and now confronting an indistinguishable group of potential foes. Song Yujing suggested, "Shall we flee? What if they are evil cultivators?" This place bore an uncanny resemblance to a lair of malevolent practitioners, prompting such thoughts. Without hesitation, Yumingqiu set forth, declaring, "What are we waiting for? If we don't leave now, they will be upon us." A sudden crash interrupted their conversation. Yumingqiu had taken only a couple of steps when he was forcefully rebuffed, landing on the ground in utter bewilderment, staring blankly at the empty space ahead. "Damn! There's a barrier." A chill fell over the group. Yujing drew his sword, his moon-white sleeves shimmering under the moonlight as he struck at the barrier, which remained unmoved. His expression darkened. "A fifth-tier formation. Only a nascent soul cultivator can break it. We are trapped." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yujing whipped around, only to find no one behind him. Turning again to the ground, he noticed that Yumingqiu, who had been seated, had vanished without a trace. Chapter 58. "You will cheat. I have a big account." Senior brother. Yujing. What the hell? Where is everyone? Song Yujing had merely glanced away for a moment, and upon turning back, his teammates had disappeared. Song Yujing. Panic surged within him. This was his first time in a dungeon. Was it truly this intense? All his formidable teammates had vanished, leaving him, a mere novice, alone. In desperation, Song Yujing pleaded with the system. "System, help me. I'm scared." Yet, there was no response. His heart plummeted, for the system had never failed to reply before. If it was silent now, it could only mean one thing. The system was unable to respond due to some unforeseen circumstance. "This is it, I'm doomed." "Wait, I still have the fiery essence." Song Yujing quickly glanced at his wrist, only to find it bare, devoid of anything. Song Yujing. How could this be? It was just there. How could it suddenly vanish? A gust of wind swept by, and instinctively, Song Yujing dodged. Turning around, he found himself staring into a pair of green eyes filled with murderous intent. Demonic beast. Prepare to die. The storage bag of Song Yujing had vanished, prompting him to retreat in a flurry, stepping back several paces to create distance, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the cheek of his adversary. Luo Weishue? At that moment, Luo Weishue moved with astonishing swiftness, completely transforming from her previously timid demeanor while confronting the serpent horde. Her strikes were fierce and rapid, each one imbued with lethal intent, aimed squarely at his life. Song Yijing's meager skills paled in comparison before her prowess. To make matters worse, in his panic, he found himself unable to summon the spirit fire. It was as though he were calling out to the heavens in vain, and to the earth with no response. A wave of despair washed over Song Yijing as he desperately evaded, silently vowing, "Master, System Father, I have truly erred. If I ever slack off in my training again, I shall be a dog." The cold blade in Luo Weishue's hand moved with such agility it seemed an extension of her own being. In mere moments, crimson streaks appeared on Song Yijing's body, and he clumsily pressed his hand against his wounds, attempting to reason with her. "Senior Sister Luo, I have done you no wrong." Luo Weishue let out a cold laugh. "Do you know why I seek your death?" Song Yijing's expression shifted in alarm. Could it be that she recognized his true identity as a fierce beast? But how? His true form was concealed by his master. He had never unleashed the crimson flame before her. Why? Before the last syllable had escaped her lips, a flash of cold light pierced through the air as Luo Weishue's blade plunged mercilessly into Song Yijing's heart. A cruel smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she gazed into his eyes, which widened slightly in pain. "You should not exist. I possess the right to dispose of you." It was as if she loathed him immensely. She twisted the knife cruelly before extracting it, sending him flying with a kick. Song Yijing soared through the air like a disconnected kite, crashing violently against a tree before collapsing to the ground, resembling a rag doll, blood gushing forth without restraint. Dazed from the pain, Song Yijing felt his consciousness slipping away. Perhaps he was on the brink of death. His mind was filled with the visage of his master. A wave of regret washing over him. He realized with sincerity that his master was the kindest soul he had encountered in both of his lifetimes, without exception. She alone had treated him with genuine care. Yet, he found himself unable to reciprocate her kindness, and now he was on the verge of death, feeling utterly useless. Master. His vision began to blur, the loss of blood rendering him dizzy and chilled. You are dying. A voice echoed in his mind, not as a question, but as an undeniable statement of fact. Song Yujing lacked the strength to respond or think further, oblivious to the source of the voice. His dimming sight only perceiving a light green skirt approaching ever closer. Beg me, and I will save you. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, the weakened Song Yujing instinctively uttered, I beg you. In the next moment, he lost consciousness entirely. Slowly, Song Yujing opened his eyes, his crimson pupils ablaze with a maddening and otherworldly fervor. Before he could rise, a swift hand strike was unleashed. Dark red flames erupted like a massive curved blade, surging forth with an overwhelming force, fueled by the fury of its master, aimed directly at Luo Weishue. Caught off guard by a sudden surge of power, she was unable to evade in time, resulting in the severing of one of her arms. Luo Weishue suddenly lifted her head, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Who are you? She asked. A soft chuckle escaped Song Yujing, as if he had heard an intriguing question. He leaned against a tree, slowly rising to his feet. With his movements, the wound on his heart visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Luo Weishue's pupils constricted in disbelief. You are a monster. In an instant, a shadow darted past, and Song Yujing seized Luo Weishue by the throat, lifting her slightly off the ground. Dark red flames flickered at his fingertips, enveloping Luo Weishue in a fiery embrace. However, Song Yujing had no intention of letting her perish so swiftly. He deliberately controlled the intensity of the flames, torturing her slowly. Leaning closer, he whispered ominously, You have obtained a drop of my blood, lucky enough to escape the spirit-devouring flame. Yet you do not cherish your life and dare to seek death. The dark flames began to creep up from Luo Weishue's toes. Her screams stifled in her throat as despair and agony consumed her. Her skin cracked, revealing the blossoming bones within, while the immense vines beneath Song Yujing's grasp offered no resistance, turning to ash amidst the inferno. Dusting off his sleeves, Song Yujing's mood soured. Nearly losing his life had left him quite displeased. He needed to vent his frustration. Heaven knew the sacrifices he had made for this moment. Almost destroyed by a mere flower. Now that he was here, he decided that all these evil spirits deserved to perish. After all, who could blame him for his foul mood? Who provoked these spirits to cross paths with him? If he didn't eradicate them completely, he would not find peace in slumber. Turning to face the village radiating malevolence, the dark red flames at his fingertips hesitated before he reluctantly withdrew them. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the spirit-devouring flame, commanding, Go annihilate those people. The spirit-devouring flame, resembling a lifeless ember, pretended to be oblivious. Song Yujing raised his hand and slapped it. Am I not showing you due respect? After a brief pause, the flames surged violently. A voice resembling that of a 7- or 8-year-old child erupted with indignation. Are you insane? You hit me, and I won go. Song Yujing pointed at it in disdain, scolding, You worthless creature. You cannot even manage one person. Must I clean up your mess? And you dare to throw a tantrum here? The spirit-devouring flame, slightly diminished in its vigor, retorted defiantly, His cultivation is too low. If you don't summon me, I cannot emerge on my own. Song Yujing delivered 2 swift slaps. Are you still trying to argue? Am I here to listen to your explanations? Unable to contend with the scolding, the spirit-devouring flame reluctantly conceded. All right, I was wrong. Is that enough? With a dismissive toss, Song Yujing released the spirit-devouring flame, commanding it to eradicate every last one. Warning, if you let even one escape, I shall let the crimson inferno consume you. Internally grumbling, the spirit-devouring flame begrudgingly sped off to fulfill its task. Chapter 59. The unyielding demon king. The entire village lay devoid of life. The spirit-devouring flame, holding its breath, meticulously ignited each house while ensuring not to destroy them completely. After all, the current mood of that calamity was quite grim. Who knew what might provoke it again? The flames, burdened with frustration, dared not voice their complaints. Song Yujing stood motionless, gazing at the raging inferno that illuminated the sky. His expression remained impassive as he summoned a small orb of light from the void. His eyes were devoid of warmth, and his voice carried an unsettling chill. "Oh, you're still alive." The system's glow flickered weakly. This time, it was truly unintentional. That wild system outclasses me. I was outmaneuvered. With a cold snort, Song Yujing dismissed the issue. Leaning against a tree with crossed arms, he spoke with a commanding tone that brooked no dissent. Upon awakening, he had been informed that this was an illusion, that everything that had transpired was but a fabrication. The system expressed mild dissent, suggesting, "Are you being a tad too protective?" He inherently lacks a sense of danger. This experience could serve to sharpen his wits. Song Yujing firmly countered, "It's unnecessary. He should not be exposed to such things prematurely. He merely needs to accept what I offer him and follow the path I have charted." The system retorted, "Is what you provide unequivocally the best? How can you be so certain he will appreciate it?" With a slight upward glance, Song Yujing regarded the irate system before flicking his fingers. The small orb was sent spiraling through the air, tumbling end over end before finally halting. He scoffed, unabashedly mockingly, asserting he will indeed like it. He must. The system barely stabilized the orb, its size swelling 2- or 3-fold in its fury, as it shot back like a beam of light, exclaiming, "I've had enough. If you continue to be so domineering, I shall abandon this endeavor." Observing the system's disheveled state, a considerable portion of the pent-up anger within Song Yujing dissipated, leaving him feeling surprisingly at ease. His mood slightly lifted. He spoke with a teasing undertone. "I have always been this way. Dare you cease, and I shall bring ruin to this world." The system felt as if its very code might unravel. Good heavens! How can there be such shamelessness? With a sense of indignation, it retreated several paces, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Yujing. "You insufferable fool! It's no wonder you remain single for eternity. Even your enemies ascend while you languish." Song Yujing chuckled coldly, a flicker of energy igniting at his fingertips. The next moment, the system's frantic cries filled the air. A small orb spun wildly, erratically darting in all directions as the system's mind threatened to unravel. It shouted in a frenzy, "You've breached my defenses! You've breached my defenses! Ah, you've breached my defenses!" With a slight parting of his lips, Song Yujing uttered words that would drive the system to despair. "After being a slave for tens of thousands of years, you're still a mere novice system. Pathetic indeed." The system, now thoroughly rattled, escalated its volume. "I was demoted because of you. You insufferable fool." Song Yujing warned, "Continue to shout, and I shall obliterate your original code." The system, realizing it was confronting a true madman, one of equal caliber to that demonic sovereign, felt a chill run down its spine. With a sudden drop in its tone, it conceded, "I was mistaken, brother. Please don't take it to heart. I was merely jesting." As he raised his hand to dispel the magical control binding him, Song Yujing felt the system return, timid and dazed, proclaiming, "Whatever you say goes. This humble little system is at your command." At that moment, the spirit-devouring flame, having vanquished the malevolent spirit, returned, panting, "I've finished the job." Song Yujing cast a casual glance at the village, noticing a small wooden house with a gaping hole burned through its door. He raised his hand and slapped it in irritation. "What are you doing? You've ruined the door." The spirit-devouring flame inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of grievance, and meekly retorted, "I am fire. I lack hands. You're purposely bullying me now that my master is away." Song Yujing did not deny this. He nodded, his tone cool. "Indeed, so what?" The spirit-devouring flame shot him a resentful glance, pondering what a pitiful, small flicker of flame could do against such a formidable foe. "Now that the task is complete, may I return?" With a slight motion of his fingers, Song Yujing retracted the spirit-devouring flame. The system chimed in. Seeing everyone in such distress brings me solace. At least I am not the only one suffering. Time was of the essence for Song Yujing, who calmly instructed. I just incapacitated that wild system, but it managed to escape. Stay vigilant. I cannot afford to be summoned again. The system nodded vigorously, understood, brother. With a snap of his fingers, the stains of blood upon him vanished instantly, and with a surge of magical energy, the damaged door was restored to its former state. My time has come. I must depart. Moreover, this illusion is on the verge of shattering. As he spoke, he leaned against a tree and closed his eyes. The system let out a soft sigh, pulling him from the illusion just before Song Yujing regained consciousness. Song Yujing, what the hell? You nearly scared me to death. Do you realize you almost stabbed me with that knife? Luckily, I managed to dodge it, or I would have been done for. Yu Mingqiu's voice broke the silence, jolting Song Yujing back to reality. He instinctively clutched his heart, feeling a flutter of panic, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the situation. He looked up at the lively Yu Mingqiu, his tone uncertain. What happened? I'm still alive. Goodness. You too? Yu Mingqiu continued to pat his chest to calm himself, evidently shaken. We must have been pulled into an illusion. You were far too aggressive. I nearly didn't escape. If the illusion hadn't inexplicably dissipated, I might have met my end there. An illusion, Song Yujing mused, rolling up his sleeves to inspect the blazing mark on his wrist. The wounds that had bled profusely moments ago had vanished. His storage pouch remained at his waist. More importantly, he touched his chest, finding no wounds, no pain, and no blood. He was alive, truly alive. Yet, was everything that had transpired merely a figment of his imagination? The pain had felt so real, and a mysterious voice had echoed in his mind. The despair and powerlessness he had experienced were indelible. But were they all illusions? System, what has transpired? The system, carefully crafting its response, replied, Host. You were ensnared in an illusion, nearly slain by that bone-born flower. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and extricated you. Song Yujing frowned. Did you require my pleading? The system retorted. I did not. I did not. Do not speak nonsense. The system appeared peculiar, struggling to maintain a semblance of normalcy as it remarked, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Song Yujing responded, Oh, your interests are rather unique. The system thought in despair, Ah, what malevolent being has tarnished my reputation? Chapter 60. The tormented multitude, the system, at its wit's end, grimly accepted this overwhelming burden, stating, Host, I have just detected a rogue system. I shall investigate whether it can be located. Good luck, Song Yujing sighed, sharing a look of shared trepidation with Yu Mingqiu. I too felt I was on the brink of demise. Yu Mingqiu plopped down on a stone beneath the tree, exclaiming, You cannot fathom how you appeared in the illusion, like a god of slaughter, relentlessly pursuing me with a blade. It was utterly ruthless. Song Yujing, feeling utterly drained, joined him on the opposite side of the stone, leaning against the tree to close his eyes and recuperate, reflecting on the harrowing experience. Indeed, I was nearly stabbed to death. It was terrifying. At that moment, Yiwang arrived from the distance, sword in hand, its tip still dripping with blood. The already tense Song Yujing and Yu Mingqiu sprang to their feet, fixated on him, both echoing, Who are you? Yiwang flicked the blood from his blade and meticulously wiped the sword with a handkerchief drawn from his pocket, responding dryly, I am Yiwang. Who else could I be? Yu Mingqiu stammered, Did you just come from killing? Yiwang gestured towards the back, explaining, You vanished without a trace. I was trapped here, unable to escape. Unbeknownst to me, the barrier here suddenly dissipated, allowing me to exit just in time to find malevolent spirits attacking ordinary mortals, so I took it upon myself to eliminate them. Following Yiwang's gesture, the two noticed that the previously distant mortals had drawn somewhat closer. The entire group, once uniform and orderly, now appeared disheveled, with many of the attendants seemingly injured, supporting one another as they advanced. Song Yujing and Yu Mingqiu exhaled in relief, returning to their previous seats, their hearts finally at ease. Song Yujing remarked, Thank goodness. It is not an illusion. Yu Mingqiu added, Indeed, we are fortunate to be alive. Yiwang paused in his sword cleaning, a complex expression crossing his face as he regarded the two. You, Ever turned from fleeing? Song Yujing, leaning against the tree, weakly nodded. Yu Mingxiu, hands covering his face, lamented, "How tragic. We were ensnared in an illusion and nearly met our end." Yuang's expression turned grave as he scanned their surroundings, noting the absence of others. "Where are the rest? Have they not returned?" Yu Mingxiu shook his head. "I have not seen them." Yuang meticulously circled the area, scrutinizing every corner, yet finding nothing amiss. His brow furrowed increasingly tight. Suddenly, the surrounding space shimmered, and two figures tumbled forth. Yuang, quick-witted, steadied them with the hilt of his sword, and upon confirming their safety, he exhaled slightly. "Are you both unharmed?" Mu Sisi and Luo Weishue appeared pale, and after a moment of recovery, they assured him they were fine. Mu Sisi glanced at the calmly seated Yu Mingxiu, relieved. "It seems we fell into an illusion. Yu Mingxiu went berserk and attempted to slay me. Fortunately, I managed to turn the tables." Song Yujing interjected. "You were able to turn the tables? Who was it that was stabbed repeatedly?" Yu Mingxiu exclaimed, "What the hell? What about me? The one being chased in utter disarray." Song Yujing and Yu Mingxiu implored. "Esteemed one, please accept my humble admiration." Mu Sisi, led by Luo Weishue, sat beneath another tree. Leaning against the trunk, she looked utterly exhausted. "Junior sister, you are quite formidable wherever you go, especially when you are hunting me down." Mu Sisi inquired with concern. "Are you all right?" Luo Weishue, eyes closed and breathing labored, reassured her. I'm fine. Yuang observed the battered group in silence, pondering, "Why was I not summoned?" After a moment's reflection, Mu Sisi replied, "Perhaps it is because you are too formidable, senior brother. Those beings dare not approach you." Yu Mingxiu fervently nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fearsome prowess of Yuang. The procession of commoners, along with their retinue, gradually approached and halted at the village entrance. A young man, resplendently dressed, drew back the curtain of his carriage, assisted by his attendants, and descended. Mo Junli took a step forward, nodding slightly to Yuang. His voice was melodious as he expressed, "Greetings, benefactor. I am Mo Junli, the Prince of the Yu Kingdom. I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention today, and I shall repay your kindness." Yuang nodded in response, taking a small step back. "Your Highness, there is no need for such courtesy. I merely acted on impulse." The previously listless individuals perked up, keenly observing the prince. Song Yujing remarked, "What boldness, to venture to such a remote place." Yu Mingxiu stood abruptly, moving closer to scrutinize the prince's features, his tone filled with intrigue. "You are indeed the brother of Xiaolingyu?" Mo Junli's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes before he swiftly suppressed it, responding with a cheerful demeanor, "Indeed, though I have never met him." Yu Mingxiu circled Mo Junli, unable to contain his curiosity. "You two cannot possibly be blood brothers." Mo Junli, interpreting the comment as a slight, nearly lost his smile, retorting sharply, "What do you mean?" Yu Mingxiu, clapping his hands in frustration, turned to Song Yujing. "That scoundrel Xiaolingyu has such a beautiful brother. It's truly unfair." Mo Junli remained silent. Song Yujing had not anticipated any favorable words from him and rubbed his aching head, saying, "Next time CS senior brother strikes, just don't hide behind me." Noticing Song Yujing's fatigue, Yu Mingxiu shrugged, choosing not to argue, and turned to Mo Junli with enthusiasm. "Now that you're here, allow me to regale you with your brother's notorious past." "Haha." Mo Junli was equally eager to hear, and the attentive attendants promptly brought forth a chair. Once Yu Mingxiu began recounting Xiaolingyu's misdeeds, he could not be silenced. "Let me tell you, that scoundrel Xiaolingyu is truly not a good person." Mo Junli listened with utmost seriousness, wishing to jot down notes, nodding occasionally in agreement. Yuang, having finished cleaning his sword, sheathed it and sat beside Song Yujing. Noticing his pallor, "Are you all right?" he asked. Song Yujing opened his eyes, fatigue evident within them, and managed a faint smile. "I'm fine, just feeling rather exhausted." Yuang nodded slightly and said, "You possess the least cultivation, so it is only natural for you to feel fatigued. If you're tired, rest for a while. I will keep watch over you." "Thank you." Song Yujing was not only physically exhausted, but he also felt mentally drained. If not for his deliberate restraint, he would have longed to revert to his original form and nestle in his master's embrace for a peaceful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed come perilously close to death. Although he had been rescued in time, the weariness of his body remained unabated. Moreover, was it merely a trivial matter for Song Yujing to emerge? The spiritual energy he expended was not without consequence. This appearance had similarly depleted his physical strength, though not to the extent of requiring a deep slumber as before. Furthermore, the spirit-devouring flame differed from the crimson inferno flame. The latter replenished its master when vanquishing evil spirits, which was why he had awakened from his previous slumber with an increase in power. This time, however, it was different. The essence of the spirit-devouring flame was to consume. It devoured everything, wielding immense destructive force. Yet it did not replenish its master. Rather, it required the consumption of the master's spiritual energy. Fortunately, Song Yujing had been prudent in his approach, refraining from employing any significant techniques. Thus, he would only need to rest briefly to recover. Chapter 61. Please don't be like this. I am afraid. In a hazy dream, Song Yujing felt as though he were enveloped in a warm embrace. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the familiar azure fabric adorned with intricate patterns, and he was startled. Turning sharply, he was met with the visage of his master. Feeling a dryness in his throat and an ache in his nose, he struggled to articulate a response, suppressing the emotions that threatened to surface. Lowering his gaze, he inquired, "Master, how did you come to be here?" Song Yujing himself was perplexed by his own sensitivity. It was merely an illusion, a fabrication, yet tears welled in his eyes. He could not comprehend why his companions appeared well while he was in such a state, leading him to silently scorn himself. Nan Gongsheng gently rubbed his face and spoke softly, "It is not your true form, but a fiery doppelganger. I sense your profound despondence just now. What troubles you? Did you have a nightmare?" Song Yujing pouted, burying his face in Nan Gongsheng's embrace. This person was consistently so kind. He detested his own sensitivity. Why should he be treated so well when he felt he had little to offer? He answered with words that belied his true feelings. No. Sighing, Nan Gongsheng, bound by their contract, could perceive a part of Song Yujing's emotions. He discerned that Song Yujing was not speaking the truth, yet he refrained from pressing him. Beasts born of heaven and earth are meant to roam freely, unrestrained. Though they may experience moments of vulnerability and confusion, they will not remain in such a state indefinitely. One day, they shall reclaim the magnificence of 1,000 years past. As the master of this small beast, he would guide him along this path, steering him toward the right direction, ensuring his growth was safeguarded. Yet, he could not be by his side at all times. Doing so would only squander the rare talent of the beast. The beast from millennia ago had emerged from the depths of the abyss, and the bloodshed and violence were the necessary trials of its ascent. Excessive protection would only dull its claws. Nan Gongsheng continuously channeled his spiritual energy to soothe his restless emotions. A good night's sleep would surely rejuvenate him, transforming him into a lively little ball of energy once more. Song Yujing felt a twinge at the tip of his nose. Indeed, he slept deeply, and as a ray of sunlight filtered through the leaves, he opened his eyes. Turning his head, he noticed Yi Wang sitting beside him, sword in hand, feigning slumber. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Mo Junli's carriage was parked not far away, while a group of attendants busied themselves chopping firewood, preparing meals, and serving tea. With Mo Junli regally surrounded by the crowd, Luo Weishua was seated beneath a tree, diligently spreading a small blanket on a stone and busily peeling fruits, consuming one after another, engrossed in her task. In the center of the crowd lay a smoldering fire pit, remnants of charred potatoes lingering within, the handiwork of some culinary artist unknown. Mu Sisi practiced her swordplay in the distance, her movements precise and swift, embodying the diligence expected of a leading lady. Song Yujing's gaze continued to roam, landing on Yu Mingqiu, who was bound tightly to a tree and blissfully asleep, resembling a dormant chrysalis. Song Yujing mused himself. What a predicament! As soon as he moved, Yujing opened his eyes and glanced over, yawning as he spoke. Awake now? How do you feel? Song Yujing sensed a resurgence of vitality, shaking his sleeves with confidence. I feel as if I could take on 10 foes. I'm terrifyingly strong. Yujing chuckled lightly. Then, if we encounter malevolent spirits later, you shall lead the charge. Startled, Song Yujing's words faltered, yet he conceded, however. No matter how strong I become, I still cannot surpass my senior brother. He pointed curiously at the bound figure beneath the tree. What happened to him? Why is he tied up like this? Yujing's expression darkened as he leaned against the tree, closing his eyes in apparent agony. He was truly terrifying last night. The fact that even Yujing was so shaken piqued Song Yujing's curiosity about Yu Mingqiu's actions. He sat up straight, assuring, "Rest assured, I won't speak a word." Is it possible that Yujing, with an expressionless face, pointed at everyone present? These individuals witnessed it all. Song Yujing surveyed the crowd, noticing the slight pause in their actions, followed by their peculiar expressions as they lowered their heads. Luo Weishue, having finished her last fruit, licked her lips in satisfaction. Unable to resist, she leaned closer to Song Yujing, saying, "Junior brother Song, you went to bed too early last night. You have no idea what transpired. You missed so many interesting events." Song Yujing eagerly produced several spiritual fruits to offer her, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Senior sister, please enlighten me." Luo Weishue casually popped a spiritual fruit into her mouth, casting a glance at Yujing, shaking her head with a hint of schadenfreude. "Last night, senior brother you even tied himself up with ropes before sleeping." At that moment, we did not grasp the gravity of the situation, until he suddenly sprang up in the middle of the night, clinging to senior brother Ye's leg, and began to ramble incoherently. "Do you know what he said?" Song Yujing inquired. "What did he say?" Luo Weishue cast a glance at the pained and closed-eyed Yujing, chuckling as she remarked, "He claims to be a little hen, and that Yi Shixiang is his egg. He wishes to incubate it and insists on being called Mama, though Papa would suffice as well." Song Yujing stood frozen in shock, utterly astounded. This was beyond explosive. Unable to resist, he turned his gaze back to Yujing, who remained oblivious, leaning against a tree, seemingly present, yet perhaps having departed for quite some time. Song Yujing looked upon Yujing with sympathy, thinking, "You have endured so much, Shixiang." Yujing sighed deeply, but remained silent. Song Yujing rose and approached the cocoon, poking it with a twig. "You Shixiang, are you awake?" The slumbering figure remained motionless, showing no signs of awakening. Luo Weishue shook her head and stated, "He cannot be awakened. Once he falls asleep, it is as if he is transformed into another species. Unless he chooses to wake up, we cannot rouse him." Song Yujing inquired, "Is that so?" He moved a couple of steps closer, inhaled deeply, and leaned toward Yu Mingqiu's ear, exclaiming, "Yu Mingqiu, Xiaoling is coming to kill you." Luo Weishue covered her ears and took a step back as the surrounding crowd turned their gazes toward them. Yu Mingqiu jolted awake, eyes wide with alarm. "What? That rascal is back. Where is he? Where is he?" Song Yujing grinned. "It's a piece of cake." Yujing, Luo Weishue, Mo genuinely, as Yu Mingqiu surveyed his surroundings. He realized he'd been bound once more. With his self-awareness, he sensed the precariousness of the situation and cast a furtive glance around, lowering his voice to ask, "What had I done this time?" Song Yujing suppressed a laugh. "Do you truly wish to know?" Yu Mingqiu replied, "Please, spare me. I am terrified." How can I not listen? Chapter 62. The most dazzling fool in the crowd, Song Yujing, gave a thumbs up to the cocoon, stating, "This is how it all unfolded. You were remarkably brave to have Yi Shixiang call you Mama." Luo Weishue imitated Yu Mingqiu's tone, weeping dramatically against a tree. "Oh no, you are my destined egg. Fear not. Dear Mama will ensure your upbringing, even if it means selling the family heirlooms." Yu Mingqiu interjected, "Enough. Truly enough." After hearing the complete account from Song Yujing, along with Luo Weishue's heartfelt rendition, Yu Mingqiu's heart, which had been precariously suspended, sank. He dared not open his eyes, hoping it was merely an illusion. Yu Mingqiu struggled slightly, avoiding the sight of Yujing's face, and quietly addressed the two before him. "I am awake now and will not go mad again. May I be released?" Song Yijiang turned to Yi Wang. Yi Shixiang. Yi Shixiang claims he is awake. Perhaps we could let him down? Yi Wang approached, a drawn sword in hand. He regarded Yu Mingxiu, smiling in a manner that sent chills down Yu Mingxiu's spine, involuntarily causing him to shiver. In a desperate bid for his life, Yu Mingxiu pleaded, Shixiang, you are my beloved Shixiang. I am your cherished Shidi. We are sworn brothers, and we must not harm one another. Yi Wang swung his sword with a swift motion, a glint of cold light flashing, prompting Song Yijiang to look away in pity. Standing on the ground, Yu Mingxiu found white cloth strips scattered about. Yi Wang, with a gentle smile, sheathed his sword and asked, what are you afraid of, Shidi? I would never harm you. Yu Mingxiu shuddered slightly, clutching her frail and pitiful self, while her senior brother jested, eliciting a laugh. A glimmer of danger flickered in Yi Wang's eyes as he turned, stating, next, we shall prepare to head to Liangzhou City. It's time to tidy up and depart. As Yu Mingxiu watched him walk away, she maliciously trapped the hapless Song Yujing under her arm, exclaiming, you can call for help, right? Hey, hey, hey. Song Yujing attempted to defend himself. Brother, he had already noticed you. Why call for help? He was already sheathing his sword. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. Yu Mingxiu retorted. Song Yujing turned his gaze towards Luo Weishue, extending a hand in a dramatic plea. Save me. Luo Weishue merely waved her hand dismissively, showing no concern for his plight. Song Yujing, feeling utterly disheartened, lamented, I am losing hope in all of you. True despair does not stem from loud quarrels, but from your cold-hearted indifference. Embodying her role, Yu Mingxiu cackled as she dragged him towards a tree, taunting, face the consequences. Lad, no one will come to your aid, no matter how loudly you scream. Yi Wang, returning from sword practice, remarked, I often feel inadequate for not fitting in. Mo Jianli, accompanied by his companions, meticulously scoured the village repeatedly, finding not a single living soul. It appeared as though no one had resided here for quite some time. Yet, curiously, every house bore a lit kerosene lamp. Yi Wang and the others followed suit in their investigation, discovering each room to be empty. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yu Mingxiu inquired, why are there no bone blossoms? I thought each room would have one. Furrowing his brow, Song Yujing speculated, could it be that they fled? Luo Weishue shook her head. The juvenile bone blossoms have yet to take root. They cannot move on their own. The most likely scenario is that when we were drawn into the illusion last night, the adult bone blossoms rescued them. Although Mo Jianli struggled to comprehend fully, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Had the monsters escaped? His purpose for coming to this village was not only due to its proximity, but also due to his desire to achieve merit. He was unaware of the vine-like creature that could not only withstand death on the battlefield, but also transform into a human. This entity had already cost the Yu Kingdom 10 cities. The national advisor had assured him that he would find the answers he sought here. Yet those entities had vanished. Yi Wang closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to meticulously scan the surroundings. Upon opening them, he confirmed not a single one remains. Further investigation will yield no results. Disappointment filled Mo Jianli's eyes, and he resigned himself to return. Turning to Yi Wang, he asked, Hero, may I inquire as to your next destination? Liangzhou City. Yi Wang replied. Mo Jianli's eyes brightened. What a coincidence. We are headed there as well. Why not travel together? Yi Wang casually nodded. Given the strangeness of the area, it was uncertain how long they would wander alone. Losing their way would be a waste of time. Traveling with this group, especially since one was a prince, would be beneficial. With a local guide, many troubles were indeed alleviated, and soon the group beheld the gates of Liangzhou City. From a distance, Song Yujing recognized a familiar group queuing to enter the city. Upon closer inspection, he realized with excitement, isn't that Ling Aoyin and his teammates? Oh, and Xiaoling Yu is here too. We're finished. The good days of Yu Mingxiu have come to an end. In the team, Xiaoling Yu, dressed in understated black attire, exuded a sense of competence and discretion. Sensing a gaze upon him, he turned around and caught sight of an absolute fool, standing out conspicuously amidst the crowd, provoking an irresistible urge to deliver a good beating. Yu Mingxiu, perceiving the murderous intent, raised his head only to lock eyes with Xialing Yu's menacing glare. Yu Mingxiu exclaimed. Heavens no! Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively stepped back, positioning the crowd behind him for protection. Yujing let out a cold laugh, effortlessly dragging Yu Mingxiu over like a small chick, his smile growing increasingly genuine and his tone unnaturally gentle. Junior brother, let us go. Your senior brother will take you into the city. Yu Mingxiu responded in panic. Bring me the medicinal herbs. He cowered. Senior brother, I was wrong. I beg for mercy. Yujing paid no heed to his struggles, striding purposefully towards the city gates, his steps light as if he had awaited this moment for an eternity. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Xialing Yu and the terrified expression of Yu Mingxiu, Yujing presented the quail-like Yu Mingxiu before Xialing Yu. Stepping back, he gave a swift kick, sending Yu Mingxiu tumbling into Xialing Yu's embrace. With a triumphant clap of his hands and a light-hearted smile, Yujing declared, Xialing Yu, here, as a splendid gift for you. No need for thanks. Yu Mingxiu lamented, I have truly had enough of this cold-hearted world. Xialing Yu, with a glimmer of gratitude, cast a glance at Yujing before producing a glimmering golden rope that he deftly tied into a tight knot, securing Yu Mingxiu firmly. You little thief. Let us see how you escape this time. The little thief, Yu Mingxiu, protested. I was wrong, senior brother. Please spare me. Xialing Yu tugged on the rope, rendering Yu Mingxiu utterly unable to escape. Song Yujing raised his thumb towards Yujing. Senior brother, you are truly impressive. Luo Weishua chimed in. What a brilliant plan. Yujing waved his hand dismissively, unable to conceal the pride and lightness in his tone. Just a trivial matter. Chapter 63. The second child of fortune wrapped like a dumpling. Yu Mingxiu struggled desperately, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not free himself from the golden rope. In exasperation, he resorted to curses. Xialing Yu. Let me go, you bastard. Xialing Yu took a few steps forward, pulling the rope as if leading a dog, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor. No more pretense. Yu Mingxiu, in a fit of rage, shouted, Xialing Yu, you bastard. Xialing Yu, with an unyielding expression, yanked the rope, causing the golden strand to coil around Yu Mingxiu's mouth several times, rendering him utterly speechless. Xialing Yu coolly remarked, You are now my prisoner. Please play your role well. Yu Mingxiu retorted, You absolute fool. Luo Weishua, observing the pitiful state of Yu Mingxiu, could not help but shake her head, exclaiming, How tragic! How tragic! Are we essentially betraying our teammate? Song Yujing glanced at Yujing, who was grinning so broadly that his eyes were nearly closed, radiating an aura of delight. Suddenly, Song Yujing recalled a crucial point. They were in a competition. How could they win with a teammate thrown aside? It was utterly absurd. Song Yujing pondered, what will we do with one less teammate for our mission? Yujing seemed to have anticipated everything, gesturing for everyone to remain calm and assured. I've already cast a spell on him. Come dawn, no matter where he may be, he will be instantly transported back to our ranks. Song Yujing stood in stunned silence, genuinely taken aback by such a maneuver, realizing the possibilities were indeed limitless. After a prolonged absence, the system finally re-emerged, yawning lazily. What is this? The antagonist has also placed a similar spell on you, no matter your location. Even if you return to the modern world, at the mere thought of the antagonist, you will appear before him. Song Yujing. This time, Song Yujing was truly astonished. When did this happen? System, when you first met. Song Yujing, goodness. Why didn't you warn me? The system retorted. I did mention it when you first attempted to escape. Reflecting on his memories, Song Yujing insisted, You didn't say anything like that. System, at that time, I indicated that you wouldn't be able to escape given the antagonist's swift actions. There were over 10 of them. Song Yujing. Noticing his emotional shift, the system straightened up and inquired, What's wrong? Do you feel offended? Song Yujing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Offended? If it were someone else, he might have been angry, but this was his master. He believed his master would not harm him. He did not feel offended. Rather, he understood that his master was merely trying to protect him more effectively. The methods were irrelevant. He shook his head. Not at all. I was merely pondering whether a similar spell could be placed on my master. System 6. The system interrupted his daydreams, coldly stating, "Stop dreaming, child." This spell can only be cast from a higher cultivation to a lower one. Moreover, even if it were successful, the other party would sense it, and with a mere thought, it would be nullified. Though the answer was clear, Song Yujing was still somewhat unwilling to let it go. "Why didn't I notice?" The system fell silent for 2 seconds. "Go to sleep, child. You have just begun your foundation." Song Yujing gazed up at a 45-degree angle, appearing mournful. "Alas, how wonderful it would be if I could awaken as a deity." System. Silence is golden. Engaging in mental dialogue with the system, Song Yujing followed the main group and arrived at Liangzhou City. Upon entering the city gates, they were required to pay a tax, but fortunately, with Mo Junli present, a single token resolved the issue. Inside the carriage, Mo Junli fixated intently on Xiaoling Yu upon hearing his name, eager to see what the immensely powerful empress had to say about her seemingly worthless brother whom he had never met. Looking left, right, up, and down, he thought, nothing remarkable. Xiaoling Yu merely cast a casual glance at him before swiftly shifting his gaze, as though he were nothing more than air. Mo Junli slowly clenched his fists. "TCH, he just glanced at me so lightly. What given the right? As if anyone would care to be scrutinized by him." His haughty demeanor was utterly repugnant. System notification. The child of fortune in the mortal realm has been unlocked. Would you like to view the related information? Song Yujing was taken aback. "What is this? The child of fortune in the mortal realm?" The original text does not mention any stories from the mortal realm. The system explained, "This is because the child of fortune in the mortal world is the protagonist of another tale." Upon hearing this, Song Yujing felt overwhelmed, as if countless intricate tasks were rushing toward him, a truly terrifying prospect. He resolved to listen carefully, as long as it did not interfere with his master's path. He would remain uninvolved. "Please elaborate," he prompted. The system replied, "According to the results derived from thousands of calculations, Mo Junli is the child of fortune in this mortal realm, and he possesses a script for transmigration." Song Yujing was taken aback. However, due to Mo Junli being rescued by Yi Wang last night, he did not meet his scripted demise, and the transmigrator did not arrive as per the original narrative. Song Yujing's expression grew complicated. "So, he's a transmigrator like me? Does he know the detailed plot?" The system responded, "He is not like you. The narrative possesses only a general direction." "Then please share it," Song Yujing insisted. The transmigrator is a male-focused protagonist tasked with a mission aimed at enhancing his own power. Upon taking over Mo Junli's body, he will employ every means necessary to incite war, amassing slaughter points. Once he accumulates 1 million slaughter points, he will successfully level up and depart this world, leaving behind the 9 kingdoms of the mortal realm, with only one surviving. Song Yujing felt a wave of complexity wash over him, leaving him dizzy and breathless, with aches emanating from every part of his body. The system's little sphere flipped and bounced around in his consciousness. "Stop feigning ignorance." Song Yujing stared blankly at the lively Yu Mingxiu before him. "You're trying to ensnare me. I refuse to listen." The system declared, "Complete this task, and you'll earn 1 million points." Rubbing his ears, Song Yujing glanced around, finding no filth in sight. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." The system, wielding a megaphone, shouted, 1 million points. "Once you pass this village, you won't find the shop again. What are you waiting for? Why hesitate?" Song Yujing painfully massaged his temples. "But I haven't completed a single task yet. I am useless." The system exerted all its persuasive efforts. "The task is exceptionally simple. Just prevent the transmigrator from arriving or causing chaos. Complete the task, and I will reward you with 3 heavenly tier cultivation techniques." Song Yujing retorted, "Are they specifically for ferocious beasts?" The system was taken aback. "How did you know?" With a cold smirk, Song Yujing replied, "That trick has been used before. Try something else. The so-called heavenly tier techniques are already stored in my yet-to-be-unlocked space. Once I reach the golden core stage, what techniques will I lack?" The original owner had been an ancient being of many thousands of years. It was improbable that he possessed nothing of value. Moreover, since the original owner was deceased once he achieved the golden core stage, He would unlock all the treasures of a millennial-old being, making the system's assistance unnecessary. He had already memorized the last deception. Did they think they could fool him a second time? Not a chance. Chapter 64. Always provoking me, the system pondered secretly, wondering when its foolish child had gained some sense. It tentatively asked, "So what do you desire?" Song Yujing replied, "If I could choose, I would like to fall asleep and awaken with the cultivation of the transformation stage. I desire to accomplish all tasks myself. I wish to recline until the end of time. I long to see my master break free from this constraint." System, you think of me as a wish-granting pool, do you? The system gritted its teeth. "You are merely dreaming." Song Yujing retorted, "Then what can you offer me?" The system, in silence, perused the task list once more and replied, "The comprehension of eternal fire control. Have you not realized? Although you possess two flames, you lack the ability to control them. In truth, both flames harbor the power to annihilate worlds, yet you cannot unleash their potential." System, the comprehension of eternal fire control is sufficient for you to traverse the tribulations. With this insight, you will increasingly understand the flames you possess and better wield their might. Song Yujing acknowledged his intrigue. Indeed, whether it was the crimson abyss flame or the soul-devouring flame, he could merely unleash them and leave the rest to their own devices, lacking true control. He had witnessed Moose Cece in battle. Her mastery over water was meticulous, down to every droplet. Each strike she delivered maximized her power, rendering her invincible among her peers, capable of overcoming the strong with her cunning. Though she was the chosen one, blessed with fortuity, one must still possess strength. Take him, for instance. Did his master and the esteemed predecessors fail to provide him with resources? Certainly not, yet he remained feeble. In combat, he merely hurled flames or magical artifacts recklessly, resulting in chaotic explosions. Such a strategy might suffice in favorable conditions, but what of adversity? He had been vanquished, much like that previous illusion, before truly powerful opponents. He stood defenseless. Frustration, anger, resentment, and despair consumed him. Though it was but an illusion, he never wished to endure such experiences again. With his thoughts settled, Song Yujing found his answer and inquired, "How do I accomplish this task? Should I kill Mo Junli?" The system disagreed. "No, we are unaware of the methods employed by that traveler. What if we eliminate him, and he simply transfers into Wang Junli or Li Junli? The only way forward is to remain unchanged amidst change. Once he successfully traverses, we shall eliminate him entirely." "Am I to play the villain?" Song Yujing asked with confusion. "Is it not said that only villains can slay protagonists?" The system shook its head, its meaning profound. "In this world, there are currently two protagonists." Two protagonists. Song Yujing's eyes brightened as he instantly grasped the system's intention, to kill with a borrowed blade. The system nodded in approval. "Truly, you are the clever offspring of my nurturing." Song Yujing interjected, "Enough with the flattery. How do we proceed?" The system explained, "It's simple. Ling Aoyan is searching for a fragment of a divine artifact, and he is known to be unscrupulous. Our system's space has conveniently collected a piece. We merely need to find an opportunity to present it to the Mo Junli after his traversal. He will act." At the mere mention of Ling Aoyan's name, Song Yujing felt a wave of distaste, his brow furrowing with reluctance. "Tch, must we assist him in finding the artifact?" The system reassured him, "Fear not. I shall ensure we do not suffer losses. We can place a curse upon the artifact fragment. Playing dirty, but I appreciate it." The two of them came to a swift agreement, promptly devising their strategy. Song Yujin's gaze swept over to Ling Aoyan not far away. The protagonist, is it? Just you wait." Ling Aoyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by some vile entity. He shuddered and turned around, only to find Mu Cece gazing at him with a profound expression, yet devoid of emotion. He pivoted and approached Mu Cece. Ling Aoyan, believing himself to be the epitome of elegance, stood before Mu Cece, lifted his proud chin, and casually picked up a hairpin from a roadside stall, presenting it before her. "Senior brother knows you have long harbored feelings for him. Alas, my heart belongs to another. But fear not, I shall certainly marry you. Whatever you desire, I shall grant you." Mu Sisi remained silent, while Song Yujin thought, no way, no way. He can't possibly think he's handsome. Yi Wang interjected. Where did this fool come from? Luo Weishua stepped back a pace, trying to diminish her presence, fearing that the other party might suddenly go mad and hurl a broken hairpin at her in humiliation. Mu Ruo's expression changed drastically. She wrung her handkerchief, a look of hurt on her face as she dashed into Ling Outyen's embrace. Her voice fragile. Brother Outyen, do you not like Ruo anymore? Her eyes were tinged with crimson, tears hanging at the corners, ready to fall, as she bit her lip, appearing utterly wronged, on the verge of tears. Ling Outyen's heart softened, and he wrapped his arm around Mu Ruo, gently comforting her. I cherish you. You two occupy a special place in my heart. Song Yujing quipped. Your heart must be quite large. The two continued to flaunt their affection, oblivious to the onlookers around them. Occasionally, Mu Ruo would glance provocatively at Mu Sisi. Yuan could no longer tolerate it and turned to stride towards the inn, with Luo Weishua closely following suit. Song Yujin had intended to leave as well, but was intercepted by Ling Outyen, who looked down at him as if he were a mere insignificant insect. Do you know whom you are entangled with? Song Yujin replied. I have no desire to know. Thank you. Ling Outyen, self-assured, tossed his hair back, the strands slicing through the air, nearly striking Song Yujin in the face. Just as Song Yujin narrowly dodged, Ling Outyen proclaimed, a king's woman is not to be touched. At these words, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their gazes directed toward him. Ling Outyen held his head high in pride, eager for all to behold his flawless visage from every angle. Song Yujin's toes dug into the ground, his head bowed low, palms sweating, his face flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating! His identity as a disciple of the Yujing sect was evident, and it was too late to retract. The damage was done. It was over. Everyone present knew they hailed from the same sect. If he were to be punished, let the heavens do so, but not in a manner that rendered him unable to lift his head. Just as Song Yujin's toes had nearly carved out an extravagant dream castle from the ground. Mu Sisi moved forward, seizing Song Yujin's arm and guiding him toward the inn. Gulme, senior brother, let's not pay him any mind. Grateful for his rescue. Song Yujin looked up at her, tears brimming in his eyes, and said, Junior sister, thank you for saving me. Ling Outyen glared at Song Yujin's wrist, angered. Song, you are provoking me. Chapter 65. The Master S Intervention, Combined Edition. Song, are you provoking me? Song Yujin remarked. One truly laughs in moments of silence. He had no intention of embarrassing himself, particularly as a fellow disciple. Public disgrace could tarnish one's reputation. However, he could no longer endure the audacity of this individual, who seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of shame. Thus, with a decisive flick of his sleeve, Song Yujin boldly declared, I shall provoke you. And what of it? In his mind, the male protagonist's fury surged dramatically. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 anger points from the male protagonist. Congratulations, host. You have gained anger points from the male protagonist. Congratulations, host. Ah, in an instant, the frustration dissipated. The male protagonist truly was a veritable reservoir of resources. Mu Zixi observed as Ling Outyen's expression darkened suddenly, akin to a lion whose territory had been encroached upon, his eyes blazing with rage. He had always prided himself on his stature. No one dared to act so brazenly before him, nor had anyone ever coveted what was his, let alone spoken to him in such a manner. The flames of his anger obliterated the remnants of his reason, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword, prepared to engage in combat without hesitation. The sharp clash of blades resonated as Mu Zixi, her expression resolute, parried Ling Outyen's strike. Her once gentle, light blue eyes transformed into piercing daggers. Ling Outyen, enough. Song Yujin had already activated his defensive shield amid the chaos. Yet he was taken aback by Mu Zixi's willingness to shield him. Even more astonished was Ling Outyen, who blinked rapidly, struggling to accept the reality before him. In his perception, Mu Zixi had always been his devoted shadow, trailing after him like an inseparable tail, unwavering in her affection regardless of his actions. Her love burned bright and enduring, akin to an everlasting flame, though she occasionally displayed a hint of capriciousness. He had always feigned indifference, yet secretly reveled in the attention, his gaze eternally drawn to her. He cherished Mu Zixixi's silent adoration, but found himself unable to resist the gentle allure of Mu Ruo, the most tender and charming girl in the world. How could he ever refuse her? Mu Zixixi had never expressed discontent with his behavior. Though unspoken, he believed they were soulmates. Yet now, what did he witness? Mu Zixixi was actually willing to fight on behalf of another. Ling Aoyan's face darkened as he bellowed, Mu Zixixi. Even temper tantrums have their limits. Mu Ruo seized the opportunity. Indeed, sister, you remain so willful, never considering others' feelings. Unlike me, I would never provoke brother Aoyan. Mu Zixixi remained silent, effortlessly disarming Ling Aoyan with a swift motion, and coldly addressed him. According to Sect Law Article 395, harming fellow disciples is prohibited. Do you intend to violate sect law? With that, she sheathed her sword and turned away from the two, leading Song Yujing back toward the inn. The system's notifications echoed in Song Yujing's ears, and within moments, his points had already soared past 1,000. 100 points. 100 points. The ease with which one accumulates points is truly astonishing. A playful smirk danced upon Song Yujing's lips as he endeavored to stifle his laughter, to further stoke the flames. He turned and delivered a sharp retort. Your junior sister no longer wants you. Boom! Ling Aoyan erupted in fury, bewildered by the sudden transformation of Mu Sisi from her former self into this frigid persona. It must be because of Song Yujing. It must be him, frowning in contemplation. Xiaoling Yu subdued the enraged Ling Aoyan, his voice low yet firm. What are you planning now? We are in public. Have a modicum of dignity. Simultaneously, the male protagonist's anger level was finally updated. Congratulations, host, for transcending 3 levels and completing the high-level task of inciting the male protagonist's wrath. The current hatred level has reached 99, 100, 900 points awarded. Congratulations, host. The male protagonist's anger level has reached 99, 100, 900 points awarded. Congratulations, host, for achieving a new milestone. The vendetta for a stolen wife is unending, with a reward of 1,000 points. Total points accumulated this time, 2,800. System points breakdown. Pain sensation shielding 1,000. Male protagonist hatred value 100. Main quest completion 500. Tribulation experience card 10,000. Heavenly level technique 10,000. Male protagonist's anger value 2,000. Spirit devouring flame compensation 3,000. After deducting the system's rightful points, a mere 1,400 points remain. Song Yujing felt his broad grin vanish in an instant. Initially, he was elated by the cascade of points, reveling in newfound wealth. Yet it seemed he had suddenly regressed to a previous state of despair. Clutching his heart in anguish, tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Oh, you wicked system! How cruel you are!" The system, reveling in its bounty of points, radiated joy like a shimmering silver orb. As long as the host diligently completes tasks, the system mall will remain perpetually open. Every item can be purchased on credit. Look how much I cherish you. With gritted teeth, Song Yujing retorted, "You merely wish to make me your servant." The system, shifting its tone to one of caution, suggested, "Shall I close the points mall then?" Internally, Song Yujing roared, "Do not dare." The system replied, "It shall remain open." Must it be so loud? With a contorted expression, Song Yujing returned to the inn, where Yi Wang and Luo Weishue waited at the dining table. Luo Weishue, initially languidly sprawled across the table, perked up upon the return of her companions, excitedly waving. "Junior brother, junior sister, over here." Suppressing the pain within, Song Yujing sighed deeply as he seated himself, appearing utterly drained, propping his head with one hand, as if bereft of spirit. Yuan offered him a cup of wine here. "Brother, please." Upon seeing the wine, Song Yujing was reminded of some unspeakable past transgressions. He shook his head in refusal. "No, I easily succumb to inebriation. and when intoxicated, I become quite unruly. Yujing did not press him, instead downing half a jug of wine in one go. Refreshing. Luo Weishue poured herself a cup, exclaiming, "Brother, what is the point of drinking alone? Let us drink together." Yujing raised his cup to her. "Can you handle it?" With a provocative smile, Luo Weishue challenged, "Shall we compare?" "Then, let us compare." Yujing turned to Mu Sisi and asked, "Will you drink?" Mu Sisi shook her head in response, for her tolerance for alcohol was poor. One cup would render her inebriated. It's better not to drink, as it might adversely affect our performance in the competition. Meanwhile, Yujing and Luo Wei were drinking with fervor. Mu Sisi, with a calm demeanor, slowly sipped her tea. Song Yujing, wearing a pensive expression, rested his chin on his hand as he observed the bustling crowd, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Ling Aoyin was also in this city. Would he suddenly emerge to create obstacles? It was not a matter of whether he would, but rather an absolute certainty. He had already offended someone earlier, and there was still another fated child yet to make an appearance. "System, show me your point store." The system responded with a cheerful tone. "Certainly, host." The system store is officially open. Tribulation experience card. 10,000 points. Pain shield. 1,000 points. Fated child detector. 1. 400 points. Soul binding bell. 10,000 points. The extensive list seemed overwhelming, revealing his financial destitution. The fated child detector, priced at 400 points, stood out among items ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Why was it so low? It was quite perplexing. Song Yujing scrutinized the description of the fated child detector. Fated child detector, Earth detection range of 10 miles. It can identify all fated children within this area. Within 1 kilometer, it can listen to the innermost thoughts of the fated child. Within 100 meters, it can randomly steal the treasures of the fated child. It can designate and bind one target. Once bound, the detection range expands to 100 miles. Within 10 kilometers, it can listen to the fated child's thoughts. And within 1 kilometer, it can randomly steal the treasures of the fated child. Song Yujing was astounded. This was truly a game changer. The system kindly inquired, "Would you like to purchase the fated child detector?" Though Song Yujing wished to assertively decline, he found the temptation unbearable. He closed his eyes, clutching his nearly shattered heart, and said, "I will." Points deducted successfully. The host now possesses the Earth-grade treasure, fated child detector. As Song Yujing gazed at the cool, dark object in his hand, he asked, "How do I use it, system?" The system replied, "Once the item recognizes its master, it can change its form freely into a necklace, ring, bracelet, or hairpin. Simply place it in the corresponding position." Placing the small object on his ring finger, it transformed into an exquisite ring, resembling a jet-black gem, shimmering with a beautiful luster, with patterns resembling a flowing river. The moment he donned it, its effects commenced. Damn it, that wretched woman truly took my kindness for granted. If it weren't for her exceptional furnace body, who would want to marry her? How dare she change her heart? I'm utterly furious. Song Yujing, expressionless, twisted the ring to silence the cacophony. It was far too noisy, as if something was incessantly clamoring. After a brief pause, the conversation resumed, and the words echoed. Did not the second elder mention that there exists an ancient divine relic in the mortal realm? Yet, why can I not seem to find it? I have heard that Yujing possesses a spirit beast capable of locating treasures. I wonder if it could be of use. Should it refuse to cooperate, I could simply eliminate it, for it possesses magical artifacts, and I might as well dispose of that annoying Song Yujing in the process. Song Yujing gasped in horror. Kill me? How absurd. A divine relic. Furthermore, this fellow truly intends to target Yujing. Yujing is my assignment. This is utterly outrageous. With a darkened expression, Song Yujing inquired, "System, what exactly is a divine relic?" The system seemed to momentarily falter before responding. It is an object left behind by a deity after their demise. Song Yujing remarked, "Ah, so the protagonist is aware of the divine relic and intends to exploit Yujing's spirit beast." The system, unusually animated, exclaimed, "Stop it! Immediately intervene! How dare he think himself worthy of a divine relic?" Noticing the system's agitation, Song Yujing was about to pose another question when a loud thud interrupted him. The previously boisterous Luo Weishua had collapsed onto the table. Though she repeatedly insisted she was not intoxicated, her eyes betrayed her state, clearly inebriated, undeniably so. "I'm not drunk. I can still drink." Mu Cc, with a look of resignation, helped her up, stating, "She is drunk. I will take her upstairs." With that, the two turned to ascend the stairs. Song Yujing glanced at Yujing, only to find him devoid of any signs of intoxication, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Did he think I was drunk? Observing the numerous empty wine bottles strewn about the table, Song Yujing couldn't help but commend what a remarkable capacity for alcohol. Yujing chuckled slightly, about to respond when a crimson butterfly fluttered past. His expression shifted, and he swiftly yanked Song Yujing behind him, brandishing his sword in a decisive strike. The butterfly split in two and fell to the ground, scattering in the wind. Confused, Song Yujing was oblivious to the unfolding events, while Yujing's countenance darkened as he gazed ahead. In a hushed tone, Song Yujing asked, "What is happening?" Yujing replied with equal quietude, "The demon clan approaches, and their intentions are malevolent." Just those few words sent a chill through Song Yujing's heart. Could it be? It was said that the demon clan harbored a deep-seated hatred for human cultivators, residing perpetually in the North Lawn and seldom venturing out. How could they possibly be here? Another blood-red butterfly danced through the air, and in an instant, the surrounding mortals began to fade like a colorless painting, gradually vanishing from sight. The once bustling inn had transformed into an empty void. Yujing's expression hardened as he shielded Song Yujing behind him, addressing the now desolate surroundings with a grave voice. "Since esteemed seniors have arrived, why not reveal yourselves?" A sweet, cloying fragrance wafted through the air, and countless flower petals coalesced, forming a captivating woman who leaned languidly against a modest table. The ordinary wooden furniture somehow accentuated her regal presence. She cast a brief glance at Song Yujing before her gaze lingered on Yujing, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, she rested her chin on her hand and yawned. "How has your master been faring of late?" Yujing's voice was cold and detached. "My master is well. There is no need for Elder K to worry." Kei Yinmi, with half-closed eyes, casually brushed past a petal, seemingly an unintentional gesture. However, Yujing found himself nearly kneeling on the ground, one hand propping up his sword as he glared intently at her. Is it appropriate for a senior with such profound cultivation to bully a junior? The oppressive force also bore down on Song Yijing, who, unaware of the situation, was blocked by a searing flame. He could only watch helplessly as Yujing was forced to the ground. Kei Yinmi cast a dismissive glance at the half-kneeling Yujing before fixing her gaze on the unyielding Song Yijing, a flicker of curiosity igniting in her eyes. "Why do you not kneel?" Song Yijing's mind faltered, instinctively retorting, "Why should I kneel to you?" Kei Yinmi's aura turned frigid, her fingers twitched, and several petals shot forth, seemingly intent on delivering a lethal strike without uttering a word. Song Yijing, paralyzed, instinctively closed his eyes. A familiar fragrance brushed past him, and darkness enveloped his vision. A chilling voice resonated from above. "What? Do you dare to harm my disciple?" Opening his eyes, he was met with the familiar azure sleeves of his master, whose face bore a slight frown. Protectively, he tucked one arm behind him, grasping his master's sleeve. He felt the comforting coolness, a sensation that instilled peace and security. Hiding behind his master, emboldened by the assurance that no one would dare to bully him, he quietly complained, "Master, she is bullying me." Chapter 66. A gathering of toxic voices. The deep blue flames suppressed the crimson butterfly, and as the pressure on Yujing dissipated, he gradually stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and taking a step back to perform a respectful gesture. Disciple Yujing pays his respects to the elder. Nangong Sheng slightly nodded, tossing a bottle of healing elixir to him, then turned to approach Kei Yinmi. His gait slow yet steady, his murderous intent growing ever stronger. "Elder Kei, will you explain?" From the moment Nangong Sheng appeared, Kei Yinmi had retreated 2 meters away. Her expression no longer relaxed. She fixed her gaze on Nangong Sheng, forcing a stiff smile. Fellow Taoist Nangong, it was all a misunderstanding. I merely wished to play with the two young disciples. I had no intention of harming them. Internally cursing, Kei Yimi thought, really, doesn't T Nangong Sheng already have disciples? Why has he suddenly taken on another? Are those little demons, gathering intelligence, just idly sitting by? Now it seemed that this clone was likely to remain here. Misunderstanding? Playing? Humph. Nangong Sheng's voice was as cold as ice. With a slight downward pressure of his fingertip, chains materialized from thin air, racing towards Kei Yimi. Her eyes narrowed as countless petals appeared to shield her from the impending strike. Desperately crushing the moon-phased jade pendant in her hand, the void seemed to tear apart, creating a portal. In a flash, Kei Yimi transformed into petals, darting towards the portal like lightning. Nangong Sheng's expression remained unchanged as he reached into the void, causing the portal to flicker violently, as if struggling for life. In the blink of an eye, it vanished completely, and where the azure spiritual energy passed, the petals ignited spontaneously. Kei Yimi had already realized that her avatar was beyond saving. Her futile struggles were in vain. She glared at Nangong Sheng, vowing, "Just you wait. I shall return." Song Yujing had always known that his master was formidable, but he had never imagined he would possess such extraordinary strength. Now, gazing at his master with starry eyes, he exclaimed, "Incredible! So powerful!" Nangong Sheng, with a hint of exasperation, turned his head, delivering a playful smack to his forehead. "Spare me the worry." Song Yujing, one hand clutching his head and the other grasping his master's sleeve, responded, "Master, you are mistaken." Nangong Sheng chuckled softly and transformed into a stream of light, reappearing on Song Yujing's wrist. As Song Yujing looked down at the flickering flame on his wrist, he noticed its once radiant glow had dimmed slightly. Clearly, the avatar's spiritual energy was limited, only able to manifest in dire situations, and there were restrictions on its usage. Alas, Yi Wang had consumed a healing elixir, his body slumping lifelessly on the chair, nearly gasping for breath. Song Yujing felt a pang of fear. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, who was that? Why did they attack so suddenly? As Kei Yimi's avatar perished, the surrounding space began to fracture, transforming the previously desolate into a bustling establishment once more, with the silence dissipating into a cacophony of lively sounds. Yi Wang did not conceal his disdain for Kei Yimi, slamming his cup onto the table. The lord of Kei Yin City, a late-stage avatar of the demon clan. Her true form is a Hahuan flower that has cultivated for a millennium. Despite her cultivation, she shamelessly fancies my master. Song Yujing was taken aback, realizing the tense atmosphere was due to a rivalry. Indeed, Lord Lu Hongguang is a figure of ethereal beauty, a paragon of gentleness. It is no surprise he is adored by many. Yi Wang, lost in his thoughts, downed another drink, continuing, "Damn, she should take a good look in the mirror before daring to pursue my master. It is simply reckless." Song Yujing noted, "It is the first time witnessing Yi Wang curse so vehemently. His words are quite harsh." He nudged the pastries on the table towards Yi Wang, saying, "Calm down, brother." Master Lu, with his celestial demeanor, would never stoop to her level. Yi Wang seized a pastry and bit into it with ferocity, as if it were his adversary. "Once I perfect my swordsmanship, I shall sever her. Then I wish you strength, brother," Song Yujing replied. What a toxic rivalry. No wonder when I merely touched Master Lu's arm, he became furious. At that moment, Mu Sisi descended the stairs, her brow furrowed. "What transpired just now? It feels rather off down here." Song Yujing briefly explained. An elder from the demon clan in the avatar stage caused a ruckus, but he has already departed. Mu Sisi scrutinized both of them closely, and upon confirming they were unharmed, exhaled in relief, "As long as you are safe." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the inn, filled with wailing and lamentations. The group exchanged glances and proceeded to the entrance. A distant yet ominous rhythm of drums approached, revealing a procession of mourners clad in mourning attire, carrying a coffin, their faces obscured as they wept. A man at the forefront, with a white banner tucked under his arm, led the procession, followed by 2 rows of disciples clad in simple garments. Yellow and white paper money fluttered through the air, while vendors and pedestrians on the street hastily retreated to the sides, silently observing the scene. Yujing gazed intently for a while before exchanging a knowing glance with Musisi, who promptly ascended to summon Luo Weishue. Song Yujing, perplexed, leaned in and inquired quietly, "What is happening?" Yujing replied softly, "There is something amiss. Let us follow and investigate." Although Song Yujing could not discern anything unusual, he trusted Yujing's instincts. Awakened by the commotion, Luo Weishue was peering out the window when Musisi approached her. The group stealthily trailed behind, eventually arriving at an isolated spot. Song Yujing and Yujing concealed themselves behind a large tree, cautiously observing the actions of the mysterious figures. Once they were out of sight, the group clad in hemp garments halted a coffin beneath a towering locust tree. One individual began to pace in circles, murmuring incantations before the entire assembly, along with the coffin, was inexplicably drawn into the tree. The trio held their breath, realizing this was no ordinary gathering, and dared not approach. After what felt like an eternity, a group of small rabbits bounded forth from the locust tree. Yujing, fixated, quietly signaled her companions to follow. Song Yujing discreetly rummaged through his storage pouch to retrieve a net-like artifact, casting a questioning glance at Yujing. She nodded, indicating the artifact in his hand and the rabbits, then gestured for action. The implication was clear: prepare your artifact. Wait until we're at a distance from the locust tree, and seize the opportunity to capture the rabbits all at once. Understanding her intent, they stealthily followed, maintaining a sufficient distance. When a moment was ripe, Yujing signaled, and Song Yujing deftly cast a net. It descended from above, ensnaring the entire group of rabbits. He exhaled in relief, thankful that he had not missed. Chapter 67. Brave Bunny, Fear Not Adversity. The net transformed into a fine cord, binding the rabbits together. A tool specifically designed to restrain demon creatures. The diminutive rabbits struggled in vain. Yujing unsheathed her sword, pressing the cold blade against one rabbit's neck, her tone frosty. "What is your purpose, demon?" The rabbit, frightened, curled up, its ruby-like eyes wide with confusion. "Abba, Abba?" Yujing persisted, while Song Yujing remarked, "This scene feels eerily familiar." With a swift stroke, Yujing cleaved a nearby branch, the ancient tree crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, raising a cloud of dust. The cold blade returned to rest against the rabbit's neck. "I ask again, what is your purpose? Do not feign ignorance." The rabbits huddled together, tears streaming down their faces, sobbing, "Woo, Abba, Abba, woo." Yujing remained unmoved, her patience wearing thin, contemplating whether to execute a few as an example. Yet, it was Musisi who noticed something was amiss. She intervened, blocking Yujing's sword. "It seems they have lost their tongues." Yujing paused, carefully examining a small rabbit, his brow furrowing in confusion. Nothing at all. Was it all in vain? Luo Weishue stepped forward and said, "I can communicate with small animals effortlessly. Allow me to try." She placed her hand gently on the rabbit's head and spoke softly. "Do you know why you are here?" The rabbit's eyes welled with tears, appearing exceedingly agitated as it babbled. "ABA." Luo Weishue inquired further, "What kind of seeds?" "Show me." The rabbit responded, "ABA, ABA, ABA, ABA." Turning to Yujing, she translated. She says their master sent them to scatter seeds. They do not know what kind of seeds they are, and they cannot reveal them. If discovered, their master will kill them. Yujing clicked his tongue in irritation, impatiently pressing the blade of his sword against the rabbit's neck. "If you do not hand them over, you shall die now." The rabbit cried out in distress. "ABA, ABA, ABA." Luo Weishue interjected, "They possess a soul mark. They cannot betray their master. If they even contemplate such a thought, they will be instantly annihilated." Yujing frowned, retracting his sword. "What a hassle. Perhaps we should just kill them all." The rabbit sensed the murderous intent and began to cry out desperately. "ABA, ABA, ABA, ABA." Song Yujing squatted nearby, observing the fluffy little rabbits, sighing repeatedly. "So adorable and fluffy. What a pity." Luo Weishue remarked, "They can lead us inside. We can investigate ourselves." Yi Wang regarded the crafty rabbits with a cold smile. Dare you play tricks? Are you tired of living? In my opinion, we should simply kill them and search their souls. The rabbit trembled, exclaiming, "Aba, Aba." Luo Weishue shook her head. We cannot kill them. Their soul marks will alert others. Mu Sisi suddenly suggested, I possess a transformation pill that can turn someone into any animal they see. Shall we infiltrate and take a look? Song Yujing asked, what if there is danger? Yuang turned to Mu Sisi. How many transformation pills do you have? She produced a small jade vial containing over a dozen pills. Yi Wang sighed. I sense malevolent energy emanating from those carrying the coffin. This matter is indeed complex. We must enter and investigate. Yi Wang examined the pills meticulously, while Song Yujing leaned in, inhaling their delightful aroma. Yi Wang picked up one pill, tossed it into Song Yujing's mouth, and said, give it a try. With a soft thud, Song Yujing transformed into a small rabbit, falling to the ground unexpectedly. Anger surged within him. Yi Wang, what are you doing? Yi Wang used his spiritual energy to probe, finding no flaws, and nodded in satisfaction. He instructed Mu Sisi and Luo Weishue, you two await outside. I will take him inside to investigate. Mu Sisi and Luo Weishue replied in unison, understood. Yi Wang selected 2 unconscious rabbits and tossed them outside. You two, keep an eye on them. Do not let them cause trouble. Subsequently, he administered a slow-acting poison to each rabbit, coldly threatening, if you dare to expose us, your blood shall stain the ground. As the group of rabbits was released from their bindings, they nodded eagerly in agreement. Having given his instructions, Yi Wang consumed a transformation pill, turning himself into a rabbit. Song Yujing finally awaited his transformation into a rabbit, bounding joyfully before him. He produced a stone for capturing memories, snapping pictures with a cacophony of villainous laughter. Ha ha! I shall take your dark history back to Master Lu. Yi Wang remained unfazed, squatting like a mountain, allowing the photos to be taken, his pair of lightly pink rabbit eyes glancing at Song Yujing. Humph. What do you know? My master only praises my cuteness. He then carefully stored the memory stone away. Song Yujing silently tucked the stone away, feeling utterly unaccomplished. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton. How frustrating. Thus, Yi Rabbit and Song Rabbit followed the throng of rabbits back to the large locust tree. Behind the tree lay another world, shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. As a novice rabbit, Song Yujing struggled to keep pace, nearly falling behind. Yi Wang, unable to bear the sight, took a branch to guide him. After enduring countless hardships, they finally glimpsed the light, a series of narrow paths about 3 meters wide, leading in various directions. The walls were punctuated with small holes, housing tiny oil lamps that emitted a warm, gentle glow. A steady stream of rabbits bustled in and out, appearing quite busy. Yi Wang and Song Yujing blended seamlessly into the crowd of rabbits. They eventually arrived at a spacious area, where Song Yujing discreetly observed his surroundings. It was a grand hall, the black floor tiles exuding a damp and cold ambience. The dark red walls appeared to be forged from blood, adorned with numerous fragmented paintings. Above them loomed a 9-headed serpent sculpture resembling a lamp, each serpent head crowned with a flickering flame. A low, gravelly voice echoed from above, languid yet imbued with an eerie chill. Have you completed the tasks assigned to you? The leading rabbit responded with a series of nonsensical sounds. Excellent. Leave 2 clever ones to serve me, he said, surveying the group of rabbits until his gaze landed on Song Yujing, locking onto his clear eyes. He raised a hand and pointed, you two. The other rabbits began to retreat, leaving Song Yujing and Yi Wang standing stiffly in place. Panic surged within Song Yujing. He wished he could shrink behind Yi Wang. An urge to slap himself twice overtook him. Look at what you've done. Look at him. How is this any different from being called upon in class by a teacher? You, come here. Trembling, Song Yujing lifted his head, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. Surely, he couldn't be referring to me, could he? Once again, the rabbit and the man locked eyes. Mo-chi regarded him with intrigued interest, his voice slow yet chilling. Yes. You, come here. Song Yujing quivered as his entire rabbit form shook, stepping forward toward Mo-chi under Yi Wang's worried gaze. Mo-chi casually lifted the rabbit, scrutinizing him closely, his gaze methodically sweeping over every inch of his body. Song Yujing remained rigid, fighting the urge to move, internally cursing, "Is this person insane? What could possibly be interesting about a rabbit? This is utterly bizarre." Yujing kept a watchful eye, poised for action at any moment. Emochi suddenly extended a finger to press against Song Yujing's lips. Song Yujing, his nerves taut, failed to react before his mind could issue a command. He instinctively bit down. Vivid crimson blood flowed from the punctured fingertip into Song Yujing's mouth, and he swallowed reflexively, finding it unexpectedly delightful. What on earth was he doing? Shocked, he looked up to meet Emochi's inscrutable gaze. Emochi withdrew his finger, gently rubbing the wound with his thumb, murmuring, "Good bite." Song Yujing was taken aback, feeling as though his life was at stake. Could he possibly survive this? He instinctively shrank back, desperately trying to diminish his presence. Utterly bewildered by the intentions of the person before him, uncertain if he had revealed himself, Emochi pressed his finger to Song Yujing's lips once more. His tone languid, "Bite again." What was he implying? Was he a masochist, or merely seeking to grant him a dignified demise? Song Yujing remained still, pretending to be an ignorant rabbit, oblivious to human speech. Emochi impatiently shook the metaphorical rabbit in his hand, demanding, "Did you hear? I said to bite again." In this precarious situation, moving forward meant death, retreating also meant death. Hence, if death was inevitable, one might as well extract the utmost from it. With determination, Song Yujing bit down again, reopening the recently healed wound, and fresh blood once more flowed into his mouth. "If you're not satisfied, I shall kill that other rabbit." Upon hearing this, Song Yujing disregarded all else and hungrily drank his blood. As he fed, he thought fiercely, "I shall drain you dry." The scene before Yujing had surpassed his comprehension. It seemed they had indeed been exposed. He had steeled himself for a fierce battle. Yet the great demon not only remained unperturbed, but appeared to relish the act of feeding the rabbit. Had the world become so deranged that he no longer recognized it? Although Song Yujing could not see, Yujing observed clearly. The great demon was not angered, but rather seemed thoroughly pleased. He found it utterly incomprehensible. After an extended period of drinking, Song Yujing finally released his grip, feeling inexplicably dizzy, and as he closed his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Emochi clicked his tongue softly, murmuring, "Is this all it takes?" He casually placed the rabbit on his lap, stroking it gently, his sharp gaze turning towards Yujing below. "What brings you here?" Yujing replied forthrightly, "We are here to investigate the malevolence." Emochi waved his hand, and a group of people was brought forth. Yujing turned his head to see a dark haze descend upon him. Mu Sisi, Luo Weishua, Xieling Yu, Yumingxiu, Ling Out Yen, Muruo, Guiwerer, Xiao Jioshan, and Chui Shueching. All those he recognized were present. This was disastrous. Emochi, cradling the rabbit, descended slowly. His deliberate pace seemed to cast a shadow over the hearts of those present, stifling their breath. Ling Out Yen, unable to contain himself, leapt up and shouted angrily, "What do you, demon, intend to do? By what right do you bind us here?" Emochi's dark eyes swept over him, and in an instant, Ling Out Yen fell to his knees, the sound of his knees striking the ground echoing ominously. "What audacity to dare bark before me!" Ling Out Yen grimaced in pain, cold sweat cascading down his brow as he glared at Emochi. Meanwhile, Yujing and Xieling Yu felt their hearts plummet. Only the demon emperor could refer to himself in such a manner. It was rumored that the demon emperor's cultivation was shrouded in mystery. Yet he had already reached the late stages of tribulation 3,000 years ago. It was over. They were truly doomed this time. Xieling Yu took the initiative to step forward, bowing respectfully. "We were unaware of your presence, esteemed senior. If we have offended you in any way, we sincerely hope for your forgiveness. May I inquire about your intentions in bringing us here?" Emochi regarded his perceptiveness with approval. "Your task is to capture evil spirits. Each of you must secure 100 before you are allowed to leave." As he spoke, he casually performed a hand gesture, and tendrils of dark energy surged into the foreheads of each individual like swimming fish. He looked down upon the group of disgruntled disciples with a dangerous tone. Do not even entertain thoughts of escape. You will either complete the task or face death. Upon finishing his decree, he signaled with a glance, and a cohort of minor demons began ushering the discontented disciples out. Yujing cast a worried glance at the unconscious Song Yujing, clenching his fists tightly. This time, he had been careless. He had not anticipated that the typically enigmatic demon emperor would descend to the mortal realm, and they would inadvertently stumble upon his trail. Though, it was hardly a coincidence. The demon emperor had orchestrated this. Otherwise, Xiaoling Yu and the others would not have been captured. He recalled the appearance of Kei Yinmi at the inn, thwarted by the intervention of the immortal Ling Sheng. Kei Yinmi's objective, then, might have been to seize them and present them before the demon emperor, merely interrupted by chance. As one of the 12 city lords of Balon, who could command her to save the demon emperor, it was laughable that he had unwittingly delivered the naive Song Yujing to their doorstep. Yet, the demon emperor seemed to harbor no intention of harming Song Yujing. What was his true intent? Before he could ponder further, Mo Qi casually gestured, and he was thrust into a cell. The floor was lined with thick carpets, and the cell contained a bed, table, chairs, and provisions. What did this entail? You shall remain here in comfort. When the time comes, you will be released. The chilling voice echoed around the cell, leaving Yujing in silence. Yujing thought to himself, so, I've become a hostage? Mo Qi gazed at the slumbering little rabbit before him, unable to resist tapping its nose. His eyes filled with longing and a lingering sorrow. He murmured softly, as if in a trance, "My lord, after more than 10,000 years, you have finally returned." A small, silvery orb of light emerged, fluttering before him. "Oh, after a millennium, you're still alive?" Mo Qi raised his eyes to regard it, his gaze cold and indifferent as if it were an inanimate object. "Di Ling, you have survived? Why did you not protect him back then?" The system scoffed. "In such circumstances, how could I have safeguarded him? Besides, what right do you have to question me? Did you not betray him?" Mo Qi raised his hand and cast a soundproof barrier around the little rabbit, angrily retorting, "I did not betray him. You know nothing." The system replied, "I know nothing? Do you fathom why I have become like this? The one who understands nothing is you." Mo Qi waved him away dismissively. "I will say this one last time. I did not betray him. There were many matters you were unaware of." The system dodged his attack, mocking, "Huh? I cannot be bothered to argue with you." With that, it transformed into a streak of light and returned to Song Yujing's consciousness. Chapter 69. The Snake Disease Patient. Xiaoming Mo Qi leaned against the cold stone seat, his thoughts a chaotic tangle, pressing his fingers against his aching temple. Song Yujing felt his entire consciousness submerge into a gentle ocean, an unceasing flow of spiritual energy suffusing his being, traversing myriad pathways, expanding them ever wider. The ocean of spiritual force gradually diminished, yet the essence grew increasingly dense. As the ocean contracted too swiftly, discomfort pierced through him, and instinctively he wished to halt this process, only to be gently guided and soothed by a wave of spiritual power. Time became nebulous, and at last the ocean vanished, transforming into a resplendent golden elixir. At that moment, a crystalline sound echoed, and a grand door materialized before him, almost as if compelled by fate. He approached and gently nudged it. The door swung open to reveal a figure that mirrored his own visage, save for the pair of crimson eyes that gleamed ominously. Though the countenance was identical, the aura was starkly different. The individual was enshrouded in dark red flames, emanating an ominous presence. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over Song Yujing, prompting him to instinctively take a step back, his voice trembling. Who are you?" The figure advanced leisurely, a casual nonchalance lacing his tone. "You inquire of me?" An absurd answer flickered through Song Yujing's mind. "You are the original Song Yujing?" "Indeed I am. I am Xiaoming." A chill coursed through Song Yujing. "You did not perish? So, you intend to reclaim your body, do you?" Xiaoming lightly grasped Song Yujing's collar, suddenly yanking him closer, gazing down with a penetrating stare that dissected Song Yujing's unease, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you afraid?" Song Yujing pressed his lips together, refraining from a response. Ming's crimson gaze seemed to pierce through the very essence of his soul. You do not wish to return, do you? Because your existence in your world has been fraught with hardship? Locked in a gaze with Ming, Song Yujing faltered after mere seconds, hastily averting his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the body is yours. You may reclaim it whenever you wish. Look at me, Song Yujing. Ming's words bore no emotion, lacking any command or reproach. Yet they possessed an enchanting allure that compelled obedience. Song Yujing raised his gaze once more, defiance igniting within him. What exactly do you wish to convey? Ming fixed his eyes upon him, beginning to speak slowly. When you were 3, your father, consumed by alcohol, violently abused your mother. In a moment of rage, she fatally stabbed him and subsequently attempted to take her own life with poison. Yet your indomitable spirit led you to be rescued by the police in the nick of time. Song Yujing's clenched fist trembled slightly. Do not speak of it. Ignoring his plea, Ming continued. On this occasion, a kind soul took you in, an elderly lady of gentle demeanor who would regale you with tales to lull you to sleep. Alas, her kindness was short-lived. She met her demise in an accident while purchasing sweets for you. You were once again cast into the world as an unwanted wild child. Ming gently brushed away the tears from the corner of Song Yujing's eye, gazing down in astonishment, as if beholding an extraordinary spectacle. Yet his words were laced with cruelty. Perhaps you were destined to be a harbinger of misfortune. You were sent to an orphanage, subjected to bullying, called a child without a mother, labeled as a jinx. You never retorted. Why? Because deep down, you believed their words held truth. Song Yujing wiped away his tears and brushed off Ming's hand, his gaze instantly turning icy. He stared directly into Ming's mocking eyes and said, So, do you find it amusing to expose the scars of others? What do your words truly mean? Whatever I do, whatever my past entails, is solely my affair. What relevance does it hold for you? Ming kicked Song Yujing to the ground and, standing over him with a condescending smile, declared, What relevance does it hold for me? You are currently inhabiting my body. I do not wish for you to engage in foolish acts of heroism. In your world, have you not already paid enough for your attempts to save others? Song Yujing gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Ming, the glint of murderous intent gradually surfacing in his eyes. You can reclaim your body at any time. I will do as I please. What right do you have to control me? Ming lowered his gaze, applying slight pressure with his foot. The last time, you risked everything to save your dear friend, only to be betrayed and ensnared in a scam organization, nearly losing your life. Have you not learned from that experience? With a sudden motion, Ming yanked Song Yujing up and fixed him with a penetrating stare. Beasts are born to bring calamity upon the world. Do not entertain the notion of being a savior. Do you understand? As he spoke, the flames surrounding Ming flickered erratically, his form gradually becoming translucent, and chains emerged from the void to coil around his limbs. He irritably raked a hand through his hair, glaring fiercely at Song Yujing. Did you hear me? Song Yujing defiantly met his gaze, his eyes shining like stars. I refuse. I am obstinate. I shall oppose you. If you forbid me from saving, I will do it regardless. Chains wrapped around Yujing. Yet he maintained his unwavering stare at Song Yujing. After a moment, he surprisingly laughed. I await the day you come to regret your choices. With that, the chains pulled Ming away, vanishing from sight. Song Yujing stood quietly, surveying his surroundings. Towering shelves seemed to stretch infinitely, each adorned with a myriad of peculiar artifacts, heavenly artifacts, celestial treasures, and exquisite fire spirit crystals. Song Yujing seized a fire spirit crystal and bit into it, the crisp sound echoing as he consumed it. Old dang, this is for exposing my scars, for kicking me, for your reckless words. I shall impoverish you. I will leave you with nothing but the grass to eat. However, after consuming half, he felt his eyes redden profoundly. He crouched down, burying his face in his sleeves, shoulders trembling as he wept. Old dang, you are truly infuriating. Mo Chi lowered his head, observing the rabbit in his hands shudder as tears fell onto his garments, leaving him somewhat at a loss. What is happening? Why are you crying so? In the midst of his tears, Song Yujing woke up suddenly, his eyes meeting a pair of deep green ones that gazed at him with concern. He felt a shiver run through him, nearly fainting from shock, and his tears were instantaneously stifled. Mo-chi produced a handkerchief, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and, believing himself to be gentle, asked, "What are you crying about?" Song Yujing replied, "I wasn't crying." Mo-chi persisted, "Stop pretending. I know you can speak." Song Yujing blinked, shedding a golden tear. "I wasn't crying." Mo-chi caught the golden tear and placed it before him. "Not crying?" Song Yujing sniffled. "Who are you?" Mo-chi introduced himself. "I am the Demon Emperor, Mo-chi." Song Yujing gasped in astonishment. The Demon Emperor! He widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the other party. So, they had discovered the whereabouts of the Demon Emperor. How could one possibly survive that? Mo-chi seemed to see through his thoughts and solemnly declared, "I would never harm you." Song Yujing lowered his gaze, asking why. Chapter 70. The Big Shot Helps Me Cheat. Why? Mo-chi replied, "Because you are an adorable little rabbit." Is that meant to deceive? Song Yujing lay still, pondering in his mind. System, is the original owner still alive? The system fell silent for a moment, nearly choking on the grass it had in its mouth. After a fit of silent coughing, it feigned calmness and replied, "How do you know?" "Huh." Song Yujing knew that the system was indeed aware of this matter. That so-called trial period experience card from last time was certainly a rescue from the original owner, wasn't it? And those two flames of spirit were also the belongings of that old fellow. Truly absurd. Are you in cahoots with him? The interrogative tone conveyed certainty. The system wiped non-existent cold sweat from its forehead, placed the half-eaten spirit grass aside, and explained somewhat flusteredly, "He means you no harm." Song Yujing felt an inexplicable sense of betrayal. The system was the only entity aware of his true identity since he arrived in this unfamiliar world. The sole confidant with whom he could share secrets without reservation, and one of his sources of aid in times of peril. Now, he was being told that this system belonged to that old fellow. If that old fellow is not dead, then why bring him to this world? Out of sheer boredom? Speaking of which, that old fellow truly had issues. Aside from boredom, it seemed he wanted to exploit him to obtain something or achieve a certain goal. But what did he possess? A mere idle fish, devoid of charm, intelligence, wealth, or ambition. What could an old fellow in the trial period possibly gain from him? Was it a joke? He recalled the scene of that old fellow being dragged into the void by chains. By the looks of it, he was probably not there voluntarily, ruling out any peculiar preferences he might have. So, that old fellow was not unwilling to come out. He simply could not. He was constrained by some higher existence and wished to utilize him to break free from his confinement. Unfeasible, he lacked such capability. Moreover, the system belonged to the old fellow, and everything was undoubtedly in service of him. Thus, those system tasks were also meant for the original owner, that old fellow. Had he labored tirelessly only to create a garment for another? System? Can I switch to another body? The system fell silent for a moment before emitting a sharp outburst. "Ancestor, what has triggered you this time?" Every time, Song Yujing imagined the original owner, after gaining freedom through the arduous tasks he had completed, would be the first to kick him out. He felt utterly unsettled. What right did that old fellow have? He spoke in a tone devoid of inflection. "He despises me, scorns me for tarnishing his fierce beast's reputation, kicks me and berates me as a waste. Though he may have embellished a bit, it mattered not. The right to explain lay with him. That old fellow had the ability to come forth and speak for himself." The system was infuriated, exclaiming, "What on earth does this madman intend to do now?" With an air of calmness, Song Yujing inquired, "Is it possible to switch?" The system was nearing madness, utterly perplexed by the man's thoughts and intentions. After enduring countless tribulations and narrowly escaping a lightning strike to bring him here, he was now being mercilessly tormented. Was he unwell? Now this stubborn individual insisted on changing bodies. The system, with earnestness, advised it cannot be done, as your souls are intertwined. Intertwined souls. Song Yujing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pressed on. What does that mean? Intertwined souls. The system, taken aback by its own slip of the tongue, stammered, "It simply means they are connected." Song Yujing asked, If I were to die, would it affect him? The system's mind was spiraling into chaos. That was not what he intended to say. Those were merely the man's own deductions. The system replied, to a certain degree. Song Yujing queried, what does a certain degree entail? The system clarified, a certain degree is just that. Understanding dawned upon Song Yujing. It seemed that if he were to perish, the old Dang would likely not survive either. So what was he waiting for? He would head into danger head first. He would go all out. After all, how could the old Dang refuse to save him? Let him torment me. Exhaust him. A sense of foreboding washed over the system as it opened its mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Song Yujing's question. Is Mo-Chi one of the original S people? The system wiped its brow indeed. Song Yujing snorted, ha! The system fell silent. After clarifying this matter, Song Yujing felt significantly more at ease, the oppressive feeling of being vexed by the original's emotions dissipating somewhat. Mo-Chi glanced down at the listless rabbit in his hands and could not help but ask, are you unwell? Is it due to your swift breakthrough? Breakthrough? What was that? Only then did Song Yujing realize, turning inward to inspect his body, he discovered a golden core resting steadily in his dantian. Song Yujing was astonished. Jumping up in disbelief, examining his paws with wonder, I actually broke through to the golden core stage. Is this what it feels like? Mo-Chi appeared to possess infinite patience, meticulously cleaning the rabbit's tiny paws with slow and delicate movements. Yes. The blood of a demon emperor in the tribulation stage indeed has some effect. Song Yujing's heart, as a vibrant rabbit, swelled with overwhelming gratitude. Midway through his emotional moment, he suddenly remembered. This was the old Dang's possession, and all these benefits were not meant for him. They were for that old Dang. Ah, how vexing! A line of little demons approached, each presenting small boxes. Mo-Chi accepted one and waved his hand, signaling the others to retreat. Opening the box, he revealed it was filled with plump, red fruits, each appearing succulent and exuding an enticing fragrance. Mo-Chi placed the box before Song Yujing, saying, here, these are specially gathered for you. Song Yujing's eyes sparkled with delight as he sincerely expressed, thank you. You truly are a wonderful demon. So what if they belong to the original? The spiritual fruits were mine. Song Yujing seized one and popped it into his mouth. It was sweet with a hint of tartness, his favorite flavor, delicious. The system lay languidly within the realm of consciousness, gazing despondently. Alas, it was a sight unworthy of observation. That foolish Mo-Chi had the audacity to feed him such an abundance of malevolent spirits all at once. Yet, whatever he might say now, Song Yujing would likely not heed his words. Sigh, it was all that madman's fault. Now, with Song Yujing having blocked him, aside from responding to inquiries, any voluntary utterance he made would go unheard. Could he truly blame himself for this predicament? He had diligently nurtured for months, and yet, with a mere flick of that madman's hand, all his efforts were rendered futile. TSK, were it not for the fact that he could not confront that madman, he would certainly extend his regards to his entire family. Observing Song Yujing's enjoyment, Mo-Chi felt an unexpected surge of joy himself. Casually extending his hand, he unobtrusively assisted in channeling spiritual energy, and as if by chance, inquired, are you here in the mortal realm for leisure? In light of the demon emperor's bloodline and the spiritual fruits, Song Yujing responded with remarkable friendliness. Not at all. It is a mission for my sect. A flicker of understanding crossed Mo-Chi's eyes. What is your mission? There was little to conceal, as it was not difficult for one of the demon emperor's caliber to ascertain, to uncover the origins of the turmoil in the mortal realm and to rescue the common folk from peril. Mo-Chi replied with a nonchalant tone. The unrest in the mortal realm is due to the national master of the Yu Kingdom, Tu Siyuan, harboring malevolent spirits, the purpose of which remains unknown. To save the common people from calamity simply entails vanquishing these spirits. Once the malevolent entities are eradicated, the populace will naturally be at ease. Song Yujing exclaimed internally, I am in an examination hall, and the answer descend from the heavens. Chapter 71. Enhancing Power? Effortlessly. The answer was thus provided. Mo-Chi's voice, though soft, resonated like the most exquisite melody in the world, prompting Song Yujing to leap in excitement. his eyes sparkling with delight. Really? Chi reassured him. Rest assured, you shall undoubtedly be first. He observed the malevolent spirit still desperately clinging to Song Yujing's paw. Noting with conviction that given the task for each disciple to capture 100 spirits, Song Yujing could not possibly fail, nor would he allow such a failure. His master, gentle yet formidable, was the finest being in existence. Only the best outcome was worthy of him. That foolish Ling did not comprehend what his master truly desired. Only he understood his master better than anyone else in this world. What was a mere Ling? Even if he had spent the most time with the master, it mattered not. That fool would never understand. Internally, Chi reveled in disparaging Ling, yet his visage radiated a smile akin to a gentle spring breeze, softening the intensity of his malevolence significantly. The little demon presenting the malevolent spirit was utterly intimidated by the demon emperor's smile. Trembling as it offered a small box before retreating hastily, its back exuding a sense of panic. Chi cast a disinterested glance before returning his focus to feeding the rabbit. Song Yujing suspected there was something amiss with the spiritual fruit. The more he consumed, the stronger he became, yet he felt no sense of fullness. He licked his lips, a bit bashful, and gently pushed away the box of spiritual fruit that Chi offered once more. Am I eating too much? Chi, speaking without hesitation, replied. This fruit is a specialty of our demon clan. Consuming it will enhance your spiritual power, and we have plenty in stock, so eat without concern. There was no other choice. The current master was too weak. What if he were to be bullied upon venturing out? The domain of the Yujing sect was not one he could traverse freely. What if, in his absence, Ling took advantage of the master? That rascal Ling was notoriously duplicitous. Of every 10 statements he made, 9 were lies and the remaining one a trap. Given the master's naive disposition, he would undoubtedly be led astray. The thought was unbearable, each contemplation deepening his heartache. Chi piled the spiritual fruits high before Song Yujing, forming a miniature mountain. Suddenly, a thought struck Song Yujing. Where was my senior brother? With a flick of his hand, Chi summoned Yujing, who was blissfully indulging in a large bowl of beef noodles, and with a resounding thud, he appeared on the ground below. Caught off guard, Yujing exclaimed, "Hey!" With another wave, Chi returned him to his previous location. Yujing confirmed his well-being and apparent happiness, which eased Song Yujing's worries. He continued to eat until he felt he was on the threshold of the nascent soul realm. He had to stop. To consume more would surely elevate him to that stage. Meanwhile, his fellow disciples were engaged in fierce battles during the sect competition, and here he was, relying on fruit to enhance his cultivation. Such behavior was utterly inappropriate. Chi, puzzled, pushed the spiritual fruits toward the rabbit, while Song Yujing, in agony, averted his gaze, declaring, "I'm full. I cannot eat another bite." Chi feigned confusion, but these fruits are not satiating. Song Yujing lamented, "If I eat more, I will ascend to the nascent soul. It's absurd to leap from foundation establishment directly to nascent soul." Nearby, a diligent little demon, tasked with delivering malevolent spirits, overheard this lamentation and felt a pang of sympathy for himself. "Look, is this even fair? He speaks of demon matters, while I toiled for 300 years just to ascend from foundation establishment to golden core." Words failed him, and he sighed in despair. Understanding the situation, Chi gathered the spiritual fruits and produced a colorful, glass-like feather, placing it around Song Yujing's neck. "This is a cherished feather of mine. It will ensure your safety. Should you wish to summon me, simply grasp it and whisper my name twice. These spiritual fruits are peculiar. They may attract trouble if kept on your person. Call for me whenever you wish to partake, and I shall deliver them to you, no matter where you are." As Song Yujing stroked the beautiful feather, a bittersweet feeling washed over him. What right did this original host have? Their fortune is remarkable, to have such a divine subordinate. Why was I not granted such kindness? Chi, cradling the rabbit, stepped forth, and the two materialized in the imperial city of Yugua. He lowered his head and gently inquired, "Is the mortal realm's imperial city bustling?" The streets were alive with activity, the vibrant calls of vendors echoing. A child held in their parents' embrace, one hand clutching a candied hawthorn, the other a spinning windmill, beamed with joy, even without a full set of teeth. Song Yujing, puzzled by the question, nonetheless replied, "Indeed, it is exceedingly lively. This is my first encounter with such a bustling, imperial city." Emochi slightly lifted his gaze, and in his line of sight, resentment permeated the air. Passers-by moved with vacant expressions. A frail woman cradling a weak child knelt before a pharmacy, weeping to the brink of fainting. The indifferent crowd merely glanced at her, unmoved. The national teacher of this mortal realm possessed some depth, deliberately crafting this scene for the children of the Yujing sect, perhaps. He had no intention of intervening. It was beyond his jurisdiction. Yet, he would provide whatever the master desired. He lifted his hand and snapped his fingers gently, sending forth a silent wave that swept across the surroundings. The once beautiful tableau was torn asunder, revealing that all beauty was mere embellishment, an illusion. Only now did the truth emerge. Song Yujing gazed in silence at the scene before him. After a prolonged moment, his voice, slightly hoarse, inquired, "Can I save that child? I just saw him. He ought to be filled with joy, playing happily beside his parents, not lying here on the brink of death." His heart did not soften. He simply felt that such a fate was unjust. Emochi looked down at the drooping-eared rabbit in his hands, chuckling softly. With a flicker of spiritual energy, Song Yujing transformed back to his original state. He rummaged through his storage pouch and produced a low-grade healing pill, presenting it to the distressed woman before him. "This should help him. Please do not weep." The woman, having been steeped in despair, perceived the young boy as her sole beacon of hope. Fearful that she might miss her chance, she hurriedly accepted the offering, her hands trembling, mumbling her thanks. As the pill was administered to the child, his pallid complexion gradually returned to normal. Although he remained unconscious, it was evident to any discerning observer that he was on the path to recovery. Song Yujing then handed her another pill. "This one is for you. Your health is in dire condition." He sensed that the woman's vitality was severely depleted, and if she continued to kneel there, she might very well succumb to her own plight. The woman, overwhelmed with emotion, attempted to kneel in gratitude. "Thank you, cooling." Song Yujing gently intercepted her, preventing her from bowing further. "Please take it quickly. Time is of the essence." With tears streaming down her face, cooling consumed the pill, and a hint of color returned to her previously ashen cheeks. Upon turning around, Song Yujing noticed that everyone around him was fixated on the vial of pills in his hand, their eyes glinting with avarice. Emochi let out a cold chuckle, reminding them that he was still present, alive and well. A deep green spiritual energy swept across the crowd, momentarily clouding their perceptions before returning them to a state of numbness. Even Cooling, who had been fervently expressing her gratitude, appeared momentarily dazed. Nonetheless, she remembered her benefactor and cast a grateful glance before hastily departing with her child. Relieved by Emochi's decisive intervention, Song Yujing exhaled softly. Emochi sighed lightly. "From here on, you must complete your task on your own. What are the names of your companions? I shall assist you in bringing them here." Chapter 72. The dire state of the National Master's mansion. In the previous chapters, I mistakenly referred to the malevolent spirit as a demonic spirit. The correct term is indeed malevolent spirit, and I have rectified this error. Song Yujing swiftly recited several names, and with each name, Emochi summoned an individual from the void. Thus, Yi Wang, who was leisurely indulging in fine wine with one hand and delicacies with the other, suddenly appeared with a resounding thud. This time, he had gained experience. He quickly rose to straighten his tousled hair, just as the effects of the transformation pill wore off, restoring him to his human form. Yi Wang retained his composure as he dusted off his sleeves, embodying the same perfect, aloof demeanor of a sword cultivator. Holding a sword, the tip still dripping with blood, Mu Sisi exuded an aura of lethal intensity. Her attire was somewhat disheveled, yet her eyes sparkled with an invigorated brightness, clearly indicating that the battle had both exhilarated her and fostered her growth. Luo Weishue resembled a small, bewildered kitten, her hair slightly disheveled, with mud splatters adorning her face. As she attempted to wipe it off, she only succeeded in smearing it further, her expression one of distress as she rubbed at the stains on her skirt. As for Yumingxiu, he was bound in ropes like a chrysalis, wriggling on the ground as if seeking the opportune moment to escape a perilous situation. It appears that the companions are all enjoying themselves. The ethereal energy from Immo Chi swept over, and the ropes binding Yumingxiu fell away with a soft sound. Having finally been rescued, Yumingxiu intended to express his gratitude by clinging to his benefactor's leg, but upon turning, he was met with Immo Chi's ghastly visage, the very face that had captured them for toil. Yumingxiu swiftly darted behind Yuang, his voice trembling. What do you intend to do? Immo Chi disregarded him entirely, stating coolly, proceed 300 meters ahead to the State Master's residence. The answers you seek await you there. With that, he vanished from sight. Yumingxiu momentarily stood in bewilderment, glancing at the impeccably attired and unharmed Song Yujing beside him. What does he mean? Song Yujing feigned ignorance. I'm not certain either. I arrived here in a daze. Yuang wore a serious expression, yet in his mind echoed Immo Chi's warning before his departure. If you wish to live, act wisely. The State Master nurtures malevolent spirits, which are the very targets of your mission. Expose his crimes. My people have already breached the State Master's residence, and you will find your way in unobstructed. After a moment of contemplation, Yuang remarked, since this esteemed elder has indicated the path, let us investigate. Perhaps we shall uncover something of significance. Song Yujing nodded in agreement. Senior brother speaks wisely. Mu Sisi wiped the blood from her sword. Since we are here, we ought to see what he is up to. The group gathered, stealthily making their way towards the State Master's residence, as if they were thieves. Yumingxiu glanced at Song Yujing, then back again, suddenly exclaiming, no way, bro. You've reached the golden core stage. Song Yujing babbled nonsensically. Originally, Senior Brother Yi and I intended to investigate that mysterious locust tree, but we were swept away by a sinister wind and fell into a strange place. When I awoke, this was the result. It was not that he was being dishonest, but rather that the situation was utterly inexplicable. How could he articulate it? Should he admit to being the ferocious beast imprisoned on the desolate mountain a millennium ago, or that the demon emperor was his subordinate? Who would believe such absurdities? With an impassive face, Yuang acted like a soulless echo. Yes, indeed, everything he says is accurate. There were numerous malevolent spirits inside, all of which he incinerated with a single flame. Then a box appeared, and he was drawn inside. When he emerged, he had already attained the golden core stage. I was utterly astonished. Song Yujing felt a surge of admiration. This individual was more adept at spinning tales than he was. His ability to fabricate a story was nothing short of remarkable. Applause. In truth, Yuang's mind was merely repeating what he heard, functioning as an emotionless parrot. Seeing the two weave their tale with such conviction, coupled with Yuang's inherent honesty, the group became convinced and ceased their inquiries. Song Yujing quietly exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Yuang contemplated the gleaming mountains of exquisite spirit stones within his storage pouch, their radiance stunning and dazzling. He smiled, thinking that should such fortuitous events arise again, they should remember to seek him out. The group proceeded towards the State Master's residence. Mu Sisi's hand rested on the hilt of her sword, her body tense and alert, keenly observing her surroundings, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. The Crimson Gate exuded an air of authority, emblazoned above with the 3 grand characters of State Master's residence, inscribed in black ink against a red backdrop. The imposing stone Qilin statues stood vigil on either side of the entrance. Yumingxiu stared intently at the door, his expression grave, and prodded Yuang with his finger, pleading, Senior brother, I implore you. Yuang shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. Turning back, he shrugged his arms, saying, There's nothing that can be done. Such is the extent of our strength. Yumingxiu was taken aback by his audacity, rendered momentarily speechless. The group followed Yuang into the National Master's residence, which was eerily silent, as though it were devoid of life. The main hall, corridors, gardens, and pawns were all empty of any figures. Yujing, astonished, thought to himself, "Goodness, has it been so thoroughly cleansed? Not even a pretense of disguise." Just then, a guard burst forth, blood spewing from his mouth, his face a mask of defiance as he shouted, "You shall not trample upon my noble spirit. I will never divulge that the malevolent spirits are kept in the basement." With that, his eyes rolled back, and he fell silent. The group fell into a heavy silence. Yujing covered his face, thinking how much more obvious could it be. Yujing's facade of solemnity nearly cracked. He turned away, discreetly adjusting his expression back to one of gravity, and posited it seems there may have been some upheaval within the National Master's residence. Could it be that the malevolent spirits have retaliated? If so, we might reap the benefits. He urged, "Let us descend to the basement." Yujing nodded in agreement. Senior brother speaks wisely. The group followed the trail of blood left by the guard until they reached the basement, where an innumerable array of malevolent spirits were imprisoned within cages, stretching endlessly before them. Each cage held a grotesque and bizarre spirit, some still bearing human traits. One diminutive spirit wore a tattered, blood-stained dress, her beautiful brown almond-shaped eyes contrasting sharply with her toothy maw and the strange blackish-blue hue of her skin. Her elongated fingers twitched as she emitted a hissing sound, driven by the scent of blood and flesh. She lunged eagerly toward the bars, desperate to rend the human before her into pieces, craving the flesh, blood, brain, and heart, her most delectable delicacies. Another spirit, hunched with age, had wispy hair and strange tentacles sprouting from her back, repeating an incantation in a trance-like state. The formation on the iron door prevented her escape, and each attempt to break through resulted in sharp, crackling sounds. Sparks flew from the formation, singeing her tendrils, yet she seemed oblivious to pain or fatigue, relentlessly battering the door while crying out, "Nan Nan, spare my Nan Nan." It was evident that these malevolent spirits were sustained by the life force of the living. The group, initially skeptical, now found themselves in solemn silence, confronted by this horrific tableau of human suffering. Chapter 73. The land of ancient divine relics. Mu-Cc was the first to produce the sect's emblem, shattering it decisively. "You all stay here. I will report to the sect." To her, rankings had become inconsequential. Their abilities were insufficient to address these dire issues, and only the elders of the sect could provide assistance. The others were taken aback by her swift actions. Just before the formation vanished, Yujing tossed a recording stone into her arms, barely managing to shout, "Junior sister, summon more people." Mu-Cc disappeared in the radiance of the formation, leaving the remaining few to exchange grave looks, each letting out a heavy sigh. They merely cast a fleeting glance at the entrance before preparing to guard outside, now patiently awaiting the arrival of the elders. Should any danger lurk within, given their current cultivation, they would be ill-equipped to confront it and would only meet their demise. Luo Weishu sighed deeply, retreating a step to lean against the wall. The sight she had witnessed today would forever be etched in her memory. Yu Mingqiu exclaimed, "How can anyone be so wicked?" As he spoke, he struck the wall in frustration, and with a crack, it seemed he had triggered some mechanism. In the next moment, several individuals vanished with startled cries. They fell to the ground like dumplings, and Yujing could only shield his face, accompanied by a chorus of startled exclamations. Dazed, he looked up to see Ling, Outhian, and Mu Ruo, equally bewildered. Hadn't he been on the verge of clearing the level? How had he returned to the starting point? What was this madness? Struggling to rise, Yujing brushed off the dirt from his clothes, wishing he could deliver a swift kick to Yu Mingqiu for his foolishness. Meanwhile, Yujing moved with remarkable agility, reacting swiftly and landing gracefully without soiling his attire, standing aloof and imperious while the others floundered in their disarray. Unfortunately, Yu Mingqiu was not so fortunate. He landed face first into the dirt, spitting out mouthfuls of soil, exclaiming in disgust, "What is this nonsense?" In Yujing's mind, two distinct voices echoed, "Damn it, I've finally located the ancient divine relics. The treasures will undoubtedly be mine. Ha ha ha. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Ha! I have successfully traversed dimensions." The great Yu dynasty, tremble, for your king has arrived. Gahaha. The slaughter value is mine. Song Yujing surveyed his surroundings. A vibrant expanse before him. Beneath his feet lay a thin carpet of grass, and not far off was a small lake, its waters crystal clear, revealing schools of goldfish swimming gracefully. Beside the lake sprawled a garden, a riot of colorful blooms vying for attention, including rare and exotic flowers long thought extinct in the realm of cultivation. Several disciples, eyes aglow with greed, hastily filled their sacks. At the heart of this serene tableau stood a quaint three-story wooden cabin, seemingly cherished by its owner. Every design element was meticulously crafted, adorned with everlasting blossoms, while lush vines intertwined with delicate flowers, forming a whimsical pathway leading to the cabin, beautiful and dreamlike, as if conjured from a reverie. Casting a glance at the greedy disciples, Song Yujing chose to disregard them, lacking any inclination to compete for treasures. The ancient divine relics, being the dwelling place of deities, surely would not yield their treasures easily. Even the remnants of a deceased god remained divine. Suddenly, a raucous flock of enormous, screeching geese burst forth from the garden, flapping their wings and honking loudly as they leapt to peck at the disciples' backsides, sending them fleeing in chaos. Turning his gaze away, Song Yujing disabled the system's shield, ending the Cold War. Before he could utter a word, the system bellowed loudly, "Oh, you heartless creature! Have you forgotten who toiled tirelessly to nurture the grass and sustain you? It was I, Woo. You can only see the ink in front of you. Yet you have forgotten about me, abandoned by the shores of Daming Lake. Enough is enough." Song Yujing felt as if 1,000 flies were buzzing in his head from the shouts directed at him. He expressionlessly blocked out the cacophonous noise. "Please speak properly. I beg you." After a brief pause, he turned off the sound suppression once again. The system quieted down and returned to normal. He surveyed his surroundings and asked, "How did you end up in the land of the divine remains? Have you found your way?" Song Yujing replied calmly, "I never mention where I am." The system retorted, "Detected by system data, ha ha ha." Song Yujing scoffed, "Humph, I'll just watch you quietly." The system fell silent. After scanning the area, it shifted the topic, "Dear host, both male leads are in position. We can commence our plan." Song Yujing responded, "Yes, that is why I came to you." The system tossed numerous cursed artifact fragments into Song Yujing's storage bag, rubbing its hands together. "Host, it's settled. Just find an opportunity for Mo Junli to conveniently pick them up." Song Yujing glanced at the storage bag, nodded silently upon seeing the fragments, and then looked around. "Is this place dangerous?" The system assessed and replied, "Very dangerous. Host, do not wander about, and stay away from the garden and that lake." To the naked eye, there seemed to be no apparent danger, but considering it was the land of the divine remains, a hint of peril was to be expected. Just as he pondered this, a group of frantic disciples came rushing toward him, shrieking, followed by several honking geese. The leading disciple shouted, "Fellow Taoist, for the sake of our shared sect, save me." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yujing turned and began to sprint, retorting, "Are you trying to get us killed? You bunch of heartless wretches." Another disciple yelled, "A dead fellow Taoist is better than a living one. My apologies, fellow Taoist." With that, he darted past Song Yujing like a bolt of lightning, taking the lead. Song Yujing dared not look back and ran toward Yi Wang's direction. "Senior brother, save me. Save my life." It was terrifying. Those honking geese seemed monstrous, their sharp beaks capable of piercing flesh, and all magical attacks were ineffective against them. Oh heavens, it was terrifying. Yi Wang drew his sword, ready to step forward, when a woman in a blue dress stood in front of the geese. With every frown and smile, she exuded a perfect grace. With a swift turn, she elegantly summoned an ancient zither, charging into the flock of geese. Swinging the zither with impressive force, she struck each honking goose on the head, her movements incredibly swift, leaving behind a blur. The once unruly geese were soon dazed and lying on the ground, stars in their eyes. Song Yujing stood in shock, taking a few steps to Yi Wang's side. "Senior brother, who is she? She's so powerful." Yi Wang's expression was complex, Cui Xuanning, the youngest disciple of the Qing Luan Immortal Lord, rumored to be a frail musician. Song Yujing exclaimed, "She is a musician, and frail. What a joke." Song Yujing was utterly astonished, as were the disciples who fled in a disordered panic, each one staring blankly as if transformed into immovable statues. After striking the screeching goose, Cui Xuanning regained her poise and elegance, retracting her guqin before turning to gently brush her hair with a light laugh. This place was peculiar. It was best to avoid bloodshed. So graceful, so remarkably graceful. Yiwang loosened his grip on the sword, acknowledging the wisdom in his junior sister's words. Song Yujing looked at her with heartfelt gratitude, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, senior sister, for saving my life in moments of dire peril. Those who come to one's aid are truly good people." Cui Xuanning elegantly waved her hand, her voice cool and noble, reminiscent of a solitary snow lotus atop a mountain peak. Among fellow disciples, mutual assistance is paramount. Yet, Song Yujing could not forget her earlier fears and commanding demeanor. This woman was indeed terrifyingly strong. System, is she truly a musician? The system fell silent for a moment. She is a body cultivator with a secondary focus on musical instruments. Realization dawned on Song Yujing. So that's it. The rumors were indeed false. The system replied, "Her master is the most beautiful woman in the cultivation world, renowned for her cold and noble image. To avoid bringing shame to her master, she has been enduring." Song Yujing couldn't help but remark that requires an immense amount of patience. The system's tone was filled with excitement. There is actually a yin-song flower here, the kind that extends life. This is exceedingly rare in the cultivation realm. Many have spent their fortunes to acquire just one. Is it truly that remarkable? The system affirmed. Indeed, it will be beneficial to Zhao Yueshi. Without hesitation, Song Yujing declared, "Then we must secure it." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Mo Juanli casually approaching a rare spiritual plant, his mind filled with the sound of his voice. If this spiritual plant is processed by the system, it could extend one's lifespan by millennium. I wonder if the system provides a hidden barrier for safety. One must be discreet to avoid drawing attention. A villainous laugh echoed in Song Yujing's mind. "How fortunate you are, for I have noticed you. Such a precious item cannot fall into the hands of the male protagonist." In a swift motion, Song Yujing seized the spiritual plant, carefully placing it into a jade box while whispering, "Oh dear, what have I discovered? A flower as translucent as glass. How beautiful. I shall take it back for my master. Damn it, that little brat dares to snatch my opportunity. Go ahead and snatch it. If you have the ability, come at me." Song Yujing turned in surprise, feigning ignorance. "Ah, your highness, what brings you here? This place is perilous. Do not wander about." "Damn it, fool. What are you pretending for? I'm really fed up." Mo Juanli laughed amiably, a perfect arc gracing his face, his voice like a gentle warm breeze. "No worries. I find this place quite beautiful and simply wanted to explore." Listening to the dissonance between his words and demeanor, Song Yujing felt a chuckle rising within him. Suddenly, he stumbled over something, angrily kicking it away while muttering curses. "What is this? Almost made me fall. Damn it. I hope you suffer for this." A strange mechanical voice suddenly erupted. "Host, stop cursing. What you just kicked is a fragment of a divine artifact. Quickly pick it up and secure it. This fool doesn't recognize its value. This is a divine item." Song Yujing feigned annoyance, stamping his foot in frustration, flattening the grass beneath him before storming away in a huff. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Mo Juanli swiftly tucked the fragment of the divine artifact into his bosom, casting a glance around to ensure he was unnoticed, before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, fate has not forsaken me. An artifact right from the outset. This is my fortuitous opportunity. That fool truly lacks discernment. Ha ha ha." Song Yujing stifled a grin that threatened to split his face, inwardly agreeing that yes, indeed, this was his opportunity. A starter pack of death, perhaps? Meanwhile, the fragment of the divine artifact within Ling Aoqian's storage bag quivered violently, sending a jolt of surprise through him, followed by overwhelming joy. He was merely one piece away from completing the artifact. To sense the final fragment in the land of the divine relics was nothing short of divine providence. Ling Outyin immediately halted his exploration of the small wooden cabin, his hawk-like gaze piercingly scanning the gathered crowd, and chanced upon Imo Junli stowing away the last piece. He quickly lowered his head to avoid drawing attention, his heart swelling with elation, yet filled with a tempest of murderous intent. Very well. You have chosen the path to your demise. That final fragment must be mine. Song Yujing nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the plan was progressing smoothly. Muro softly leaned against Ling Outyin, her voice sweetly sticky. Brother Outyin, what troubles you? Ling Outyin, unfazed by her presence, kissed her gently and murmured, It's nothing. I merely thought I heard someone speaking ill of me. It's not a significant matter. Muro nodded understandingly, extending a delicate finger to gently press against his brow. Her voice soft yet laced with a sweetness that seemed to hook the heart. It seems Brother Outyin has been quite weary lately. You must take ample rest once we return. Ling Outyin gazed at her tenderly, his eyes brimming with boundless affection. Song Yujing felt a pang of irritation, muttering, Ugh, insufferable couple. Turning his head, he then spotted Xiao Lingyu sharpening her blade menacingly at Yu Mingxiu, who was clinging to Yi Wang's leg, crying out in distress. Wow! Senior Yi, save me! That Xia person is no good. Xiao Lingyu unsheathed her sword, her handsome face as cold as ice, radiating an aura of frost. Yu Mingxiu, get up! Can't you behave like a proper person? Yu Mingxiu shook his head vigorously, tears absent, his voice rising in a desperate wail. I didn't do anything. I didn't. You're not going to beat me again. I'll never trust your lies again. Xiao Lingyu's expression darkened further. She had been engaged in a perfectly good fight when she turned around to find her captive had vanished, initially thinking a passing beast had carried him away. Now that she had spotted him, she wished to confront him about his antics, only to have him start shouting before she could even approach. Yi Wang maintained a stoic expression, striving to uphold his aloof swordsman persona, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging at his temples, alternating between loosening and tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword in a repetitive cycle. Song Yujing rubbed his forehead, pondering why Yu Mingxiu was so uncharacteristically quiet at that moment. Roar! A resounding roar suddenly reverberated throughout the land of divine remnants. Following the sound, Song Yijiang beheld a colossal dragon, towering at approximately 1,000 feet, erupting from the lake with a furious bellow. Its ebony scales glimmered with a sinister sheen, and its ink-dark eyes appeared as endless abysses, swirling ominously above the land of divine remnants. The immense creature obscured the sky, transforming the once bright day into an oppressive gloom. It seemed overwhelmingly enraged. With a single swipe of its tail, disciples who could not escape were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. The blasphemers must perish. The icy, wrathful voice echoed in the ears of all present. Some quick-thinking disciples crushed their sect tokens, but after a prolonged wait, nothing transpired. A chill gripped their hearts. This was it. They were trapped here. Song Yijiang felt his legs weaken in fear. Merely gazing upon this monstrous entity instilled profound terror. System, will I survive? Chapter 75. The treacherous man, the furious tyrant, unleashed its slaughter mode. Everywhere it passed, blood blossomed, and crimson mist erupted in the skies of the land of divine remnants, staining the heavens red. The crowd instinctively huddled closer together, hoping to buy themselves a few precious moments. The system appeared to be influenced by something, its voice intermittent. The divine's kin shall not harm that which belongs to the divine. Head to the cabin. Upon steadying his gaze, Song Yijiang noticed that despite the dragon's wanton slaughter of intruders, it had never harmed a single blade of grass nor tree in the land of divine remnants. It dared only to hover in the air, and whenever its tail descended upon the garden, it would abruptly halt, even if just above a lowly spiritual plant. Maintaining a distance from Yi Wang, who was his mission target and must not fall here, Song Yijiang reluctantly called out to him, Senior brother, follow the path through the garden. The cabin may offer safety. With that, he hastened towards the cabin himself. Upon hearing his words, Yi Wang wasted no time. He swiftly lifted the slowest among them, Luo Weishue, and followed suit. Chui Xueqing trailed closely behind, and in a moment of urgency. Xiaoling Yu hoisted Yu Mingxiu onto her shoulder and dashed towards the cabin. Others quickly followed suit. Mo Jianli, being merely immortal, found himself at the rear. This was not the great Yu dynasty, and no one would particularly look out for him. In a frantic attempt, he rolled and crawled to the last position, spending 100,000 points of slaughter value to acquire an accelerator from the system. Just as he prepared to speed away, he was intercepted by another. Looking up, he realized he did not recognize this individual. Yet the stranger's gaze was laced with an eerie greed, as though he were eyeing a rare treasure, igniting a foreboding sense within Mo Jianli. As blood mist erupted behind him, splattering onto Mo Jianli, panic surged through him. "What do you intend to do, fellow Taoist?" Ling Aoyan smirked cruelly, swiftly producing an object from his possession, and with a kick, sent Mo Jianli staggering backward. Despite any cleverness or powerful techniques he possessed, Mo Jianli, in his mortal form, could not contend with the golden core prowess of Ling Aoyan. Ling Aoyan hissed maliciously, "You have only yourself to blame for coveting that which is not rightfully yours." Mo Jianli seethed inwardly, only to be struck down by a tail of the dragon. His essence scattered in an instant, his last thought lingering on the sheer wickedness of the man before him. If he were to return once more, he must pay for his blood debts with his own blood. Upon hearing the notification that the system task had been accomplished, Song Yujing did not spare a moment to glance back. He pressed on with unwavering determination. Who will perish next? A sudden jolt coursed through his heart. Could that little brat still be causing trouble at this moment? As Song Yujing stepped onto the threshold of the small wooden cabin, he heard a voice lamenting, "Alas, this spell proves ineffective against Song Yujing. Thus, Yi Wang too can shift and evade." A surge of instinct propelled Song Yujing to grasp the hand of the person behind him, pulling them forward. Luo Weishue, her face pale, stood on the vine-laden steps, gazing at him. When she raised her eyes, she met Ling Aoyan's mocking gaze. Looking further afield, Yi Wang appeared at the rear of the crowd, just beneath the descending tail of the serpent. Damn it! In a frantic rush, Song Yujing yanked the glass feather from his neck and, defying the throng, sprinted a few steps forward, mustering every ounce of strength to hurl the glass feather towards Yi Wang. With a resounding cry, a magnificent crystalline phoenix materialized, towering 100 feet high, each feather shimmering with vibrant hues, yet emanating an air of unfathomable authority. This ethereal projection stood resolutely beneath the serpent's tail, intercepting its lethal strike. Yi Wang, with no time for contemplation, seized the opportunity to flee. The dazzling light momentarily illuminated the previously dim skies of the godforsaken land before the projection dissipated, and a multitude of dull glass feathers returned to Song Yujing's neck. As Yi Wang passed by Song Yujing, he instinctively grasped him, propelling both towards the small wooden cabin. At last, just before the enraged serpent's tail could descend upon them, the two managed to reach the steps of the cabin. The serpent's tail halted midair, letting out a reluctant roar, yet refrained from advancing further. The disciples on the steps finally exhaled in relief. Inside the modest wooden cabin stood over 100 panting disciples, each bearing expressions of dread, while only Ling Aoyan glared at Yi Wang with a sullen expression. Song Yujing's heart raced violently, its rapid beats leaving him slightly dizzy as he crouched on the ground, struggling to regain his composure. Yi Wang's face turned a shade of terrifying darkness, brimming with murderous intent. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and strode boldly before Ling Aoyan, pressing the sharp blade against his throat. "You wish to kill me?" Ling Aoyan stepped back, a chilling scoff escaping his lips. Who could blame him for being the closest to safety, aside from Song Yujing? With a dismissive gesture, he deflected Yi Wang's sword, a taunting smile upon his face. He was certain Yi Wang would not dare to slay him in public. "Brother, it's merely a matter of survival. You haven't perished, have you? Why be so petty with me?" Yi Wang's murderous aura surged, while alarm bells echoed incessantly in Song Yujing's mind. Warning! Warning! Detection of Yi Wang preparing to eliminate the protagonist. Imminent erasure by the heavenly path. Detection of Yi Wang preparing to eliminate the protagonist. imminent erasure by the heavenly path. Damn it! Song Yujin's heart sank once more. In a desperate maneuver, he slid forward, clutching Yi Wang's arm that wielded the sword, firmly restraining his hand. Brother, the sect forbids the slaughter of fellow disciples. It's not worth it for him, brother. Let us return and hand him over to the law enforcement hall. We'll report to the sect leader. Justice will be served. Please do not act impulsively. Yi Wang's chest heaved violently, and for a fleeting moment, amidst the tempest of anger, his mind found a semblance of calm. The murderous intent in his heart gradually subsided, yet his gaze towards Ling Outyin grew increasingly frigid. Ling Outyin, I shall remember you. Ling Outyin laughed triumphantly, confident that Yi Wang could do nothing to him. Huh, what good will it do to drive you mad? Can you truly kill me? As for the law enforcement hall? Huh, my people are within. What can they do to me? Song Yijiang shot a discreet glare at Ling Outyin, raising a middle finger in his direction, still chuckling. What a fool, nearly meeting his end moments ago. And yet he laughs. Luo Weishue squeezed her way to Yi Wang's side, and upon confirming his safety, she sighed in relief. Thank you, senior brother, for saving me. Ling Outyin is truly despicable. I will certainly inform my master upon returning. With that, she shot a disdainful look at Ling Outyin before hastily averting her gaze. Yu Mingqiu sat in the corner, incessantly patting his chest. Who understands? He had nearly regurgitated his overnight meal while being carried by Xiaoling Yu. And it was not mere disgust, but pure, literal turmoil. Xiaoling Yu stood aside, observing coldly, never anticipating that he would suddenly act in such a manner, unwittingly rescuing this troublemaker. Truly idle. Chapter 76. Layers of memories. The disciples gazed in trepidation at the tyrant who roared in the air. Greedy cultivators, come forth to meet your doom. Song Yijiang felt his legs weaken once more. He raised his head, locking eyes with the dragon whose gaze resembled an abyss. And he felt his very soul tremble. In his heart, he raged, in such a crisis, why won't the original owner emerge to take over? We are doomed. The system continued to malfunction. Here, with so many people, surveying his surroundings, Song Yijiang felt despair. With so many witnesses, if the original owner appeared, he would undoubtedly be exposed, leading to considerable complications. What should we do? We cannot escape this place, and the dragon is set on our destruction. The system replied, in the divine abandonment zone. If one obtains a divine relic, they can exit. Song Yijiang glanced at the menacing dragon hovering above, then turned to the tightly shut wooden door. Many disciples wished to enter, yet none could pass as if the door had been sealed with a powerful restriction. A crowd gathered at the entrance, employing various means, yet the wooden door remained unmoved. Cursing inwardly, Song Yijiang squeezed his way to the door, pondering. If the nascent soul stage seniors cannot enter, what right do I have to attempt it? Just as he approached the door, he stumbled over an unseen foot, losing his balance and tumbling towards the wooden door. With a thud, the door swung open, and Song Yijiang's face met the wooden floor with a painful impact. Enraged, he scrambled to his feet and turned to shout, Ling Outyin, are you trying to kill me? It was evident that such a malicious act could only be the work of him. Ling Outyin retorted with a sneer, why didn't you fall to your demise? Fuming, Song Yijiang pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Outyin. Senior brother, help me strike him. With a resounding thwack, Yi Wang unhesitatingly brought the scabbard of his sword crashing down on Ling Outyin's head. The lingering frustration in Yi Wang dissipated with that single blow, and he continued to strike several more times, feeling a sense of relief. Ling Outyin was utterly no match for Yi Wang in terms of cultivation, thoroughly beaten to the point of having no means to retaliate. With a darkened expression, he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the two, vowing, you shall pay for this. With elegance, Cui Xuanning retracted her fist and cast a reproachful gaze upon Ling Outyin, admonishing, is this how you speak to your senior brother? Ling Outyin, consumed by rage, clutched his head, nearly leaping up in indignation. Who the hell are you to strike me? Cui Xuanning extended her left hand, gently massaging her right fist, her tone nonchalant. My junior brother's manner of speaking is rather coarse. It seems my teachings have not sufficed. Ling Outyin, refusing to suffer humiliation, swiftly maneuvered to the back of the crowd, declaring, "You will regret this." Muro offered soothing words from the side, which slightly eased Ling Aoyin's wounded pride. Observing Ling Aoyin's retreat, Song Yijing finally sighed in relief and glanced around, noticing that others who sought to enter were thwarted by an invisible barrier at the door. Curious, he reached out to touch the door's threshold, but found nothing tangible. How peculiar! A thought struck him. Could it be due to his identity as a fierce beast? The original host had lived for countless millennia, a relic from ancient times. Perhaps familiar with an ancient deity was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, the system's demeanor suggested a deep acquaintance with this place, despite its feigned malfunction to avoid his inquiries. Cui Xuanning observed the transparent barrier before her with astonishment and turned to Yuang, inquiring, "What is the background of this junior brother?" "This barrier does not impede him." Yuang shook his head, uncertain. It appeared he was quite familiar with the Demon Emperor, yet any discourse regarding matters of life and death should not be taken lightly. The crowd gazed at Song Yijing with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment, while he feigned ignorance, turning his back. What flaw did this barrier possess? Its blatant nature certainly hindered his quest for treasures. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a multitude of figures were suddenly drawn in, and in an instant, Song Yijing vanished from sight. The group that had just surged into the cabin also disappeared without a trace, leaving Luo Weishue and Ling Aoyin outside, gazing at the door in fear. Luo Weishue pondered, "Does this door consume people?" Ling Aoyin, his irritation mounting, scoffed, "Fool! This is the land of divine relics. There must be treasures within." With that declaration, he boldly stepped forward and promptly vanished. Witnessing this, the others made an immediate decision to take a gamble, recognizing it was preferable to risk entering than to remain and await demise. Song Yijing felt as if he were yanked into a hazy tableau, obscured by a veil. The sounds were muffled, and he could vaguely perceive two figures engaged in a heated argument about an unknown matter, their incessant bickering buzzing in his mind like a swarm of flies. He crouched down, clutching his head, staring blankly at the scene. All he could discern were a golden figure and a black figure, frequently clashing and quarreling. Despite moments of mutual care, such beauty was fleeting, overshadowed by their more frequent disputes. "Song Jiuming, you are perpetually so self-centered." Slap! A crisp sound resonated, and the scene before him shattered like broken glass, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. In an instant, the entire tableau dissipated, and Song Yujing was abruptly drawn back to reality, landing softly upon the verdant grass, his mind echoing with the last words he had heard. "Song Jiuming? Jiuming? Oh, you original host. Oh, you system. Still playing tricks, are we? I knew you were hiding something. Am I merely a pawn in your little game?" The system in his mind feigned ignorance, offering no response to his inquiries. Just as he attempted to rise, he noticed his hand moving of its own accord. The horrifying scene before him struck at the very core of Song Yujing's being. He stared in disbelief as his hand tenderly caressed a small black snake, as thick as a thumb. The voice that accompanied this act was unlike any he had ever encountered, exceedingly gentle. Did he not want it anymore? Song Yujing exclaimed, "Who are you, spirit? Quickly, release me from this vessel." Wait, something seemed amiss. This was not his body. This hand was slender and untainted, adorned in a magnificent golden robe, inscribed with mysterious ancient runes that enveloped every inch of the garment, exuding both opulence and enigma, evoking a sense of sanctity. Golden hair cascaded down like soft silk, caught by the gentle breeze, while a malnourished green bird with tattered feathers fluttered by, delicately removing petals entangled in the golden tresses. Thus, he realized, he was the spirit. The small black snake appeared despondent, nuzzling gently against the man's fingertips, crystalline tears cascading freely. In the 77th chapter, I was ensnared by the system. The man gently stroked the scales of the small black snake, revealing an injury about 2 fingers long at its 7-inch mark, with crimson flesh oozing profusely. As his jade-like fingers lightly touched the wound, it visibly healed at an astonishing rate. The little black snake continued to weep, its sorrow seemingly boundless. He sighed, attempting to console it, recognizing that its temperament was not intentionally malicious. If you are truly heartbroken, stay with me. I shall care for you well. The small black snake, still weeping, reverently rested its head against his fingertip, expressing gratitude for the deity willing to shelter Simi, vowing eternal loyalty to the divine. Within Song Yujing, tumultuous waves surged. This man was a god. It made sense, for this place was indeed a land abandoned by the divine, and encountering a god should be deemed normal, shouldn't it? He gazed at the sorrowful little snake, realizing for the first time that snakes could indeed weep so profoundly. Reflecting on the ferocious dragon outside, he began to comprehend the original host's vexation. How could a formidable beast, renowned for its might, ever fathom the notion of feeling so helpless within its own body? It was akin to the world's greatest warrior being usurped by an outsider, and that intruder, occupying the warrior's form, slinking about, neglecting all duties. And when confronted by a formidable foe, the first instinct was to kneel and grovel. How tragic! The most heart-wrenching part was that the greatest warrior had to witness it all. The pain, such unbearable pain. Determined, Song Yujing resolved to chastise him less frequently in his thoughts henceforth. As I pondered, I suddenly heard that familiar voice resonating in my ears. "Oh, Si Ming, have you no spine? Was it truly necessary to strike you merely twice?" Inwardly, Song Yuliang began to curse this individual. It was inevitable, for the very sound of his voice provoked such feelings. The body spoke, its tone gentle, akin to the warm sun of March. "Jiuming, do not speak thus. He is still young, and your methods were too harsh." Upon hearing Jiuming's voice, the small black serpent swiftly darted into his sleeve, trembling against his wrist. Jiuming cast an irritable glance at the wrist, his tone displeased. "You spoil him too much." Song Yuliang could not discern the latter part of the statement. Suspecting it to be the name of this deity, something typically reserved for the ears of the worthy. "Jiuming, your heart is too filled with malice." Jiuming let out a cold laugh. "And what of it? Better than your insufferable sanctimony." With that, he turned and swept away, his retreat imbued with palpable ire. In an instant, the scene shifted, and Song Yuliang felt a searing pain in his heart. A myriad of aches coursing through his body, as if every bone had been shattered and countless needles had been thrust into him. The agony compelled him to curl into a ball, yet the body seemed impervious to pain. Smiling instead as he split a mirror of indiscernible material in two, one half sealed within the lake, the other lost to obscurity. He was grievously injured, teetering on the brink of death. Summoning his final breath, he severed the soul contract with Si Ming, gently nodding at the now 10-meter-long black dragon. "I grant you your freedom. You may leave this place henceforth." The dragon lowered its head, its large vertical pupils brimming with tears. "I do not wish to, my deity. I beseech you, take me with you." Its gaze was pleading, yearning for its god to fulfill its last wish. Yet there was no acquiescence. The deity smiled tenderly, caressing its head, the words spoken straddling the line between blessing and cruelty. "No, you must live well." Thus, after the deity's fall, Si Ming remained in solitude at the deity's abode, year after year, growing stronger, yet never straying a step from the sacred land, never harming a single blade of grass or tree within it. The vision faded, and Song Yuliang returned to his own body, clutching his heart, still reeling from the overwhelming pain. A shard of mirror glowing softly floated into his embrace. He examined the fragment closely. It was the same as that scene in his recollections, and he stowed it away in his storage pouch. Scanning his surroundings, he found himself in the same position as in the memory. Wait, the identical position. He abruptly turned, only to be met by a colossal vertical pupil, far larger than his own entire being. Song Yuliang's heart seized. He swiftly turned away, feigning ignorance, yet his body trembled like a leaf in a tempest. His form grew rigid, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his back, soaking into his garments, chilled by the breeze. It was over. There was no escape. A warm breath brushed against his back, rendering him even more rigid. He could not fathom why this dragon had not yet obliterated him with a single sweep of its tail, but he sensed that such a fate was not far off. "Human, your aura feels remarkably familiar." "Of course, it's familiar. I am that scoundrel who made you wail as a child." Song Yujing wiped the cold sweat that had emerged from fear off his forehead, his voice dry. Oh, what a coincidence, ha. Why don't you turn and look at me? I'm afraid. I'm truly terrified. You could easily chew me up like an insect. How could I not be frightened? Song Yujing struggled to keep his voice steady. For you are majestic and imposing, dazzlingly handsome and powerful, making it impossible to meet your gaze. Human, I enjoy listening to you speak. In a desperate attempt to preserve his life, Song Yujing racked his brain. You are mighty, majestic, and handsome, unrivaled in this world. Without your formidable presence, the world would lose much of its vibrancy. Only you. Your charming physique transcends time. Very well. I shall take you away from here. Song Yujing, please don't say such terrifying things, all right? I'm truly scared. Someone save me. I'm genuinely frightened. Song Yujing's tone weakened. Huh? Did I overdo the flattery? A hot breath brushed against his back, and he trembled as he turned, nearly colliding with the vertical pupil of the dragon, a mere finger's distance apart. The hair on Song Yujing's body stood on end. Are you unwilling? What difference does that make to a death sentence? He forced a smile. Willing? Of course I'm willing. As a junior. I cannot wish for more. Oomph. That is more like it. The enormous dragon shrank, transforming into a slender black snake no thicker than a pinky, coiling around his wrist. Simultaneously, everyone was cast out of the land of the divine relics. Upon seeing the architecture of the National Master's residence once more, Song Yujing's eyes brimmed with tears. He had finally made it out alive. It was such a struggle. Sobi. Yujing held a celestial sword manual, his face alight with joy. He excitedly pulled the exhausted Song Yujing up. Junior brother, what treasure have you acquired? This land of the divine relics is indeed extraordinary. All disciples who enter reap substantial rewards. Song Yujing wearily shook his head, sighed deeply. Senior brother, merely surviving is a tremendous fortune. How could I dare to wish for more? You cannot even begin to fathom what I have endured. Yujing exclaimed in surprise, reluctantly offering his sword manual. How about you learn this sword manual first? Song Yujing felt touched, but shook his head and smiled wryly. Senior brother, I am not suited for the sword path. This manual would be wasted on me. Only you can harness its full potential. Yujing sighed and retrieved the sword manual, contemplating what comforting words he might offer. Just then, a cool voice echoed from a distance. Song Yujing, come here and let me see if you are injured. Chapter 50 has been slightly revised. Those who mind can revisit it. Chapter 78 concludes the competition hastily. Song Yujing, come here and let me see if you are injured. Song Yujing turned around, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he watched Nangong Sheng approach with a buoyant gait, darting forward like a little bird. Master, Nangong Sheng pulled Song Yujing close, spinning him around several times. With his profound cultivation, he immediately discerned that his disciple's prowess was unusually advanced. How could he have reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage? Song Yujing felt a bit shy, his toes fidgeting with the ground as he chuckled foolishly. He just had a bit of good fortune. Nangong Sheng furrowed his brow slightly and tapped his forehead, exclaiming, You've advanced so quickly. Your foundation is unstable, having not seen his master in some time. Song Yujing grasped his arm and gently shook it, saying, Oh, I'll definitely solidify my foundation when we return. Nangong Sheng, momentarily losing his irritation from the shaking, thought to himself, I'll settle the score with you later. Though many questions lingered in his mind, the pressing matters at hand took precedence, as the three elders had already taken their positions. With a swift movement, Nangong Sheng transported all his disciples away from the scene. From a distance, three elders clad in flowing robes stood atop the National Master's residence. The Grand Elder, Lord Bays, summoned a celestial pagoda, its unique material shimmering with a starlit brilliance. A phantom of bays, accompanied by the pagoda, rapidly ascended, enveloping the entire National Master's residence in resplendent light. With a thunderous roar, the bay's phantom radiated an immense glow, rendering all malevolence powerless beneath its brilliance. The third elder, Lord Yujing, produced a golden fan that expanded dramatically in the wind. A phantom of Yujing with snowy fur and golden eyes appeared in midair, its crimson mane billowing majestically. With a swipe of its paw, It shattered all cages, imprisoning the malevolent spirits. The spirits, believing themselves free, fled in a frenzy, yet could not escape Yujing's grasp. As he toyed with thousands of them with blinding speed, the 11th elder, Lady Wenyuan, took out a jade flute adorned with azure fish patterns and began to play. Specks of starlight gathered around her, resembling a galaxy, as countless transparent, winged fish swirled rhythmically about her. The melodious notes of the flute were intoxicating, seemingly capable of ensnaring hearts and minds. As the little fish flapped their wings and formed a line, heading toward the depths of the National Master's residence. The ferocious, malevolent spirits, upon encountering the little fish, became docile, following their movements upward toward the celestial pagoda. This spectacle left the disciples present wide-eyed with astonishment. Yu Mingqiu murmured, "I always thought my master only had such strength when he was scolding me." Song Yujing's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Wow, master, you and the uncles are all so impressive." Nangong Sheng continued to channel a pale, blue spiritual energy, casting a massive blue barrier that enveloped the entire National Master's residence. Inside, a fierce battle raged, while the mundane world outside remained blissfully unaware. Having prepared the barrier and ready to take action, he sensed the aura of his foolish disciple and decided to intervene, bringing the group of young ones out just in time. As he reflected on the unexpectedly smooth progress of this operation, having not encountered any shadowy figures throughout, he observed several auras emanating from his silly disciple that were comparable to his own. He hesitated to voice his concerns, ultimately choosing to suppress his questions. Song Yujing held a unique status, so it was better to inquire separately. Observing the impressive skill of several elders who effortlessly subdued thousands of malevolent spirits, he leaned towards Nangong Cheng and pointed in a certain direction, stating, "Master, there lies a mountain filled with malevolent spirits." This was the very mountain that had thwarted their efforts upon their arrival in the mortal realm. Nangong Cheng nodded slightly and replied, "Rest assured, Master Mu has informed us thoroughly. The State Master's residence is the final stronghold, and the other malevolent spirits in the mortal realm have already been largely eradicated." Song Yujing had thought that all sects operated like those in the novels he read, dragging things out until the very last moment of crisis. To his surprise, the spirit-controlling sect was remarkably swift. The speed was so unprecedented that it felt quite unusual. With all malevolent spirits imprisoned, Lord Baizhe gazed at the Star Tower, sighing, his brow furrowed tightly. The mortal realm harbored an astonishing number of malevolent spirits. Within just a few hours, they had captured a quantity that would typically take a sect an entire year to amass. Truly alarming. The elders exchanged glances, and through the sect's token, summoned all disciples back. The objective had been accomplished, and this trial could be concluded ahead of schedule, rendering further time expenditure unnecessary. Once everyone had gathered, Nangong Cheng greeted them and led his apprentice away first. In a dimly lit, dark palace, flickering lights cast eerie shadows. The demon emperor, Mo Chi, played idly with a butterfly knife, its slender blade reflecting a chilling glint, slouched lazily against an opulent obsidian chair. He crossed his legs and looked down at the person beneath him with a nonchalant gaze, his tone languid and tinged with indifference. Still unwilling to speak? The individual at his feet bore a contorted visage, their face marred by deep, bone-revealing knife scars, blood trickling down to paint a grotesque portrait. Their voice, a harsh rasp, a blend of male and female tones, was excruciatingly unpleasant, as if their throat had been sanded down. With dark, frenzied eyes filled with bloodshot fury, they glared at Mo Chi, unrestrained hatred evident in their gaze, their chests heaving with rage. "You kill me. Kill me. Just kill me." "Kill you?" Mo Chi replied in a leisurely manner, letting the butterfly knife slip from his fingers, plunging it viciously into the flesh of the person before him. Hearing a muffled groan, the individual grit their teeth to stifle further sounds. Mo Chi watched them with keen interest, akin to observing an inconsequential ant, pondering if such a fate was too lenient. His tone was mild, yet it sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Tu Siyuan was on the verge of madness. He could not fathom why this lunatic sought to disrupt his meticulously crafted plans. A century of scheming, all in vain. In the presence of the person before him, all of Tu Siyuan's fury seemed like a mere insect, easily suppressed with a flick of a finger. Mochi's fingertips moved slightly, and the butterfly knife appeared almost alive, wandering freely over Tu Siyuan's body, each pass taking away a piece of flesh. Tu Siyuan's black robe was tattered, resembling a fishing net, with every tear a gory black hole. Mochi had no desire for his demise to come swiftly. He deliberately controlled the situation, ensuring that the pain was felt. Yet blood remained at bay. Mochi gazed indifferently, his eyes reflecting nothing but a mock appreciation. How dare you lay a hand upon him? This emperor shall render you to a state worse than death. He gently caressed the soft fur of the rabbit in his palm, a glint of cold light flickering in his elongated eyes. Are you truly capable of moving? Tu Siyuan, overwhelmed by pain, could not utter a single word. His hands clutched desperately at the floor, yet his nails had long been removed, leaving him to merely draw blood without alleviating his torment. Mochi, may you never find peace in death. You shall surely suffer. Ah! The smile on Mochi's face grew increasingly genuine, erupting into laughter until he crushed the skull of his foe beneath his foot, sighing in disappointment. Just a mere clone? How tiresome. When will your true self present itself before this emperor with the same astuteness? The chilling cries and the eerie laughter of the demon emperor sent shivers through the two rabbits stationed at the door, trembling and huddling together, terrified of their ever more frightening master, contemplating resignation. Chapter 79. My beautiful master, Song Yujing, obediently sat at the edge of the bed, his face pinched by his master for interrogation. And then he came back with me. That's how it happened. As he spoke, he tilted his head, evading Nan Gongsheng's grasp, rubbing his warm cheeks. Master, please refrain from pinching my face so often. I might drool. Nan Gongsheng chuckled lightly, brushing his hand against the boy's cheek. If you do, I shall catch it for you. Instantly, an image flashed in Song Yujing's mind, causing his eyes to widen and his face to flush crimson. Nan Gongsheng lightly tapped the glass feather hanging around Song Yujing's neck, his emotions inscrutable. Where did this come from? Song Yujing stammered, the demon emperor. But I truly did not know him before, master. Please believe me. Nan Gongsheng nodded, pulling a chair to sit across from him, resting his chin on his hand, fingers tracing circles on the armrest. His azure eyes, devoid of emotion, fixed upon Song Yujing as he began to speak. A sense of tension gripped Song Yujing's neck. His master's demeanor felt increasingly like an interrogation. Instinctively, he straightened up, clearing his throat. A cup of tea was presented before him. Nan Gongsheng spoke in a calm tone. Take your time. There's no rush. Song Yujing sipped at the tea, his eyes darting about as he suppressed an inexplicable sense of guilt. Why should he feel guilty? He had done nothing wrong. Gathering his thoughts, he set down the cup and smiled sweetly at his master. Master, it wasn't tea intentional. He just urged me to take another bite. I nearly thought my life was in jeopardy. He was rather kind, even offering me a spirit fruit. That fruit was extraordinary, with each one I consumed. My cultivation steadily improved. Stop. Nan Gongsheng rose with an expression of grave seriousness. Does the demon race possess such things? How did I not know? It sounds like a tale for children. Even if it were a sacred fruit of the demon race, it would only be the first one that has an effect. There is no way each fruit consumed would enhance one's cultivation incrementally. Close your eyes. Nan Gongsheng pressed his fingertips against Song Yujing's forehead, delicately probing into his spirit thread by thread. He proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing Song Yujing's spirit, yet discovered that the latter's soul was remarkably compliant, offering no resistance to his examination and welcoming him to enter and exit repeatedly, much like a kitten submissively bathed by its owner. After several thorough inspections, he found nothing amiss. The only discernible change was that his disciple's spirit appeared to have grown stronger and more stable, as though it had been nurtured with care. Nan Gongsheng withdrew his fingers and returned to his seat, absent-mindedly toying with them, his mind swirling with confusion. The demon emperor Mo. Qi had a past shrouded in obscurity. Having abruptly risen to power 7 millennia ago through a ruthless ascent marked by patricide and fratricide, leaving no surviving siblings, and staining the northern lawn with his merciless deeds that instilled dread across the three realms. However, he remained reclusive, secluding himself in the northern lawn demon palace for millennia, leaving the outside world devoid of his presence, to the extent that the cultivation realm was on the verge of forgetting his existence. How could his apprentice possibly be connected to such a figure? And why was he so generous? Could it be that he had discovered Nan Gongsheng's identity and sought to exploit him? After pondering for a considerable time, Nan Gongsheng furrowed his brow in contemplation, ultimately sighing and asking, "Do you know why he approached you?" Song Yujing nodded. "It seems he recognized me from 10,000 years ago. Yet, I have no recollection of him whatsoever." Nan Gongsheng paused, his fingers momentarily halting, before he raised his head to repeat the question, 10,000 years ago? Upon seeing Song Yujing nod, a tumult of thoughts raced through Nan Gongsheng's mind. Could it be that the demon emperor had pledged allegiance to the fierce beasts 10,000 years prior? However, when the fierce beasts were imprisoned in the desolate mountains, there had been no sign of this follower. Regardless of his intentions, for safety's sake, Nan Gongsheng advised, "He is quite dangerous. In the future, keep your distance from him." "And you?" He pointed toward the coiled dragon trapped in a cage, silently twisting itself into a rope. "Though I'm uncertain of your true motives, it would be wise for you to behave." The little serpent rolled its eyes, turning away from Nan Gongsheng to continue twisting itself. Weary, Nan Gongsheng rubbed his temples before rising to carry Song Yujing towards a tranquil chamber nearby. Upon glancing back, Ming regarded him lazily before returning to the task of coiling its tail. This fox displays an intriguing possessiveness over the little fierce beast. Confounded, Song Yujing was suddenly cradled by Nan Gongsheng, asking, "Master, what is this about?" Nan Gongsheng replied, "Your spiritual energy is too ethereal. I shall take you to solidify it." They entered a small room dense with spiritual energy, modest yet equipped with a desk, chair, and bed. Nan Gongsheng placed Song Yujing on a newly acquired small bed in the center of the room. Previously, there had only been a simple mat, but this bed, along with the other furnishings, had been newly added, procured with borrowed spirit stones from his senior brother, as he was now a mentor with a disciple. A significant change from before. Positioned at the heart of a gathering spirit array, merely sitting on the bed elicited a sense of comfort throughout his being. This bed was no ordinary one. It was a recent offering from Yanxi Pavilion, crafted from Millennium Jade cotton, which not only facilitated the flow of spiritual energy and enhanced cultivation, but also possessed a soft and smooth texture, providing a delightful tactile experience. The entire small house was meticulously crafted by Nan Gongsheng, his essence quietly permeating every corner of the room. Song Yujing curiously surveyed this exquisite abode. Having never set foot here before, "What is this place?" he inquired. Nan Gongsheng, maintaining his composure, replied, "This is where I usually cultivate." Suppressing his inclination to label it with flamboyant adjectives, Song Yujing nodded, "It's quite nice, very beautiful." A faint smile curled at the corners of Nan Gongsheng's lips as he gently ruffled Song Yujing's hair and said softly, "Sit cross-legged, breathe steadily, and concentrate. I will assist you in refining your spiritual energy." Obeying, Song Yujing closed his eyes and assumed the correct posture. He began to circulate the spiritual energy from his dantian through his meridians, a pale blue energy guiding him ahead. With each cycle, his energy became slightly more refined. Being at the peak of the golden core stage, he often found himself on the verge of a breakthrough, only to be restrained by Nan Gongsheng as if it were a graduation assessment, forcing him to start over each time. As the cycles continued, time slipped away gradually. 3 months later, Song Yujing opened his eyes. Although his cultivation level remained unchanged, the aura surrounding him was markedly different. If his energy had previously overflowed and been ostentatious, now it was concentrated and stable, akin to a mountain, significantly more powerful than before. Clenching his fist, Song Yujing felt a surge of confidence. Convinced he could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. With a joyful expression, he lifted his gaze, only to find his master seated nearby, resting his head on his hand. Appearing drowsy, stealthily, like a thief, Song Yujing slipped out of bed and tiptoed to Nan-Gong-sheng, gazing up at his master's flawless face. His master looked stunning in slumber, with long eyelashes resembling raven feathers. Nan-Gong-sheng's skin was exceptionally fair and delicate, a testament to his meticulous self-care. His fingers were slender and elegant, captivating even when wielding a ruler in reprimand, though it had been somewhat fierce and painful. The subtle fragrance emanating from him was enchanting. His master's striking azure eyes were mesmerizing, akin to a bewitching spirit. Wait a moment. Chapter 80. My master asked me to bite him. Nan-Gong-sheng had awakened the moment Song Yujing opened his eyes, yet he feigned sleep, observing his sneaky disciple's intentions. To his surprise, Song Yujing appeared somewhat foolish, merely staring at him for an extended period without action. He waved his hand before Song Yujing's face, his voice still laced with the hoarse and languid tones of sleep. What are you so engrossed in? Song Yujing licked his lips. You look so good, master. Nan-Gong-sheng clicked his tongue, raising a fingertip to lightly tap Song Yujing's forehead as if brushing away dust. Why the lecherous gaze? Who taught you that? Seizing Nan-Gong-sheng's retreating hand, Song Yujing earnestly replied, You really are handsome, master. Pleased by the compliment. Nan-Gong-sheng's lips curved into a slight smile. He playfully ruffled Song Yujing's hair again, then brought his index finger to the boy's lips, his voice laced with a teasing allure. Bite down. Song Yujing, what is wrong with all these people? Turning his head away, he replied somewhat reluctantly, No. Nan-Gong-sheng gently poked Song Yujing's small face and then placed his finger near his lips, inviting him to take a bite. Song Yujing turned to look at his master, a slight frown on his nose, feeling a touch wronged as he exclaimed nasally, How could I ever harm you? Master is not just anyone. He is not some blood-sucking monster. Are you out of your mind? Why would I bite my own master? Nan-Gong-sheng's heart softened as he leaned down, tenderly gazing into Song Yujing's eyes. He had no intention of forcing him. He merely wished to observe how sharp and formidable his teeth were, capable of easily penetrating the defenses of a tribulation stage body. Is that true? Song Yujing sniffed. His curiosity piqued. Indeed, Nan-Gong-sheng replied in a soothing tone, When have I ever deceived you? With that, he once again presented his fingertip before Song Yujing, his gaze encouraging. Come on, little one. Your master is not afraid of pain. With both hands cradling his master's delicate hand, Song Yujing hesitated, taking his time to muster the courage, before finally taking a gentle bite, using his sharp canine to graze against it, finding no trace of blood. Nan-Gong-sheng watched with amusement, feeling his fingertip warm and damp, as if being held by a toothless cub. However, he knew well that his little ferocious beast had matured significantly, now capable of breaking through the defenses of a tribulation stage body. Indeed, he had become quite formidable. He did not rush him, instead quietly observing the playful contest between his disciple and his fingertip, a smile lingering on his lips. Gathering his resolve, Song Yujing bit down firmly, blood trickling down Nan-Gong-sheng's finger. He swiftly licked it clean with his tongue, finding it exceedingly sweet, sweeter than the last time. Nan-Gong-sheng withdrew his finger, a glimmer of blood still adorning it. Observing this, Song Yujing felt a tinge of embarrassment flush his face. Nan-Gong-sheng playfully pinched his chubby cheek, examining his fingertip closely, where a row of small bite marks indicated a shallow break in the skin. He felt no pain, yet acknowledged the sharpness of the teeth. It seemed that the Demon Emperor had not prematurely dispelled the defensive barrier. One might say that the ferocious beast was indeed impressive. Not to mention, with his own cultivation at the late stage of integration, he could withstand attacks from a group of divine transformation practitioners without faltering. The suppression of realm is no trivial matter. Yet, this little ferocious beast, even at the golden core stage, could breach the defenses of a tribulation stage body. Oh, back then, he might have only been at the foundation establishment stage, which suggests that under certain circumstances, the little beast could pose a threat to those at the tribulation stage. Of course, such scenarios are exceedingly rare. After all, a tribulation practitioner would not be foolish enough to stand still and allow him to bite them to death. Nonetheless, it was indeed remarkable, for in critical moments, it could potentially alter the tide of battle. Nangong Sheng looked down at Song Yujing, whose large eyes sparkled with curiosity, and chuckled as he waved his already healed finger before him. Look, it has healed already. Truly impressive. Delighted by the praise, Song Yujing beamed with happiness. Nangong Sheng then gently stroked his forehead, inquiring, "Has it been itchy lately?" Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the two small horns on Song Yujing's forehead were protected by a spell, continuously nourished by a flow of spiritual energy. Having not seen them for a while, they had indeed grown a little. He was momentarily at a loss for words. What exactly did this demon emperor intend to do? Wasn't this clearly his disciple? Song Yujing pondered earnestly and remarked, "When I first arrived in the mortal realm, I experienced a slight itch, but gradually it subsided." Nangong Sheng gently touched the budding little horn, causing the person beneath him to flinch and instantly turn his head aside. Song Yujing felt as though he had been struck by a current. A strange tingling sensation surged from the little horn, spreading throughout his body in an instant. He fell to the ground, feeling as if all his strength had been sapped away, his cheeks inexplicably flushed. Covering his forehead, he glanced back with teary eyes. Whispering like a mosquito, "Master, one must not touch the horn." Nangong Sheng's hand froze in midair. He truly hadn't anticipated such a reaction. The ancient compendium had mentioned that the horns of ferocious beasts should not be touched. Perhaps those who had dared to do so had perished. Thankfully, the carpet beneath was thick enough to cushion his fall. Nangong Sheng helped him up, saying, "No more touching, I truly did not know." Song Yujing pouted. "Still a tad proud, I forgive you." Nangong Sheng discreetly suppressed the demon emperor's magic, casting several of his own. After all, this was his disciple, and it was not the demon emperor's place to interfere. Throughout this, Song Yujing remained oblivious to any abnormalities, unaware that his master was engaged in a silent struggle with the demon emperor. He curiously asked, "Master, it seems there are no thunder tribulations when breaking through in the mortal realm. I stumbled upon my golden core." Nangong Sheng recalled the peculiar occurrences in the mortal realm as described by his second senior brother. A sudden tempest unleashed fierce winds and torrential rains, while the thunder clouds dissipated like a gust of wind before they could even gather strength, all within the span of 3 breaths. At that moment, he had given it little thought, but now it seemed that the demon emperor had intervened once again. What was his ultimate goal? Nangong Sheng gazed at his naive disciple with a kind expression. Due to the constraints of the mortal realm's laws, the thunder tribulations were somewhat less thunderous, but they were not absent. Your tribulation was likely intercepted by the demon emperor. Observing his disciple's dawning realization, he cautioned, "It is perilous to face tribulations outside. Encountering malevolent individuals could be dangerous. In the future, it is best to return to Ziyun Peak for breakthroughs so that I may supervise you." Song Yujing nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the talisman at Nangong Sheng's waist glowed, prompting him to rise. "The sect leader summons me. Stay put. I will return shortly." Before he could finish his sentence, Nangong Sheng had vanished from sight. Song Yujing sighed and stepped out of the small room, warm sunlight gracing his face without being blinding. He squinted slightly and raised his hand to release the 2 small creatures from the spirit beast space. Chapter 81. About to be drenched in the tears of 2 small ones. In the next moment, he was knocked to the ground by 2 enormous furry beings. Little White pressed one of its large paws against his chest, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, droplets cascading onto his face like rain. He casually wiped his face and reached out to rub the large head, using his sleeve to dab at the tears. It seemed like just a blink ago that these 2 tiny spirit beasts, fitting in his hands, had grown so large. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Little White, you've grown so fast. Please don't cry." Little Bai wept softly, his round, beastly eyes wide with distress. "Why haven't you released us after all this time? Have you forgotten about us?" Song Yujing felt a pang of guilt and raised his voice slightly. "No. In the mortal realm, my cultivation level is merely at the chi refining stage. I lack the power to summon you." Little Bai accused him, "You've been back for 3 months. Song Yujing's guilt intensified. He couldn't very well admit that he relished his solitude and the time spent with his master. His gaze wandered. But I have let you out now, haven't I? Little Hay remained silent, nestled beneath Song Yujing, quietly staring at him, tears glistening in his eyes. One spirit beast wept in silence while the other rained down grief, and Song Yujing's conscience was severely pricked. He lay amidst the furry pile, seeking to break the silence. It's been a while since we last met. You've grown so quickly. Little Bai wiped his tears with a paw, as our master's cultivation has advanced. So too has ours. It was then that Song Yujing noticed both of them had reached a similar cultivation level, both at the mid-stage of the golden core. He playfully ruffled Little Bai's fluffy paw. Ah, I was wrong. I promise to let you out to play every day from now on, so please don't cry. Though Little Bai appeared fierce as he pressed his paw against Song Yujing's chest, he exerted no force. It was more a gentle resting of his paw. Little Hay, despite his initially intimidating demeanor, quickly lay down to serve as a cushion. Both spirit beasts were remarkably well-behaved. Song Yujing sat up and retrieved a generous handful of spirit fruits from the original owner's storage. It seemed that time within that space stood still. The spirit fruits remained as fresh as they were when placed inside. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Eat. Go ahead, indulge." The thought of the original owner's distress at witnessing this scene brought him a sense of delight. The spirit fruits collected during the tribulation phase were certainly extraordinary, and the two little spirit beasts quickly set aside their sorrow to devour a fruit each. Suddenly a sound echoed, thud, thud, thud. A figure came rushing over, and Song Yujing struggled to push aside the fluff to reveal the drooling and excited Ozzy. "How could I forget about you?" he exclaimed, tossing a storage bag filled with spirit fruits in her direction. "Ozzy, this is for you." After all, it all belonged to the original owner, and he felt no remorse. Besides, Zhou had also gifted him several storage bags filled with spirit fruits, making him extraordinarily affluent. A plump celestial crane twirled joyfully in place, clutching a storage bag in its beak, its wings flapping in sheer delight. The others present were equally satisfied. Song Yujing reclined comfortably atop Little Hay, crossing his legs as he savored a fire spirit crystal. He had truly grown fond of this sensation. The crispness exploded in his mouth like a burst of flames, delivering an exquisite taste. At that moment, a melancholic voice interrupted, "What about mine?" Song Yujing turned to see Little Hay with a sullen expression, peering at him from the steps. He was momentarily at a loss for words. "Why aren't you in your cage?" "Oh." Upon hearing the words, the little black snake slithered back, shortly returning with a large cage entwined around its tail. With a swift motion, it entered the cage and adeptly repaired the defensive array, executing the entire sequence seamlessly. Then it glanced back at Song Yujing, its tone remarkably calm. "What about mine?" Song Yujing, Little Black, Little White, Azai, the companions present were taken aback. Song Yujing emerged from the fluff, producing several large, round spiritual fruits, and placing them inside the cage with a respectful tone. "Please, esteemed one." The little snake appeared satisfied, its tail flicking gently as it nestled among the spiritual fruits, savoring them bite by bite. Though it could easily devour the fruits in one gulp, it chose to eat slowly, perhaps as part of some ritual. It was as if it could effortlessly escape the cage, yet willingly returned, even upgrading the defensive array in the process. Truly, it did not exude the demeanor of a tyrant. Song Yujing felt certain that the little snake had discerned his true identity. Otherwise, how could a tyrant be so docile? He recalled the time in the God-forsaken land, where that tyrant, cloaked in a mist of blood, seemed so disjointed. "You have gone out of character, do you not realize?" It almost made him fearful. For who would be afraid of a harmless little snake? With a sigh, Song Yujing returned to the side of the little black snake, sitting beside it and stroking the soft fur of both the little black and little white. For a fleeting moment, his expression turned dreamy, and then he inquired, "Now that you two have grown, would you like to choose names?" After all, even Si Ming possessed a name, and it was only reasonable that the little black and little white, having matured, should have names of their own. His attention was solely on the two black and white bundles. Thus he did not notice the brief pause of Si Ming's tail within the cage. Both Little White and Little Black halted their nibbling on the spiritual fruits, simultaneously lifting their heads, their large, watery eyes fixed intently on Song Yujing. Little Black, really, Master? Little White, with a teary voice, Master is so kind. Song Yujing pondered over the species of these two spiritual beasts, a three-eyed Xian tiger and a nethermoon howling wolf. What names would suit them? Straining his mind, he asked, what do you wish to be called? Little Black and Little White. We leave it to Master's discretion. Song Yujing felt a significant responsibility settle upon his shoulders. Taking a twig, he poured forth all his learning and inscribed on the ground words he deemed meaningful and sonorous. Shun, no. It sounded too much like submission. Qian, no. It bore the weight of moral constraints. Shan, no. Kindness invites deceit, even for spiritual beasts. Ro, no. It did not align with the majestic temperament of his spiritual beasts. No, no, no. He crossed out one name after another. Yin, the yin of high yin he qing, symbolizing tranquility and harmony. Little White, you shall be named by Yin. Little White squealed with delight, excitedly circling around Song Yujing, exclaiming, by Yin, by Yin. I love this name. Thank you, Master. Little White rubbed its large head against Song Yujing, affectionately brushing against his hand. Song Yujing chuckled, allowing the little one to nuzzle him, and then he reached out to stroke the quiet wolf's head, which looked at him with anticipation. Song Yujing inscribed a character on the ground, Hong, symbolizing lofty aspirations and vast prospects. What do you think? The little wolf's eyes sparkled as it nodded vigorously. Clearly pleased, Song Yujing decisively declared, let us call it Hongwei. Little Black grinned widely, burying his large head in Song Yujing's embrace, his tail wagging joyfully. Thank you, Master. Chapter 82 System. O heavens, witness the loyalty and treachery. Song Yujing lay atop Little Black, occasionally petting this and that, basking in the sunlight and enjoying the gentle breeze. Leading a most delightful life. Host, I have successfully leveled up. Since returning from the land of divine relics, he had never muted the system, as it had indeed been quite benevolent to him. However, the system had remained silent, and Song Yujing had assumed it was still sulking over being muted. He paused slightly while holding the fire spirit crystal and curiously inquired, level up? What do you mean? The little glowing orb of the system danced with joy for a while before exclaiming, Hee, I have devoured Mo Junli system, so I have now upgraded to an intermediate system. Song Yujing. Recalling his earlier suspicions, Song Yujing felt a twinge of guilt. It turned out the system had not acted out of malice. He had simply misjudged the situation. So your intermittent speech in the land of divine relics was due to this? The system excitedly gazed at its significantly increased data panel, its little glowing hand moving rapidly. Yes, I was trying to connect with Mo Junli system. Thus, when that traveler perished, his system was utterly powerless to save him. Song Yujing felt a bit guilty and decided to remain silent. He quietly nibbled on piece after piece of fire spirit crystal, occasionally glancing at Little White and petting Little Black, unable to meet the gaze of the little glowing orb. Why do you not dare to look me in the eye? Speak. The system stood before him, observing his evident guilt, which was hard to overlook. What were you thinking at that moment? Song Yujing plucked a feather from Aji, helping Little White with its eyebrows, then placed it on Little Black's back. He hurriedly fed Aji the sweetest spirit fruit before she could get angry, appearing quite busy, though he seemed unsure of what he was preoccupied with, his gaze wandering. Nothing. The system sneered. Do you think I am in cahoots with that madman? Song Yujing. ISNT it? The system. Do you think I am deliberately playing tricks? Song Yujing rubbed his sleeve, the patterns on it resembling flowers. Huh. The system nearly exploded with frustration, emitting a sharp shriek. I am truly at my wit's end. Song Yujing, feeling guilty, muttered, I'm sorry. Oomph. Do you still think I conspired with that madman against you? Song Yujing. Please don't say any more. The system leaped onto Song Yujing's head, confident that no one could see it, and began to dance. I did not conspire against you. In fact, our principles are often entirely different. I will ensure you continuously save people to accumulate merit. Oops, I let that slip. Anyway, you'll find out sooner or later. It is for your sake, to save you. Your master in this world, that madman only seeks to have you slay everyone. Song Yujing weakly replied, "That does seem to be the case." Umph. The two small light hands of the system embraced one another, plopping down on Song Yijing's head. Sulking, misdeeds will be met with retribution. Just look at him to understand. What has he become to mislead you? Because your souls are intertwined, the sins he has committed are halved upon you. Yet, he cannot be entirely blamed. He is quite innocent in his own right. To save a life is a meritorious deed. Rescuing those with fortune not only increases one's virtue, but also attracts luck. Ultimately aimed at saving you, Song Yijing straightened his posture. So my prolonged slumber upon arriving in this world was due to him? Indeed, but it's a shared responsibility. He cannot bear the blame alone. Song Yijing's emotions were somewhat conflicted. Oh, then it seems my situation is slightly improved compared to before. The system sighed, increasingly feeling that the antagonist was not quite the villain he appeared to be. The antagonist has utilized his own merit to absolve part of your sins. Song Yijing thought to himself. As expected, a pang of discomfort washed over him. Why had his master been silently sacrificing so much without informing him? He must have known something all along, having met Song Jioming and recognized his own burdensome sins, yet he had never questioned him about it. Feeling a slight headache, Song Yijing reclined on the small black being, gazing at the endless bamboo forest, reminiscing about the fleeting details of his face-to-face encounter with Song Jioming. What is my relationship with him? System. Cannot disclose. Will he strike you? Indeed. Song Yijing chuckled. You are rather honest. He sighed. Do you know anything else? System. A little. He wants you to ask him yourself. Song Yijing pouted. I detest those who speak in riddles. The system responded with a tone of weariness. There's no choice. He is a true tyrant, capable of violence. Si Ming and Mo Chi are merely children in his presence. Recalling the scene he witnessed in the land of divine relics, Song Yijing felt a smile creeping onto his face. Indeed. Si Ming was thoroughly beaten by Song Jioming in his youth. How amusing. The system, intrigued by the revelation of another's past, perked up. You have no idea. He was quite the character back then. Let me tell you, I'm listening. Song Yijing system. Both turned in unison to find a small black snake in the cage on the steps glaring fiercely at them. System. Heavens above. The system leaped to Song Yijing's ear, whispering, How did you bring him back? Song Yijing replied in a hushed tone, I did this and that. And then he followed me back. As Si Ming's piercing gaze approached once more, the system quickly dove into Song Yijing's consciousness, refusing to emerge. Speak like this, and he won't hear us. Song Yijing felt reassured. Should he wish to share secrets with the system in the future, it would be unfortunate if others overheard. However, he was now certain that Si Ming was aware of his identity. Otherwise, how could he be so docile? He would have turned him in a mist long ago. This is troublesome. What if he demands I return Song Jioming? How would that even work? System, I have completed the earthly task, right? What about my points? The system unveiled a data table, stating, as the host already knows, I shall not feign ignorance. The host designed to eliminate that Traverser has ultimately saved the entire mortal realm, earning a total of 100,000 points for the protagonist's fortune and the merit of saving the world. Moreover, the mission to rescue Yi Wang has been successfully completed, adding 1,000 points. Song Yujing remarked, It feels rather devalued to have such a low worth for Brother Yi. The system replied, Yi Wang has reached this point solely through his own efforts and innate talent. In truth, his luck has been exceedingly poor. Were it not for your intervention, he would have been a once-in-a-generation genius who met an untimely demise. As Song Yujing reminisced about his interactions with Yi Wang, he felt grateful for accepting this task. Yi Wang was indeed commendable and did not deserve to be treated as a mere stepping stone. What if he falls victim to Ling Aoyin's schemes again in the future? The system shook its head. That is unlikely. Yi Wang is inherently cautious, and Ling Aoyin's ability to harm him stemmed from his lack of vigilance. After this incident, Ling Aoyin will not succeed in targeting Yi Wang again. Moreover, though Yi Wang's path is fraught with challenges, he has already overcome the most significant deadly tribulation. Henceforth, even if he suffers severe injuries, he is unlikely to lose his life. Feeling reassured, Song Yujing gazed at his ample points, nodding in satisfaction. He had never experienced such wealth before. How impressive he was! With a slight effort, he had amassed 100,000 points. Chapter 83. The trio of onlookers, the insignia hanging at his waist, suddenly illuminated, and Song Yujing picked it up, hearing the excited voice of Yu Mingxiu shout, "Jiang! Where are you? Come down and join us for some gossip." Song Yujing straightened up, bewildered. "What is happening? A fight has broken out. Hurry, come quickly." Springing to his feet, he observed his two curious spirit beasts. As he brushed off the fur on his clothes, he commanded, "You two, shrink down. I'll carry you in my sleeves." With a whoosh, the two spirit beasts transformed to the size of palms. As he placed one into his sleeve and climbed onto Aji's back, he heard a mournful voice resound again. "What about me?" Looking down to meet a dark face, he asked, "Senior, do you wish to go as well?" Ming replied, "Yes." Song Yujing felt a moment of hesitation. What if, once down the mountain amidst the crowd, he experienced a triggering event and unleashed a rampage? Ming seemed to read his thoughts and calmly stated, "I will wrap around your wrist and will not run amok." With the matter laid out so plainly, Song Yujing could hardly refuse without appearing to seek trouble. He lifted Xiao Bai and set it beside Xiao He, saying, "You two squeeze together a bit." Then, extending his empty left wrist, he beckoned, "Come on." A shadow darted past, and a chill enveloped his wrist. Looking down, he found a cage now utterly vacant. With his companions in tow, he patted Aji's feathers, saying, "Aji, good girl, I'll add some extra treats for you later." Aji was already quite pleased with her generous young master, who was far more lavish than a certain someone. Her delight made her fly significantly faster than usual. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Song Yujing spotted Yu Mingxiu eagerly waving at him. He approached in a few strides, curiously surveying the tranquil surroundings, and wondered aloud. "So, there hasn't been a fight after all?" Yu Mingxiu whispered conspiratorially in his ear. "It's almost time, I assure you. Within half an hour, there will undoubtedly be a commotion. The earlier argument was quite fierce." Song Yujing, with an insatiable curiosity, inquired about the unfolding events. Yu Mingxiu, wearing a mysterious expression, led him through a winding path to a secluded thicket, crouching low and surreptitiously pointing in a direction where they could clearly observe the happenings in the council hall. "Keep your voice down. We mustn't be discovered." Crouching beside Yu Mingxiu, Song Yujing minimized his presence, intently focused on the scene before them. Before their eyes, the usually benevolent elder Lu Hongguang displayed a fierce countenance, his azure sword aimed at a figure. "Third senior brother, are you truly going to protect a murderer?" The second elder, Lord Qilin, wearied yet resolute, positioned himself in front of another person, attempting to pacify him. "Little Lu, this matter indeed stems from my senior brother's failure. He did not properly guide his disciple. However, Yin has suffered 3 months of punishment in the cold prison. His cultivation has already diminished by a level. He understands his mistakes. Let us grant him clemency." "Absolutely not." Lu Hongguang vehemently rejected the notion. "No means no. My disciple's life was nearly lost. He intended to kill. Only his attempt failed." Lu Hongguang, known for his gentle and uncontentious nature, had never exhibited such a vehement demeanor. The onlookers found themselves at a loss. His pale eyes, now brimming with murderous intent, revealed the gravity of the situation. "According to my disciple, he killed a prince from a mortal realm for his own selfish gain. My disciple was fortunate enough to be rescued by the young junior. Otherwise, he too would have met a grim fate. What is the loss of a little cultivation compared to a life? I demand retribution." Lord Qilin inhaled deeply, a crackle of thunder illuminating his hand as he wielded the whip, delivering a strike that sent Yin sprawling to the ground. Like a defeated creature, he initially cried out, spewing blood, but subsequent lashes rendered him unconscious. Yin, already weakened from 3 months of punishment, lay in tattered garments, having not yet had the chance to change, intercepted by the wrathful Lu Hongguang. The thunderous blows shattered half of his bones, his spiritual energy dissipating slowly into the ether. Lord Qilin's grip on the whip trembled slightly. Despite the gravity of Yin's transgressions, he found it difficult to bear the sight of his own disciple's suffering. "I have crippled half of his cultivation. Will this suffice? Is this enough?" A soft gasp emanated from nearby, startling both Song Yujing and Yu Mingxiu. They turned to see Luo Weishue, who had been watching intently, casually cracking sunflower seeds in her hand, clearly having been present for quite some time. Lowering his voice, Song Yujing asked, "When did you arrive?" Luo Weishue replied softly, "I was here when you arrived." Yu Mingqiu, startled and anxious, urged caution. Luo Weishue offered a handful of sunflower seeds to the two, silently gesturing. Care for some? In such an environment, they found it impossible to refuse. Moments later, the three of them were each munching on sunflower seeds while eagerly observing the unfolding drama. Song Yujian gazed at the woeful Ling Aoyan, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Fortunately, he had mentioned to Yi Wang that Ling Aoyan had connections within the law enforcement hall. Now, it seemed Ling Aoyan's arrogance had been thoroughly deflated. Letting him trip me and insult me. He deserves it. Xie Qingyan stepped in to mediate, pressing down on Lu Hongguang's sword while soothingly saying, "Junior brother Lu, he has received his due punishment. I believe it is best to let this matter rest." Although Lu Hongguang felt a lingering resentment, he recognized that this was indeed the best outcome. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a girl in a pink skirt stumbled in. She fell to her knees before Xie Qingyuan, weeping, "Master, Brother Aoyan is innocent. You cannot be so cruel." The trio of onlookers gasped in surprise. After all, she was a delicate girl. It was difficult for anyone to harden their heart against her. Xie Qingyuan, though overwhelmed, replied gently, "He has erred and must face the consequences." Murvo shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she proclaimed, "Brother Aoyan has done no wrong. He is forever innocent." Xie Qingyuan remained silent, and Muruo continued, "Brother Aoyan only acted to save his life. He has committed no offense. In the face of life, all are equal." Lu Hongguang, who initially wished to avoid troubling the younger generation, found himself both amused and angered. "You speak of equality. Does that mean Ling Aoyan's life is more precious than my disciples? Why should my disciples' life be sacrificed for his?" As Lu Hongguang's ire flared once more, the Kirin immortal lord cast a cold gaze at Mururo. He might have been somewhat lenient with his junior brother, given that it was his own disciple who had erred, but he could not tolerate such impudent behavior from this young girl. "Child, do you harbor a grudge against my disciple? Do you wish for him to lose even his life?" Murvo had not anticipated such a response. She shook her head vigorously in silent denial. "No, that is not the case." Xie Qingyuan felt a headache coming on and turned to Xiaoling Yu. "Ling Yu, please escort your junior sister away." Unbeknownst to anyone, in the corner, Ling Aoyan opened his eyes weakly, gazing at the figure being led away, a solitary tear rolling down to the ground. At that moment, a system notification chimed, detected that the male lead harbors intense disdain for the sect. He is about to prematurely enter the storyline of his betrayal. Chapter 84. Caught in the act of watching detected that the male lead harbors intense disdain for the sect. He is about to enter the storyline of his betrayal. Song Yujian's anticipation of the unfolding drama faltered. What was this? The male lead betraying the sect? Wasn't that a plot point from 200 years later? Why has it suddenly come so soon? Was a disaster about to unfold? Shaking his head, Song Yujian fervently dismissed this terrifying thought. No, he cannot allow this. There must be no downfall. He had worked diligently to reach this point. The male lead could not simply abandon ship. No way. As long as the male lead existed, he would watch him like a ghost, ensuring he could not escape. Who knows what pitfalls await him with this plot advancing 2 centuries ahead? What if the male lead seizes a great opportunity and turns the tide, claiming 70% of the fortune within the realm of cultivation? Such a gamble was far too risky to contemplate. Song Yujing pondered for a moment, feeling that he had observed enough and it was time to withdraw. As he turned around, ready to call for Luo Weishue, he found the original spot empty. Luo Weishue has already slipped away quietly, he thought, sensing an impending mishap. Grabbing Yu Mingqiu, he stealthily made his way backward. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, and 2 sneaky individuals revealed themselves before the crowd, drawing the attention of numerous gazes. How embarrassing. Save me. Both Song Yujing and Yu Mingqiu thought in unison. With an awkward smile, Song Yujing greeted, "Hey, what a coincidence." His mind raced. urging him to think quickly and speak smoothly to alleviate the tension. The atmosphere was palpably uncomfortable. The Kirin, immortal lord, clearly in a foul mood after being ridiculed by a group of junior disciples, approached the two with a cold smile, his words dripping with sarcasm. What an elegant pastime. Dear disciples, why are you lying on the ground when you could be standing? The two silently rose, pretending to brush off the grass from their clothes. Luo Weishue, you scurried away faster than a rabbit in a crisis. And you didn't even bring them along. Song Yujing recalled having seen the Kirin, immortal lord during the apprenticeship ceremony, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment, remembering the powerful treasure he had once given to Mu Sisi for protection. Apologetically clutching his garment, Song Yujing confessed, I'm sorry, we were wrong. His speed in admitting fault was unmatched. None could surpass him in this regard. Yu Mingxiu, unable to bear the sight of his master's dark expression, subtly distanced himself, adding, I was wrong too, master. Meanwhile, Nan Gongsheng leisurely approached Song Yujing, playfully slapping his forehead, effectively blocking the Kirin, immortal lord's disapproving gaze. With a gentle smile, he said, Brother, my disciple has been spoiled by me. Please don't be upset. Lu Hongguang stepped forward and winked at Song Yujing. I haven't yet expressed my gratitude for saving my Yu Wang. You truly are remarkable. He chuckled as he glanced at Nan Gongsheng, adding, my little junior knows how to raise students well, unlike some whose disciples have gone astray. The Kirin, immortal lord took a deep breath, pondering what more could be said. After all, he was a revered figure, the second elder of the sect, and a master of a mountain. To strike a junior would tarnish his reputation. Nan Gongsheng retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and presented it, saying, Brother, please don't be angry. This is the first volume of the Thunderstrike technique I acquired in auction for you. I know you have been inquiring about it, and I hope you will accept it as a token of my goodwill. Originally intended as a birthday gift for their senior brother's 4,000 celebration, it seemed that would no longer be feasible. Oh well, I'll just find something else to give later, he thought. The Kirin, immortal lord's gaze became fixed on the Thunderstrike technique, and his fury was instantly extinguished as he accepted the scroll. This martial art comprises only the middle and lower volumes. Yet it possesses formidable power. Even the fragmented scrolls exhibit the might of a top-tier celestial technique. The potential of the complete version is beyond imagination, serving as a trump card. However, the search for the upper volume has been a long and arduous journey spanning many years, a pursuit he has never been willing to abandon. As for anger, what is there to be angry about? They are merely a group of playful children. After all, is it not their nature to enjoy play? Listening in on a conversation is trivial, hardly warranting any exaggerated response. At long last, after 3 months of brooding clouds, the Kirin, immortal lord's countenance finally brightened with a hint of a smile. His gaze towards the younger generation, including Song Yujing, softened considerably. The gift from his junior disciple truly touched his heart. He tucked away the Thunder Saber technique with a hearty laugh, playfully patting Nan Gongsheng on the shoulder. What nonsense are you speaking, junior brother? How could I ever be angry? It's merely a group of children at play. Rest assured, I would never stoop to their level. Nan Gongsheng smiled in reply. Brother, you have always been magnanimous. The Kirin, immortal lord, with the Thunder Saber technique in hand, felt a surge of excitement. The long-sought complete martial art was finally within his grasp. He yearned to retreat and immerse himself in study immediately. With the matter resolved, and Lu Hongguang having relented, he bid farewell to those present, eager to depart with the injured Ling Outyin. Meanwhile, Yu Mingxiu had stealthily crept half a meter away, on the verge of success when, without warning, a resplendent golden fan appeared. Yu Mingxiu's expression changed instantly, and he turned to flee. The sound of slaps accompanied by cries echoed behind him as he ran. The fan in pursuit, occasionally landing a playful hit. The pain was secondary. The humiliation was paramount. He fled, covering his backside, shouting, Master, I'm sorry. Spare me. Oh no. Spare me. Zhiyang, immortal lord, quietly set down his half-finished teacup, his expression devoid of anger, even managing a slight smile at the gathered crowd. My rebellious disciple, I apologize for the embarrassment caused to you all. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Song Yujing discreetly slipped a memory stone into Lu Hongguang's embrace, whispering, "Uncle Master, this contains your disciple's embarrassing moments." Yi Wang had transformed into a rabbit in a video featuring every angle, and he had promised to deliver it to Uncle Master Lu, though it might not be regarded as an embarrassing history in the eyes of his master. The recording had been made. It was better to share it with someone who truly needed it. Lu Hongguang's eyes lit up as he swiftly concealed the memory stone within his sleeve. Yi Wang had grown up, no longer the adorable child he once was, often feigning seriousness, and much of his youthful charm had faded. However, his disciple's past blunders would surely contain moments of endearing innocence, which he intended to study thoroughly. Lu Hongguang nodded with a smile, accepting, "Do come by the Spirit Beast Garden more often." With the matter resolved, Nan Gongsheng sighed and waved farewell to Xie Yuan, then pulled Song Yujing back home. At Ziyun Peak, the master and disciple landed before the bamboo grove, where Nan Gongsheng scrutinized Song Yujing from head to toe, causing him to feel quite bashful before finally saying, "Quite impressive. Are we bold enough to stir up trouble in front of so many elders? Have you brought that dragon down?" Song Yujing, through the fabric of his sleeve, poked at the serpent Simon coiled around his wrist, indicating for it to descend while he returned to the cage. Simon feigned ignorance, remaining utterly still. "Master, I dare not. Simon would not harm me." He spoke with certainty, though inwardly he felt an unsettling doubt, for the image of Simon's ferociousness lingered persistently in his mind. Nan Gongsheng lightly tapped his forehead with a flick of his hand. The cage nearby soared through the air. He held it aloft, gazing at Song Yujing in silence, the implication unmistakable, extending his left wrist. Song Yujing gently coaxed the little black serpent. "Elder, we have returned to Ziyun Peak. Should you not return to your cage?" The serpent responded with a dispassionate "oh," then slowly slithered back into the cage, coiling itself around the unfinished spirit fruit within, curling into a tiny, pitiful ball. Nan Gongsheng enveloped the cage in spiritual energy and tossed it back onto the table in the inner room. He paid little heed to Simon's attitude towards Song Yujing, dismissing anything but malice, yet he found Simon's audacity quite excessive, eternally wrapped around his apprentice's delicate wrist, so frail and vulnerable. What if it tightened too much and harmed his own disciple? It was neither his own disciple nor his place to entangle another's apprentice in such a manner. Such clinginess was utterly inappropriate. Chapter 85. Master behaves improperly. After bidding farewell to Simon, Nan Gongsheng felt the atmosphere lighten considerably. Lowering his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with two pairs of dark, round orbs peering from his disciple's sleeve. He lifted one out, weighing it in his hand. Xiaobai, all curled up, remained silent and untroublesome, appearing as an adorable, obedient little creature. Nan Gongsheng felt a slight satisfaction. It was far more subdued than in its younger days. He remarked softly, "You've gained weight, grown up just like you." The latter part of his statement was directed at Song Yujing. After releasing Xiaobai, he affectionately patted the heads of both little spirit beasts, their fur soft to the touch, though still inferior to his own. Seated on a stone bench, Nan Gongsheng poured himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat, then turned his attention to Song Yujing. "In a month, the centennial competition of the 9 sects will commence. I hadn't the chance to mention it. Your performance in the last sect competition was commendable, and you were certainly selected." The sect competition, Song Yujing, having been pulled away by his master to solidify his cultivation immediately after the event, had long forgotten his ranking. Now, a surge of excitement coursed through him. "Master, what was my rank?" Nan Gongsheng took a leisurely sip from his tea, concealing a smile that twinkled in his eyes. "Your team placed first." Though he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed ignited a thrill within Song Yujing. He felt an overwhelming urge to perform an exuberant dance to express his elation, yet being a person of restraint, he managed to suppress it. However, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise higher. Amused, Nan Gongsheng watched his foolish disciple grinning so broadly he seemed on the verge of drooling. He snapped his fingers before him, stopped smiling. "Your lips are about to touch the heavens." Song Yujing forced a smile as he pulled back the corners of his mouth. Leaning closer to Nan Gongsheng, who sat before him. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in his bright eyes. "Master, I came in first. Is there a reward?" Nan Gongsheng, gazing into those sparkling eyes, deliberately elongated his tone. As he observed the growing anticipation on Song Yujing's face, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. "No." Song Yujing's smile faltered, disbelief washing over him. He pouted and sat back down with a thud, the cold stone bench mirroring the chill in his heart. Crossing his arms, he declared in a clear voice, "No, I object. Master, your disciple is exceptional, achieving first place on his first attempt. You must reward him." Nan Gongsheng rested his chin on his hand, amusement dancing in his eyes, while his other hand idly toyed with the teacup. His tone, gentle and laced with affection, queried, "What does my disciple desire?" With a serious expression, Song Yujing furrowed his brows, pretending to ponder deeply before declaring, "The disciple wishes for Master to take him out to play." Nan Gongsheng couldn't suppress a laugh. His peculiar little disciple was utterly charming, with expressions flitting across his small face, which was thoroughly entertaining. He beckoned Song Yujing closer with a slight curl of his finger. "Come here, and I shall tell you whether I agree." Without a second thought, Song Yujing approached, only to be suddenly pulled onto Nan Gongsheng's lap. A warm breath brushed against his ear, sending a jolt through him, a tingling sensation spreading from his ears throughout his body. Nan Gongsheng firmly secured his waist with one hand, while the other leisurely played with his hair, treating it as though it were a delightful toy. Song Yujing's eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't this a tad too intimate? They were merely a master and disciple. After all, his face flushed, warmth creeping up to his neck as he stammered, "Master, do you truly wish to go out?" A deep, slightly magnetic voice whispered from behind him, causing Song Yujing to shiver uncontrollably. He nodded obediently. "Yes, where shall we go?" His ears tingled, and the position felt rather awkward. Song Yujing struggled slightly, but the arm around his waist tightened further, making it difficult for him to articulate a complete thought. "I will follow Master's wishes." "Ha!" Nan Gongsheng chuckled lightly, his eyes, swirling with emotions akin to crashing waves, concealed from Song Yujing's view. With a tone of feigned concern, he asked, "Why are you trembling?" Nan Gongsheng was aware that his current actions resembled those of a child, but he also recognized that he was not human. His disciple was simply too adorable, and he couldn't resist the urge to embrace him. It was not his fault. If one were to consider it from another perspective, was it not the disciple's fault for being so endearing? Such cuteness could be lethal. Song Yujing's cheeks burned as if he could fry an egg on them. "Master, could you perhaps let go of me for now?"